Can we build a thriving valley kingdom in Manor Lords while raiders are set to high, the Baron is expanding aggressively, and we're banned from hiring mercenaries? Well, let's find out. Welcome back to another Manor Lords relaxing longplay. Today, we're settling in for the long haul with a 10-hour valley kingdom build on the Jagged Cliffs map, starting from a tiny settlement at the base of the valley and slowly building our way towards a developed medieval kingdom. But this isn't going to be quite as easy as it looks. The Baron is set to expand aggressively, raider frequency is set to high, and before long, we're deploying the militia to take on brigands and bandits alike. And because apparently Manor Lords wasn't hard enough already, we're also playing with a twist. We can't hire a single mercenary. That means every battle, every region claim, and every push against the Baron has to be handled by our own homegrown militia and retinues. As we progress through the long play, we'll build manors, fill the starting region to the brim with burgages, and fight countless battles as we establish ourselves as a regional power. And just when our mercenary-free campaign is starting to come together, something unexpected happens. Manor Lords gets a new update. So later in the video, we'll see some of the latest update features in action, including new quality of life changes and some very different troop movements. But it's not all plain sailing. As we approach the final battle, victory is looking anything but guaranteed. We join the journey at the very beginning, but as ever, you can use the timestamps to skip ahead of the early game. But enough of all that. Without further ado, grab yourselves a cup of tea and relax, alongside me in Manor Lords. Here we are then on the Rang Baku on the Jagged Cliffs map, and we've got it all to do. We're right here in the centre of the map. It's not one I've played for a little while actually, this map, and I really do enjoy it. It is quite the beautiful sight. Lots of different terrain, lots of different heights, lots of cliffs. So it's going to be good fun. We've started down here, and we've got the Baron. He's on a high setting of difficulty, he's very aggressive, and we've also got the raiders set to frequent as well. So we really need to make sure we get a good start. And look at this for a starting settlement. There's a gorgeous little clearing we've got here. River down there. We've got a lovely source of fish here. Strong source. Oh, look at that. A strong deposit of salt as well. Fertility-wise, not great down here, but that's not the end of the world. I'm not really going to be focusing on the higher level burgage plots. I don't think necessarily in this playthrough. It's all about getting that military up and running and the defensive industry working. So we've got Hindelbolt. He's over here in these two regions. We've got some brigands over there. And we may get some early expansion, but really we need to make sure we've got a solid foundation and we've got some troops. And we've got a little bit of money as well. Now, we're not going to be hiring any mercenaries, so that money is only really going to be useful for our own retinues. But it's going to be necessary in terms of getting influence so we can claim these other regions and stop Hindelbolt's aggressive plays against us. So, without further ado, let's start our settlement. So, obviously, yes, we will claim these lands ourselves. We haven't actually got loads of space to start with here because we've got the border running down along the river here. We've got the fish and we've got the salt there, which we're definitely going to want to mine extensively. The space really is over here on this side. So let's start by planning out a few roads. Now, we could try and follow the contours of the land. It's particularly important on these steeper maps because you can't always build adjacent to the way it flows. And actually, following the contour lines of the land, we can get a lovely road around the top here. Maybe this can form the top backbone, if you will, of our settlement. Straighten out a little bit there. Bring it along in between these two contour lines. Oh, and connect back into the King's Road over here. Oh yes, just a little bit short, but we can finish that with a little road in the end. That's fine. How's that look? I think that's really, really nice. And it gives us a little starting point here as well. We'll probably want to get a road as well following the river itself. Although it might be we have the extensions follow out along the edge as opposed to actually the burgages. But still, I think we can come in here with a tool and just map out the edge, because then at least we can snap some of the burgages to those lines, as it were. So we'll follow this out around here. And then we'll actually, once we've got a few of these roads in place, get on with starting our settlement, because we certainly don't want to be falling behind, do we? Right, so we'll build that up to there, and we'll leave that as it is for the moment. Maybe we'll follow this round here to this bit of the road as well. So we'll just grab onto this one here. It's quite a tight little turn in there, but that's fine. We'll follow that around here. Do something like that. It is nice to do a little bit of road playing at the start of a settlement, isn't it? Nice slow start to the game before we panic about getting weapons. And believe me, it's going to be a panic, I think. Can't quite get to the end. Right, once again, gonna have to do a little curvy thing round like that. Alright, and then we can only get so close to the old fish, so I think it would make sense to outline that a little bit as well. La-di-da. Do-do-do-do. Bear with, bear with. Let me know in the comments, is this something you do? Do you always start by setting out your roads and laying out? I'd love to know. Is it just me? Do you all crack on and get your burgages popped down? Like, typical, what are you doing? Wasting all that time. You can actually see where the pond extends to, where the contour lines end. That's handy. And then we'll just follow that up, connect up there, put in one of our little switchbacks that I love oh so much. And we might as well do the same on this side as well. Follow that round the top. A little something like that there. And where's this road? Oh, it's right there. Good. Right, so we can connect into that. Like so. Once again, put a switchback. Very nice. And with that, we should have a couple little roads that we can start with. Let's just put a little connection in here as well. And what this is going to allow us to do, which I don't often do, but I think is going to look quite nice, or at least I hope it will, is get a little bit more of an organic feel to this initial burgage area. Because quite often I end up with like a little linear row of buildings that don't necessarily feel very Manor Lords villagey, a bit too well planned. So I'm hoping that this will allow us to get a bit more of an organic feel to our settlement here. So let's just plan out how this road is going to go. So it will come off here and follow around like that. Make sure the curve isn't too aggressive. Another switch back in here. And in there as well. That's not quite as even as I'd like. What about that? That's better. And of course we'll need one here as well. Oh, simply lovely. Absolutely wonderful. So, on with the initial buildings. A granary is of course essential. And we'll pop this one in just here, I reckon. So actually on the road to the fish area. And we'll have a storehouse next to it, but facing the other way, I think. Let's turn off snapping and get this settled in here. Nice and snug. Yeah, pop that there. And we'll get a hitching post. Where are we going to do most of our tree work? Probably out this way, and we'll need to get planting as well. So, on this top road then, we'll get the hitching post. We want to stay nice and close, so we need to start with. Be efficient, right. We'll get the hitching post popped in here. These switchbacks are a lovely place to have a little hitching post. They fit in quite nicely with access to 2 points in the road, so we'll get that one in there. We'll of course order in our additional ox right away and relocate this probably to a different place so they're not all next to each other. For the time being, this might be a good spot then, since we were talking about the switchbacks, so we'll put that there. Market stall wise, I think hopefully we can squeeze something here. Let's check where the water is first. Okay, water's not too bad, so we'll put on a little well just here. And we'll see if we can't fill these two little gaps with some market stalls. Can we actually go around like that? No, so we'll have to do this in two little sections. So one here for a couple of market stalls and another one here. Lovely. Can we fit a few in here as well? Just one, but that's fine. Okay, so those are those initial needs taken care of. And then of course we'll need to make sure we've got some timber coming in. So we'll get the logging camp. And where are we going to put this precisely? Probably just here again to start with. We want it nice and local. So we'll pop that one there. And we're down to one timber. So let's set the priority for the granary and the storehouse to nice and high. And let's get time marching on. There's lots to do. So we need to get these buildings up, get our supplies stored inside so they're nice and safe from all the elements. And with those tucked away, we can press on to get some burgages up. Lovely stuff. You've got it coming to you, Baron. Right. We're going to work at each of these and turn off the market stalls for the time being because we don't want them setting those up. I'm going to ignore you because you're a nasty man. So we'll get those set up and we'll get all our supplies inside. And as soon as they're inside, we will free up those workers to go and help elsewhere, such as at the logging camp. Okay, so that looks like all the food and all of the stores because it's nice and close. So we'll free them up so they can help with construction. And then immediately we'll get them on with the logging. We've got both hitching posts, so that's looking grand. And we should have timber in no time at all. So let's start planning out where we're going to have our initial burgages. So I always like to get the first couple of burgages up and running so that we have space for some veggies. So let's see if we can't get a couple of efficient spaces in here. So that's one option. We don't want them to be too large either to start with because you don't get that many monies, obviously, at the start. So the larger the plot at the back, the more it's going to cost to plant up. So we want a nice balance somewhere in between, ideally. How's this looking? Okay, that might look quite nice. So how would this look on that? So that way, obviously, is 2 larger plots, which is quite nice, but probably too big to start with. It's even better that end. Oh, it's hard to pass up, actually. You know, we are going to do that, I think. Lovely, right. We'll get those built there, and then we'll build another couple that we can use for some initial starting supplies. And maybe we can fit those into this space here. If we put another little road coming out the back like that, and a little switch back in here just to curve that off a little bit, and see about getting a few burgages in here. Okay, so spin this round. It's basically the same thing again, isn't it, if we do that? That's not a very good use of space. What about a couple of smaller ones just in at the end here? Yeah, that could work. In fact, that might not be too bad a size to start with. We might be able to get away with that. Let's go for it. We'll put those down there. They may be too big, but we're gonna just see what happens. Right. Food is not looking fantastic, so why don't we go ahead and get ourselves down a lovely little fisherman's hut so we can start taking advantage of all the good fishies that are local and available to us. So we'll get that down there. And we've got water, and we've got a free worker. Let's definitely make sure we get down our woodcutter's lodge as well. And we'll put this just up here for the time being in this little space. Like so. Oh, goodness. I'm missing a switchback. Get that in there as soon as physically possible. I'd like to get a worker at the fisherman's hut pretty early on so we can start getting some additional food in, which is going to help us with that initial expansion. Okay, resources are looking pretty good. We also want to make sure we get down that saw pit. And we'll put this near where we have our woodcutter's lodge. We're going to get one worker at the fisherman's hut. And then we're also going to need to get ourselves a lovely charcoal kiln, so we can make some efficient materials. Too steep to build, and already running into that problem. You remember the last time I played on this map, anyone who's been watching for a little while, you'll know I spent a very long time trying to build things on slopes. I think they'll try and avoid that too much this time round, because I was doing it for a very long time. Right, that's under construction. Enemy unit spotted! Good grief! Mr. Baron is really cracking on with things. I haven't even got everyone inside yet. Speaking of which, we should get these expansions on. We don't want people to be unhappy because we haven't catered to the need to be inside. It would be nice to get someone working at the woodcutter's lodge as soon as we can. So let's reduce the number of workers at the logging camp by 1 and get them at the woodcutter's lodge. And then let's build some smaller burgages. Ooh, a message. Yes, let's form the militia. Good idea. Not going to be many people in it to start with, but, you know, better than having nothing. Let's get some smaller burgages in. Now, I think we'll probably... Obviously, we need space in here for industry, but we'll have some space here, I think, for some burgages. Although we could go along the top edge, actually. We could do that. But I don't want to take down trees unnecessarily. Let's start with a little run of homes in here. And we don't want these to be too big, because basically the purpose of these is going to be to have a small extension out the back and provide accommodation space. I'd quite like to fit them a little bit more to the terrain compared to what I would normally do, like I was saying earlier. So we might build these individually, one at a time. And there's a little bit of an odd burgage that, but I quite like it. So I'm going to build that there. We'll turn on snapping for the first point here, and then we'll see if we can get these next ones as small as we can to make best use of the space. So that might mean a little bit of clicking, but I'm sure we'll get there. So it needs to be just a smidge wider. Oh, no, looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, just a smidge wider down there. And then, I don't think it needs to be that tall, does it? No. Just a little bit taller. And this might allow us to do as well, like we did on our most recent No Roads playthrough, to have some funkier buildings behind potentially as well. If we make really good use of the space. And actually on this particular region of the Jagged Cliffs map, you need to make good use of space, otherwise you're not going to have space to do much. It's not that spacious. That's a lot of spaces in one sentence, isn't it? I do apologise. Right, just a little bit more. Come on. Get that minimal, yes, minimum viable size for these burgages. Literally just there, wasn't it? Come a bit further up there. Come on. I know you're hiding in here. Good. So, let's try and match these up here a little bit. Odd shape indeed. And we've still got a few planks, logs rather. So let's just get maybe one more in here for the moment. Get close to the road down here. Well, this is going to give me RSI in absolutely no time, isn't it? Come on. I know you're there. Good. This little overlapping technique seems to work quite well, actually. Okay, right. So that's more burgages for them to get on with, so we can make sure we've got some space for people to be moving into. And as soon as we've got some planks, we'll get some gardens put on the rear here, ready for some vegetables. And we'll start with the smaller plots to give us the best chance as well. So we're not full on the storage yet. And look at that. Small village already. Right, what do we want in terms of perk? So we've got a strong resource of fish, and we've also got a strong source of salt. So having the stabilized mines might be a good idea. So which one's that? That's, Is that you? 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 It's gonna be the last one I click on, isn't it? So, yes, improved mine integrity. It's the prosecutors. Increased import discounts. That might be quite useful because we don't have a lot of iron ore. Increased retinue cost. That's not great. It's doubled. Wow. But improved armorers. This might be a good idea because that's going to give plus 30% integrity to our salt mines, and that's going to be our primary source of income and exports. So that would be useful to have a stabilized mine network. And import discounts. So 30% less to buy in things like iron ore, which we are going to need. And it's free to establish a trade route. Let's go Nuremberg prosecutors. I don't often do that for a first region perk, but I think that could work for us quite nicely. So we've got a little bit of space for people to be moving into now, so that is all for the good. And it would be nice to get some more people moving in to start operating the charcoal kiln and also getting some people at the granary and the storehouse. And I think we've got a rather beautiful little start here on this map. And if I wasn't so worried about the possibility of us being absolutely annihilated by the Baron and Raiders, I'd be taking my time to appreciate this. But you can take your time to appreciate it. I've got to think about how we're going to avoid being crushed like a tiny little ant under a boot. So that's where I'm at in my head at the moment. Alright, we've got 8 timber. Let's drop down the number of people at our logging camp by 1 again. And get someone working at the saw pit. And I just want to have 30 timber to start with. Always leave a couple of logs, please, for construction. Just the 2, just so we've got enough to actually do something. And as soon as we get that charcoal kiln operational, that'll be good. I also want to make sure we get our trading post down. So it's going to be under logistics. And we'll get our trading post, and we'll pop this just right up here on the King's Road, I think. That'd be a good place to have that, wouldn't it? So we'll get that down there. It really would be nice to get someone in the granary storehouse. Right, we've had someone move in. There's more things are happening abroad that we don't want to think about, really. So, to make sure we keep approval ticking up, I'm actually going to get someone working at the storehouse nice and quickly. Oh, actually, are we? Because we probably need to start thinking about emptying out the fisherman's hut's pantry, and for that, we're going to need someone working at the granary. So we're going to start with the granary, actually. Normally, I'd stock firewood first, but actually, we want to turn it into charcoal as well. Yeah, okay. Making decisions as we go. Only got 4 months of food. Okay, so let's get these vegetable gardens ensconced down here in all of these, because we should have the planks to do enough for that. Good stuff. And once we have some planks, so what are we up to? 27, that's fine. I'm actually going to take the sawpit worker out and send them to work at the charcoal kiln, because that's a more efficient use of your time at present. And we have 30 regional wealth. Is that enough to buy us any vegetables at these plots? I'm thinking beets. And if we've got enough money for beets, we'll wait for these 2 to complete to see if we have this one here. Nope. Okay, so we have to wait for that one there. Not quite right, so we definitely need to get on with the exporting. Well, we've got the trading post being constructed, so we'll get on with that early charcoal export, as is usually my way. Another person has moved in. I'm going to send them to work at the fisherman's hut for the time being, so we can get, again, a few more fish in before winter to help us with our food supply. We've got 4 burgages in terms of space for people to be moving in. It would be nice to get some extensions on the back here, but realistically, we're not going to have the money to buy anything for them at the moment anyway, and the planks might be better used elsewhere. Over at the trading post, let's go ahead and open up a trade on charcoal. We're going to export everything over 10. I'm going to take that extra work we put in the fisherman's hut and I'm going to send them to work in the trading post because the trading routes are quite long and we need to get someone working on that sooner rather than later so we can get our first export done. We've got charcoal being produced now from that firewood, so that supply chain for the sale of goods is a little bit on the way. And look at that. Lovely big foundation there for that trading post. It's a rather pretty one, isn't it? Quite like that. Wonderful. It would, of course, be nice to get some horses. That'll be one of the things on our agenda. So why don't we pop a little road just down the side of the trading post here. And we'll see about putting down a couple of hitching posts along its side, ready for when we can afford to buy those horses. So we'll just put 2 down for the time being. We've got space for more potentially as well. Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the video. If you are, leaving a like, a comment or even a hype really does help the channel reach more people and lets YouTube know this is the sort of relaxing long play people want to see. Thank you so much for all the support so far, it genuinely means a lot. And if you're not already subscribed, please do consider joining us for more peaceful city building long plays. Right then, top up that tea, get yourself comfortable again, and let's get back to the kingdom. Toodle pip! Another family's moved in. I'm going to send them to work at the fisherman's hut for the time being because I think we're making enough charcoal that we don't need 2 people necessarily on the firewood or the woodcutting lodge or the charcoal kiln immediately. It would be nice to bring in some more timber, but we do seem mostly okay for that at the time of speaking. That was a weird way to say that, wasn't it? I do apologise. So we've got 4 available living spaces. It would be good to think about future expansion. But primarily right now I'm thinking about more buildings that are going to help with approval, and that's the wooden church. So it'd be good to get this down. And where would be a nice place to have that? That would look good, but I imagine it's too steep. Indeed. So I might have to have it down here somewhere. Along the river. Anywhere over here it would fit? Yeah, I think that would be a nice location for it. So we'll get the church put over there. And we'll keep an eye out for that first trade to come in from the trading post. We'll make sure that this hasn't done an oopsie. No, it's fine. We've got 100 charcoal already. Goodness. That's really going to help with that initial export. Look at that. The first 100 has come in straight away. We're going to go in and get some beets planted over here. And I'm actually going to spend the next little bit on ordering in our first horse to increase the speed with which we can trade away our charcoal, which is going to increase the amount of money we have available to buy some more beets for these other initial starting plots. Someone else has moved in. So let's assess our needs. I think we could do with another woodcutter at the lodge now, so we'll get them employed there. And we're going to want to get some more planks as well, so sooner rather than later we'll need to get someone back at the saw pit and expand the logging camp. In terms of other construction projects, let's up the priority of the church to make sure construction continues on that and people don't pull off it, but it is going to be a good idea to get a forester's hut sooner rather than later, because we do not have a huge amount of trees to be working with here. I think we'll set them up somewhere over here, and make sure that the very end over here stays well forested, I think. Maybe just behind the trading post would be a good place because we've already got a little road set up here. So we get that one put down just there. Another family's moved in. I might leave them to help with construction of the church for a moment because it does take a little while to get that building up and completed. The manor would be another good thing to get because that, I think, apparently, I never really read these little tips that pop up. So in taxation, we'll need to get that going, of course. 250 influence, that's good as well for us, and the retinue, of course. And the main thing I've heard, apparently, is having the manor decreases the chance of bandit camps spawning nearby, which is either good or not good, depending on if you want to go and get the bandit camps yourself, I suppose. There's none at the moment. It's worth keeping an eye on those, because we do have enough of a homegrown militia now that we could take those out in a little expedition to take care of them and gain ourselves some influence and early money as well, which would be no bad thing. Right, people are still moving in. I'm going to put the next family working at the fisherman's hut again. So the limit's at 212. We're not down to that yet. Let's put it at 110 because that just feels a little bit more even. Just to make sure we've got as much food tucked away before winter as we possibly can. And once again, we're keeping an eye on that regional wealth to see if anything else comes in that we can make use of in terms of planting beets to again help us with our food situation. It's that time again where we need to think about expanding our residential as well. So let's get in another burger spot. I'm going to put a little road in here to make sure we've got access to what will eventually be the salt mines. Plenty of those in the gaming industry, isn't there? Ha ha ha, look, it's a joke. I do apologise. My bad. So we'll put in these burgers here. Once again, I don't want these to be any bigger than they need to be. Something like that there. Oh, was that money? It was, but not very much. That obviously wasn't on horseback. So we'll get our one in there. Was that a bandit camp? It was. Is it local enough that we can beat the Baron to it? Maybe. That would be a good thing to do. So I'm going to rally our forces here. But before we do that, I'm going to quickly get a few of these burgages popped down so that they can be built while I'm off managing the armed forces. I think it's a bit longer. Make sure we get that extension on the rear. And we'll just go ahead and get maybe another 2 of these. So, does it need to be that long? Bring it down a little bit more. Yep, like that there. And then the last one in here. Okay. And those burgages kind of cascade nicely along that road there. We have got 1 spare family. We've got 2 working on construction. There's a bit to do down here as well. I think that's probably fine. Right, so we'll gather the troops. And I don't really want to run them, but we are going to have to start heading this way. We're probably not going to be fighting on favourable terrain, which isn't ideal. If we come in from further over here, we might stand a better chance of not aggroing them straight away. For a moment, I didn't think we had a banner either, but they have actually got a little banner, which is useful. That doesn't always happen. The game's still a little bit in early development, isn't it? Are they still all the way over here? Yeah, they are. Okay, we actually stand a chance of getting this bandit camp. So down here, we've got 3 families. Maybe let's open up the storehouse. So we've got supply for that. And we're definitely going to need to make sure we've got some stone as well. So let's get the stone gathering camp so we can start to get some of that tucked neatly away. And we'll put that over here for the time being so it's nice and close. Good. September is coming. We've almost got the church popped together. I don't think we're going to be able to get the manor because we need that stone gathered. And it's already September, but we'll wait and see. So marching over this way, we've not aggroed them just yet. Let's start coming up this way. I think we're probably still going to beat the Baron here because they've got a very steep hill to climb. Right, so we'll start making our way over here. Right, we've aggroed them. So we'll form our line here. We'll start with a shield wall. So we'll let them charge into us. Hopefully that shield wall will help us in terms of increasing our defense and blocks. It slows us down, but that's okay because we're staying stationary there. Okay. Well, at least we're not completely on the downhill now. Sort of more in a level terrain. I'd like to think we can get away with this battle without actually losing anyone. How close is the Baron's forces? They're over there. Hopefully they don't get the money. I'd very much like to get the money as well as the influence from taking on these bandits. How close are they? They're just skulking up this hill. Look at them with all their lovely metal helmets and weaponry. Well, we will not be employing any of you. Oh, we've lost a lad. Barry! Barry, where are you? Oh my goodness, we've lost Barry. And Terry! Barry and Terry have fallen. But we have been victorious. Right, go and claim your booty. Oh, are they really going to take it? No! So we didn't get the money, but at least we got the influence. And if nothing else, that's going to slow the Baron down. But we did lose Barry and Terry. There's Barry. And there's Terry. He had a newborn child called Terence. I wasn't really approving of the name, given it's basically his name. But, you know, they do what they do, people. Right, well, he's dead now, so let's move on. Everyone say a prayer and chat. What, chat? Goodness, I'm not live streaming. Say a prayer in the comments for Barry and Terry. And remind me of their names. And look, Barry used to live here. Where did Terry used to live? Maybe they both lived there. Oh, that's unfortunate. You all lived in one place. Right, well, thank you for the influence. It's very handy. Church is built, so, you know, go and mourn there if you're really unhappy. Let's make sure we get this stone gathering camp completed now that the church is up. We've got space for people to be moving in. We're at 64% approval. You know, could be worse. Market stall, I imagine, is fine. Oh, we need to allow the storehouse to have a market stall. That would help, wouldn't it? Let's get a worker at the stone gathering camp. So just 1 family left for construction, but that's fine because we're just building these burgages at the moment, so not the end of the world. I think we've made a fairly good start here, haven't we? Hockwig, he's claiming already, even though he didn't win. We did win, I suppose. We just looted while we did all the hard work. We lost men for that, and we didn't even get the money. Well, I think the influence was probably more important, although it doesn't actually really appear to have slowed him down, does it? Speaking of money, hopefully we get our next trade in before too long. Now, the traders are off doing their thing at the very least. We've had someone else move in, so let's get them working at the saw pit once again. It would be nice as well to get another family working at the logging camp. but I think that's probably going to be a little ways off until we get that next family moving in. Got 3 available burgage spaces. Oh, look at that. I'm ready for an upgrade already. Kind of want to save the material, though, to build our manor. Now, where are we going to build our manor? That is the question. Obviously, if we put it in the center of our region, Rangbaku, it's further away from where we are now, but perhaps would give us, you know, a central defensive point right in the center of the map, which could be handy. On the other hand, if brigands are going to come for us, or raiders from off the map, they're going to do it from the edges. So perhaps having a retinue station somewhere over here with a military would be a good idea. And we do have this crossroads here. The King's Road off the map, King's Road that goes up to Rheinspöckel, and the King's Road that goes to Krummellette. So maybe that wouldn't be a bad place to have it. Just have a small manor and small fortification down here. And it's nice and nearby to where we are now, so that it shouldn't take ages to get to for construction. I think that's a good idea. So we just need to wait until we've got a few more logs. Let's just up that limit now to 8. And we'll free up that worker to go and help at the logging camp, so we get those a little bit faster. Good, and we'll pop this down right here on the intersection. Can't afford the tower yet for the retinue, but we don't need it just to get it down. It's October. We stand a decent chance of completing that manor, I think, especially as we've got 2 families available for construction as winter does start to approach. Should we have a little switch back there? I think we should. That makes sense, up to the King's Road. 2 families working on construction. We are down to that 110 fish, so let's reduce the number of fishermen by 2, and that frees them up for construction to help with the manor. Down to 1 available burgage spot, so it would be good as well to expand that. And imagine the marketplace is starting to feel like they could do with a hand, and indeed, they are feeling so. So where are we going to put our next burgers? Potentially up here, but it does depend on if this land is too steep for us to do it. Let's do a little test and just see. Too steep to build, and if we do it sideways, too steep to build, too steep. Can we get 1 across? No. That's fine. So we need to leave this alone probably. I don't think we're going to be building anything there necessarily. We might be able to here. Yeah, we can. Let's get a little road then along this contour. And does that allow us to build just a couple of burgages in this space here? We come all the way up to the edge like that. Maybe not. How do we have it just now? Maybe we have to do this before we put a road down. That's a road tool, isn't it? Not the burgage. My bad. Right, let's see if we can do this. So, something like this, wasn't it? What about coming along here? No, was I seeing things? Is it not actually possible? Yeah, it's white until you click, isn't it? That's fine. So we'll leave that. So where are we going to put our next burgages? I am going to slow time down because I really don't want to run out of available burgage space, because we need to maximize migration if we stand any chance against the Baron and his cronies. We'll put a little extension in across here. In fact, if we take a road up past the Ye Church, a little something like that, and then another one following this contour here, and then maybe hooking back and around like so. We'll switch back there. We get our first couple of burgages in here with the intent of making them some orchards. Lovely, so we'll want a nice big space. Let's come a little less far across then with the frontage. And 3 burgages I think would be good, wouldn't it? 2, I think they're probably a bit too large. It's going to take forever to get the money to build them. So yeah, we'll go for 3. So those burgages are going to be intended for use as orchards. So we can make that approval nice and quickly. And they're just going to be in the nick of time, hopefully, because we need a bit more space for people to be moving into. We've got a bit of money as well. So let's go ahead and get some carrots planted in there. And we can also afford to get something over here. So do we do that, or do we get our next ox? Let's get our next ox. And then I'm also going to upgrade this hitching post to a stable. And look at that, the manor completed. It's November. And we've managed to get our manor, managed to get a church, we've got accommodation, and we've got a population of 47. I'd say that's a pretty good start. And that might even be the most efficient start I've ever made in Manor Lords. Very satisfying, and actually, one of the most pretty starts as well. This is a really nice spawn we've had here. Right, the speed time up a little bit. We've got the manor here. not going to open up with taxation just yet, but I think what we should do is get a little tithe on the way at 3%. Hopefully we've got enough food to cope with that, just because we need to get that influence ticking up so that we can afford to claim another region. And we'll need a bit of money as well in good time, because I suspect we're going to have to pay the Baron off at least once to start with, trying to survive. So obviously we need to prioritise getting these new burgages up and running, but then it would be good to get these upgrades on so we can increase the level of the burgage plots, which is going to allow us to get a bit of money from those as well. We need to get a worker though at the saw pit. We've got plenty of people available. Let's get another worker at both the granary and the storehouse, and we also need to upgrade these. So that really is the priority for the planks at the moment. Let's get a third worker at the logging camp, so we've got plenty of lumber available for them to be turning into planks. And we'll just keep an eye out for when we can build these upgrades. We'll start with the storehouse because that's already full, and we'll then also do the granary. And then once we have a few more planks available, we can get cracking with those other upgrades as well. It'd be nice to have another storehouse and granary over here where we have this other area developing, and actually we should probably continue on this road now because we are starting to expand out this way a little bit. As expected with this region, it's not taking long to fill up the space we're occupying, although we did start in probably one of the thinner parts of it, so it's to be expected to an extent. Okay, build that to there, and start a fresh one, and come all the way along here. Plenty of space to expand out here. We had the mini Boatlandia out here once, didn't we? Boatlandia, it's a name that's going to live on again. Veteran viewers will remember the various Boatlandias we've had over time. Right, can we get this all the way over to this road here? That'd be perfect. We can't leave without putting in a switchback, can we? Is that actually called a switchback? It's not. Please let me know. I say it a lot. Let's get some orchards out here ready, even though I don't think we're going to be able to afford them right away, although we have got 90 that's come in. So I'm going to use that to buy some cabbages to go there, so they can plant those next year to again help with food. We've got 5 months of supply. That should carry us through into the new year when the fish become available again, although it's going to take a little while for that to recover in terms of population. I do find the fish one of the weaker sources of food in the game, I must say. So we've got 4 available workers. How are we doing here? Maybe do with another worker at the charcoal kiln, but it's not urgent. I'm actually going to dedicate someone to working at the forester hut nice and early on, because this does become quite the bottleneck, especially on smaller regions. So I'm going to get them planting up as large a circle as we can that side of the road from the manor, basically. And I wouldn't mind even having 2 families there. It would be good as well to get the salt open as soon as possible. Oh goodness though, we've run out of available living space. Let's very quickly come in here and get that additional plot down there. And where else? We need to think about expanding our dwellings as well. So we've got the salt mines in the way there, or they will be. So we're probably into expanding over this way again, aren't we? So we definitely need to get that additional granary and storehouse down. Let's put a little road in here and treat this as the next zone we're going to expand into then. So I'm guessing what we want is probably some more smaller burgages. Although maybe we could do with a few more veggie plots, but I don't think that's going to give us enough burgages for what we're looking for. Let's get a little switchback in there, of course. Couldn't do without that, could we? And do we do this in one go? Something like this. Could do. And then we could fill the space around with a couple of veggie plots, couldn't we? Yeah, that could work. So that is 5 plots. And we just want to make sure they've each got an extension at the rear. Okay, so that's a start. And then can we get some other burgages in here, making good use of the space? What's wrong with you? Why don't you like that? Too steep to build? Doesn't seem likely. Oh, actually, looking at it, it does seem likely. The land is very much skewed there, isn't it? Can we get another small burgage in, or is that too steep? Probably is too steep. That's fine. So let's look on this side instead. Maybe even starting on the end here. How are we going to fill this out? Well, let's start there. Can we get a plot wrapped around the outside? We can, but not the best use of space. So what about if we put a little smoothing road in there and did it from this side? Oh, that's odd. Not enough goods, but is that a good use of space? No, where's your extension? How bizarre is that? Kind of want to see if this one will just fill out on this side here, don't we? If not, we can use the space for other things. Right, let's let them get on with those construction projects to start with at least. And then plan a storehouse and granary, and maybe that's what we can make use of this space over here for. So we'll get a granary in first, I think. So we plan that. So we'll get that in nice up there on the top. And we'll get this one in down here. Facing downward. Roughly. Like that. And then can we get a well locally? We can. So we'll put that there. Or here. Yeah, we'll put that there. And then we'll get ourselves a market in this bit here. Good. So that's a nice little expansion. We'll get that built nice and quickly so we don't hold up on the migration. Nearly the 80% approval already, which is going to give us that +2 monthly migration, which is going to be essential. Now, we've got some planks. We've got also some labour availability. Yeah, we've got 2 workers at the forestry. I'm wondering about getting another logging camp set up over here, because I do think it's a bit of a bottleneck at the start of the game. We've got enough money to buy in another ox as well, so I'm going to order that in right now. And then I'm going to put in a hitching post just here and get another logging camp built over here, so we can start to take care of a lot of these trees over here, chop them down and make use of them rather than just having them built over by our various expansions. And then we're going to want to start thinking about upgrades and getting someone making some shields, importing a bit of iron as well. In fact, it's free, isn't it, to establish the trade route for iron. So let's go over here. And it's going to be in crafting materials, I imagine. So iron, we want to import. Trade route is free. And let's not get any imported right away, because we're going to want to start making things first for sale. So we don't have to sell our charcoal anymore. And for that, I'm thinking we need to get some salt out of the ground. So let's set the trade route up now, because it's free. This is the perk we selected. And well, let's set this at maybe 10. And we'll sell everything else. And then down here, let's upgrade our first burgage. And that burgage there is going to start making us shields. And this burgage will eventually start making us some spears. We'll get a blacksmith in there. So we'll need to start thinking about getting a bit of industry down for turning iron ore we import into iron as well. And it's only January of the first year, and already we're thinking about all those things, and that's because we just need to, because if we don't have weapons, we are rather stuffed. I suppose one thing we could do, actually, before we get any of that going, is we could start making bows, which allows us to get ourselves some archers. They're the easiest militia to put together, because you only need one thing to have them. You don't need a shield and a spear, or a shield and a sword, etc. for the others. And that means you don't need to get iron on the go. So that might be a good idea. Do we have any local iron? I don't think we do we? No, we don't. Just making sure I'm not missing something blindingly obvious. Okay, and we're probably a bit pushed, aren't we, on food. But hopefully we've got some veggies coming out of the ground before too long that'll be able to take care of that. Market stalls are still looking relatively okay, and we've got these under construction over here as well. Once we've got the money, of course, we'll get some plants done over here for the various orchards we're going to get on the go as well. But for now, let's plan out as we keep pausing, don't I? So much to do though, time's running on, and especially getting closer to 80% approval. We need to make sure that we do have everything we need to have people moving in. So let's go to gathering and the mining pit. And I'm going to do my usual thing of getting down 5 mines. Now, it's going to be very difficult to do because this is the worst time of year to do it. You can barely see the red outline. Kind of there. Well, obviously the center is where that salt icon is. So we'll get 1 here. And then 2. And 3 at the top. And then 4 and 5 on the flanks. This would be the bit I could have got wrong. Oh no, we're okay. Look at that, first time. Good. We'll connect this road through here. But that one... it's lined up. Okay. And we'll connect in these corners. Like that. I'll connect this off to the side. And then we'll come around the top once again. I'm going to keep these snapped nice and close because I like to have industry popped around my mines. And if you've got curved roads or cut corners, that makes that a little harder to do. And we might as well come down here as well, which goes past that charcoal point, so we'll make sure that's connected. And then come down here, around this corner, and around this one as well. And we'll make sure then that's connected up to this road. Good. So we'll get those constructed, which is going to give us a nice source of export. And it would be good as well. Is it the granary that houses salt, actually, or is it the storehouse? Is it the storehouse? I thought it would be the granary. Yeah, it's the storehouse. I'm actually going to turn off salt at that storehouse, and I'll do the same when that one's built. And we're going to build a dedicated salt storehouse just here to house it all, which is nice and close to where we're exporting at the trading post. And it also means it's just being transported into here directly, which is good. It's good to have little dedicated buildings like that. Okay, plenty of people available for construction. Let's get a couple of these upgrades done, because it'll be good to get some extensions on the rear so that we can get ourselves some animal pens and then some goats and pigs, etc. Also expanding our hitching posts wouldn't be a bad idea, and getting workers at that logging camp. Just 3 available burgage spots. It is going very quickly, isn't it? Again, space is a real problem. We are in a very, very thin section here, aren't we? So we are naturally going to become quite long. And look at that, medium village, though. By February of the first year. I'm quite happy with that, everyone. We've got 2 people working, families working at the forest hut as well, to help take care of that issue we can foresee coming. And we're nearly done with stone gathering, actually. Oh dear, running out of food. Bandit camp sighted as well. How close are they? They're there, right. Let's go and take care of them. Once again, we're going to be fighting uphill, which isn't ideal. Food, I'm not too worried about, because we should have some... Track their movement. We should have some veggies coming out of the ground this year already. Right, let's gather that militia together. And let's up the priority of one of these to very high. Right, military has formed. So, can we get away with fighting here where it's not actually on a slope? That's probably our best bet, isn't it? And they're very nearby, though. Aha! This time, we're not going to get the influence, but we should be able to steal the booty. How the tables have turned. Quick, men, run! Get the booty while they're busy. Grab it. Yes! Belongs to my treasury now. Okay, and you can come home. That worked out. I didn't really want to have to fight. So, all things considered, we didn't get the influence this time, but we did get the money. So 104 in our coffers, which is going to hopefully kickstart us a little bit with our retinue. So we'll get everyone back to their jobs down here. And let's get this mine operational straight away with 2 families. Over here, let's get this set up to essentially just take in salt. I think that's all it needs to be doing for the time being. We'll get a family working here. We'll upgrade it and make sure it doesn't have a market stall location. How are we doing for money? We've got a little bit. So I'm going to make sure we get a couple of animal pens on here. And I think it's worth spending some of that money on getting some goats, etc. purchased. And we also want to make sure we get some more veggies planted in that 4th plot. And we'll put in a whole bunch of these animal pens as and when we have the material available. Which reminds me, we want to get this here logging camp operational. And we'll send one of these families over here to go start working it. And then the other 2 families that moved in over here, I'm going to send them to work at the local granary and the local storehouse. We'll make sure this local storehouse isn't accepting salt. Wonderful. All going swimmingly, except for the fact we've only got 2 burgages left. Let's buy some goats quickly before we forget. So we'll get those. And I'm going to continue using the planks that we've got for these animal pens as opposed to upgrades. So we can get them in, because the sooner they're there producing, the better. So we should be producing salt now. Ooh, Rhinesbuckle. Where's that? Just to the north of us. How many spots does that leave for the Baron to claim? Another 2 regions before he starts looking towards us, and we'll need the money to pay him off for sure. Okay, right, come on. Keep pressing on. Do we have the money for some quinces over here? We don't just yet, but hopefully before too long we shall, especially as we're starting to export salt. Let's get a second family working over here, actually, and we're going to buy in that additional horse. A bit less, past the auto-saving. Getting these upgraded to stables wouldn't be a bad idea either. We can free up worker from that stone gathering camp because we've gathered all the stone and demolish that building. Good, salt's being stored up there, and hopefully before long moved over to the trading post. I'm going to cease exporting charcoal now because we're really starting to chop down a lot of the trees, and a lot of that's going to be going towards our fuel production, so stopping that would be better. We've got 3 months of food, and let's get back on with these property upgrades all the way through here. Good, good, good. Down to 1 available living space, so we need to plan our next expansion. Now that we've got our mining pits in, we know where we can get some burgages. So I'm going to extend the road across here, and let's get some miners' rows in, which essentially is going to be some really densely packed burgages. We've only got 4 timber. Let's let that tick up a little bit more, actually. Make sure that we're leaving enough for ourselves. I want more like 16 available now before we cut any planks. And that's because I want to fill out the space here with really densely packed burgages. We're going to need a market stall and supply for that, which we'll put just opposite. And then we'll probably put another row of densely packed burgages on the other side here. Right. Up to 6 timber. Maybe let's build then the granary and the storehouse first. Make sure that road is in there. And we'll put these this end because the market stall can expand out to that space down there. So we'll get the granary tucked nice and tightly in there. Ooh, can we get this tucked in behind here? I'm actually going to delete this road because I think that would be absolutely fantastic if we can get that there. And I think we can do that without having to move this road out too much. Yep, we can. So we'll do that, and then we'll actually continue this along here. Why delete this road? Just so we've got a straight line for our burgages. And it won't affect how that's connected, so that's good. Maybe a little hitching post in here as well, with a little tiny switchback on both these corners. Mostly for aesthetics. I know it doesn't really speed things up, but I think it looks nice. So we'll get that in there. And then we'll get in our market stall here. Sure, a little something like that there. We've got lots of timber and we've got nowhere for anyone to live, so let's quickly get on with these burgages. So, as I was saying, I want these tightly packed as possible. Just missing out space for that extra one there. So how many burgages was that? That is 6 plots. So let's come back until we've still got 6, but we're not using up that extra space on the end. Zoom out a little bit to make sure this line's straight. So that is 5, so we've gone a little bit too far. Let's take that back over a little bit there. Ooh, just on the edge, right. A little bit further over. Right, and is that 6? It is indeed. So we'll get that built there. And can we squeeze one more into the end here? And we can, but it's not going to have a rear extension. But it may be that you're working over at the mines, so it doesn't matter. And can we squeeze one in here? Oh, we can. Just need a few more construction materials. Let's do that. That's going to look absolutely fantastic. Making as maximum use of the space over here as best as we possibly can. Right, we've got a bit of money. I'm going to use that to buy in a few more goats down here. And then because we've got the resources, we'll get that upgraded there. It seems we're mostly shy on logs at the moment, aren't we? These upgrades, etc. So we're keeping on top of the planks. Got 3 unassigned families, so they're helping with construction. 74% approval. And the next thing I want to spend money on is probably going to be on getting ourselves some lovely orchards planted up over here. One family seems to mostly be keeping on top of the fishing situation. We may need to get a second one though as that starts to build back up, but I don't think it building back up is necessarily a massive issue. How are we doing? 48. Did we order in another ox? No, so let's do that because it's always good to have more oxen, and we'll get a few more of these hitching posts upgraded to stables as well, where we haven't already done so. And we've got one down here as well, haven't we? So we'll get that done. Right, any of you ready to upgrade? No, but we need to put extensions on you. We haven't got loads of timber. How are we doing? Have we exported much in the way of salt? I take it we have. Only a little bit to start with. But I'm sure that is just getting up and running. Now we've got 2 horses and 2 workers there. Right, we've got 4 families. Do we want them all working on building, or do we want to get them into some industry? Probably. We need to get some more market stalls, don't we? Not too bad, actually, although I'd like to get ahead of the situation. So this is our first storehouse we're going to set up specifically just for domestic supply, which basically means we want it to only have charcoal, clothes, And we allow tools as well, so nearby buildings can repair themselves, and that's all we need. So we'll get someone working there, and we'll get someone working at this granary as well, just to make sure we've got the supply for all these houses that are going to start having people moving into them. Let's get a goat ordered for you there. And we'll wait for a few more planks to populate before we can get those constructed. Good, and actually we might as well over here as well set you up with some custom limits. So we'll let you have some building materials, but you don't need to have most of this other junk. You certainly don't need to have firewood. That should all be being turned into charcoal. Simply lovely. 6 available spots for people to move into. Only 4 months on food, so we may need to address that by getting a couple of extra burgers in to do some lovely... Well, can we do this round? Intrusive thought. Can we do this? Get a larger rear extension? Doesn't look right, does it? What about if we did that? We can. That's tempting. I'm going to do that. Put a little spur in here for you, so we can extend that road. Wonderful. Yes, we need a few more burgages in for some veggie plots, don't we? So I don't really want to take care of this deep forest because we can use that for logging. Let's get an ox order in there. So maybe expanding out this way a little bit into this area would be the next thing to do in terms of burgages. But as more people move into here, I think we probably want to get more workers into these various mining pits. So we'll get one in each because I think that's a more efficient use of people from what I've seen of the game. We'll get that upgraded there and there. Okay. And let's start to get some extensions on the rear here. Why don't we get some chickens into these? Gonna have to wait for a bit more wealth though to do that, so we'll execute that upgrade. We'll get another row of dense burgages in here, but not before we do this expansion over here for some more veggie plots. Now, did we ever start making bows? We didn't. So let's get you, and as soon as we've got some regional wealth. Didn't know you needed regional wealth for that, actually. I mean, got loads of regional wealth. It just came in, though. So we'll get you set up as a bower, so we can start getting a group of archers together, because population-wise, we're doing pretty well. Up to 86 already. 75% on the old approval scale. Let's get that upgraded there. And actually, that should allow us to build a couple more chicken coops. I think we'll do this whole row here as chicken coops. There we go. It's looking a little better. 224 days until raiders in here, so we've still got a little bit of time to prepare. Wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. Can we open the castle planner? Can we get that out the garrison tower on now? We can. And it might be worth building up some resources so we can get ourselves a little wooden wall, just so we do have a location to defend from. I don't think that would be a bad idea, because we're definitely going to have people coming after us. Right, so we've got you producing some bows, some war bows, so at least we'll have another region, another group of people to fight. What are they called? Militias, that's the one. Right, let's quickly come over here and get some more lovely animal pens on these burgages. 6 properties, that's fine. I know obviously we want to buy in some orchard stuff. We'll definitely want to do that this year, so maybe as we get a bit more money in, that's what we need to be spending that on. Market stalls are still looking good. I'm a little bit more on top of this than I normally am, actually. The next person that moves in, I'll probably want to send them to work at this granary. Okay, so let's think about some vegetable plots. Now, we've been having this kind of nice splodge, I guess, approach to how we're expanding in this region. I think I'd quite like to continue in that kind of vein of doing things, but at the same time, it needs to work with, you know, a vaguely efficient use of space. Put a couple of switchbacks in there. So I suppose we could continue expanding across the river. That might look aesthetically quite pleasing and give us a bit of a consistent kind of use of burgages, whereas if we expand across this road here, that's better for the moment because we have better access to our marketplaces, etc., and not so far away from the rest of our industry. But then you end up with this massive line of burgages that separates them from the next one. So I think we probably want to go out in sort of this direction, and that probably works better with the contours of the land here as well. Yeah, it does. So maybe down from this road and up from this one I think would be a good idea. So let's put in, coming out maybe from this road here, if we were to turn this into a little diamond section, a little bit like that, and then bring out a road that kind of weaves its way in between the top of our region and the bottom and connects in over here. And then we'll make sure it finishes with a little switchback. Yeah, something like that. Okay. And then see about getting some burgages along the bottom here. That go all the way up to this middle road. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's pretty good. They are quite long for veggie burgages though. That's my only concern with those. But if we had less, they're massive. Probably too big. Decisions. What if we bring this top section in here and angle them a little bit more like this to start? Oh dear. I did not mean to click build. Quickly pause the game and delete those. I do not want pencil thin burgages. Thank you very much. Right, let's get rid of them. Better. Tiny little one on the end there. Right, let's start that again. So come across here and go more like this. Yeah, in a little bit more. I kind of like them to be roughly straight with the burgages. I don't like it when you've got, if we did this for example, I don't like it when they splay out like that. I just don't think it looks neat and tidy. Okay. So, okay, 3 plots there. I think I'm quite happy with how that looks. And then we are going to then get a road that pops up in between these two here. And maybe that would be a good place to actually switch directions. We don't have to all along the river, I suppose. So you could have some dense burgages in there even. Or, if we did this, having just said I don't like how this looks, I'm going to go back on what I said immediately. What about filling out the space a little bit like this? Make sure that clicks the right place. They're very big, but I do quite like that. They can make for some really pretty orchards, couldn't they? We'll see. Right, we'll build those in there. There's only a few of them. Maybe I don't mind it when there's just a couple. We'll have to wait and see. Right, let's get all of that construction moving on smoothly. And this granary storehouse will cater to these guys to start with, but we'll probably need to get another one over here before we move on much further. So maybe that'd be a good opportunity to put in a little break up over here. And we'll get some granary storehouse and market stalls in there, as well as hopefully a well. No, there isn't. And then that'll break up a little bit how we do things over here as well. Okay, nice bit of expansion planned over there. How are we doing? So we had that pause most of the time, so we haven't made loads of progress, but that's not to say we can't get on. It's going to be chickens here, isn't it? Get that in there. Then let's see if we can't save a bit of that regional wealth. Oh, having said that, we need maintenance, don't we? Right, let's quickly make some adjustments to our industry and get some iron imported. So on the old crafting materials, we want to get in maybe 50 iron ore. I'm just going to have to suck it up and get that on the way. And we've got a little bit of space in here potentially, so can we get ourselves a bloomery in here? We can. Very nice. We'll pop that there. We're also going to need to get ourselves in a smithy. So, what was that? Where's that camp? Ooh, very close to us. Where's old Hildebald Senator's force, is it? The other side of the map. Right, we can definitely take care of this one. Let's quickly form ourselves our first unit of archers, because some is better than none. We'll get them over there. And then we're actually short on weapons. How are we -8 on warbows? Weird. Okay, and then let's make sure we get a smithy as well. Where can we fit you? Ah, just in here. Yep, that's as good a place as any. Alright, you're not going to run. Let's start deploying our forces towards the bandit camp here. If we approach from this side, then we should be able to avoid fighting at a significant disadvantage on a slope. Just hopefully they don't get aggroed. Ah, they do. When we cross this point. Right. Let's set up our shield wall here. And we'll set up our archers behind. And then, just as soon as they're in range, we'll open fire. And at least here as well, actually, we have the terrain advantage as well. Not too bad, right. Hopefully our archers will be able to make a bit of a difference as well. I'd like to think we can get away without losing anyone in this particular conflict. Why have they stopped? They haven't. They're just moving very slowly. So Adam's are used to playing at high speeds. Okay, right. Open fire. Good. Yep, they're opening up already. So as they charge across this little green towards us, we'll be putting a few arrows into them. Hopefully that'll reduce their numbers from the get-go and make the lives of our spearmen a little bit easier. Actually firing together as a group there. Well, we don't appear to have taken any of them out, but at least we have rattled them, hopefully, before they've made their way to the shield wall. And can we still shoot them with our archers from that position? Doesn't look like it, so I'm going to relocate them to this side. I am going to run them to position to make sure they get there that little bit faster. Then hopefully we'll be able to re-engage firing into the back of them to support our militia, who have a significant advantage. They are slightly fighting on the uphill. Right, is that far enough? Open up fire from behind. Lovely. So arrows firing into the side of them as our spearmen do the work on the front. Good. Hopefully, with that, we'll be able to break their morale nice and quickly. God, those poor lads on the end taking all of the arrows there, aren't they? So even with only 10 archers, it does seem that we're making a fairly big difference to how the battle is going. Let's move them down a little bit further. Ah, they're broken. Good. Right, you can go and capture the bandit camp. And you chaps can come home. So we can get you back to work as soon as we possibly can. So as soon as you're back in the home region, we'll disband you. Good, that belongs to my treasury now. Fantastic, so a little bit of money, and we've even got enough influence to claim another region. I'm not going to, just because if I leave them unclaimed, I think the Baron will go for these before claiming our region. But if we claim another region, then it's 50-50 to whether he claims the one we're in or that one. So it might buy us a bit of time to not claim a region, if that makes sense. Right, let's get you home. These burgers have started to go up, so let's make sure we get them ready for their vegetable plots as soon as we possibly can as well. 4 months of food, so I think probably getting those vegetable plots active is going to be a priority for us, because we're expanding so quickly on our population with 78% approval, nearly up to that 80% already. Maybe over here we should have put these in as vegetable plots. Food for thought. We're obviously spending a bit on importing some iron ore now as well. Let's get a family working at the bloomery. We probably only need to have 30 iron at any given time. We've got a bit of iron ore that's been imported. How are we doing? Making a fair bit of money from salt now. Are we exporting all of the salt that we have? How much do we have sat around? Hello, salt. 16 salt. Okay, so we do look to be pretty much exporting everything we're making, so some more families working in the salt mines wouldn't be a bad idea. Granaries are a bit stretched, but we can't really afford anyone extra to work there at the moment. And I can't really buy those in there because we need to get veggies, which we can now do though. So it's definitely a priority in terms of quantity of food, so I am just going to buy beets. They're cheaper, so that allows us to plant up 2 fields as opposed to just 1. As soon as we have extra planks pop in, we're going to get those up for vegetable plots as well. Again, just making sure we're working on the thing that really needs our attention most at any given time. And then we'll get these 3 in here as well. And with these massive gardens that are probably too big, we may have to actually reduce in size to make them work properly. Hopefully with those, we'll have plenty enough food to see us through. Smithy has finished construction, so it would be good to get someone working there. And that is definitely taking up a fair bit of the workforce now. Just 1 unassigned family, but people are still moving in. And there are still upgrades to be had. Why don't we make you into a little vegetable plot? I think that fits nicely in between the houses there, and we'll be able to plant you up nice and quickly as well. We've got the resources, so we just as well get these upgrades done. Yep, because we've got all of those on there. Still got 9 spots for people to moving into as well, so I don't need to worry about getting those expansions done just yet. But if we've got the resources, then I suppose it wouldn't hurt to do so. Because we are going to need to have plenty of people working there to work such large fields. I think each of these had space for an expansion, didn't it? I hope they did. Otherwise, they're going to be some very hard-worked families. Good, right, well, we're certainly starting to fill up the middle of this region here, aren't we? Let's go into the castle planner and plan out our little keep. So, it doesn't need to be massive. It just needs to be big enough. It's really annoying. I'm sure you used to be able to plan out a manor without having enough goods. Right, it's planks that we're going to need a lot of. Well, at least we know that. I guess we'll come back to that later. Let's speed time along then. And we'll get that upgraded there. Let's get some veggies in here. Don't even have enough money for that. Goodness. Smithy, I want you to make probably 30 tools. It needs to be what we have. I'm tempted to open up export and fuel again, but I don't really want to be honest. Goodness, we've got plenty of firewood. I'm actually going to reduce the number of woodcutters and increase the number of charcoal kiln workers to make sure we're not using firewood where we could be using charcoal, because that would be a terrible inefficiency if that was the case. Sure it's not. I'm sure my workers wouldn't do such a thing. I'm going to keep that storehouse work, although he could be working in a mining pit, but I think he's better used in making sure we're getting nice, efficient supply of salt to our lovely little export market. We have got 5 months of food. It's not the end of the world. Just would like to have more. Let's get an expansion on that one there as well. We planted these up at all this year? What are people doing? No one lives there yet. That'd be why. We're not really going to want those families assigned to much else either. Okay, we do have expansions for all 3 of those as well. That's good. We'll get those on, because we're definitely going to need those if we have any chance of getting those operational. That'll be why we're short on planks, because the saw pit has been botched. Hopefully, though, before too long, we'll have a few tools coming onto the market. Got 110 days till the raiders are near. How are we doing? We're nearly up to 31 out of 36 on our first unit of archers. And we've got warbows now, so we are recruit limited. Which is fine. We are equipment missing on, obviously, our spear militia. I don't think we've quite got the industry yet to stretch to getting some spears being made, especially as we're spending all our money at the moment on producing just enough iron to hopefully get some tools manufactured. No tools at the moment, but I assume they're all just being used up. How are we doing for iron and iron ores? We've got a little bit of, got a few iron slabs, and we've got a bit of iron ore as well, so that is happening, if slowly. Right, so while we've got a bit of available construction labour, and while there are planks, we want to make sure that we're getting these built. We haven't managed to get our orchards down in the second year, well, the first full year, I suppose. This is the second, before the second winter, so we'll have to make sure we do that for spring if we possibly can. What are the costs over here? So 93, 540, 198. I suppose we could put quinces in the larger one, so that'd be 180. Pears in the smaller one, 297. 186 for apples. Okay, that's definitely an option. Planks just trickling in. So we'll just work our way across with our upgrades. And we'll save the money so we can get these planted up as soon as we possibly can as well. Because I think if we don't get those up and running next year, we would definitely start to be running into some food problems. Just 82 days on the raiders. We're not going to have a defensive manor by then, but hopefully we'll have a few more people moved in to work at the militia. Why can't we afford this? 38. We've got more money than that. Not enough regional wealth. That's a little bit weird. We need to save and reload for that one. I have to wait and see if that continues to be a problem. Unless the money has somehow been allocated elsewhere. Didn't see how though. How are we doing for those planks? Still really struggling. I imagine now that is just because the place needs a bit of maintenance. That's a stable. Why am I clicking on a stable? Saw pit. Oh, you are maintained now. We should be making a fair amount again. Are we just using it all on those straight away? Let's get a permanent livestock assignment to you. And there is a nearby stable, so that's absolutely fine. Do we actually have 92 regional wealth? No, we've got 9. That would explain why we didn't have enough to buy in these veggies down here. It was obviously pre-assigned to buy in some lovely iron. Well, that's it for our starting settlement, isn't it? Looks rather nice. Got industry up and coming. Got plenty of farm production up and coming as well. It would be nice before too long to start getting in a bit of stone as well to upgrade the church, but I don't think we're there quite yet. We're 78% approval. The other thing we want to start thinking about is clothing, of course, and getting in some sheep. But realistically, we need to wait for our finances to stabilise a bit for that, which I think realistically means getting more people working in the salt mines. So we've obviously got 12 available burgish plots, which are all concentrated over here. That's not to say we can't get a few more built ready. So why don't we get in our second row of miners' houses, which we'll build across here. Make sure we start in the right place. Right, so how many can we squeeze in here? So that's 6. Can we stretch that to 7 by making it a bit longer? Still 6. It's very nearly 7. I think we get 7 in here, can't we? Good, that's 7, and that's actually not bad for the rear extensions. So we'll get those built there, ready. And then we will pop a little road in behind them to maintain some good connections. Lovely stuff, and hopefully that'll give us the workforce we need to really start ripping that salt out of the ground and sending it away for export to bring in a nice income. We do have an excess of warbows, and it's going to be a while till we've got enough people to use them, so it might be a good idea to start exporting those, although we can't afford... Let's keep 36 at any given time. We can't afford to establish that trade route yet, so that might be the next thing we want to make sure we're buying. We're up to 30 tools, so hopefully the purchasing of iron ore will start to slow down a little bit in the not too distant future, because the smithy will have stopped making tools. Krumelate. Yep, so the next region's being claimed by Hinderbolt himself. Fortunately not us, he hasn't turned his greedy little piggy eyes to us yet, but I'm sure he will in time. So we'll have to make sure we're ready for that one when it comes. 6 unassigned families. I imagine those are people who have started to move in over here, and although they're not assigned, they are very much going to be very busy. The few people that have moved in over here since we did the assigning, it might be worth getting them working at the local granary and storehouse to keep on top of the supply chain. Oh, you're a carpenter. It's fine. Actually, storehouse capacity is fine, but that additional work at the granary is a good idea. Let's get that upgraded while we can, and we'll also do the same with these burgages here. As and when. Really struggling on that regional wealth because we're spending so much on the iron ore import. I don't want to pause it, but we're not, like I said, we're not terribly far off. Once we've got, up to what was it, 20 iron or something? Let's check in with the, where are you? Bloomery. Yeah, so you're making 30 iron, so we're up to 30 iron. We can probably then set the amount of iron ore we want to 30 as well. And then we'll stop purchasing that quite so much. Oh, bandit camp, where are you located? All the way up here. Let's wait to see where the Baron comes in. And there's no sign of you. Right. In that case, let's assemble the men and see if we can't do some plundering. So once again, don't want you running because it's going to be hard enough going uphill as it is. And we will send you in this direction. Please come together. Don't go on your own. In fact, if we come over this way first... Right, where are they? Okay, they're all the way over there. It's fine. Raiders near. Where have the raiders come in? Oh dear. Oh, they're here as well. Go back home. In fact, no. Make your stand here on the slopes. Oh dear. Right. Well, we've rather been thrown in at the thick end here, haven't we? Let's assemble our shield wall here. And we'll assemble our archers behind. Hopefully we're not close enough to the brigands that we aggro them at the same time. That would be a disaster. It's all happened at once. I really should have been paying closer attention, shouldn't I? Right, let's actually set you up here. Let's set you up here. And please, 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 please. Don't be so close that we aggro these guys. Okay, we look okay. Right, let's focus on the battle down here. It's all going on. Right, let's open fire on these chaps, please. Move our shield wall forwards a little bit. Because we want to be fighting on the slope if at all possible. And hopefully we can do a fair bit of damage to them before they close. And have we aggroed these chaps? We haven't. The Baron's probably going to get them, but as long as we don't lose too many of our own men, I don't care, to be honest. Right. Oh, practically firing into the back of our men then. We haven't got friendly fire on, so hopefully they're not accidentally shooting our guys. Let's keep an eye out for where these other bandits are. Let's just feather the forest a little bit, looking for them. We don't have a sight line on these guys. Maybe let's come to the side, see if we can engage them. There was definitely more than one unit. Oh, they're all the way back here. Okay, we might be able to actually engage them one at a time. Hopefully no one has headed down directly for our village because it is currently undefended. They do look like they're being aggroed towards us at least. Okay, and we've actually turned around a little bit here, which actually isn't too bad because look at that. Oh, very nice. Broken in one go. Right, let's reform the line with our lovely spear boys. And we'll also reform our archers ready for these chaps when they come into range. And I think that'll be a very fortunate start to the first raid. Raiders appearing. We'll actually survive it. Brigands are still there for us to take care of as well afterwards. Right, we want to be engaging these guys as soon as we can. Once they're in range. It'd be nice if we had a bit of a better range indicator, because I suppose that does give us a bit of an indication. It's kind of hard to see though, isn't it? This line on the outside. Right, so they should be in range there. Yeah, good. So we'll start showering them with a hail of arrows. Firing into the forest. Very nice. A full unit of archers is certainly making a big difference to the damage we can do to them before they hit our shield walls. And this really is the formation I love to use. A little shield wall, a strong unit of archers, and do as much damage to the enemy as we can before we engage. And then if we lose line of sight, we'll go around the side that we have there. So we'll come round. In an ideal world, we fight on such terrain as we can always get a shot down on our enemies. Right, I know you're tired, but move you around to the side so you can assist. Bring our shield wall back a little bit so we can open fire into the rear. And they're making progress over, but not fast enough. We should be able to get that bandit camp as well. And a few more volleys from archers, and we should absolutely smash the remaining brigands. There we go. Right, let's come out of shield wall, and let's start making our way back up towards these brigands. And I think coming from the side is definitely going to be worthwhile, because we do not want to be fighting on this downward slope. That's not going to go very well for us, I don't think. Right, back at home, how are we doing? We got any money yet? No, not a lot has happened in terms of finances, although a few people have started to move in, and we've got a little bit of plankage available for once, because that's been repaired. And we've actually got a good supply of logs as well. Let's execute then a number of upgrades, so that at least we've got some building work being done while we're away. And we'll also get some animal pens built on here, but already running out of those planks. Okay. The Baron is sending his chaps through our region, but that isn't a problem because they're not aggroed on us. They're going for these brigands that we want to take care of. Let's push up here. Right. Whoop. There they are. Right. Shield wall here. And you please open fire on these brigands. There we go, a couple of arrows coming through. We are going to be fighting on the downslope here, which isn't ideal, but a couple of full volleys from our archers, and that should give us a reasonable advantage anyway. Right, line of sight is gone. Let's quickly come off to the side, make sure we come around so we don't engage them accidentally. I know you're tired, men, but, you know, you're doing a good job. You're saving lives today. You're doing good work. Let's make sure we expose the rear of the brigands here without disengaging. That's good. Look at that. They're falling nice and quickly to our bows. One more volley and I think they shall break. Good. Right. Let's see if we can't take care of the bandit camp before the Baron gets his lads here. And we will send our archers home to be disbanded. They've done good work this day. They've certainly earned their keep. Splendid. Well, I don't think that could have gone much better, could it? 5 months of food. Ah yes, that belongs to my treasury now. Thank you kindly. And we'll also then bring these lads home. And we've got a little bit of money. We could settle in another region with that amount, but I don't think we can defend another region. So I don't think there's any point in doing that at the moment. Let's get these lads back and disbanded. And the same with these lads here. Good. So they can go back to their day jobs. Planks are back up. So let's get these animal pens in along here. Splendid. We might get those 4 pigs to give us a good supply of meat. Very up and down with this plank supply, aren't we? Certainly got enough logs though. Timber. I don't know why I always call them logs. Just waiting for that additional money to come in, aren't we? Well, at least we've got these here that have been planted up, or started to. Not much in this one, is there? What tell we? I mean, of that, this would be very nice if we could actually manually place buildings within a burgage, because we could put the main burgage here, put this building here, put this on this side, then all of this could have been used for planting. And same with these. This is why long burgages aren't as good for vegetable plots, because you get the little shack where the vegetables go, taking up all of your space. Never mind, we've no point complaining about it, that's just the way the game is. And at the very least, we have got plenty of space for people to be moving in, even if we don't have enough really to support a larger community. Let's get a second unit of archers up, because we have the bows for them and the recruits. So we've got 2 units now, to allow us to field a few more. Build a couple more extensions on over here. And at this point, we're just waiting for a bit more money to come in, aren't we, realistically? So we are getting a little bit in here and there. And how are we doing for iron? No, we keep checking, but it's good to know. We're getting there, aren't we? As we keep saying. While we have got that money, I'm going to quickly get some cabbages planted in this little plot down here. And I'm also going to order in another ox. So make use of that finance before it goes away. Be good to get more workers down here, but I don't think there's any way we can save them from. Well, I haven't said that. We've got lots of logging, haven't we? Logs? Logging? So we get another worker at the mine from them. We've got 7 unassigned families. But I imagine a lot of those, yeah, are moved in over here. So we don't really want them assigned to much. Probably they could go and work at this granary. So we'll assign you here to help with that supply chain. And then we need to get in that additional granary and storehouse over here that we were talking about earlier. So we've got the granary. No, build the storehouse first. It's a bit longer, isn't it, in terms of a plot. So we've got storehouse there. And the granary just there next to it. We'll get in a hitching post just here. And then we'll get in a market stall behind. Come on, snap to roads. That's big enough, so we'll put that in there. And there's a bit of space in there for another burgage, potentially. So why don't we see if we can't fill that space. Yeah, it's one way to do it, isn't it? We'll have a couple of smaller ones, I suppose. Yeah, let's do that. Quite like the look of that, to be honest. Right, it's been a very long time since I've had a cup of tea, so I'm going to go and grab one quickly, because my throat is in desperate need of a hot beverage. So get yourselves a drink too, and in a couple of seconds we shall continue. Toodlepip. Right, so lovely hot refreshing beverage down the old gullet, and just having a quick look as we're speeding time along, and we've got 86 salt sat around, which to me means we need more workers at the trading post. So let's get an additional worker up here, maybe even 2. Now look at that, a bit of money's come in, so let's get another horse ordered as well, so we can get that set up nicely. And we'll put down another hitching post here to make into a stable, to make sure we've got enough space for everyone to go to. So that's with 1, 2, 3, 4 workers at the mining pits. So obviously that's bringing up enough salt that we need to expand our export market a little bit. And with that 143, can we get our next veggies planted? Nope, but we can buy some quinces over here, so we'll do that, even if it is the smaller of the plots. We can start to get some trees down this year, which is of course one of our main goals. We've got 25 in each of the retinues here for the archers. Now I would like to change them out for crossbows eventually. I think I do like my crossbow units. So let me know in the comments below, what is the real difference, if anyone knows, between the crossbow and the bows? Do bows fire faster but crossbows deal more damage? Like, what's the deal? I'd love to know, because I do like using the crossbows, but they're not as good as archers. I'd like to know if it's the other way around. I think they do slightly more damage than the archers, but I don't know if that means they fire slowly. Please, if you do know, let good old Typical know. I'd love to hear it. As usual, you pop a comment down below, and I'll get back to you with a voice reply. I do love having a chat with you in the comments. I think it's a wonderful way to get to know you all and just have a good time. It always brightens my day when I see a comment from one of you. I love getting back to you. Anyway, talking of getting back to things, I really ought to be pushing on here, haven't we? We've got 7 families moved in. How are we doing for market stall, etc.? A little bit pressed on granary, but not terrible. That being said, have we set up our limits over here? We have not, so let's set these up so they only have the necessary goods. And make sure that we're not stocking salt, but we've turned that off anyway, haven't we? Yep, that's good. Let's get one of the local, or maybe even 2 of the local families at this granary, because we don't want them doing other important jobs, because they won't have loads of time, because they're very much working on planting up their own places. we send you to work? Did that not... Did you not... Hello, I gave you a job. Let's get that upgraded as well to a large granary while we're at it. And look at that. I've never been so on top of the granary and supply chain, etc. It's very unlike me. Doing okay for materials. How are we doing for money? 145. So what do we have in here? Beets and beets. So let's get some cabbages in there, leaving us with 1 monies. Hopefully that's enough. I take it we've got there with the iron, which is why this is happening. Yes, got 30 iron, nearly 30 iron ore. And we've got those additional workers as well at the trading post, working on exports. Have we shifted some of that salt? We've shifted some of the excess that we had, which is a good sign. Oh, look at that. We've got 139 warbows. My goodness. They've really started cranking those out. Let's go down here. We don't need to have more than 100 at any given time, that's for sure. Did we... We couldn't afford that trade route, could we, though? Be good to buy that. Next time we have 80 coins, shout at me and remind me to buy ourselves a lovely trade route so we can export that a little more efficiently. Good. Well, another thing is... Oh, there we go. Do it now, quickly. Pause the game before we spend it on something else. Let's get ourselves an export on warbows. Good, we'll establish that trade route. What was I saying? Yes. We need to continue expanding our military. It'd be good to make some shields and spears at some point as well. Maybe now wouldn't be a bad time to do that. But I really think we ought to have some more people move in before we start to do any more specialised industry. You're all going to be piggies probably. And it would be good to have a few more burgages over here. They're kind of near the industry where the iron, etc. is. So maybe there's a little bit of space here we could fit those into, without getting in the way of the manor. So perhaps these could be our blacksmiths and shield makers. If I go all the way out to here, can we fit an extra burgage in? We can. Does make for that not so nice look in my opinion though. How far do we have to come across before we get that additional burgage? So that gives it there. So what if I then turn on snapping? Oh, it's so close, isn't it? Right, what if we come across a little bit more here? Okay, and squeeze up there. Okay, that's better. Let's go for that. And we'll plan for those to be a bit more of a specialised industry. And we'll take that road right across the back like we have done there. Connect that in. Right, where was that bandit camp? All the way up here again. Let's assume we can get there before the Baron and rally our forces. And then we'll see where the Baron spawns in his boys. As usual, don't really want you running. Let's make your way up here, please. Although, probably to this side. You're running. Stop. And where's the Baron? Over here again. Okay, yeah, so we should be able to take care of this again before he gets here. And with all these archers, we should barely need to engage with our spear. Just make sure we don't get too close. Nope, we look like we're fine. So let's put our spear somewhere like here. And we'll get our archers placed in behind. Watch out for when these guys get aggroed. And looks like we're okay. Right, so let's push in a little bit. Good. And we'll shield wall up here. Slow time down a bit. Open fire. Right, hopefully, with all these archers, they shouldn't even really close to our lines. I know with this many crossbows, pretty much we'd be able to decimate one unit of brigands before they closed. Look at all that fire going in against them. Very good. Oh, I would not want to be leading that charge. Oh, and another 2 volleys hit them before they even hit our wall. They've lost 2 of their number. And I imagine we're not going to be able to see now. So let's go out to the flanks. Oh, they're broken already. Right. Send our archers home. Run our spear on to take the booty. Lovely. Perfectly executed. No losses. Just used a few arrows. Let's get that claimed. Belongs to me now. Send these chaps home. Get time pressing on once more. Lovely, we've got a bit of money as well. Let's spend that on ideally some apples here. But we could plant them there. Decisions. Well, you know, the sooner it's in the ground, the better. We're going to get some apples in here, and then we'll have a massive plot here for pears, potentially. Or we might even get quinces. Doesn't need to be pears, I suppose. We can always get another burgage set up for those. Still got 18 spots for people to be moving into, so we're not shy on spaces. One of these families over here, then, we can send to work at this storehouse, which we may as well upgrade to a large one as well. And at least those families are being made available for construction, I suppose, even if they're not currently manning fields. Up to 20 planks. Let's take off this restriction. Or maybe let's set this to more like 300 planks now, because I would like to start getting some planks ready to build a construction for our manor in terms of a wall. Take a lovely gulp of tea there. I'd love to see where these unassigned families are. I guess they are just mostly over here, aren't they? We've got one in each of these, I believe. So that's 3 of the unassigned families. And this is probably 4 and 5. Yeah. And then that just leaves 6 and 7. Probably somewhere over here. Okay. So we don't have an excess of workers over here, so we can't go increasing industry, etc. How are we getting on with this forestry, by the way? Are you all planting up nicely? It looks fairly dense over here. Hopefully it's getting even denser by the minute. Planks are starting to pour in. Is there any upgrading we can do? There is. Okay. So, in fact, we can get these down to 36, actually. 136. Yep, let's quickly get some pigs ordered in at these burgages here. Go away. Honestly, getting stuck on screens here. Right, some pigs in there. And let's also upgrade these to level 2 burgages as well. Do we have the resources to do so? Ooh, 300 all of a sudden. Let's get some quinces planted in there. And then we'll get these upgrades done. And then we'll want to start getting some more veggies in the ground. Oh, look at that. Look at all those beets. It's going to feed us nicely. Food is looking pretty good, I have to say. Very nice. Good stuff. And market stall and supply chain all looks good. Food is on the way. Winter is coming. That's fine, as long as we don't see any White Walkers, that won't be an issue. Let's order in another horse, so we've got 4. I think exporting the warbows there has made a massive difference to our economy, which is absolutely wonderful. So, if we're really going to get people moving into all these available burgages, then what we need is to increase the migration. And to do that, we need to make people happier. One of the ways we can do that is by upgrading the church, actually. So, let's see about getting the resources we need for that. So to start with, we can get something locally, and that is, I say locally, not that local at all, is it? But let's get down a clay pit where we can send someone to work so we can start getting some clay in, so we don't have to buy it in. We will then need to produce some roof tiles from that, so we'll get a clay furnace down, and we'll squeeze that in over here somewhere where it would otherwise be too steep for something anyway. So we'll pop that just there, and make sure that's connected up to the road. We're also going to want to make some mortar. Now, we probably have some rubble stone. We're going to have to start importing it, though. So we'll get a lime kiln down next to where we've put down our clay furnace as well. Let's come over to trade and make sure that we are importing up to 50 rubble stone at any given time. What else are we going to need? So we're going to need some dressed stone, obviously, as well. And that's something, again, that we don't have locally. Now, if I remember correctly, dressed stone isn't that much more than buying in undressed. It's a lack of a better word. So let's just set that to import 20. Good. And then when we have the money, we'll need to get that trade route established. But that's not going to be immediately, because we still have plenty of other things we need to be buying for, such as these burgages over here. Willed Wand is being claimed. And that, my friends, would be the last region before the Baron comes for us. He'll have all the regions on the map apart from our very own, so we really will be up against it. We have a population of 135, so we are growing, and hopefully we'll be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Baron when it comes time, but I don't think we're there quite yet. I'm going to hold on to the money for the time being. I know that the taxation will come, and we'll have to start making a bit of money through our manor to be able to pay the King's tax. But really I want to maintain that money rather than spending it on the retinue. For the moment I want to be able to pay off the Baron if he does come for us. That's why I'm keeping a little stockpile of that. So let's get a family working here, as inefficient as it is, because we do need to get some clay. And then we'll get a clay furnace worker probably a little bit later on, because there's no point getting him now, because the clay is going to take a little while before it gets here. So we're going to want 15 mortar. It's 10, I think, isn't it, to do this? Yeah, so 15 seems a good idea. And then we need to wait until we've got the money to buy that trade route, as discussed. Okay, what are we thinking then? So, how are we doing for planks? 54. Deforestation is going mad, but that's fine because we are reforesting over here. Well, the next thing we need to start thinking about is, if we go to the farming tab, it'd be very good to get in some sheep. So actually, let's go over here and get ourselves a livestock trading post, which I think we'll put down on the King's Road near where we have our trading post already. If we can find a spot here where it's not too steep. So that's good there. And then we'll get down a sheep farm. Where are we going to farm our sheep? We're in the middle of the valley, so the elevation isn't a problem. And it's too steep to build here for the most part. So actually, if we could get use of that space for our sheep, that'd be great. So we'll put the sheep farm here. And then let's see about filling up some of this space here with pasture. So we'll turn on snapping. And let's actually fill up this space here. Now, as we know, long and thin is the name of the game when it comes to sheep pastures. So I think we're probably going to pretty much stick with that mantra for the most part. So I hear the nasty noise. Let's quickly get another couple of these down, and then we'll go and deal with wherever or whatever that is. Given the noise, I imagine that it is raiders, which we'll definitely need to take care of if they are nearby. Okay, and a little bit like this. Get another one here. Let's turn off snapping. Make these nice and thin, because they don't need to be wide, as we've learned through various experiences. Most recently, when we played on the No Roads playthrough, but also previously on the Perfect Clifftop Kingdom. Right, so that should be plenty enough space to be getting on with there. 3 enemy units spotted. Where are they coming in? Okay, down through the valley here. So it's pretty close to where we are. So let's rally our forces to this end of the village, because I suspect we will need to make a defense of our homeland. So we'll have 2 units of archers, we'll have our spear, and we'll also have our retinue. Right, so we'll want to face them here. We don't really want anyone running to their positions. We'll get the retinue in with our, as small as they are, in with these chaps here. We'll form up our archers behind. Okay. And hopefully we are ready to receive the absolute thieves and brigands that think they can just waltz into our region and take what we have from us, kill our families, and otherwise be nasty, nasty boys. Where are they? Where are they going? What are they doing all the way over here? Well, they're not approaching from the direction I thought they would. Let's just watch where they go for a moment. Right, so 1 unit is coming down for us. Right, we'll have to deal with these afterwards. But we should be able to dispose of 1 unit pretty quickly, even just with our archers. Okay, so we'll take care of them. They may come down this way anyway, and then we'll pivot to take care of those. Right, come on, archers. You've practiced before. This is what you've been training for. Defense of the realm. Here they come. Oof. You'd have thought they'd break before they even get to us, taking that many arrows. But I don't think they're going to have much luck engaging the retinue. Right, where's that other unit? They're still coming down. Look, broken already. Okay, right, let's take up a position on the bank here. And we'll line up our archers. And hopefully these guys don't go and start burning anything down. Come on, fight me. Come and fight me. Don't run away, you cowards. Right, they look like they're coming back down this way now. Anyway, let's engage with our archers once more. Firing across the river at those who would pillage and burn. The brigands do seem directly attracted to the retinue, don't they? I know one of you did mention in the comments that they do tend to go for the retinue first. And that does appear to be the case, so I'll have to make good use of retinues, and we're going to have to make good use of retinues on this playthrough as well, because we don't have much else available to us, because we can't hire in any mercenaries. You should have a look at them there. Yep, they do. Send a couple of volleys into their flank, and I imagine they will be donezo for the time being. There we are, broken. And that just leaves the remaining unit coming in over here. So once again, we'll deploy our retinue to the flank, and we'll have our archers ready to take these chaps on as they come in. Speed them up a little bit. And where are they? Right, let's open fire, men. Very much know the drill by this point. And the arrows are flying. Defense of the region is assured. Now, did any of them actually fall in our region? Possibly in that first wave, so we may have to get a corpse pit dug. And I can't believe we've got this far into a playthrough without me putting down a corpse pit. So we're definitely going to have to remedy that. Right, they won't take long to break at all. I'm actually going to disband this unit. Don't think we need them. Go home. The retinue and the archers have got this. And the retinue's so small, it actually pivots around so quickly that it opens up the flank. There we go. We've taken care of them. Right, so I imagine there are some corpses in the region, so I am going to build a corpse pit. Because I don't want to take the happiness penalty. And where are we going to put that? You know what? Unless it tells us we need to, I'm going to leave it. Just on the off chance we can get away without building it, because we don't have a massive region. I don't really want to clog it up with a corpse pit if we can at all help it. Right, well, raiders dealt with successfully. Jolly good. Where were we? What were we up to before that happened? Completely forgotten what I was doing. Sheep. Oh yeah, we do need to bury someone. Okay, that's fine. For the time being then, we'll put the corpse pit in just here. And we need to get a bridge across... Actually, no, we're not going to put it there. Tell a lie, because I want the bridge to come across here. And connect into the road there. So that means putting the corpse pit just there. Right, so we've got a few people working on that. Have we got any of that clay come in from that far off mine yet? 4. Okay. We'll wait till that's a bit higher before we start getting anyone working on the production of tiles. Right, we'll get a family working at that corpse pit so we can get maybe 2 or 3 families. 4. Right, we'll quickly get it done because there's 16 people to bury, so we want to get that done and dusted. 21, goodness. We don't want to take that happiness penalty if we can at all help it. And we just need to wait for that money, as we were talking about, for the dress stone. But the production of these buildings should be done. So we'll get a worker at the livestock trading post, I think. And we want to be importing sheep. Let's get 20 to get started with, so we can get on with breeding nice and quickly. And we need a worker at the sheep farm as well. Where are you going to be living? Quite far away. Could be worse. Could also be a lot better. So once we get people moving into these buildings over here, we'll need to do some reassigning at the livestock trading post and at the sheep farm. So we'll just keep an eye on that and remember that. They're a little bit closer for the lime kiln, so that's not too bad. So we've got the planks, we've got the mortar. So now it's just the other 2. Let's actually take away the lime kiln work, and you can go and work at the clay furnace. And we're done with burying those raiders. Not that I think we should have bothered, just let them rot and the crows have them. Put them up on spikes to let people know that they can't just come to our region and take what they want. But there we are. Apparently that's not really the way to do things. Something about it being, unhumane. I don't know what they were complaining about. Okay, so we have got a bit of money coming in, which is good, good, good. Ooh, start to get people moving in down here, actually. Where do you work? You're unassigned. I'm going to quickly reassign, then, the worker at the sheep farm. So I'm going to send you to work at the sheep farm. And where do you work, sir? You're a trader. That's fine. Anyone else living down here? Not just yet. Let's get you some goats, sirs, so you have those to look after, because we've got a little bit of money, so we shall assign that to you. And as spring settles in nicely, we're just ticking along, putting up all these lovely burgages we have, and hopefully aiming to get our approval up that little bit higher to get to that +2 monthly migration. Market stalls are still looking good. Plenty of planting to be done. And I imagine we're starting to spend a bit of money on bringing in some sheeps. Indeed. We have 3 alleged sheeps, which is a good start. Fuel will need upping at some point. Look at all that money that's coming. Wow. Absolutely wonderful. Keep an eye for when this person moves in as well, so we can go and send them to work at the livestock trading post instead of the other chap. Got a few roof tiles as well. If we had a bit more, we can actually establish that trade route. Oh, there we are. They heard me. Wonderful. That's because we've got these 4 horses now. Right, let's establish this trade route for dressed stone, so we can get that in nice and quickly. As painful as it is to buy something that expensive. Approvals dropped. I'm assuming that was due to the corpses. We have now taken care of that, so hopefully that ticks back up nicely. It's not showing as a negative effect, but I'm assuming that was part of the problem. Come on, someone else move in. I want to get you assigned. There's work to be done, and I've earmarked you to do it. How are we doing for chickens, etc.? So, I mean, we've got a few eggs, got a little bit of milk. Need a few more carrots by the looks of things. That'll have to be the next thing that we plant up. There we go, you've moved in. So I'm going to unassign... How am I going to unassign you? I'm going to assign you first. And then I'm going to go to the home of this... Oh, you're both local. Oh, bother. Okay, well in that case, yeah, we just want one person working there. Never mind. It wasn't really an issue to start with, it turns out. Well, where are you going to work then? There was definitely something else around here I thought would be useful to have someone local at. Let's reassign the clay furnace worker and see if that takes you. You're still a trader. Was it you? You're working as a herder, apparently. And you're unassigned. Who knows? Who knows? Well, you know what? I imagine we will need another granary worker before too long, so perhaps you can go and do that as soon as you're nice and nearby. We'll get that upgraded to a large granary, and we'll get this upgraded to a large storehouse as quickly as humanly possible. And hopefully we keep moving in the right direction. We've certainly got plenty of influence now, at least. And we have still got money coming in, which is going to help with the sheep area. And as you know, seeing as this seems to be where we've set up for that dense burgaging, I'd imagine this is also a good place to think about having our textiles industry. So we've got that dedicated storehouse here, so I think it would make sense to use that for textile as well. So let's go into this little setup here. We're going to allow you to have leather, hides, linen, and yarn, and then boots and clothes. Okay. And then we're going to set up just opposite here a few items that we'll need for those. So we'll get a tannery, which we can actually pop right in there on the corner. And then we'll get, I think, a couple of weavers' workshops. How's the steepness here? It's actually okay. So I'm actually going to get a road going back up here. And we'll get down a couple of weavers' workshops. Here and here. And you won't have terribly far to go to get to this storehouse. So we could put in another road like that, which I think looks splendid. And we could even have a few more burgages along here, couldn't we? Filling out this space and give you a bit of a local workforce. So we could even have the tailors in here. That seems a good idea. Right, so these are going to be for the tailors' buildings. That's where you'll live. And we'll get another road up behind here. Maybe we'll curve that. We'll have that join in there. Yeah. Just so we don't end up with a load of straight lines. And then maybe we'll come across here for some of the next burgages. So we don't want to get too close as well to where we're going to put the manor. Splendid. Right, well that's coming along swimmingly. Money's still coming in. Sheep are being bred. Hopefully we've even got a little bit of wool. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it? We do have a little bit of wool. So that's coming along. Let's get a worker at this tannery then, so we can start to make some leather in anticipation of that requirement. How are we doing? Did we get that stone? And we do, right. Let's get the large church upgraded. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe that'll just get us over that tipping point to get to
plus 80% approval, which will give us plus 2 monthly migration, and then we'll really be cooking with gas. We're nearly full on recruits for the 2 units of archers. It would be nice to start making some crossbows at some point, but we need our economy to stabilize a little bit more before we do that. I think we could still be mining more salt for export as well. So as more people move in over here, that's something we'll want to be assigning them to. Let's make sure actually, now we've got a little bit of money, that we get plenty of goats purchased in here. Let's produce lots of milk and hides. And we'll put some chickens in on these plots. And then do we have enough money to buy in some carrots for one of these enormous plots here? We do, so we'll get those planted there. We'll keep an eye on how well those are used. We may need to make them slightly smaller, maybe cutting them off somewhere around here, but we'll have to wait and see if that's necessary. Ox and stable for you. And this logging camp is certainly making headway into deforesting this area. Forestation is looking okay over here, but we're not deforesting a huge amount over this side at the moment, which may be wise. So let's get another forester's station down. And maybe we'll put that just here on that road we built. And the 76 clay is still to be extracted, so we will leave you extracting that. We might as well for the time being, and also leave you working at the clay furnace as well. There's plenty of people who are presently working on construction because of all those people we have over at the vegetable plot, so we don't want doing much else other than the actual management of their own properties. So if we have the space over here, I would like to get these families working, where possible, in the salt mines. Sorry everyone. We've got 417 left in the surface deposit before we need to extend them down below, and then we start running the risk of collapses, so we'll make good use of that and try and remember to come back and build some deep mines, which I must admit, I often forget to do. And we've got a bustling little settlement here, haven't we? Wonderful. Really coming together. I'm happy with how this is going, that's for sure. I'm not going to bother putting extensions on these. It's extension or expansion? It is extension. Because it's expansion if we're putting on additional living space. Because I want them saved up to upgrade to level 2, and then we'll put them straight onto a textile production chain. What do? You're a miner. If I assign someone here, where do they live? Terribly far away. So we are not going to be doing that. We'll wait for someone to move in locally before we assign you. That's not to say we can't set up your working area. So maybe let's concentrate you a little bit more on this side. Because I know our other chap, where is he? Over here. Your working area is more this side as well. That's fine. I'm sure there's space for both of you to do your jobs. Splendid. We'll keep an eye on the amount of salt we have set around, because if it gets too much, then it would be an indication to us that we need to get another trading post set up, which is probably something that's not terribly far away. We've got lots of planks, so why don't we revisit the construction of the manor. So once again, this doesn't need to be massive, but hopefully we can make it usable. So to do that, let's get ourselves in a gate there, and then we'll put a gate over here. And a gate here, so on all 3 major roads, that's no surprise. And then I would like to have these little gate traps here, so we can funnel our adversaries in towards us, and hopefully later on, if we can upgrade this to stone, we'll have archers that can sit on the walls and can fire in on them. But I don't know if that'll work. I've experienced a couple of times in this game where it isn't really designed like that and doesn't quite work. Let's get ourselves a couple of outer towers, which we'll place on these corners. Maybe we'll place them just off these corners. If I put them independently, sort of like that, facing out, we'll line them up 90 degrees with that wall we've just placed, and get them close enough that they won't snap, as close as we can without them snapping. And we'll do the same on each point here. Like that. And like that. And then finally on this side. like that, and here. Now, quite often, recent playthroughs, I've not really had a wooden manor. We've upgraded straight away. But this one might be here for a while. Okay, then we'll extend these roads out to the edges. Because we don't have a local source of lumber. Are these facing the wrong way? Is that why they've attached like that? Yeah, I think so. Right. May have to turn them round. Let's just check where that wall connects, actually. Why is it all connecting on that point there? Are these the wrong way around? What's going on here? Right. I'll tell you what. Let's not do that. There's an easier way to do this, I think. So what we'll do is we'll delete each of these that I've just placed. Oh, that ruined that, didn't it? Right, let's quickly do that bit of wall and bring that back out here. If I build the bit of wall, like a flat section, 90 degrees like that, and then place an outer tower in the center of that, yes, that's much better. Why is that on the wrong side, though? So, the little balcony is meant to be at the back, is it? If I place that, can I spin that without breaking the wall? Don't think so. Alright. So finicky, isn't it? If I place that there and then drag it forwards, turn it around the right way, which is weird enough in its own. Right. Can I edge you round so you're correct? Come on, don't fight me. Don't fight Typical. He wants good things for you. Okay. Too far. Turn it back. Turn it back. Okay, and then bring it this way a bit. And then bring a little wall off that. Right. Laborious, but did work. So let's do that on the other two sides here. Okay, and then outer tower once again. So it's easy when they snap the right way around. It's just these ones that don't that are absolute pain in the backside. So are we better off placing this one like so? Yes, we are. Okay. And these ones here. So the ones on the right of the entrances are fine, isn't it? It's the other two that are a pain. Do that. Bring that back out here. Build the wall. Right, is that all of them? It is. And then I was thinking of curving the connecting walls a little something like that. What are you... Why are you... Oh, you were red momentarily. Okay, guess you're fine now. Right, and then the final wall here. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. Not ridiculously big. We do need 66 timber to be able to construct it, so we're not going to be able to do it right now. So we'll close that, but we'll come back to it, and that's basically the shape for the manor that I'm thinking we will build. It might be worth temporarily setting the plank limits. We'll go to the saw pit, and we'll set this to 150, because that's a little bit more achievable. And then hopefully we'll be able to build up a little bit of extra timber and construct that manor sooner rather than later. In fact, what I might do is pause the saw pit. So actually do set the limits to 300, but pause it. And hopefully that'll allow us to build up enough timber quickly that we can get the manor constructed. Because what is it? We need 66. We do need all of the planks we have, though. Maybe we can't afford to pause that. Right. Where are you? Hello? I've lost you. You may continue. For the time being. We may have to revisit that. We do need the planks. Okay. Well, it's on the books. We know what to do now. We know what we need for it as well. 278 monies. Let's buy some beets over here. Once again, we'll need to keep an eye on how much of this space is actually being used. Granary and storehouse, etc. still look fine, but I think we might as well assign another family over here because we have people local and available to do so. Church is upgraded, 76% on the old approval. Hopefully that keeps ticking up. Another job for one of these local families over here is going to be to go and work at the church and keep it well maintained. We may even assign 2 people to that role, since they're going to be busy with their own farms much of the year round anyway. Still 11 spaces for people to be moving in. Fuel is down to 6 months. So, did we have anyone else move in over here? You're a carpenter. You're a miner. Where did you move in? Oh, all the way over here. Oh, let's make sure we get some hens in over here. Why don't we get some lovely little chickens? Got enough to plant here. Maybe we should wait for the cabbages though. Hopefully we get some fruits before too long. And maybe that'll be what pushes us over that 80% approval. Yeah, you can see there's a few coming onto the market now from our initial plots, that'll be, I imagine. Good. How are we doing for sheep? We've got any of those in yet? Yeah, we've got 10 sheep, 3 lambs, so we're starting to get that operational. Do we have possibility of starting wool production? We do, but again, I think we need a few more local people before we can open that particular industry. Still bringing in a little bit of cash money. Yes, because I would very much like to get another worker at the woodcutter's lodge. But I need someone else to move in over here to enable us to do that. We'll just check that everyone here has got a job, but I think they do. Yup. Yes. Your trader. Herder. Primary worker. Trader, not traitor, don't worry. We'd make swift work of any traitors in our midst. Miner there. Smelter. Charcoal. Good. You all look busy. That's fine. As soon as we get someone moving to this road, we'll just have to remember to send someone to go and work over at the woodcutter's lodge. I suppose we could open up fuel production over this side as well. That might be a good option. Actually, we could forest this space here, couldn't we? Let's do that. Let's get down a forestry hut here. And a woodcutter's lodge there. Get rid of the corpse pit for the time being. And we'll put down a charcoal kiln. Just here. And we'll try and keep this forested, at least up to a point. And we can use that to produce some fuel over on that side of our region as well. So it's not all coming from one place. That seems like a splendid idea to me. To make sure we keep on top of the fuel situation. How's the militia doing? Looks like we've filled up on those 2 units. Would really like to get some spears in that produced as well. Right, that family's moved in. I'm going to send them to work at the woodcutter's lodge as discussed. And I'm going to assign you. What do you do at the moment? You're a warehouse worker. Maybe wait for a few more people to move in. I know we haven't really massively expanded our salt mining, but yeah. Needs must. Whoop. More bandits. Alright, they are a long way from us, but I think it's still wise that we do assemble our forces. So we'll come out to the fields here. I was just saying, we really need to get some spears now produced, but we don't currently have anyone available to do so. Speaking of which though, have we managed to get rid of the rest of this clay yet? Not just yet. I think maybe we just bite the bullet. Let's get you set up as a blacksmith. I think we're just going to have to get on with it. So we'll get that constructed. They're still a little ways off, so we'll just keep rallying our forces over there. And just as soon as we can here, we want to make sure that you are set up to make some spears. Although actually you'll be doing that by default, so we'll leave you to it. So we'll set up our archers here. We'll set up our infantry in the front. And make sure nobody is running. Shield wall you. Let the manor take the retinue take the brunt of the charge. Okay. Have we got that? together yet. Not just yet. I suppose everyone's off getting ready for battle. They're coming around on the flank there. Let's engage you there. Engage you there. So they're going for the retinue anyway. Right. These chaps worry me. Oh no, they are coming back down towards us. It's fine. I was worried for a moment they were going to smash into our own men then. Right. We want at least 36 spears available at any given time, so we'll set them with that task there. How are our men doing over here? Both units of archers are engaging. It really would be good to get a larger retinue, wouldn't it? All things in time. Well, 2 units of 36 archers are certainly making quick work of the enemy here. Right, they're broken. We'll reform them ready for these chaps. Oh, actually, let's send both of those in against there. Looks like our spear is holding their own against this unit at the very least. Come on, men. Don't lose anyone. Right, you need to engage. You need to pull these chaps back. Run! Run, darn you! Oh gosh, we definitely don't want these guys engaging. You do not want your archers taking a charge. We just about managed to avoid that. That was not ideal. Right, we shall punish them for their insolence with a swift couple of volleys. Good. Right, everyone go home. We are going to need to rebuild that corpse bit straight away. I think maybe we'll just build them as and when we need them, though. So we'll get that down just here. We'll get a bunch of people working there pretty much straight away. And we also, as well as making swords, of course, we're going to need to make some shields. So we need to get a shield workshop together in the form of joiners. Get some workers at this corpse pit. It might be that the number of battles we have and the number of dead we have lying around cause a bit of a problem. Where are you taking that dead person? What are you doing? Are you going to bury them at the church? We didn't lose any of our own, did we? Anyone mourning? I don't think so. Yeah, weird. Right, let's get some workers there temporary. Yes, it might be that really hampers our approval. I mean, we're up to 80% now, but I don't know if that's going to drop again as a result of the conflict we've just had. We'll have to wait and see. Got a nice chunk of money. Let's quickly make sure we spend that on some cabbages. Okay, and got chickens for you down here, didn't we? Right, down to 6 available burgages. Now, like I said earlier, we'd get to this point and it would start to feel like we're cooking with gas, and I do indeed feel like we are cooking with gas. Right, let's get shield production. Again, I want at least 36 of those at any given time, so we can start to fully equip that spear militia. Have we taken care of all those corpses? Very nearly have. Just as soon as we've done that, we will unassign all these peeps here. Good. So you can go back to your day jobs. Military-wise, let's get that second unit of spear. And then I'd like to start looking at the possibility of getting crossbows up and running. But I think that's going to have to wait a little bit, because once we're done making spears, we can start making metal parts. And once we're done making shields, we can start... well, we can just start selling them, to be fair. And then we can turn over bow production to crossbows as well. As I imagine, we've sold quite a few of those now, and they're probably not worth quite as much as they were. Only 2 each. Do we have what we need to make the castle happen? Nope, we're still shy on logs. That's fine. We're doing a lot of construction, so it might be a minute before we get that operational anyway. A few people have moved in over here. Do you all have jobs? You're woodcutters. You're unassigned. So do we have 3 spare families here? We do. Let's assign 2 of you, actually, to this forester's hut to make sure we're getting that happening. And what else do we want to get operational here? Well, let's start getting some yarn produced. So we're ready to start on clothes production. And we need to start thinking about where our next expansion is going to be. So we're probably looking a bit stretched on granary now as well. We are. Let's send you to work at the granary for a moment. No, maybe not. Let's get another granary and storehouse in play. So I could really do with knowing exactly where this comes up to. So we're kind of good from that road onwards. So if we get in a granary and storehouse here. Hopefully those aren't going to get in the way. Okay. Come on. Yep, like that. And then let's get some more dense burgages in this space here. And we can basically mimic what we've done on the other side of the road, can't we? In terms of the numbers. Bring that out a little bit further to make sure we get that expansion on the rear. Build those. I don't think any of that's in the way. Nope, that looks fine. So more burgages being built. And then we should probably also expand out in this direction. Let's get a road in here. And form it a little something like this. With our switchbacks as per usual. And in this gap here, let's get down a granary and a storehouse. Can we get... not enough goods, really. We really are running through all those goods, aren't we? No rivers in here, so underground water sources rather, so we can't get that in. Let's get that there. And we'll get in a hitching post or 2. 3? No, just 2. And market stall.
Meat so tender, it practically melts in your mouth.
Oh, is it?
Come and
That's
see for
nice.
yourself.
I shall, thank you. Right, we'll get in our market stall here. I want to use up more space than we need to. What about if we came across the front like this? Yeah, that's better. So we'll get that in there. And then we can look to make our next expansion over here. In terms of our agricultural areas. So I'm thinking possibly some more burgages set up for orchard production. So why don't we continue this curve around here. Back up in this direction. A little something like that there. And then could we get a bunch of burgages like this? My goodness. Ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. What about if we came on this side? Still ludicrous. But I kind of like it. It's kind of speaking to me, man. Don't know what happened there. Good grief. Maybe let's not take them all the way. What if we put a little road... Split this into 2. Say little. We did something like this here. With a little switchback at either end, as I have become very fond of doing. I wonder if that's going to be the most shot. Right, game everyone. Take a shot every time you hear switchback. If someone could go back through the video and count how many times it's said, that would be wonderful. Thank you for your service, if you do that. But I don't imagine that's going to be a 2-minute job. Right, can we get these set around here in a way that looks good? Hopefully we can. And we'll get 3 to 6 burgages set up in this space. So that's 6. That might be pretty good. The other option is to do it from the bottom here, I suppose. Let's do a quick look to just see what that would look like. Yeah, not much different really, is it? In terms of the overall impact. Although these would be straighter. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Right, that's what we'll go for. But obviously we need the resources to make it happen. And we need 8 logs for that. So we'll wait for those to pop in. Definitely delaying construction of the manor and its fortifications. But you know what? We've been doing pretty well without it so far. Look at that. We're starting to equip the spear militia. That's good to see. Good to see. 5 timber. Wait for another couple to come in. How are we doing over here? You ready to upgrade? What don't you have? Water access. Whoopsies. Classic, typical. Forgetting to give people basic necessities. Right, we'll get the water popped in there. Where's our initial well? Let's maybe expand you to be a larger water source as well. To make sure we're getting everyone what they need. We do have one down here, don't we? I've not forgotten this one as well. Let's just put one here just in case. What do you do? Unassigned, you can go and work at this forester's hut. And your job is to keep this little glade here forested. Oh dear, cold. We have fuel, don't we? Well, not loads of it. Well, it's a good job we're taking care of that over here, isn't it? You don't have water access either. That's brilliant. Just brilliant. Right, we'll send you to work at that woodcutter's lodge. And we'll send you to work at this charcoal kiln. Get you upgraded as well, and you as well. You are just outside of the water access by the looks of things. Right, that's taken up all that timber we were going to use for other things, but that's fine. Ah, look. We're running out of salt. We need to get these deep mines built. So let's get all of these constructed, and we'll have to start making sure we've got the tools to maintain them, which at the moment looks like we do. So that's absolutely fine. Good, we've got upgrades over here, so we can get those done, and that means we can get on and produce some clothes before too long. Goodness, all these upgrades. Don't tell me these are all because they didn't have water access. That's almost certainly the exact reason. How long have you guys been shouting at me for that? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's get a market stall in here. I think we've got space to go all the way along like that without being in the way of the castle. Maybe just. It is saying it's gliding, actually. Okay, let's not put that there then. Maybe let's build that after we've built the manor. Or just put a smaller one in somewhere else. Right, we're definitely running into log problems again. I'm just going to wait until we've got 8 timber, and then we'll build these burgages over here, and then we'll return to the upgrade process. And hopefully the additional workers we have on getting some firewood in will help with general production of some winter goods. What's population at these days? Oh, it's got 191, nearly up to 200 people. We've got 395 cash in the bank, and as we start to build up a bit of money, it might be worth doing a little bit of taxation, although drop below that 80% approval, which is sad. I guess that's just as our supply of things like fruits drops in and out. Yeah. Well, that's hopefully what we're going to start taking care of with these additional burgages. So how did I have this set out? Was it something like that there? They're kind of skewed that way. Do I need a smaller front bit? A bit more like that. What's going on there? A bit weird. Nope, longer of anything. Okay, so could do 3 like that. What if I come down one more tick before I start? Nope, makes it worse. We're going higher. Probably only so high I can go with it. Still following that curve though. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I think we'll go for 4 because it means this isn't too big. Maybe we do bring it down a little bit actually, because it's a waste of space up there. There we go, that's better. We'll still go for 4 though. So we'll get those built. And we've got lots of storehouses and granaries ready to start catering for all these dwellings once they're in place. But that's not just yet. Okay. We haven't specialised the granaries at all, but I don't think that's a problem at the moment, really. And yeah, lots of upgrades to do because we've supplied people with water. I imagine that's going to help with approval. It does indeed. So that's getting us to 81%. Let's start with a little bit of tax. Maybe just 2% to start with. I would like to get that retinue, but, you know, the Baron has claimed all of the other regions, so I can imagine it's only a matter of time until he starts pushing a claim on us. And we definitely want to be able to pay him off because we do not have the military yet to face him on the battlefield. I mean, we've got some troops, but we haven't even filled out the max number of units we can have with the max number of people in them. And then we certainly haven't started to equip them with the materials they need to have, you know, gambesons and helmets and chainmail, etc. That is definitely all to come. And ideally as well, we would expand and get ourselves a proper retinue. Right, if we notice throughout the years they aren't planting these kind of lighter spaces here, we'll definitely want to make these burgages smaller. But it's not right on the top of my priorities. I mean, really, top of my priorities is getting a bit more firewood. So let's get a 3rd family working at this woodcutter's lodge. And that's maybe making me think that we need to get ourselves another forester down. So I'm going to put that down next to the first one. Are we making clothes? We should be. No, we shouldn't. That's what you're going to do here. Right. Once these upgrades are done, we can actually get a chap installed. I mean, another thing, completely unrelated to what I'm talking about there, but I know I spend most of my time looking at the game like this, but isn't it so much prettier looking at it like this? Just not as efficient. I feel like I'm doing a Rithian and playing in strategic view. If you get that reference, let me know down below. Alright, so we're out of planks completely? My goodness, what do we use them all on? Upgrading, I'm guessing. We'll wait for those to populate. We might have to slightly down the limit, actually, of timber we want available at any given time to make that happen. A little bit more firewood popping in. Hopefully it's going to help us. At least it's spring, it's not the middle of winter. So we should be able to cope with a slight shortage of firewood. But definitely something we'll need to take care of before we get as far as winter. Yeah, definitely low on construction materials. Well, the tree line is receding, despite all we can do. I mean, we are growing at a fairly rapid pace, so we are consuming a lot of materials as we go. I thought I was being pretty proactive by having quite a few foresters in play, but obviously I've not had enough. We're going to have to start buying in firewood. That would not be a good state of affairs. Right, let's get ourselves our first tailor shop down there. And we'll upgrade your neighbour there as well. I'm going to be a little bit careful on upgrades because I do indeed want to have materials. How are we doing for weaponry? Do we have plenty of shields and spears stowed? We've got plenty of spears. So I'm actually going to get the blacksmith to start making iron parts. Because we're going to use those in the production of crossbows. And I imagine we've got plenty of war bows as well. So we could switch over to crossbow production. Yeah, let's do that. We're going to switch over to crossbow production. It's going to be slow and steady, but I'd rather have them starting to populate than not. Looks like we seem to have abated the immediate issue with the firewood and charcoal. Definitely don't have the resources though to build this manor, so that's definitely going to have to take a back seat for the moment. Well, 81% approval, only 6 dwellings left to move into, so expansion is still the name of the game. We'll get these popped on over here, and we'll also need to then get their extensions set up for some lovely, lovely orchards, and don't they look nice next to the church here. The pond is in a lovely location as well, relative to the river, and I'm really happy with the start we've made here. So far, so good. Will it continue this way? Time for a quick tea break, and then we shall return to continue with our expansion and hopefully our eventual domination. Toodlepip. So families are moving in at a rate of knots. We've got lots of properties ready for the upgrading, but we're still a little shy on the old plankage front. I imagine it's because we're using so many for our warbows, etc. still at the moment. Although we have switched over to a focus on crossbows, but you know, they take timber to make as well. So with at the moment, where's our logging camp? Where's our loggy boy? Loggy boy, where are you? We never relocated him, did we? Right, there he is. So they're obviously going quite a long way to cut down said trees. So why don't we relocate this particular logging camp? And we'll move it out up to the top of the edge here, not far from where we have our lovely foresters' huts, and I think we'll just take on a little road up here. Maybe straight up to a point there. And then we'll curve around this last little section. Yeah, very good. Almost like a little train track siding there. Quite like that, to be honest. Assigned a few extra people to the foresters' huts, and I've also, thanks to your lovely comments, I have reduced the work area size significantly, because I've heard that apparently, because they look for a random spot within where you've assigned them to plant, the larger the area you assign them, the longer they walk for, so it's much less efficient. So we've gone for a smaller circle there, and I've gone for a smaller circle as well for the other one, just behind that, in the hopes that they'll be much more efficient at planting, so we can get even more trees set up. As soon as we get this logging camp back constructed, we'll make sure we get a couple of families working there. And there we go. And actually I'm going to put 3 families. No. The day has come. The Baron has laid his first claim on rank Baku. We of course will not submit. Now it's our military. We've got some spear boys with shields, and we've got some bow boys, but they aren't terribly well equipped, and we don't have much in the way of lovely manorage. What am I talking about? Retinue. Right, we will have to negotiate, I think. We've got a little bit of money, so hopefully we can do so. So we will resolve this battle on the battlefield. Yeah, interesting, so the battlefield is here in the center. And how many units is he bringing? A quick look. Yep, as I suspected, it's enough to make me poop my pants. So, straight away, we're going to go over to this, to the negotiation table. Negotiation. We can end this squabble. Please. Please, I will give you 50 coins. Please and thank you. Send. Yours truly, Typical T. Will he buy it? Peace declared. Wonderful. My claims are non-negotiable. I may withdraw my claims for such a price. Hang on. That doesn't make any sense. You're not very consistent. You know what? Let's not antagonize him. I'm sure he'll be back as it is. Good, they've gone. Whew. Right. That would have been a very bad day for us. I suspect there were rather a lot of the old baronites coming our way. So through... What? Now there's brigands. Oh my goodness, we cannot catch a break, can we? Well, that's what we get for setting the Baron to aggressive, and for setting the raiding frequency to frequent. I suppose they come frequently. Right, men, rally to the banner. Where shall we fight them? We shall not head them off at the pass, because they'll probably end up going this way. So, rally in the fields of Rangbaku. Rally to the defense of your realm. I love the word realm. It's a good word, isn't it? Realm. Very exciting. Right. Yep, they're coming along this way. Right, you know the tactic. Good grief, don't do that. Be balanced, for goodness sake. For starters, none of you should be running. It's a terrible waste of energy. You should know that by now. We will set up our bow here, and our spear here. Okay. Here they are. Are we going to get a lovely little icon? We are. Let's deploy here. Oh dear. I'm making an awful mess of this, aren't I? Right. Hopefully they're all... Looks like they're all coming from one direction anyway. Right, hopefully we don't get attacked from the flank. We'll wait for them to get into range. And then we shall unleash hellfire upon their face holes. Right. You attack him. You attack him. Push forward to defend. Right, so we've got on two flanks. First unit has hit. Let's pull these chaps to make sure they've got a shot. I do wonder if we're at risk of losing people here. Right, you need to defend your flank. Oh dear. Right, focus. Focus fire. We may have to run these chaps away. Quick! Ah! Run! Run, damn you! Oh dear. Oh, we're losing a lot of men there. Right, this hasn't gone very well, has it? Right, hopefully the archers can slow down this troop before they smash into the back of us, but we're going to take losses, that's for sure. Oh dear. Well, this has not been quite as glorious as our previous battles, and we've definitely taken losses this time. Now, we didn't mobilize the retinue as small as it was, so maybe next time we should make sure to do that. Well, it's not like we're in danger of losing or anything, but this has certainly been a setback. How many did we lose? A couple of men from there, a couple of men from there, a couple of men from you. Yes, not a good day, all in all, for the defense of Ranbaku. Things did not go well. We've got people working over here so they can work on burying the bodies, and we'll get a corpse pit for all of our foes as well. A wake-up call that even the brigands can cause us casualties if we are not prepared militarily. So, something to keep an eye on. Where is our plank boy? Do you have any limits set up for you, my friend? Is it the 10 timber that is keeping you back? I think it is. What are we using all this timber for? We're still doing construction over here, I believe, aren't we? Yes, just got these houses together. Well, there's a few people mourning around here, that's for sure. We've only got 5 dwellings left for people to be moving into. So, let's make sure we've got a permanent livestock assignment over here. And I think in light of that, we should also ensure that we have a couple of stables here. Let's extend that road there. And then I'm very tempted to get down a couple of additional logging camps. Get one here. And... oh, is it a bit steep? Might be in the way of the manor as well, actually. Let's not put that there. Let's actually put that here. Did I flinch at the last second? In fact, maybe we should just put it tight up against it. Cannot build in this region. Oh, right, I see. Fair enough. Then we'll connect it in like that. Okay. Well, I want to get a few people working there. It would be really nice to get this granary operational. What do you do? You're a woodcutter. Well, in the meantime, we should definitely make sure we have extensions on these. How are we doing for various resources? So we're still struggling a bit for fuel by the looks of things. And let's get a few more chickens to go in these baggages. And once these are built, we'll get the upgrades on the way as well. There is much to do with an 80% approval, although we've just dropped. So maybe that'll give us the chance to catch up with various upgrades, etc. Because we are definitely struggling a bit for those planks at the moment, aren't we? Gosh, lots of people to be buried. Let's get an additional family working at the course bit, because I imagine it is somewhat herping? Oh dear, that's something quite different. Somewhat hurting our monthly migration. Let's order in an ox for one of those. And I'm going to unassign one of these logging camp workers and send them to work here. We're also going to give you a permanent livestock assignment as well. Now, we did have some logging going over here, which temporarily did seem to be helping. Let's get an additional family working there. Again, make sure they've got their own livestock assigned, and perhaps we ought to give you a hitching post as well. There we go. These are already starting to be moved into. So it would be nice to get some extensions built on the rear. Now, what are we thinking? Probably some lovely, lovely orchards. Because we've put in a whole bunch of veggie gardens over here. Again, just need to keep an eye, make sure these are being efficiently planted. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. Maybe we should convert these to... convert them to be orchards and make these veggie plots instead. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make that a veggie plot. And I am going to make a horrible waste. I'm going to demolish this beet plot. Oh dear. The game didn't like that. 1 second, everyone. Right, we're back, and I've just set these up. It did not like us deleting that veg plot. The game had a hard crash, so I've actually just deleted them now before they planted too much up, because we've lost a few minutes on the save. And I'm going to put immediately in there some lovely orchards, and I'm going to put veggie gardens on these plots over here. I know long and thin isn't ideal, but I think they'll be more efficiently used than these here, which will make for good, lovely orchards as well, in all fairness. Right, and then over here, we need to do some reassigning, so that logging camp isn't even finished yet. So we'll just quickly pop an extra worker into there, and order an ox for you. Did we give you both permanent livestock assignments? Have I done that yet? Not for you, so we'll do that. And we should do the same for this one over here as well. And build that hitching post that we just did. Right. Splendid. Back on track. I believe these down here as well we made into chicken coops, so we'll just quickly redo that one as well. Hopefully without crashing the game. But we spent our resources in a different order this time. Making a good amount of money. We're starting to get quite a bit of salt stockpiled, so that's an indicator that we're going to need to expand our trade coverage. Why don't we get ourselves down an additional trading a la poste? And where are we going to put this? There's a little spot in here, isn't there? I know it's not on the King's Road, but otherwise I think it's a lovely location. Nice near the storehouses as well, that will house the various goods that we want to be selling. So we'll pop that down there for construction. 4 spots for people to move into, though I do believe we could go over to those lovely orchards we just planted and pop some expansions on. And that'll allow us to accommodate a few more people before we need to build even more burgages. So why don't we slide on over here and do that now? You don't get one. Oh, did we already build them all? Great Scott, we did. And we've still only got 3 spots. Oh dear. Spots for people to be moving into. So we will buy a couple of veggies. And we will execute a couple of upgrades. And then we need to think about even more burgaging. So, we probably want to make sure a couple of these families down here are manning the local granary and storehouse. Yep, we set limits up on that one. So we'll get those active and those also upgraded if we can. Lovely stuff. And I think we need more expansion again over here. If not to do anything else than fund the logging camp and possibly a few more forestries to make sure we're keeping up with things. And also to work in the new trading post. So why don't we go and pop a few people up here potentially, directly opposite the here, or we could go behind. Could also fill out this little space here. Why don't we look and see if we can do something a little bit more interesting down here then. So, what if we build some of these in the corner? Yes, I think that looks quite nice. So, how far can we bring this in and still get 4? About there. Yep, and then we want extensions on the rear. Good. So it's 4 baggages there. And then a few back in this way. 1. Ooh, 2. Oh, I like that. No rear extensions, though. Not ideal. What if I take that a bit further? Do that. I don't think that's as nice. Right. I think these just aren't going to have rear extensions. Unless we did this. Doesn't make quite as nice use of the space, does it? Do that there? Yeah, let's do that there. And then I think we might as well follow it round to the road. Though we haven't the logs for such an endeavour. So we'll go Partway. It'd be nice to fill into that space, but I don't suppose it really matters. So we'll do something like this here. Yeah, why not? Right, so a lovely little building initiative down there. And then we'll want to make sure we've got a local granary and storehouse. So why don't we put those actually in here. Let's turn that snapping, get that sorted. And then we'll build a little road. Comes in here. Should make more sense to come off this, wouldn't it? Yep. And then connect that down to the road there. Lovely. Where would we put the market store for these boys then? And gals. Guys and gals. I think maybe just along... Oh, maybe in the centre here. Still allowing space for a few more burgages on the edge. Yes. In fact, we could even come do this, which gives space to you for these chaps here to use this as a market space as well. I like that very much. Very much indeed. Hopefully that's not too in the way of the manor plans. Nope, that's good. Once again, we're into winter. We're getting there on plank front, sort of, but we are using them a lot. Let's get another 2 workers at the logging camp over here. Do they live locally? We should probably make sure of that, shouldn't we? You're local because you've just moved in. You're local. You're yokel. Okay, you're all yokel. Wonderful. And I think we need to continue on with our foresting initiative. So a few more forest huts wouldn't go amiss. I don't know if we're really going to expand that much this way past the manor. Maybe a little bit, but I think we're going to be so busy trying to keep the thing forested that we won't really have the ability to expand that way too much. Now, as for where these foresters' huts are going to go, maybe we could just come off here and follow the ley line around river. Get a bit tighter than that, can we, at the start there? Now, there's one viewer in particular. You're very happy I'm following the ley lines. I'm glad you're happy, because I'm not. No, I am. I jest, of course. Ooh, a couple of little bridges in there as well, quite like that. They don't really appear as bridges though, do they? That I like less. Just cost me planks for no aesthetic benefit. And then we'll get a couple of foresters' huts placed far more efficiently than that, I might add. In fact, what we should do is have a little road that comes in and have our foresters' huts either side of that, delete the road, and then just have a little one. Lovely. Oh. Looks like a human anatomy lesson. Anyway. Onwards. Let's make sure we've got some horses ordered up for when the time comes. We've got lots of money. My goodness, we haven't turned our sights towards sheep. Yes, we have. What am I on about? Typical's losing his marbles. I'm terribly sorry, I've forgotten everything. We've even got people working at tailors' workshops. What am I absolutely yapping about? Rubbish, aren't I? At least we're getting there with materials. So how are we doing for clothes then? I don't see any clothes. Why aren't you making more clothes? Maybe it's because you're set to make clothes with linen and not yarn. That might be why. Oh dear. Terribly sorry, everyone. Being an absolute spludgeon. Got 156 yarn. Plenty of it, in fact. And we've still got, you know, enough space for more animals to be moving in. Let's go to the livestock trading post, though, and set you to import us some lovely horses. Another 3, and it wouldn't hurt to have you importing a good staple of oxen as well. But with that, we should make sure that we get these hitching posts upgraded to stables, wherever we haven't done so as yet due to the shortage of logs, or sawn timber, rather. Because we do not want them running away if we've gone to all the trouble of spending money on them. Upgrade that. And goodness, we haven't planted over here. So apples, pears, and quinces. That cost a lot of money, didn't it? But, you know, it'll be worth it, I'm sure. Ooh, another one to get down there. How's market stall looking? Yeah. Meh. It's a full meh, but it's at least still meh. 7 places for people to move in, because we have just dropped a little bit below on that approval. I think we may need to lower taxes ever so slightly. Yes. Not that we've got much of a tax on here already, but we'll go to 1% land tax in the hopes that we can get back up to 80% approval and get lots and lots of people moving in. So now we've got lots of timber, and we don't really seem to be keeping up with the planks, so I am going to put down a second plank boy. You shall go here opposite the logging camp itself. There's plenty of horse storage here, isn't there? So we don't need to worry about getting any more. And we'll get that second locale up and running. As people move in down here, I think we should send them to work at the local granary and storehouse to make sure that we are at least trying to keep up with the local supply chains and requirements. But we should also make sure that we're not storing any contraband here. No contraband, thank you. Were you storing contraband? You were. 200 of it. Very disappointing. You should know better. There's my liegelings. Speaking of my liegelings, thank you all, members, for supporting the channel. It's not easy to produce these long videos. I do a full-time job as well as this. And I find myself running out of time sometimes. But then I remember my liegelings, my beautiful liegelings. And I find the motivation to keep going. So thank you so much. I hope getting early access to the videos and the longer cuts of the edited videos does make a difference to your enjoyment. Anyway, members shout out of the way. My brain is clearly quite frazzled. It'd be nice to get this storehouse and thingy-bob operational, but we've got lots of families working on construction, which probably is no bad thing at the moment because there's lots of construction to be done. We've got that hitching post over there. Agricultural sector, which is sort of developed over here, seems to be going well. We're done with burying bodies, so let's free up louts who are just laying about the corpse pit, acting as their folly, and they can get back to doing something actually useful. And speaking of actually useful, what are we pressing on to now? Really, we want to get the next trading post operational, don't we? So we do have a few unassigned workers, so let's start assigning people here and see where they live. Okay, you're fine. You are less fine. Yes. Right, so let's unassign. Why did it unassign you? Right, and then reassign. Make sure it's the right film. Nope. Right, we're back to manually assigning then. Right, does anyone need a job? You have a job? You don't. Lovely. You can go and work at the new trading post and help bring in all that top dollar. We need the regional wealth. I'm not even back up to 80%. What are we shy on? Are we a little low on... Yes, fruits. That's probably the problem. Although we can probably check, can't we? If we go to the market source supply. granary, supply food variety, 86%. Okay. And general goods, of course, we haven't got a ready supply of clothes yet, but we should now be making them. Here we are, and they'll slowly be making their way out into the market. Can we afford to get a second family set up as a tailor's workshop? Possibly, if we had any material. We don't, because we just spent it all. Which reminds me, we wanted to get someone working at the salt pit, didn't we? It's that blasted family that lives all the way over there again. Desperate for a job. Let's wait for someone to move in, because they're more likely to move in over here locally. And they can go and work there. Right, new family's settled. That's you. Lovely, your family's arrived. You can go and work at the saw pit, please. You'll have a permanent livestock assignment. And your job is to make lots and lots of planks. That shouldn't be too much trouble. On the weapons front, 87 crossbows. Right, let's go in here. We're going to get rid of our archers. And we're going to replace them with 3 units of crossbow. No, 4 units of crossbow. Yes. And they are missing equipment. We don't quite have enough crossbows yet, but we shall. So that's my usual configuration of 2 units of spear and 4 units of crossbow. And I really would like to get them some armor and equipment as well, which eventually I think is probably going to mean trying to take this region from Le Baron, so we can get hold of our own iron supplies to make our own armors. But we're not there yet, so we shall just have to be content with where we are at. These, of course, need some extensions. How are we doing for meat? Little light on pork, so why don't we get in a few animal pens, and we shall target the creation of additional piggies. Sounds like a wonderful idea. Of course, you two don't have anything except expansions do, but, you know, that'll keep us a few living spaces. 79% on the approval, so we are climbing back to that wonderful 80%, although it is quite hard to keep up with the old 80%, isn't it? That's the one thing I would say that perhaps isn't the best. Now, it's been a while since we talked about getting the manor done, isn't it? But there's just so much to be using our resources on. And until we have a stronger military, because we can't hire mercenaries, we can't go after that lovely next region. So we've just got to keep saving, just got to keep persevering, just got to keep growing. And we are up to a town of 248 now as well. Now, getting up to a town of a higher level, getting a few people up to level 3 would be nice, but of course we're going to need to buy in some barley for that, which we could do. The economy is getting a little bit stronger. Obviously, we stopped exporting warbows, so that's something we're not making money on. Eventually, we will be able to start exporting crossbows, as we make enough of an excess. But that day isn't yet, so we are back to just exporting the salt. But we're not exporting all of it, so we do want to keep making sure we've got people moving in and going to work at the trading post, so we can bring in a greater monthly income. I suppose we could make sausages as well. It's not something I normally do, but we do have, you know, potentially a good number of piggies, and we do have access to a good quantity of salt, so it's something we could consider, isn't it? Come on. Anyone else moved in that doesn't have a job? You're a warehouse worker. What do you do? Somebody finish building your house, please. I require your services, sir. I do like this little riverside glade we've got going on here. Almost suits itself to the level 1 baggage, doesn't it? But we will continue to upgrade. My goodness. What is everyone doing? Finish his house. Immediately. Finish his house immediately. What's taking you so long, then? You're 59% efficient. You're working a lot on your extension. Why ever would you do that? Good grief. You're so selfish. What? No one lives there? I've been debated. Where are all these additional families? We've got 81% approval, for goodness sakes. Is it because we've got all these partially upgraded, no one can actually move in? It's very frustrating. It just keeps getting denser and denser over here. Food is still good. Fuel is a little bit ragged still. Ah, finally, someone moved in. You are going to go and work at the new trading post. Let's remind ourselves of where the edge of the manor is. So it's sort of here. Well, I can build roads in manor mode, can't I? Why didn't I think to do that earlier? Mark out exactly where it is. So we'll try and make it a little curved. And we'll just mark the thing out. A little something like this. And then we can use that to start building some housing around the outside, because I think it would look quite cool to have housing around the outside of the manor. That being said, that does become harder to fight around, doesn't it, if it's too tightly packed? But I suppose that funnels them in even further to the little choke points we've got here. So how do we want to go about this? We've probably got space for a little bit more industrial here. We are planting in this area here. Maybe we should move that a little bit further along to there. Let's check where the other one is planting as well. And move you down this way a little bit here. We want to get these active at some point soon as well. Let's continue this road along, following the contours of the river. Around yonder. Okay, we might as well follow this all the way around, basically. All the way around to the end of the region, I suppose. All the way to there. Okay. And then we ought to connect that into the end itself. Say the end. I mean the King's Road, of course. Turn the curve tool down a little bit there. Okay. I don't love having roads perfectly match the edge of the map, but I feel like in a region this small it becomes a bit necessary. So we could add a second dense population centre over here, I suppose, but don't really see the need to move it away from our industrial centre and where we have all our trade as well. I suppose this would make the next most logical place to get some housing. And I still don't think we need worry too much about burgages for food. And I know we've been making these as small as efficient as possible, but we're not going to use the space in here for much else, and I think that's going to look really nice. So we're going to do that on this side, and then we'll see if we can't do something very similar on the other side. This perhaps we will straighten up a little there. Maybe even start there. Match what we've got on the other side in terms of the number of burgages. And then we'll just get a little one sat in here at the end. Yep. Okay, so lovely extension there, and they'll still be serviced by this market area here, though perhaps we should get a little road connecting in like so. And some additional workers down here are definitely going to be essential. So we'll assign you to this granary. Upgrade the storehouse. Okay, storehouse supply chain's actually not looking too bad. And then we'll... Oh, apparently I've bought a goat there, so we'll get goats for these other two as well. Maybe a little goat row. To let you have an upgrade. Oh no! Not again? My goodness, we just dealt with these chaps, didn't we? It's been 30 blooming seconds. Right, where are they coming from? Over there. How are they likely to come down? Here, potentially, or here? All the same, they end up in the same place, don't they? Might be worth trying to fight them over here, so we don't have to bury them when they inevitably kill them. Right, we've got 775 coins. We only need 50 to pay off the Baron the last time he came for us. So I'm hoping I can do something similar again. But it would be worth this time, I think, having ourselves a retinue. So let's go over to the manor, which we don't need to do, actually. Let's go over to the retinue. Actually, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pop a save game. I've learned over the years of Manor Lords that when you build a retinue, sometimes it does like to give a little crash. So, one moment. Right, save absolutely poppeth. So, let's go to the manor. Oh, for goodness sake. I just told myself I didn't need to do that. Sorry, getting angry. Not rally. Customize. Typical. Customize. Oh, dear. I'll get there. Right. I'm there. Alright. 100 each. My goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lads. It's all we can afford. It's because the retinue's cost is doubled by our perk, isn't it? This one. Nope, this one. And increased retinue cost. Bother. Shot in the foot by my own hubris. Let's rally the chaps we have in our own region, obviously. Here. Alright, and make sure no one is running. I said nobody run. We have time to rally. Don't fear. Okay. I suppose if we had the manor operational, we could kite them towards here with 1 unit. It's possible, I suppose. Right, they're coming straight down the valley here by the looks of things. Let's take our men up onto the road here. You're still running, aren't you? Oh, no. Okay, so we're going to put our retinue in the 4. We'll give them 1 unit of shield to support. And we'll dedicate 3 units of crossbow here. Then we'll put 1 unit of spear to the side. And a unit of crossbow to support them. They're all going around there, are they? Okay, in which case, let's redeploy to face them over here. One is aggroed off, so we are going to send... we've walked them over here now. We're going to send the retinue there with 1 unit of crossbow to back up. And then we will deploy our 2 units of spear thusly. Oh goodness, they're not just going straight for the town, are they? Right, we'll keep 1 here, and we will kite with the other. You go and attack here. Okay. You 2 support here. Alright, I don't like it when they split off like that. We really do not want to have to chase these guys down. Right, there is one coming this way. Did we get the others kited as well? You're undecided. We are going to deploy our men here, though, regardless. Make sure they do actually aggro into our retinue. And we might as well attack with all our crossbows here. Right, broken before they even hit us. So we're going to take our retinue forward here. And we will attack these lovely lads as they come down the hill. And they're taking absolute hailfire. Another unit coming in from the side. Oh dear, they're going into the village. Bother. Right. We're going to have to deploy 1 unit this way to kite them back in. They're broken. Right, so that's 2 out of 4, I believe. There's a unit there. As much as I don't really want to have to code to them, they are rather looking as if they want to raid. I know they haven't got a little flame icon, but I'm worried if we leave them alone, it's exactly what they'll do. Right, we'll send this unit over here. Hopefully we can kite them back out of our region. We'll attack all our crossbow here and set up these chaps defensively. So these lads are on their own. Come on, we should be able to kite them back out, surely. Stop running. Oh, look at that. Whoa. Halved their numbers in 1 volley practically. Didn't they? Killed like 2 guys, but still. Right, we are going to have to follow them. It's annoying. And they're broken. Wonderful. Right. Let's run these chaps in. If we can kite them back out, that would be ideal. And these chaps can go home in a second. But I would very much like to kite these chaps back out of the region. Rather than having to kill them down there. But I'll do it if needed. Would they rather go for the missile? Are they programmed to rather go for the artillery? It looks like it. I mean, I hate to break it to you chaps. I don't think you're ever going to get there with that many chaps shooting at you. We'll bring back my spear just in case. And bring these guys forward as well. Nope, they're broken. Good. Right. All crises averted. We'll bring them all home. That was far more like it, wasn't it? Much better controlled this time. So everyone get back to their jobs. At least we've got a slightly stronger retinue now for the next time that anyone poses a threat towards us. And I do like that we've got our crossbow men now. I do love a good crossbow. I felt so lonely without them. And now they are ours once more. Right, plenty of construction going on down here. Still really on the edge, aren't we, with the fuel supplies? I mean, we might even have to start buying in firewood at this rate. Which is absolutely preposterous. You're definitely turning all the firewood into charcoal. It is just, there is not enough trees to chop down, I guess. Where is our little boy? Where are you? Woodcutter's Lodge. Right, let's move you out to the new forestry district. I suppose that would help, wouldn't it? Pop you there. Extend the road a little bit as well. We'll have to make sure we get those 3 people reassigned there nice and quickly. Still not on top of the clothes, but we still have plenty of yarn. So I am going to assign you to become another clothier. Tailor's workshop. And let's up the priority of that woodcutter's lodge, because we don't want to be without wood being cut, because if we're without wood being cut, then we're going to struggle a little bit to have the firewood and charcoal we need for the winter. Man, there's so much to be doing. Yeah, don't want an upgrade. Fine, don't want to give you an upgrade anyway. Good goodness, right. 3 of you working there. Now, where are you going to gather? This is something that sometimes, again, happens. I'm going to set you a working area of basically this end of the map. So I don't want you really going, you know, back this way to go and find lumber, because that wouldn't be very efficient at all. We probably need another granary worker or 2. So, has anyone moved in here that is not assigned? You just moved in, didn't you? Yep, so you can go and work at this granary here. So the last family working at that one, then we'll start assigning to this. So we'll upgrade that to a large boy. Storehouse could also do with another worker by the looks of things. But I don't know that there's anyone available right at this second. Back up to 341, so we are bringing in a little bit of tax income. Our own regional wealth is looking pretty good, actually. So if we go over to our records, so we spent 6,200 on imports, but we gained 14,000 from exports. A lot of that was from the war base, actually, but look at that, 12,000 from the salt. So we're making a fairly good push in that direction. Are we exporting more of it? Maybe. Again, just really want to make sure we're getting those additional workers over there at the trading post. Can we fit any more houses actually in here? Just to get... We can get 1 or 2 here. Don't really want to take space that could be used for other buildings, but by having a few more buildings locally, we can potential. That's odd, isn't it? Quite like that, actually. It could be a little vegetable plot right by the open salt mines. No, we don't need all that space, but it would be nice to have a double-sized haulage. Right, we'll do that there. So we've got some people that can go and work at the trading post. And can we fit one in here as well? We actually can. It's quite cool. We'll get those in there. It's going to be very nice and neatly, tightly packed in here, isn't it? Normally my villages do spread out a little bit by, you know, what space to do it in. But down here, you really are restricted, so you do have to make the best use of space that you can. 84% approval, people are moving in. I'm going to get another 2 families working at this here large storehouse. All these buildings are completed, so people are starting to move in. We also want to get these foresters' huts active. It does look like there is a forest going up here, so I don't know whether the more localized use of the foresters is working. I suppose we could look at them and see where they are, because they are quite far away from their plantation zone as well. Which actually might be worth us getting a road in here that connects out to the King's Road. A little something like that. And then we'll put a couple of switchbacks in. There we go, for a little organic joint there. Got plenty of spaces still for people to be moving into, so there is that at least going for us. Where did that lad just move in? I heard the moving in noise. You. Wonderful. What are you going to do? You're going to be the first forester worker here. And we're going to set your work area to there. A very small local one to see if that makes any real difference. And then the next worker should probably go and work at this granary, but we do need very much to get some lovely little extensions on the rear here. We don't want all this going to waste. So probably a combination of pigs and goats, I'm thinking, for all of these here. We finally fixed our plank problem. We have. Look at all that. Got nearly 300 of this stuff. Good grief. That's nice. Well, if we fix that, then perhaps we can get on and... Oh, good heavens, did I not reassign anyone to the woodcutter? Oh, I did. Right, I just thought, goodness, we're down to 2 months of fuel. It's not going well. What that does tell us, though, is as much as I would like to maybe look at doing the manor build finally, we need to get more firewood. So let's get ourselves a woodcutter lodge, and we'll put it down here, I think. We could put it on the other side here, couldn't we? How steep is it? Could I get a charcoal kiln over here? No, it doesn't look like it. Maybe we won't bother doing that then. But I think it is worth having a woodcutter's lodge and a charcoal kiln. So we'll get down the woodcutter's lodge just here. And we'll put down the charcoal kiln next to it. Just there. And put a little road in thusly. Okay, so we'll get those built. And did we ever get a charcoal boy set up over here? We did, didn't we? How are you doing? We've got a little forester here as well. To make your work area small, to make you more efficient. You just keep this heavily forested, please. Good, so you can work on that area there. And that's your drops here, I believe, isn't it? You're a firewood cutter. You're a forester. Anyone else over here have time to be a firewood cutter in your spare time? You do. So you can go and work there in your spare time. You need maintenance as well. I guess you don't have enough people working there to make it happen. You as well are going to be a woodcutter, so we can get maybe a few more things cut down over here. Didn't we just assign someone there? Maybe we didn't. Gravedigger. Oh goodness, we've still got people doing that, have we? Oh no, gravedigger at the church, I guess. Okay. Right. Once this is built, that's going to be our priority. Where do you live? You local? You are indeed, that's fine. And I need to know where all these people are. I guess they're in the houses we built over where we have all of our lovely orchards, etc. And they don't have jobs except for construction, which is fine. So where are we with pork? We're still not on top of pork, so I'm going to get a whole slew of piggies in here. Make our way across this row. Lovely jubbly. And I might even put pigs over here as well. It's not going to be the nicest smelling street, is it? I'm afraid. Not over here. Oh well. They'll survive with full bellies full of lovely pork. I do feel we're a little precarious. We do have the money to buy an emergency firewood, to buy charcoal. Not to buy charcoal, to make charcoal if we absolutely have to. But I would rather avoid such a fate if it were at all possible. Let's make sure that you're actually both making some yarn. You are. That's probably why we've got 88% approval. We're actually getting clothes out onto the market. Wonderful. And as much as I would like to start buying in some barley and turning it into malt, I think the current issue is the fuel. I need to save that money we would otherwise spend on the barley to spend on potentially some firewood if it becomes necessary. There does seem to be a lot of forestation here. That's a good sign for these working as intended. Right, where did I assign you? Just there. So I'm going to assign you just here. And then we'll just double check. It'd be nice if I had the ability to see all of the various work circles in one go. Why is your circle so big? I thought I changed that. Right, you can do this side of the road. And oh, there's the one over here. Gosh, I forgot we had one over there. It's these two that I reassigned work areas to. So you're there as well. You're down here. I'm going to move you this way a bit. So this is now covered by these two, or will be. Up to 3 months of fuel, so I presume we're getting a bit more firewood. We are, and in fact, then we need to get another one of these charcoal kilns active. So where's the next lad that's moved in? Down here. That's you. Pop you in here. I'd love to see the ability to see, you know, an overlay that shows me where my unemployed workers are. Make it happen, developers, if you can. That'd be absolutely wonderful. I'd be so grateful. Thank you kindly. Let me know in the comments what are your quality of life features you'd love to have. You're just in the middle playing like I am there, and you're like, gosh, I wish we could do this. Let me know what you think, because I'm always interested to see if other people's experiences of the game are similar to mine, or whether you play in a completely different way and we have no common ground. In which case, why are you watching? I'm glad you're here, but, you know, just wondering. Let me know down below and I'll get back to you with a little voice reply. Love having a chat. People continue to move in, which is wonderful. And I'm going to get another family. Yep, it's just moved in. Good. To go and work at that woodcutter's lodge, and hopefully the additional foresters we've got can keep up with things. We have got quite the population. 200, nearly 300 people. Very heavily concentrated here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do need all of this for forestry area. What should we turn our eyes to next then? Well, food still looks to be absolutely fine. Fuel. Yes, fuel. Looks like it is creeping up.
And we're actually exporting more salt than we're mining, which is fantastic. We're making our way through the backlog. That's wonderful news. That means that we're actually... the trading post is doing its job, which I'm not really sure the second trading posts do, to be honest. You can see them both bring in money there, actually, with the overlay, as we talk about that. So that's simply wonderful. The storehouse supply capacity is not so wonderful. So we need more workers in the storehouses and granaries, and we need more workers to go and work at the salt mines. That's what I'm going for. Salt mines. You see my brain lag there as I was concentrating on doing something else was quite severe. Okay, we'll get that upgraded to a large storehouse and get someone assigned here. Where do you live? Locally? Yep. And we'll do another check for locality. Good. There's another couple of people to work on those. That's good. And then we'll have to make sure we're getting up there with our other granaries and storehouses as well. We may need to put some on this side. So why don't we do it on the outside edge of where the manor is going to be. Or is rather, but where the wall is going to be. A little connecting road in through here. We get another little local water supply just outside the manor. Seems like a good place to have one. Put that down there. And then we'll need a market stall location. So I guess we'll just put this along this road here. Yeah, quite like that. And 8 burgers still have to move into, but that's not to say we can't expand a little. So I think just along here. You fill up this space? Yeah, something like that there. And of course, when we start upgrading to level 3, we'll need to make sure actually there's some space for some taverns. Because actually we've not really left much space for that. Although we could put one on this side, couldn't we? And build a couple of bridges across. Oh, I like that idea, because we have got a bit of space here we can take advantage of in this little hollow. Good. Alright, there is a solution. Yeah, it's just thinking, obviously, when we get up to level 3 burgages, the density of the plots is going to be increased significantly. And so, again, even more space for granaries and storehouses is going to be something we'll have to take into consideration to an extent as well. At some point, though, as all these people start moving in, we should have a massive excess of piggy meat. Very good. Make sure our new storehouses are set up on the same rigorous rules that the others are. Is this something you guys do as well? Or do you not bother? You just let them house whatever they want? Would be nice to know what you chaps do. Lovely. I think we might as well put piggy pen on you as well, or a goat or some description. And one of you lovely people commented recently, I don't do enough walkthroughs, and walkthroughs is not something I've done in this game, really for a very long time. I did a couple in the early days, just a quick save game before we do this, but I didn't feel there was much appetite for it. But let's do a little mid-game flyover. I say mid-game, not sure. And, you know, we've got a nice dense population centre here around the manor. We've got the church over here, and the food production zone, I suppose, and where we've got our lovely new orchards as well. So why don't we go down and take a little walk and see what it's like from the perspective of one of our lovely citizens, something I don't really do anymore. Oh goodness, I really have forgotten what it's like. Well, straight away, I can tell you it's no less buggy than it used to be. I'm just going to walk through this bridge quickly. Don't mind me. Goodness. And the mouse is very sensitive. The lake is very pretty. Hello, good sir. How are you? Always good to see you, Nige. Oh, the manor's a lovely aspect there, actually. I mean, the wall is going to block that slightly. Oops, sorry. Ah, it's coming for me. Ah! Oh, scary. You're a scary lady. Oh my goodness. There's people carrying crossbows around. Do we need to get some police? Is the crime rate absolutely abhorrent? It's just like being in Manchester. Ugh. Ugh. What shivers. Granary building there. Lovely. My house, rather. I don't know why I'm surprised to see that. I do spend a lot of time in my house. Planning and plotting, of course. Of how to keep you all safe from the evil Baron. I, of course, have only good virtues. And I am simply a blessing to you all. While it does look like we're in a valley here, you can see it's not as accentuated on some of the others, like the gorge map. Can I walk in here, or do I float? I am your Lord and Saviour, Manor Lord Jesus. For I shall float upon the salt mines. Anyway, getting back onto our tour, this is where we make all our salt. What we do is we dig a big hole, and at the bottom of the hole we install a server rack.
and then we give it an absolutely terrible ping and latency internet connection, and then we get loads of gamers and make them play CSGO for 23 out of 24 hours in a day, and they only get food and, drink, and of course we get them addicted to Mountain Dew, if they hit their quota of the certain number of headshots that they're meant to do. And the headshot only counts if it's a 360 no-scope as well. And the amount of salt we produce is absolutely incredible. We have a very high output, far higher than any other Manor Lord could manage. That was quite a tangent, wasn't it? Well, I hope you enjoyed this little walkthrough of the map. Not something not something I normally do. Let me know. Did you enjoy it? Do you think I should never do it again? I'm interested to know. Right, let's go and pay our respects to the lovely lads we lost along the way. Humphrey's praying, so we should pray as well. Dear Manor, remember those who have fallen, to protect our homes, and to bring us lovely warm firesides. Thank you. Anyway, back to doing things that matter, hey? Don't know what those things are. Absolutely clueless. Well, it's a very different perspective down there, isn't it? Doesn't look quite so densely packed when you walk through it. You know, we came down the road here, went along here through the salt mines of CSGO and out to the church. It really is quite the small settlement. But it feels big when you're up here. Although it also feels small at the same time. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not sure I know what I mean. Pigs. Wink. I'm strongly starting to believe that it might be time for me to go and get a cup of tea. The sanity is definitely degrading. Are we any closer to our goals? Well, we've got plenty of influence, so I don't see there's any need to tithe so highly, so we should reduce that by 33.3%. Got 88% approval, because everyone's wearing clothes, and apparently that makes them happier than when they were walking around nearly naked, so that's always good to see. We've got loads of wool, actually, so we do need to get a few additional workers at the Weaver's workshops. We've got a couple of extra families in there who hopefully don't live too far away, though that is not a good sign, that person. We've got another building here, ready for people to move in to go and work at the trading post to up our exports. We need to get more people working at the salt mines. As much salt as we are producing, we need more. I think Kylo in the 8080. Although we are producing a fair bit, actually. We have managed to up it somehow. Maybe it's just a little bit fluctuating up and down. Good amount of money's coming in. How are we getting on with the new orchards over here? Pretty well. Should we expand further over here then? So we've got a fair few burgage spots free here. So why don't we get another granary and storehouse pop down to make sure we've got plenty of extra capacity over here. And then look to get a few more burgages. Actually, we've almost really filled out the end of the map over here. By the time we get these burgages in and a few more over there, it's basically filled. So that's quite nice, actually. They're quite nice wide plots. If we take a road up a little like that there, just to make this side a little squarer. Yeah. I think those will make for some really good vegetable plots that don't waste too much space. So we'll get those in there. And then maybe on this side we could fill it out with a few orchards potentially. Yep, get those in there. Start expanding our agriculture area to make sure we keep up with the various demands of our growing settlement. Hopefully the additional granary and storehouse will also help us with the supply and demand. Up to 7 months of fuel, so that crisis has well and truly been averted. Speaking of crises, I'm rather worried that it's been a little while since the Baron has showed us his ire. We're only up to 455, and the royal tax has started, and he started claiming our region. Goodness, it all happened at once there, didn't it? Right, we'll fight you, and then we'll get scared, and with any money we've got left, we will sue for peace. I thought the option was gone then, and I'm starting to panic. Right, we'll pay you 50. Please leave us alone. We're not ready to deal with you yet. Peace glad. Good. Thank you, Mr. Hindelbolt. One day I'm sure it'll come to blows. Right, that's going to hurt our treasury somewhat when that royal tax arrives. But for now, let's focus on expansion. We've got a
couple of burgesses still being built, and we'll get on to putting some expansions on the rear of their extensions. We'll probably increase the population density over here, keep a check on our materials, and maybe look to build the manor. Nearly there. Maybe that should be the next thing we do. Right, time to grab a cup of tea, everyone. Go and hydrate yourselves the British way. Toodlepip.
Alrighty, freshly hydrated, and I think it's time we finally get on with the castle. So we're just a few logs away. I'm going to temporarily head on over to our sawbit and adjust the limit here. So maybe just down to 250 for the time being on the planks. And that way we should have a few more available for the castle, because they won't be all lopped up and all that stuff. Right, speed time along. We need 66. Maybe we can wait till we get around 70. Whoop, there's 66. Come on, we're nearly there. We can do it. If you be it. No, I'm not going to do it. Right. Colliding? Oh, good heavens, what's wrong now? Is it you? What's wrong with you? You weren't joined properly? Still colliding? We need to redo all of these joints at the corners. Fine. Suppose that wouldn't be the end of the world. Make sure we can't get any bad actors breaking their way in. Still colliding somewhere. Oh, you. Yes, right. Join. Still colliding, mind. About this end is right, yes. Join you. Huzzah! And commit! Finally, we have a manor under construction. And for once, it's not a stone manor, so we might even get it done in what I would say is a reasonable length of time. Which for Manor Lords is pretty unusual, I must say. Right, they're delivering all the materials to site, and hopefully soon we'll have a somewhat usable fortification. Now, I'm not sure exactly how we're going to use it. I think we're going to have to somehow fight people or enemies towards the castle, but of course that doesn't work if you're fighting for control of a region, because you have to actually, defend the battle zone. Although how a battle zone for a region can be somewhere other than the strongest fortification, I don't know. Oh, goodness. Denver likes tax increases, etc. when you're in the middle of a cinematic mode. Ooh. Someone just move in over here. They did. Right, well you are the prime location. Both of these people are actually. Oh, perfect. Right. You are literally... Your house was specifically built so you could go and work at the trade post. So we'll get both of you working there. We should have 4 horses, which indeed we do. We'll get that upgraded. And we're getting ahead on clothing production. It may even be that we can start to consider selling some clothes. We've got a reasonable number of eggs as well. Even got a bit of pork. Oh my goodness. We have resources. Isn't this lovely? Right, let's pop on over to this side and just assess over here. How are we getting on? So, have you made good use of your carrot land, sir? If that's all that's here, I'm going to say no. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you were on your own and you were unwell and it was winter and I didn't give you the seeds in time. That better be the reason. Because if that's all you're planting, then I need to replace you. Yes, we've got our new burgages over here. No one has started moving into those yet, because we've still got the available living spaces over here, where we've been working on the more densely packed manor area. Already up to 36% on that, look. Okay, so more people have been moving in, one would presume. So let's continue to get peoples assigned to the granaries over here. So there's 2 unassigned families. Is there anyone else left over here unassigned? Yep, you. I'm going to put a 3rd one to that. Oh dear. One less than that. To the granary is what I meant to do. So you're a warehouse worker. Warehouse worker. Firewood cutter. Oh, very good. Weaver. Weaver. Chicken dinner. Oh no. Unassigned. Oh, someone just moved in here as well. Lovely. Go and work at that granary. Oh no. Where are these raiders? What? Oh, I was going to say. Right. Ooh, pretty close to us though. And this is another reason to not want to necessarily expand our accommodation all the way out to this end. Because... Oh, good grief. We still have someone working there. It's embarrassing. Because raiders will spawn right on top of us. If only the manor were complete, we could actually use it. Look at that! Wow! Apart from we're one recruit short of having a full unit of militia. Right, let's deploy the men. race them to what will be the front lines. The retinue running out of their partially completed building. If only the walls were up. Oh well, next time they shall be. Okay, do we have anyone else over here we can go and send to work at the granary? Maybe not just yet, but in time. Get these upgrades executed nonetheless. And we can probably go back to our original... I do like seeing them all rally. It's really cool. Get really distracted by it. To arms, men! To arms! Defend your homes! We're going to be saying that a lot in this playthrough, aren't we? With their frequent raiders turned on. So as they rally, as I was saying, we can go back over here and get this reassigned to 300 on planks. Right, and they're very much coming in, so we need to get ourselves into position. We will deploy our spear out here. I don't know why they're showing different formations. It's almost like one of them's in a shield wall. They're not, though. Let's turn those like that, and like that, and then, yep, that's fixed you, so we'll get you there. And then, of course, we shall get all of our missiles set up behind, and our retinue in here. Right, to positions, men. I am going to run them to these positions, because there is a lot to do, and not a lot of time, because the brigands are fording the river already, and making their way up. Quick! I assume you're a forester? Firewood cutter. Run away! Run to your shelter! You're screaming, but you're not moving very fast. Anna is also getting out of there. Okay. All 4 units, engage. We'll deploy these men forward slightly. Get these men out of the way. They'll shield wall up, and already the first crossbow bits are flying into this unit. Right, I am going to engage them, because I do not want them getting past and getting to our lovely crossbows. Where are these other units? Oh, they're broken already. Good. Right, we can reform. We did lose a lad, actually, in that. That's not ideal. No, they're still coming out of the forest line. Okay. Okay, right. Take up our shield walls. Let's reorganize our crossbow. And we're going to take our retinue into the center. It has been a bit shambolic, this, isn't it? Yeah. That first unit of brigands arrived quite quickly, and we're still not even done rallying now, having dealt with the first unit. Oh, this ox is getting involved. Look at that. An oxen stands as the bannerman. Very impressive. Right, enough of that, though. You two engage this unit, and you two engage this unit. And our retinue stands ready to engage. I'm going to... Defense is doubled. I think that's a good idea. In fact, we're going to do that for everyone. Because, really, we want our crossbowmen to be doing the damage. Right, they've engaged the retinue. And they're broken already. Okay. We'll reassign these chaps. Get as much fire on them as possible. And we will reform. Go. Wonderful. They're broken from a central charge from our retinue. Just make sure we're keeping the spear in line to protect the missile. But they'll be broken in no time at all as crossbow bolts fly into their eye holes. And look at that. They're gone. Be gone, ruffians. You shan't defeat us. Good show, everyone. Send everyone back to their respective homes. And unfortunately, the corpse pit is quite far away. Nevertheless, we will get a few people employed there. And we did lose one of our own, unfortunately. But it does look like it was just one. So there is that, at least. Back to more domestic matters. The manor is up to a wonderful 53%. Got 11 months of food, 9 months of fuel. So food has dropped slightly, but still got plenty of it. Burial is needed, and look at that, not enough pasture space. That probably means it's time to head over here and upgrade our sheep accommodation. Indeed it is. Could even do with another sheep worker, I reckon. Sheep worker, I don't think that's what they call it, is it? Sheep farm worker, there we are. Right. Let's get a few more of these in. Again, don't need them to be very big. We can, in fact, have them very small. And they will still do their jobs. at least for the time being, until the devs get in an update. So we'll just double the space that we have at present, making use of this very hilly terrain that we couldn't otherwise build on. And I found that, especially when we did our perfect cliff top build, that using space you can't otherwise put buildings on for things like pastures, which don't care if it's really steep, is a really good way of using space. And this is rather lovely. I do like finding efficient uses for space like this, and keep them relatively uniform. I quite like that as well. Okay. So that's a whole bunch of additional space for our lovely sheep boys. Of course, as always, we'll execute upgrades as and when we see them available to us. And we're really just trying to keep on top of... where do you live? You're local... Oh, you're all local, that's okay. You're just far away for no reason. Big zoom. Far away for no reason. Yes, trying to keep on top of the old market supply chains. We're not terribly far off, really. We have got 99% food variety and 100% goods variety, so that's going pretty well, considering how stretched they appear to be. But we may at some point need to do a pretty large reassigning. Having said that, I think everyone is fairly efficiently located, especially as we're in a fairly small region, so we can't really be that far away from where we need to be. 7,900 in the coffers, that's good. As usual, the trading post has decided to take this opportunity to complain that it's not connected to the roads, when in fact it is. 64% on the manor. And 7 burgages left to be moved into, so I'd imagine we're done over here. And we're starting to move in over here, are we? If not yet, then very soon. I love this little notch out of the land for this well. A little aside for that. Let's even upgrade that. You deserve to be a large well. So what are we going to have these as? I think they should be vegetables here. We have plenty of them. We can probably start selling cabbages in actual fact. So we'll get those there, and these we shall make into orchards. This one as well. It's a good bit of future-proofing going on there, so we can get those built. And let's fly on over. How are we doing for export and salt? 159. Okay, sort of on top of it. Let's go to food, and we're going to export all of our cabbages over 400. I don't think we ought to have more than 400 cabbages at any given time. They're probably just going off and not getting used. We could probably say the same for beets, although they only worth 1, so I'm not going to bother selling beets. Maybe everything we plant next will be cabbages. They are worth the most in export. Carrots, though, aren't worth a reasonable amount, and we've only got 34 of the blighters, so we may need to get a few more carrots planted as well in those additional little veggie plots we're getting set up. Good show. Right. How far have we got on the matter? 79% now. We are indeed getting there. So with that well underway, I suppose what we need to do now is figure out what is the next key to our success. I sound like some sort of tips channel, don't I? Oh dear. Anyway. So we have clothing being produced. So happiness is at an all-time high. Got plenty of people moving in. So people are not currently a problem. We maybe want to get up to burgage plot level 3. So we can increase the level of armor that our troops can wear. Because realistically, a strong military is what we need in this playthrough. That's going to be the backbone of us. Look how many crossbows we have. Good grief. Right, so let's go to trade. And we're going to set our crossbows to export. Realistically, we don't need to have more than, say, 160 in reserve. If we lose that many men with crossbows, then it's men that are going to be the problem, as opposed to crossbows. So that's going to bring in a nice bit of income as well, though. And with approval so high, we can definitely afford to up taxation. And we've got plenty of salt once again. So it may be that getting another trading post active could be something that could be on our agenda to get done. Let's first go to the manor, though. Just as soon as construction is complete, we're at 95%. The last bit of the walls are nearly completed. We just need to get the towers in place. And our first defensive, properly useful defensive manor, hopefully, will be constructed. I think it's going to look rather nice. It certainly looks like it blends in well to the shape of the settlement, actually. It doesn't look out of place, which I'm really happy about. We are going to expand a little bit more around it. Oh, towers are going up. We're nearly there. Let's zoom in for the grand construction. Huzzah! We have a manor. So let's immediately go in and up taxation to 5%, because I think we can afford it with the amount of happiness we have. So we're pretty good with food. We're expanding a little bit over here with food, and we're going to expand out a little bit further. But actually, once we've expanded around here, that's going to be it. That's going to be as far as we can expand in this region, because we're using this here for firewood. We're going to use this here for a bit more agriculture. We're going to expand across here for a tavern potentially, and this is all being used to produce forests, so we've got enough lumber to support our industry. So apart from a bit of expansion around here, specifically, in terms of a bit more high density burgaging to get a bit more meat, etc., we're pretty good for pork. We really are pretty much done, unless we can get upgrades. So, getting to level 3, how happy are people in general? Is it really just breweries that we need? It looks like it is. Well, we've got the money, and we're just starting to export crossbows, so we're going to have more money available still. We've got 4 burgages left. I think we should get in a couple more down here. But first, what we're going to do is we're going to get down another trade post, which we're going to get down just in here as well. Again, as close to our existing industry and supply chains as we can. So I think we'll pop it there. And then we will get down the granary and a storehouse. Maybe we should... We've got the contour lines here. Again, we don't really want to expand much further out than this. In fact, this might be a good place to do it. Kind of mimic what we've got on this side. And take a road off a little bit like this. Yep, a little something like that there. Although, kind of want to come back a little bit before that to actually get into the end of that road. Bit too aggressive. Yeah, that's basically what I want. And then a switch back in here. And that kind of be the point of the end of where our housing and industry comes to. And then probably worth getting a road that splits off here and connects in up the top like that, with our classic little switchbacks there as well, and then get ourselves a granary and a storehouse to support a little bit of expansion. And let's put those on this road here, so we get a storehouse, get ourselves a granary, which we want to tuck in nice and close here. Okay. And then a market stall, which will fit into this gap here, as taxes go up. And then we'll get some burgages in here to support the new trading post. Maybe not building right up to the edge. Something a little bit more like that. Yeah, so 4 burgages in there. And then do what we've done elsewhere and kind of fill in the space by letting it snap to the roads a little bit. Turn off snapping there and get that set in a little nicer. Yep, okay, it's good. And then come back around this side. And can we get that to snap there? Yeah, we can. Good stuff. Fill those in a little bit more. Yeah, I do prefer these with the doubles, but we're going to get more out of those because they've got a little bit more rear extension space. And then fill the space here potentially. Maybe come from this direction. Sure, we could do that. It's not the most efficient use of space. Can we start down here and do it like this? Yes, we can. Although it's only going to give us 1 plot, so go 1 more tick across. Basically the same, but sure, we'll go for that. On the hillside here, and those burgages will provide us with space to get another trading post up and running. So in preparation for that, let's get another 4 horses ordered so that it can be operated from here. We'll set them to accept that livestock, and we'll get down a couple more hitching posts. Perfect spot in here. Lovely. Oh, good. 3 in there. Absolutely wonderful. And then we've got the infrastructure to support those, and the granary and the storehouse, and a little bit of space for more. And then we'll get the last couple of burgages that I'm planning for the area, at least. In here. And possibly in here. Depending on how they look. They look great, but no rear extension space. And as much as I like a dense burgage, I want it to be useful. Okay, so we'll get one in like that. Lovely, and that might just about end the expansion at this end, apart from getting our upgrades. So, talking of upgrades, we've got plenty of money. Let's see if we can't start importing. So we get our first people moving in here already. We're going to send them to work at the granary. Let's see if we can't get a trade up and running for barley. Now, I'm going to slow down time just a little bit because I want that barley going to a specific place so that we can have it turned and produced efficiently. So barley obviously needs to be made into malt. So we're going to need a malt house, which is in production. Here. Maybe that's what we can use this little bit of space here for. And perhaps these 3 burgages here could be brewers. Yes, I like the idea of that. So, we get ourselves a malt house, which will pop down there. We can even get 2, but I don't think it will be necessary. And then we're going to get a storehouse in. Nope, we're going to get a granary in, specifically to store the goods we need. And then as those are being built, we're going to go around all of the other granaries and make sure that they are not allowed to stock barley or malt. Malt doesn't go to the storehouse, does it? It does go into the granaries. Goodness, I barely built the thing. It's already accepting goods. Let's just double check. The large storehouse we have over here, we're using largely for export. We should probably also allow that to stock crossbows, because that is one of the things we're going to be exporting. So then we'll set our reallowances over here. Good. And let's just get this granary completed. Come along. Last couple of bits. It's nice to have enough logs and planks for once, isn't it? Get a little sip. Ooh, lovely. Come along, granary. Get completed already. Goodness, taking as long as the manor. So we basically are just going to go around and not allow them to have any crops. We're also going to disallow them to have anything from crafting materials. So let's go around. Something I should have been doing from the start, but we'll go around and do it now. Take out crafting materials and crops from all of our granaries. Hold. What? Got 100% general stock availability. Pure laziness is the only reason you'd be cold for not going and buying the things you need. We should probably allow them to have honey though, because we'll need to get someone set up to make the stuff. But honey does, I believe, improve happiness. Not that we've got any problems with happiness, but just in case, I am going to allow them to have it. And maybe one of these chaps down here can be set up as an apiary. We'll set you up as an apiary. Yes, there's stuff to do there as well, I know. But let's go around first and take care of the granary situation, because then we can get on with importing some barley and have it all go to the right place from day one. I suspect we will end up missing at least one granary. Again, one of the lovely quality of life features I would like to see in the game is being able to see a certain type of building by filtering. I know you hold down tab and you can see the symbol, but I'm very much a colours man. I like to see the colours of what I'm building. I find organising things by colour far easier than organising by symbol. I know that's not the same for everyone, but you know, I would like the option. Okay, I think that's now just coming down to these granaries down here. Not much in this granary at all, is there? Okay, let's upgrade that while we're at it. Lovely stuff. And is there one more down here? Is it 2? Just the one. Right, in theory... Carrots and cabbages, yes, very good. In theory, that is everyone taken care of. Food is down to 9 months, so there's additional veggie plots we've got will be needed soon. So actually, let's quickly hover over here and make sure we've got some seeds planted in them. That was wrong. It was meant to be cabbage. I have to rebuild that. Why can't I just unplant it? It's annoying. Okay, focus on pears for those. Oh, we've got this one is here as well. You can be cabbage. And your cabbage. Good. Right, so we've got some more food on the way. These are going to be really nice looking orchards. Can't wait to see those built up. Back on over here. Let's go to our dedicated granary. And you are going to be allowed to house alcohols. You can hold malt. And you can hold... We could also have our bakeries here, couldn't we, for breads to get up to level 4. Go on then, we'll have an ultra strong Rangbaku. And we'll have level 4 burgers as well. So we'll set up for some bread production at the same time. So we'll allow wheat flour and wheat grain. And we will allow malt, and of course we need barley and the crops, and bread. And that is what you will be allowed to have. We'll upgrade you and take away your right to be a store. Look at that, 23 unassigned families. Good gravy. I imagine the storehouses and granaries all over are very stretched. Let's get a few more families working in there. Let's get 3 working in there. Okay. Let's get a family working at this here. And you're going to be coming all the way over there. Get another family at that one, the forester's huts. Let's get a family working at the malt house. We've got lots of people that moved in here. So, gosh, with 80% approval, you really do get people moving in very quickly. So, let's just check who isn't assigned here. It's going to be everyone in this row now, isn't it? Brief. Right, we can get an expansion on there. A few people over here. A warehouse worker. A granary worker. Everyone's booked up. Right, let's just assign 4 families and see where they live. So, you're local. That's fine. And you're reasonably local. Reasonably local. You're quite far away. So we'll get rid of one of those. And then everyone else should be local. Correct. They don't always get rid of the one you want to get rid of, where you unassign. No, they haven't. Let's reassign you to work at your local storehouse as a ways of getting rid of you. Speed some back along again. Okay, people are still moving in over here, so actually you can go and work at the new storehouse. At the new trading post, rather. Okay. Then we just need to wait for one more person over here to move in that is not currently assigned, and they can go and work as the last worker at that trading post. And we've still got a few burgers that haven't been moved into down here, at least. Oh! More brigands. Oh gosh, coming all the way over here. Okay. I wonder which way they're going to come down. Probably down this way, I'd imagine. Right. Rally the forces. Deal with these ruffians. We've figured out a good way to do it now, so we should be absolutely fine. No casualties. I expect no casualties, everyone. Rally to your positions and don't die. Well, there's still a few minutes away, so we shall carry on with what we need to do. And that, at the moment, is going to take the form of opening trade on buying in some barley. So we're going to import. Come on. We're going to import, and I probably want to have a surplus of, say, 50. Establish a trade route. And we'll start turning that into malt. And then we'll get these burgages upgraded once people are living there, and get them turned into breweries. Speaking of which, let's get a few extensions on these burgages over here. So get in a few animal pens. And then we'll also get in a few chicken boys as well. A little bit like that there. Alright. And so upgrades going on there. You are going to be some vegetables actually. You have a reasonable rear garden area. And still haven't assigned anyone to these. We haven't needed to get any additional clothiers over here actually. So what else could we do with them? I think for the minute we'll set them up with a few chickens. Nope. That was wrong. We're going to come back to that. Misclick. Right. How far down the hill are they? They're definitely coming this way. No. So they're coming this way. Could we kite them towards the manor? Maybe. Right, we are unfortunately going to have to completely redeploy our military. And I think here is probably where we're going to have to come. Not ideal, because we're now going to be running uphill. Might arrive a little bit tired. Oh dear. Right, at least we're now arriving. So let's deploy the retinue here. We don't want you running. We want you defensive. Deploy our spear here. And again, don't really want you running at this stage. And we do want you to be defensive. Okay. And then all of our missiles set up behind here. Ready to rain hellfire upon our foes in the form of some lovely steel-tipped shafts. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? As the thugs thunder down the mountainside, our men take position ready to unleash a deadly ambush.
Here we go, boy.
Rather unassumingly, we have just 10 retinue men, but behind them, the banners of the crossbowmen fly. The last of our shield is making their way into position as well, and we're as ready as we could ever be. It's not true at all, but, you know, we'll roll with it. Right, I'm going to push forward our... Oh dear, no, don't do that. Right, you need to prepare. Someone mixed in here. You two attack there. You get them. You get them. Push our units forward to here. I want to make sure that they're kited towards us and they don't continue down towards the village, because that's a load more bodies to bury. Okay. I'm going to deploy 3 units to assail these bandits. They're taking a heavy battering already. Redeploy this spear in this direction. Let's take these crossbowmen back here. Right, we'll deploy you against them. Okay. Shield wall these chaps. Redeploy these chaps to make sure they stay between the brigands and our crossbowmen. And they are taking heavy, heavy fire from our divisions. Good. Sorry, I do tend to go rather quiet when I'm executing these maneuvers. Just making sure we're keeping our shield blocking. Good. Blocking the brigands from getting to our very soft-bellied crossbowmen. Well, an example of them almost getting through. Make sure they don't get that far, and we'll pull back them just in case. And good. All done. All is said and done. We'll bring our men back to their homes and back to their jobs. Very well executed campaign, if I do say so myself. Did we lose a single man? We did not. That's what I like to see. Back over here to our local developments. Still a bit stretched on granary and supply chain, but, you know, it's still at 99, 96%, so it can't be that bad, can it? Order in a couple of goats over here. And this storehouse, I'm going to get 2 folks working here. Hopefully both locals. You're not that local, are you? You're local. And your job is going to be to keep all this in good supply. Which we should now be buying in. Judging by the amount of money we've spent, I'd like to think that we are. Yes, we've bought in 50 barley already. The malt house should be getting to work. And we should be getting to work with upgrading these baggage plots, shouldn't we? Still got 6 occupatory dwellings for people to move into. So we'll get these upgraded. Are we out of there? You're just not ready. You need fuels. It's fine, but we can at least expand your living space. You've moved in. Lovely. You're going to be one of our brewers, most likely. Or possibly bakers. We could get a combination of the 2 across here. So I think we'll just continue to upgrade you at the moment without actually giving you a rear extension, because we are going to be rebuilding it anyway. You can grow some cabbages, and you over here. Yes, I'm afraid we need to demolish your extension and give you something else, because we did not intend to give you a vegetable garden. Rather, you're going to store chickens. You can be a micro orchard. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Seems an awfully good idea. Come on. Everyone home so we can disband you. Good. Everyone go back to your jobs. Rather than mingling with the sheep. Honestly. Bunch of absolute slackers. We've got a few extra spaces over here, so let's actually double up these baggages. And then, like I said before, I don't know how many more baggages we're realistically going to need to build. It's just going to be a case of making the ones we have a denser population. We'll get an extra family living at each of these. The granary and the storehouse. Living at them? Working at them? Good grief, what am I on about? We do have another storehouse and granary here. And let's make sure that we did set up the limits on these. We didn't, so we're going to do that now. You see, already, we don't do it, and just the crossbows just appear. They just appear. Right, we'll do that, and then we'll upgrade both to be large as well, and then we'll start giving them some work a little bit down the line as well. Back over at the manor, which is looking rather overgrown at one end, isn't it? Let's still putting in expansions and upgrades in our very compact little town here. Do excuse me as I take a lovely sip of tea. Right, so we're waiting for these to move in. Still got that +2 monthly migration, so that is lovely to see. And I suppose we should start to think about where we're going to put these taverns. So we're going to have one kind of here, I reckon, that service the immediate area. And then we're going to put one just the other side of the river here. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to put a road directly opposite. Make sure it's a little bit better curved, like that. Okay, a little something like that. And we're going to connect that with a couple of bridges. And then we're going to put the tavern between those two. So that's our second tavern. And where's our third tavern? We could do one in here somewhere, couldn't we, really? There just isn't any space. What could we delete or move on from this area? Charcoal kiln. That can be moved, can't it? So I'm going to demolish this one. And then we're going to just up the workers at this one probably, couldn't we? Yeah. Get 2 extra workers at that charcoal kiln. And then we can always add one up here if we need to as well. So that gives us a bit of space. Is that enough space to get ourselves down a tavern, though? Residential tavern. Looks like it should just about be right. So we'll wait for the last of those resources to be picked up and moved along. And we'll get ourselves down the local tav. I do like it when construction actually gives over to evolution. And you're not just building new things all the time, but you're deciding what can you delete from the area. And instead, do a bit of beautification, I suppose. Not beautification, what do they call it? Gentrifying the neighborhood. We've taken out a production building, sooty, disgusting charcoal, and we're replacing it with a lovely tavern to socialize within. We can probably put through a cut-through road here as well. I feel like the tavern would have a little cut-through road behind it, a little back alley. Can we move these supplies? Please, will somebody come and pick up these supplies? It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. Maybe we need to have a few more oxen. It's possible. We do have 16, though. Maybe we should get a few more stables and buy in a few more oxen. We'll order one now for the sake of it. Oh, good. Someone's come and picked up those resources. Let's get in here, then. And oh, grief, there's space, isn't there? Yes, there is. Right. Right, we'll build that there. Complete our little back alley over there. We'll actually have another back alley here, couldn't we? How exciting. Sheep farm, getting wet. That simply won't do. Store your wares effectively, please. Are you allowed to have sheep wool? You should be. You're in roughly the right production area. Or do we have a dedicated lad for that? It doesn't look like we do. You should be taking wool. We're going to allow you to have wool. Good. Upgrade over here. Now you've got your cabbages in the ground and a few more over hither as well. Splendid. Why aren't you moving in? Oh, I know why. I've added a load of extensions, or expansions rather. People move into expansions first. Well, we can at least upgrade the taverns we've started to construct. And I think these 3 are probably going to do us, though we do need to get over here as well, I suppose. I suppose we should treat everyone equally. Don't know why I sound so exhausted about that. Doesn't bode well, does it? Right, we'll get a tavern popped in just here, where we have a bit of space. And connect it up to the road. And then maybe just one more over this way to cater to these burgages, which for the moment we'll put here. That may be a temporary building. We'll have to wait and see if I decide to keep that one around. But of course, we need to get these upgrades to level 2. So they're not level 2. I can't very well upgrade them to level 3 now, can I? And still a few people moving in here. Yes, of course, we put all the extra expansions on these as well, didn't we? So you should all be planting up. Good lads, good lads. Have you got water access? You do. It's fine. Just checking typical hadn't fallen behind on that one again. Classic. Still short on the old apples, pears, and quinces, but we've fairly highly invested into having more of them planted recently. So we just need to wait for the saplings to grow to a ripe old age. We've got 18 unassigned families. Let's double check in on the marketplace. As always, a bit stretched. Was there additional bandwidth down here? There was. To the storehouse and to the granary. The worrying thing is that if it's already as stretched as this, what is it going to be like when we've got... Get another worker there. when we get all these up to level 3 and 4. Concerning. But at that stage, we may be looking to where we can add additional granaries and storehouses to supplement the supply chain. Those are worries for another day, though. So why don't we see about getting ourselves down, also in preparation, the bakery quarter, which is really just going to consist of a windmill, I suppose. Because we've got the combined storehouse we're using here, large granary for the supply. Look at all that malt ready to go. Wonderful. In fact, what we should probably do to avoid draining all of our money is set up a limit. We don't need more than 100 malt, realistically, at any given time, which will stop the import of barley. And then when we get to producing at the alcohol as well, we'll set up a limit on that. So, let's see about getting down our windmill. 99% efficiency, very nice. So, we'll pop that down just there. We'll, of course, need a farmhouse as well. You might be thinking, why do we need a farmhouse? You haven't got any farms. But it's much cheaper to buy in the wheat as a crop rather than as a grain, because you buy it in as a wheat, as a crop, and then you get to turn it into 2 grain. So we need somewhere for it to be turned into grain, and that happens at a farmhouse. There you are, that's your education for the day. Only 4 spots available for people to move into. Now, we were just talking about supply chain, etc. It may be that a mass reassigning also gets us some way towards an equilibrium as well, so there's that to consider. I imagine we've had a few people moving over here, so I'm going to get a few more operatives in these granaries and storehouses. Let's see about getting this upgraded to a large tavern as well, and this one. Come on, click the button, goodness gracious. This one here as well, because with all of those upgraded, it means that when we come to actually start distributing the lovely alcohols that we will have, there'll be plenty of people to do it. Let's go to trade, because we've got absolutely stacks of clothes. Are we going to export them? Actually, you know what, we're not. And that is because I tend to find once you upgrade to higher levels of burger spots, the excess resources you thought you had just disappear. So obviously we're selling cabbages over a certain limit anyway. And we've got a fair number of fruits for the first time. Eggs, milk and pork, that's all going to disappear once we get to level 3 and 4, unfortunately. So long as we can keep our exports going strong, though, we should be fine. Oh, but of course, it's been 30 seconds, so it's time for another raid. This time they've come in from there, so we shall have to rally, probably to defend, from within the manor. Now for one of the really annoying things about Manor Lords. You can't rally your troops inside of a manor. I know, irritating. So we'll have to rally them elsewhere. Or can we rally them individually nearby? No. Here it is. Right, everyone rally to this position. So, note to self, leave a green space outside. Okay, so let's get our troops stationed within the manor grounds. Here they come. Ooh, exciting. We actually get to use the manor for once. Are we all going to be inside first? I hope we don't lose any villagers as they charge in through the street, though. Oh dear, look at that. How's that for a traffic jam? That's properly one at a time, isn't it? Come on. There isn't time for this. They're coming down the hill. Good grief. It's not great, is it? Come on. Oh dear. Get through the gates already. You might need to go one at a time. 1 unit at a time. Oh, it's hilarious. Are we actually going to get stuck outside? Let's send one around this way, look. It's so buggy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, why did it have to be these guys? Right, I'm going to deploy our retinue outside the gate. No, I'm not. It's going to take forever. You're going to stay inside the gate, defensively. We're going to have to take our spear outside. In the hopes that they can protect our crossbow. Oh, no. Oh no. I know I keep saying it, but oh no. Let's deploy this unit over here, ready. Or behind the retinue, perhaps. Just a couple of lads out here. At least 2 units of crossbows seem to have managed to get to position and are opening fire at least. Might actually get this unit in, and actually that means we can now pull back our spear to within the manor. Okay. Shield wall inside, please. Everyone inside. Just as the brigands arrive. Okay, and now we can properly assign different units of crossbow to take on different units. What's wrong with these chaps? Should be fine. Well, look at this. For once we're actually using a manor, more or less as it was intended. We're guarding the gates with our troops, and we're firing over the walls with our crossbows, rallying units left, right, and centre. Yes, and victory is ours. The dead litter the streets. I'm really hoping that none of them are our own men, and certainly not our own villagers, but we haven't lost any of our troops, so that's a good sign. We can all send them home. And hopefully there are no dead villagers amongst all these corpses. That would be rather upsetting. They're all holding weapons? Looks like it. Okay. Well, I'd call that a success. We've already got 2 people working at the corpse pit because it wasn't that long ago we were last raided, so we'll leave them to it. We're really out of pasture space already. No, there is still some space left. Another thing that's a little bit buggy about this game. Well, you know what? Could have been much worse. Threshing priority is high, because that's all you're here to do. And we'll employ 2 families to do some threshing. Let's go over to the trading posts once more. And set you to do a little importing. How are we doing on salt? 81, oh, 31. Might need a few work. That's really jumping around, isn't it? Might need a few more people working at the salt mines. So let's go over to crops, and we're going to import 50 wheat. Let's establish ourselves a trade route. And there's no way really to stop them from, you know, maximum amount of grain. Oh well, it's fine. We won't actually bake any bread until we have some level 3 burgages, because there's no point using the communal oven. It's a bit of a waste of resources. Because by the time we get a bit of alcohol out into the market, we'll be able to get up to level 3, and we'll be able to get a proper bakery based at someone's burgage anyway. A bakery burgage, you might say. Yes, 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 plenty of bodies need burying. They're on it, believe me. They're all over it. Where do you live? Oh, you're there. What are you doing all the way over there? Doing a bit of construction, I suppose. You're local as well. Good, okay, that's fine. Just making sure we're at least trying to keep on top of the issue. Storehouse is actually looking pretty good in terms of supply. How are we doing for alcohol? Have we made any yet? Nope. So we haven't got any brewers yet, have we? We were just upgrading these chaps to level 2. And then we can get them brewing, I suppose. So you here will be the first, and you will be the second. So just as soon as you're complete. 94%, 97%. And there we are. We're going to get a brewery ensconced within your walls. You're lovely and close to the chaps that have the malt. And you also are, so we'll get you brewing too. Wonderful shenanigans. We'll also need to be importing linen, I suppose. Look at all the forestation. So putting a smaller area for each forestry hut really has reaped rewards, I would say. Smaller forestry area, and they do a really good job. So I'm definitely going to have to do that more often in future, I think. Get that upgrade there. Now, how much money do we have? 5,300 in our own coffers. We are quite heavily taxing. So let's go ahead and go to our retinue. As we're being claimed again, better slow down time. We don't want that to go accidentally wrong. And let's just see about hiring a few more men to the retinue. Good. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we are, oh dear, fighting the claim. And I think we are, once again, going to try and buy him off. Because we're not quite ready yet, Baron. You know, one day they're going to put an update into the game when they're going to stop you from bribing the Baron for any sum of money, and he always accepts. And that is the day that we're going to have to be much more ready, much more quickly. Fortunately, huzzah, we're not there yet. So we can get away with it, because that would have been a rather nasty engagement. It's possible we could have pulled through, but I think we would have had very heavy losses, because we do not have a fully equipped military, even if they do have weapons, etc., and at full strength. They don't have any armor at all at the moment. Let's go to Retinue, to the Retinue customization. How much is it to upgrade? It's only 26 to upgrade them to stronger armor, but they cost 100 each to recruit, so it's definitely worth spending that money on getting them upgraded with some proper armor, because the longer they last on the battlefield, the longer it is before I have to buy replacements for them. So we'll get as many of them as possible. We're going to be able to do all of them, I think, so we'll get them all with their armor. Again, another little nice quality of life feature I'd like to have. I'd like to be able to upgrade all of them at once, please, so I don't have to aggravate my RSI. Wonderful! That's what I like to see. So as we start to think about getting some alcohol brewed, etc., and also some bakeries, which is probably what these two buildings are going to be, we also need to think about the materials we need to make ourselves some lovely armor. One of which is flax. I don't think we're going to be growing any flax, are we? No. Abhorrent fertility, apart from maybe here. No, actually, we haven't put any burgages over here yet. We could do a tiny little bit of farming. It's terrible for rye. Rye's over here. Just get some flax fields in place. I wonder what they would actually yield. You know what, it's December. We have time, and it would save us importing them. So why don't we get down a farmhouse just here. And we'll get down to business. We'll put down some flax fields, which we will basically encompass this medium fertility area. Try to have about 0.5 Morgan per field. It's 0.8, too big, make it a bit smaller. 6 is fine, so if we can have 6 to 9 fields, then maybe we can avoid importing linen by producing our own flax, and that certainly would net us a nice saving. So let's just get a couple of these here. Okay, they're about the right size. And I suppose we might as well try and grow a few other crops here, if for no other reason that the more we do grow here, the less we have to import. Mind you, maybe it's just a waste of labour. Yeah, I might just set these up so that they have a rotation where they're not in use every year. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we'll get 9 in here. Just make it a lot bigger, shall we? 1 Morgan. Right, and then we'll get a farmhouse there. Pop a little road across here. Like so. We'll want some burgages to support these. So let's get a granary and a storehouse. Can we get a well over here? We can. Oh, perfect. Just there as well. And then a little strip of market stalls in there. And then we'll get some lovely little burgages in here. Squeeze as many of these into this little space here as we can to provide us with a nice working populace for the farm. Probably a bit overkill on the number here, actually. Don't quite like how that's snapping. Let's start a little bit further across, shall we? Almost. Yep, got those in there. And then can we squeeze one more into here? We can. One more into here? We cannot. That's fine. Right, so that gets something ongoing over there. And then that'll supply the textile industry, which is quite a ways away, but is here nonetheless. And then we'll get maybe the other 2 burgages here set up, which we originally thought might be tailor shops. Get them set up to produce linen from the flax. Get a few more workers in the weaver's workshops as well. Good. Well, we've 63 ale, so that is well under production. I think once we get up to about 150, that's when we might look to open up our taverns to start getting some burgages, especially around this area up to level 3, because we want to get the bakeries open and also increase the population density to increase the textile industry staffing levels. Very good indeed. Is 2 farmers too much? Yes, we're turning all the wheat immediately into grain. Let's turn that down to 1. I'm going to set them up with a working area, which is just here as well, because I do not want them going all the way over to the other farms over here, the fields, once we have this up and running. We're going to have 3 fields active at any one time, so we're going to want at least 2 farms to allow us to operate 3 oxen. So there is an oxen available for each field. So we'll get another farm and pop that down here. And then we'll need to make sure we've got enough oxen locally available. So this little space here would seem the perfect place to put us a couple of stables. So we'll get those down. And we'll go over to our lovely livestock trading post. And we're going to set a import on a few more oxen. Maybe let's go to 22 oxen. Fab. Money seems to be holding pretty well, to be fair. Already had someone move in over here, so you're going to go and work at the local granary. And we'll just make sure again that you don't have allowances for things you shouldn't have. And then we'll get you upgraded. And we'll do the same for the storehouse before you end up with a bunch of crossbows, as we've learned is quite likely. Okay, good. And then we'll upgrade you as well. And you should have a local family from just hearing you, which is good. Let's go for some more chicken coops for that extra animal produce. And we've got 80 chickens, 38 goats. Maybe do with a few extra goats, actually. So we'll get a few more animal pens on these properties here. And maybe just a chicken coop on the end there. Got a bit of variety. We'll get ourselves some plows ordered. And then let's set ourselves up with a crop rotation, which is basically just going to be flax, I think. If it turns out we have the time, then we could do some rye here potentially, although probably still worth doing wheat because it's not twice the fertility. And my understanding is that you get 2 grain for every wheat, but you get 1 grain for every flax. So unless your wheat is double, or your rye is double the fertility of the wheat, I think it's still worth doing the wheat. If I'm wrong, please let me know. I'd love to know. I never really did master the crop rotation and everything from this game. I had a lot of fun actually playing a lovely game called Ostriv, and I did rather love the farming in that game, as I've often talked about on this channel, and also the worker rotations you could do as well. So we'll get some upgrades over here as well. Nice to do a little bit of expansion over there that isn't just the larger plots, but I think it's quite nicely worked out here. We've got essentially the centre of the town here with the manor, the industry, and the dense city population. And over here you've kind of got the agricultural districts. And that's even to stay true with the farms we've just set up. So I quite like that. I don't normally have such heavily zoned settlements. They do end up zoned to a degree, but not usually to this level. I'm quite enjoying it. We do have an excess on salt, which leads me to believe that maybe we are stretched a little again on the old trading posts. And I usually check by checking in at the trading posts and seeing, are all of the horses out carrying riders? You're waiting, well, you're back carrying a rider. And if they are, that to me is giving me a signal that they're at maximum capacity. So, in anticipation of having more workers in the area, I think I am going to get a 4th trading post set up. Is there just enough space left on the King's Road? Not quite. It's fine. So we'll come back in here on one of the edges potentially, or up here. Yeah, we'll go there. And then we'll give it some local hitching posts. And once again, we'll pay another visit to our livestock trading friend. And let him know that we want another 4 horses again, please. And thank you. Okay, how are we doing over here? Let's get ourselves some goats. That was the plan, wasn't it? For these. upgrade you, and it'd be good to get our first couple of workers over here. Let's, as we come into March, get ourselves some stables and oxen to operate them. We'll give some permanent livestock assignments to these farmhouses. And do you have a job, sir? You do not. You're going to go and work at a farm. That's your lot in life. Yeah, granary and storehouse look like they might have got a bit better in supply chain, if anything. Yeah, what do? You're a warehouse worker. You're a granary worker. So we'll just wait for these upgrades to be complete and a few more people to move in, and then we shall assign them to their various posts as well as the oxen start arriving with all the goods. Splendid. Simply wonderful. I say, good show and all that. Hip hip. Oh, no one lives there. Hopefully soon. Oh, someone lives here though. You're going to go and work at this farm. And we'll of course upgrade you, and hopefully you'll have a neighbour move in any second, and already starting to plough those fields. And it'll be really interesting to see how much flax we're going to get out of these. I don't normally bother farming on low fertility regions, but it'll be interesting to see how we can do. It's like we say, anything we get out of the ground, we don't have to buy in, and I'm not sure our economy could support us buying much more in. Come on then, just a few more people to move in, please. Making good use of these vegetable plots? Looks like it. I think so. We'll go with yes. Yep, you're a farmer. You're a farmer. And you are a farmer. Yeah. Yes. Ah, you're unassigned. You're a farmer. Oh, and good, you've just moved in. You're a farmer too. Okay, so I don't know if 4 families is going to be enough, but that's what we've got for the time being. So we'll just have to wait and see what those yields look like they're going to be. The logging camps are full. Yes, we've got lots of timber, haven't we? It's 261 ale. Goodness, well I think it might be time to set a ludicrous overstock. Well, 15, maybe 20. And open our first tavern, which I think is going to be this one here. And then we just wait for the upgrades to flow in. Yeah, we probably want not to make more than 200 ale, I'd say. Look at that already. Right. Let's pause. Make use of the upgrades. So we've got 2 on you immediately. Oh, come on. You're the ones I really want upgraded. Good grief. It's always the ones you want to get to a higher level that always do it last. But I'm sure as the ale flows through the streets, these other burgesses will pop up with a readiness to upgrade. That a zeal and a passion for a greater hope and all that shenanigans, I suppose. I don't know what's going on. You know what? I've had a long day at work. Yeah, got typical some slack. He's had a long day at work. And it's clearly got to brain a bit. At this rate, one of these is going to be a bakery as opposed to one of those burgages over there. Good, 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 good. Why aren't you upgrading? Go to the shop. Why don't you have other things? Oh, why are you being so difficult? Nevertheless, plenty of upgrades are available. How are we doing for resources? We do tend to get we were just talking about how much timber we have and how wonderful it is. We're now starting to get a bit timber strapped because these upgrades take a lot of timber. It's a good thing we had it. I'm starting to wish we had even more. Let's not go too crazy because I really want to make sure we've got enough resources to upgrade the ones I actually want to get done. Look how far the tavern is reaching. Good grief, I'm not sure we even needed this tavern. Seriously, go and get some foraged vegetables. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. There is so much available on the market. At least one of you's upgrading, I suppose. Oh, my giddy aunt. Look at that, 28 available living spaces now already. I'm going to stop there because we do have a little bit of lack of... We do have a little bit of a lack of timber. And plenty of building going on. Right, let's whip on over here. Switch quickly and see how we got on. So, where are we at? We're growing. How much can I expect? 28. Oh, that's pretty good. You're still sowing. You're going up. Yep. Okay. You're 24. I'd say. And 38. Okay, I'd say it's worth doing. Very nice. There's also the benefit that flax looks really pretty. Oh, there we are. Upgraded. Perfect. Alright, let's wait for some resources to come in, and let's also wait for some upgrades to take place. People are indeed very happy. Drinking all of our wonderful ale and costing us enormous amounts of money, no doubt. Gonna have to figure out another source of income at this rate. Just can't export the salt fast enough. Well, we have built a new trading post. Let's assign 4 livestock to it and make sure these local hitching posts are upgraded to stables. And then we'll want to get some people working there fairly soon. You are going to be our first bakery. Oh, we need a shoemakers as well, don't we? The large village level has been reached. All this beautiful construction. I think level 3 construction has just got to be one of my favourite levels. It looks so pretty, the buildings, when they're being constructed. Their big roofs. Rather letting the manor down, though, isn't it? We're going to have to upgrade the manor to stone, I think. Just so it holds its own in terms of aesthetics and looking pretty. Okay, how are we doing for malt, wheat grain? We've got loads of wheat grain. Oh, look at that small town already. It's flying now. We're cooking with gas, as they say. I don't know if they say that where you are. That's what they say over here in the United Kingdom. It's so tempting to upgrade. Still shy on timber. Come on, everybody. We're going to be ready for level 4 in a minute, as soon as these bakeries start opening. Right, you, Piggy. You're actually... actually, no, you're not going to be for leather. What am I talking about? Right, so you two are for making rebs. And it was you over here, wasn't it? Actually, so I do need to make you level 3. I should have done it while I had the chance. Silly technical. Right, we'll have to wait for you to get some beverage supply again, then get you upgraded to level 3. So we can turn you into a boot boy. We do still have a good excess of clothes, but I'm not convinced that's going to last forever. We've got 1.5k wool. Good grief. Okay, we need more people working at the weavers' workshops. Let's up the number of workers there. We may even need more weavers once we get linen starting to be produced, because we'll have flax coming in before too long. Which reminds me, we should go over to the local dedicated storehouse, get another worker, and allow you to have flax. Should be the only place flax is allowed, ideally. I'd very much like to get that up to level 3 now, please. Please and thank you. Is it a lie? Do we not actually have 157 ale? Or has it been distributed to other granaries far afield? Maybe that's the problem. I mean, we could assign any of these to produce something different, but... you know, I haven't. So I don't want to, because this is where we've got the storehouse, etc. And now we've got a few fields. It probably is worth us making sure we've got enough honey, isn't it? Enough apiaries. Efficiency. Pollination percent 0.1. Okay. Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. I'm seeing some red on a few hitching posts. Do we need a few more hitching posts? We can always get a few more of these dotted around. A couple in there, for example. Squeeze one in up here. Pop one in down there. Plenty of those for everyone. Come on, get some beverages with you. There are beverages available. Well, maybe we should open up the more local tavern. And keep that there. We never upgraded this one. Well, let's see how we get on with just one worker in it. To be fair, all we need is to get some ale into this burgish, to be fair. Oh, to be fair. And then we'll be able to get upgraded. That one there's ready, so hopefully you will be soon as well. We'll keep an eye on you. Come on. You're ready, so surely you're next. Surely you're next. Not you. Rage. Outrage. It's an outrage. Do you need another more direct road or something? Come on. Do I really have to upgrade that tavern? Well, I guess at this rate, we're going to have our shoe factory here. There we go. Get you upgraded. And we'll do these two. Yeah, we may end up using some of those for shoes, to be fair, so we'll get some upgrades there as well. Just in anticipation, in case we decide to do it. We might as well upgrade the tailors, I suppose. It's going to give more families within the tailor's workshop working on clothes production. I'm going to upgrade you, because you don't have any useful extension. Cool. Harvest season has started. I'm running a little low on finance. We'll have to keep an eye on food supply as well, because obviously we are massively increasing our population. Alright. Let's get some level 2 upgrades over here. And hopefully we have enough people working here to take care of the various needs. Yeah, food variety and general goods has definitely dropped since our population has started to explode. I mean, what are we up to now? Nearly 500 people, and what is a very small region at the end of the day. I'm going to take away that tavern worker and get that tavern upgrade on the way. And I really would like to expand into another region, but I think the reality of it is that until we have a stronger military, we just can't risk it. Just can't risk it. Still a lot of orchards left to grow up though, so there is that still to come. We have got space for more vegetable plots. That's something we can start looking into expanding further. How much flax then did we get? 79. Are we making some lovely linen? We should be. Or should be shortly at the very least. We're making a lot more yarn than we were as well. And is our boot liquor up and running? Where are you? Nope, we need to actually assign you to that role, don't we? So you're going to make boots. Good. So we'll have some shoes available on the market. I should probably get a windmill active, because without the windmill, there's no point in having all of this lovely 230 wheat grain that we spent so much money on. Good grief. There's no way I can really set a proper limit for trade for wheat. What if I said I don't want more than 20? And maybe we'll buy it in smaller quantities. Sheep farm is full. Fuel has not been a problem for a long time, which is nice, and there's still a good amount of forest here, more than there was before we started, in fact. So maybe the trees aren't as tall, but at least they're there. We should have bread starting to come onto the market. Look at that, 12 bread. Yeah, we should make sure that these are both making wheat bread, actually. You're not. Good. Right, get you making wheat bread. What you should be doing for us. And as we come into October, we might even sneak over that 500 population before the year is out. Still at 83% approval, even with the supply for housing being a little bit more spotty than it has been previously. With all these additional families moving in, it would be good to get a few extra people working at the granaries and storehouses, or at least get a few more granaries and storehouses in. But that might have to wait for a big reassigning, which we'll do probably once most of these burgages have actually been filled. So really at the moment, it's just a case of hoping that our supply chains can actually keep up with the number of people we've got moving in. I would very much like to start making some helmets, but at least we're starting to get in that material we can turn into gambesons. So we've got 48 linen. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up this chicken boy. We're going to make him into a tailor, and you're going to work on making us some gambesons. So we'll set that priority nice and high. And we have indeed run out of hitching post space, so let's get a bit more of this popped in. Ah, lovely. Good spot here. Get 3 in there. Well, once again, the brigands have arrived to test our patience. So we shall deploy our forces, which are stronger than ever. I don't know why I went a bit Scottish there. We don't have loads of spaces on our very densely packed land that we can actually deploy our forces. It's becoming a bit of a problem. Right. Deploy everyone to the edge there. Which route are they going to take? In fact, what we might do is send everyone over here again. So I think that's probably the way they're going to come, based on previous experience. Indeed they are. So we shall get them on the slopes. Retinue will take front and center. My lovely spearmen will take the flanks. And then our crossbow boys will take the rear. Right, see if we can't get everyone into position before they start coming down the hill. And then 1 unit of crossbow per brigand will engage. Absolutely fantastic. Look at that. We're in position. We're ready. Now, the size of our military doesn't look vast, and it does worry me a bit for when we're fighting the Baron and all of his various mercenaries. But there's certainly enough to deal with this rabble we're about to engage. A double line of crossbows, our infantry up front, headed by our well-equipped retinue. Oh, yes. Very good indeed. Right. So, I'm going to assign 1 unit each to take on these. Stay here. Just as they come into range. Okay. They're really charging down, aren't they? Right, let's make sure everyone has their targets. As they run down piecemeal, I mean, I would not want to be charging these lines. They have managed to close. Just want to make sure these guys can't outflank us. So I'm going to make sure we focus our firepower. Everyone should be on the... Oh, what's happened here? Good grief. It's a disaster. Oh, they're running away. It's okay. Right, it's all fine. It went perfectly, in fact. I thought the brigands had somehow managed to break through and attack us, but it was actually just that they were running away. Right, that was very swiftly dealt with. Very good. But I suppose at the very least, actually, this is getting us a good bit of experience. Yeah, experience plus 25. So that's very good. We're going to have at least a slightly stronger military by the time we do come across the Baron. Right, let's upgrade these to stables. Make sure we've got that stable space. And we do like what we've actually filled up now on sheep. So we're going to go to the livestock trading post. We're going to get a second worker. And we're going to go for exporting everything over 150 sheep. And we're going to export everything over 100 lambs. And we'll get an additional couple of workers there to make sure we can facilitate those trades. Good stuff. How much would it cost to upgrade our house? Just need a few more stone. I think we could afford to import that, couldn't we? At the moment, anyway. Let's get it quickly. 25. Even if we don't upgrade the walls, it would be nice to have a proper stone manor standing at the centre of it there, wouldn't it? I think that would be a lovely addition. So 87% approval. Still got 25 spots for people to be moving into. And what were we doing? We were getting you setting up for garrisons, weren't we? Oh, you are. Right, you're making garrisons as we speak. In fact, a few have already been deployed to the troops. Now, here's my question. We've not got loads of money. We're spending a lot on bringing in our wheat and our barley to get our upgrades. Can we really afford to increase our iron production? Or rather, our iron purchasing? And I don't think we can. So what does that mean? Well, I think what that means is we're going to have to turn our eyes towards our neighbouring region, Rheinsbüttel, because they have a lovely, rich resource of iron. Now, of course, the Baron currently controls that region, and I am a bit worried about taking him on, because as we said, we're not really fully equipped. However, we are still buying in iron to make crossbows, so what if we come over here and we pause manufacture of metal parts, put a surplus of 10 in place, and we pause manufacture of crossbows at 160. So I know we're not going to be exporting them, so that's going to be a one less thing we're making money on. But hopefully, with the amount of salt we're producing, that will be able to take up the slack to a degree. We could always potentially sell some clothes if we absolutely had to. We could even sell ale. That might be a good way to raise some extra funds. Let's go in here actually and do that. That's a good idea. Why have I never thought to sell ale? I suppose I've never really had enough. So we're going to export everything over 100 ale. Do we only get 6 back for it? No. Terrible deal. Terrible deal. Terrible deal. Maybe we are going to export some clothes then. Maybe shoes would be better. We don't really have enough yet. I think everything over 100 shoes, perhaps, we can export. We'll buy the trade route ready, even if it is going to cost us a lot of money to do so. Did we get that last trading post fully active? We did not. Okay. Let's get 4 families working here. Hopefully they're all relatively local. And see if we can't get the amount of salt exported up. And the reason I've stopped production on our crossbows, etc., is because I also don't need more shields, do we? Maybe we could convert this. So we might need them one day. In fact, I should probably up this to more like 70, so we've got redundancies. Should we suffer losses? I'm going to convert this chap to an armorer's workshop. And let's see if we can't use some of the iron we're buying in already to make us some helmets. And then with helmets and gambesons, perhaps that'll be enough armor for us to try and fight for this region here. Then once we've secured iron production and set up a town in there, we can perhaps look to produce ourselves some chainmail, finish getting up to level 4. Is this a fertile region over here? It's not. It's a shame, because otherwise it could have been a source of food as well, production. So where would we have to go for that? There's only one fertile region on this map. It's up here, isn't there? It's the only one. So maybe that's the 3rd region we'll have to take. And that would give us food production. I would have to take the farming at elevation modification, but that wouldn't be an issue. We'd have to do that, and that would all be to support Rangbaku, I suppose. And its large population. That is, if we do run out of food. It might be that with the additional properties over here, we don't struggle so much. But there's no point doing that until we've moved in everyone to the expanded living spaces in the centre. I do like the idea of other settlements having to support the main valley region. A lovely, gorgeous valley settlement we built here in Manor Lords, but we'll have to wait and see if that's something we can actually achieve. So we seem to have enough stable space for the time being as well. So really, it's just a case of waiting for gambesons to start reaching the men. And look, helmets are also starting to reach the men. We've had our armorer's workshop. He's up and running. So he's producing. How much iron do we have? We've got 29 tools, so we are at least on top of that. And how much iron do we have? I always forget where it's under. Metalworks. So just barely ticking in, isn't it? We might need another worker at the bloomery, actually. Where's our bloomery? Tannery's there. How are we doing for hides, actually? 15, so yeah, it's fine. We could probably start selling wool, but that seems like a bit of a waste. Tannery's there. La la la. What do we need? Around here, isn't he? Bloomery. Right, let's get a second family at the bloomery, see if we can't make the metal a little faster. And we just have to keep an eye on the economy to see that we are indeed producing enough. I mean, look how much the wheat has cost us. Good grief. An enormous amount. And actually, it'd be interesting to take a look and see what our export is like with our salt. So, if we come down here, salt. So, past 12 months. Production has been vaguely similar. Balance has been vaguely similar. There's no way to see how much of it we're exporting per month, is there? All time. Right, so last month we sold 166 salt, 6 cabbages, and 9 sheep. Previous year we sold 1,700 salt. All time 80,000. Okay, it's quite hard to tell, isn't it? I could do with a graph really for this information. Oh well. I feel like we haven't really had loads of people move in. I suppose a lot of them people moving in at the moment might be moving into like the tailors' workshops, the bakery, the taverns, the breweries, and those obviously just suck up the workers. They don't go into the unassigned families pool because they're all becoming brewers, they're all becoming tailors, etc. That might be why we're not seeing loads of people enter the job market, because we are very high on the approvals. We are getting that +2 monthly migration. But once we do start to see this tick up, we'll be able to start assigning more people to granaries, storehouses, and of course to salt production. which hopefully now we'll be starting to get a bit more on top of with exporting with our additional trading post. And yeah, most people seem to be carrying rows of working out. You see a bit of glitching here. That usually means that the game is starting to struggle a bit in terms of actually making it all happen. Right, I don't know that we need any more level 3 upgrades actually, so let's maybe ease it back a bit on the old supply at the large tavern. So if we can stop buying in so much barley, that will certainly be a help in terms of our finances. Right, provided we're not attacked, I'm going to sit back, let the village grow a bit, get ourselves a little bit better equipped in terms of helmets and gambesons. And I think it might be time to look towards claiming our first additional region, but I suspect we're probably going to have to expand down here before we do move over there, just to make sure we've got the food to get us through. Wonderful, go make yourselves a cup of tea, that's what I recommend. I'm certainly going to go and hydrate myself just about now. Toodle pip. So we've been happily working away. We've been growing significantly here. We've got a few extra workers in our salt mines to bring in more salt. We've stabilised the economy. We've had lots and lots of people move in over here. And what we've actually done, as well as popping down a few additional granaries here, there and everywhere to try and keep up with the insatiable appetites of our people, is we've just built this little street of properties along here, which I've just popped in a whole bunch of chicks in. So that's hopefully going to provide us with some additional chicken and additional workforce over here for the additional granaries and storehouses that are going to be required as we expand out this way. Added a couple of extra fields as well, just so we can get one extra field of flax over here per year. I also put a couple of extra workers into the farmhouse. The army is getting there. I mean, each of them have 15 helmets now per unit and half the number of gambesons because we're not producing that much flax, but it's getting there. So once we're up there on these numbers, I'm confident we can actually make a move on the Baron. He did try and go for us again while I was just waiting for things to tick along, but we were able to pay him off. But we have just had some more raiders arrive. So time for our routine troop exercise, where we bring our men out and we practice against the belligerent... Oh dear, I've just accidentally disbanded a unit. Ignore that. Do they lose their experience if I do that? That would be really sad. Right, so... let's try that again. We're going to practice on our silly little foes who think they can best us. And really they're just target practice for our crossbowmen. So we'll slaughter them, and then we might look to see if we can take care of the Baron. Like I say, we're producing more gambesons all the time. Oh dear, the heavy infantry really does lose a bit of a breath, doesn't it, running in their very heavy armor. I'm not surprised. Running all the way from the manor to wherever we're calling them to go to. Well, food variety isn't too bad. 91%, 98% on general goods as well. So although we're stretched, we are still getting everything that we need to people. And we're looking okay for money as well. And here they come. They're just coming down the slope now. So we're going to take up positions just on the... maybe not quite so far out. We'll stay back a little bit. Just because we're already a little bit tired. As usual then, we will set up our crossbow in the rear. Even though they are arriving first, and the retinue might get here one day. Poor lads. Take your time, men, take your time. As per usual, we'll be setting up our troops on stand your ground, because that's going to double their defense. And it is defense that counts against our foes here. And we'll take out a nice long line in shield wall to protect our archers. And I'm just going to run them to the safety behind the lines. Good. And then we will pick their targets. Just wait for them to come into range. Good. And then we will deploy our retinue in this direction should these scallywags get around us. And already our crossbowmen are going to work. And our shield wall is ready to receive the enemy charge. What has become a battle-hardened and tested result for us. And here they come. Looks like one unit might be able to sneak its way around. Oh no, they are charging in. But it shouldn't be a problem for our men. Looks like one of the units of brigands is already broken. Maybe two. And our men are just slowly setting about their work. And it looks like it might all be over already as we shoot a bunch of them in the back. Did we lose any men? We did not. Thanks for coming, Retinue, but we're actually done. Oh dear. Yeah, so by disbanding them, I did lose a bunch of experience. It's really annoying. I wish there was a, you know, are you sure you want to disband this unit? They've got loads of experience kind of button. Oh well. Nothing to be done about it now. At least they got some experience in the combat that they just saw. So we'll keep speeding things along. Food and fuel still absolutely fine. Fuel is fine for many times to come. Food is looking pretty good as well, to be fair. Ooh, other family settling into the bakery there. After this, I'll want to do some more expansion into farming. And when I say farming, I mean probably vegetable, a combination of vegetable and of lovely, lovely orchards. So I'm just going to fill out, I think, to the back of these fields. And we'll set up some nice squat fields there. And then we'll just put in another little road, something like this, following roughly the edge of our fields here. And then curve that back down here. And then something like that. Good. And then maybe get a few additional burgages again in this space. Putting out to the edge as best we can. Although it's being a bit funny, so maybe we'll try from this direction. And really want it to fill out to that back over there. That face just seems a little bit odd for some reason, doesn't it? What about from this edge here? Oh, yeah, that works. And potentially those could be orchards. Or big fields for vegetables. And can we fit one in the end here? Sure. Little squat one on the end. So that's giving us plenty more space for people to be moving into and also to be expanding our agricultural production over there. And meanwhile, we're just setting about equipping that military. Once our military is fully armed, that's when I'm going to go after the Baron. I don't really want to risk it before. I don't know how many forces he's got. And, you know, we still have got a bit of time. We can expand in this region. Speaking of expansion and beautification, let's see about committing to this manor renovation scheme. Oh dear. The screen has frozen. I'm terrified. Oh no. Have we got a little crash? We just did a battle and everything I should have saved. Oh, no, we're good. What kind of madman doesn't save before doing something to the manor in Manor Lords? Have I learnt nothing? Good grief, it's not like I've been making videos in Manor Lords for 6 months, is it? Very, very rookie move. Well, everyone, I'd recommend, before doing anything to your manor, make sure you pop a save, okay? Don't do as typical does. Do as typical says. Alright? Do as I say, not as I do. Right, so we'll get that one constructed. Forest is still looking pretty well attended to. And the game is, as you normally expect from manor construction, noticeably laggier. Let's get a couple of veggie plots popped in over here. And then I think that'll be veg as well. And then maybe every other one will be an orchard. How's that for a little bit of changing things up? Well, I did that the wrong way around. So apparently we're doing it like that instead. That's fine. So I rejigged this a little bit as well and got an additional granary and storehouse in here. So let's just make sure the levels are set up correctly for what they're allowed, and then get them upgraded. Don't need those corpse workers, they can go and do something more handy. We'll plant some carrots in there, I reckon. And we seem to be generally trending up in terms of wealth, which is nice. Making a lot, actually, from our cabbage exports. Obviously, then followed up by the salt, crossbows, and sheep are making a fair income, as well as boots. Although I don't think we're going to be selling that many more boots in future, because our leather stockpiles are starting to run a little bit low. Still got plenty of wool, though. Are we linen restricted? Or... Nah, we're not quite making gambesons as fast as we could be, to be fair. But I suspect we will run out of gambesons, run out of linen by the time we get the next flax harvest in. Although we could buy some flax in to speed things up. So what I might actually do is temporarily switch over production of one of my other tailor shops to gambesons. And we'll go to the trading post and we'll see about buying in a little bit of flax. We don't need loads. Let's buy in maybe 200 to start with. We'll see how we get on with that. Do we really want to be still importing wheat? Well, where are we at in terms of bread? Very little wheat grain. No flour. And then food-wise, 343 bread. So we've got plenty of it. It's the meats and fishes, actually, that's stopping us from getting our level 4 upgrades. In fact, we probably have some burgers that are ready for a level 4 upgrade. It's just, obviously, they don't show, do they? I look forward to that patch with great anticipation. And expectation. And they're also a bit shy on some beverages as well, at some of these burgers. Well, we could potentially get another form of meat by stopping selling our sheep and turning them into mutton. It's an option, isn't it? Why don't we do that? So, let's... no trade on sheep and on lambs. And we'll change one of these chaps here. Maybe the bower. He doesn't make bows anymore, does he? Right, we're going to reassign you, dear chap. No, we're not, because we can't demolish your extension. Don't want you, because you've got 2 families. Okay. I guess then, it's going to be you. We're going to reassign you to be a butcher's shop. 20 unassigned families, so... just going to get another bloomery worker in there as well. And see if we can't continue to up a few of these granaries we've placed around. Make sure we're staying on top of the food. And it looks like we're kind of getting there when it comes to the granary supply. And look, people moving in over here. That means we should activate this granary also. And storehouse. And we can get, of course, some level 2 upgrades on those properties. As people start moving in over there. Back over yonder. Where are we at? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. So we should have a fair amount of flax now. Yes, good grief, we've got loads of it. So linen is the... production of linen is now what's slowing us down. So let's quickly go into the trading post. And we're going to stop trading in flax. We've got a whole bunch of it set around. And we'll just wait for the weavers' workshops to get on top of the whole flax situation, I suppose. We could potentially get another weavers' workshop set up temporarily to increase our throughput, but I don't know if that's really necessary. Just have to be a little bit patient. I mean, the flax is very quickly being turned into linen. It's just as immediately being turned into gambesons. And we look like we're about a third of the way there on equipping everyone with gambesons. It's caught up with where we are with the helmets. Good show. Pretty happy with how that's going. I really like how this side of the settlement has turned out. I love that it's so different to the other side. Amongst other things. Okay. Finish getting the additional granary and storehouse workers. Keep making those upgrades as people have moved in. Maybe get additional farm workers in a minute. Oh dear, what are they doing grain for? I suppose if they're free, they could do that. Right. Let's get some veggies planted in over here. And then we'll do the same over here. Good. So a bit of additional agriculture there. We should probably set up a little area around here where they can't get to our lovely mushrooms. Do we even have anyone picking mushrooms? Did we ever bother to do that? I don't think we did. Well, we've got people over here now. We were never close enough before, were we? So why don't we get a little forager boy popped in just here, so that we can take advantage of those and get them put into the local granaries as another food variety. Seems a good notion to my good self. I'm very tempted to go and take on the Baron, you know. Oh, look! When did we finish the manor? Wasn't paying attention at all. Well, doesn't that look splendid? Matches the church for magnificence now. Rising above the rest of the town, which I feel it needed, and also the difference in the colour of the roofs, etc. I think is nice as well. Right, so we set up the butchers, didn't we? We need to make sure his limits, he's not just killing all of our sheep. So we want at least 150 sheep and 100 lambs. You have killed a lot of things, haven't you? Yes, there's a fair bit of mutton on the market. All things in time. Has that actually contributed, though, towards anyone being level 4 ready? We do have all the goods we need, don't we? Yes. We've got roof tiles. We've got a fair few roof tiles from when we did a little bit of mining. There's a few here that only need beverages, actually. And we've got 11 beverages left to move into. I am going to hold off, actually, on really getting cracking on with level 4 just until we've had some families moving over here. Because if we go and put the expansions on those other buildings, then the priority for some reason for people will be to move into those rather than the new burgages. And we really want people moving into these, so we can get the plants going along here. If you see what one means, I'm sure you do. I love Blossom in this game. Doesn't that look gorgeous? Looking over the agricultural district in the background, you can see the manor in the main town. Oh, and a lovely bit of flax. Very nice. Very pretty indeed. We'll probably do another walkthrough, aren't we? We'll see. And yet all this beauty around me, and I hunger for war. Hunger for the chance to attack our enemies. Keep going, please. Make me the helmets and the gambesons, please, and thank you. Made our way halfway through that flax we made. Right. Once again, gonna go make a cup of tea. Quick break, everybody. Pause the video, go and put the kettle on. And pending any invasion attempts, I am going to let the population fill our 10 burgages here. And then we will see about doing any level 4 expansion. And then depending on how we've got on with production of our armor, I think it might be time to look at the potential readiness for a war footing. Toodlepip. Bark, more invaders. Once again, it's to war. Now, we're basically there. We're just missing like, a handful of helmets, and then we'll be fully equipped. So, this will be our last conflict with the raiders before we ourselves go on the offensive. So, we'll gather our troops, as per the usual drill. We'll take them down, and we might go straight to war. I know we're missing a few helmets. I suppose we could disband and regroup and get the last couple of helmets put together. That would probably make the most sense, wouldn't it? Because then we can go to war without risk of a outlaw attack on our homeland. Right, let's deploy everyone to their positions. They're going that way. Be an odd choice. No, they are coming this way. Okay. Last of our troop making their way to their position. Oops. Yep, we want you up here. And then I'll have 2 units of crossbow here. 2 units of crossbow here. Good. And as per usual, set to defensive. Lovely. Okay, and once they're in range, we shall open fire. And we'll bring in our retinue as support. Fantastic. Right, everyone has their targets. Make sure I don't really want them moving any further forward though. Just be patient, they will come to us. There we are. Engage, men! As the rains fall on this bloody battlefield, let loose the dogs of war. Excellent. I do love this formation. Looks like they are making their way around our flank. So let's make sure we're deploying our retinue to protect our missile troops. Though I suspect they're not going to get into range. We'll redeploy both units of crossbow against those units charging in. We've broken that band. Broken another unit there. Which just leaves these chaps here charging in. Focus fire, men. Blast. They're going to get to close range. Engage the retinue. Fight aggressively. Right, one charge from the retinue and they should be smashed. Wonderful. And we didn't lose a single man. Well executed, men. Back to your homes. And with that done and dusted, we're pretty much there with people moving in. You can see we've got 2 burgages left for people to move in. As everyone streams home on the roads, look. I love that. Love they don't just disappear after you disband the next, you have to walk home. It's brilliant. I do like that a lot. Good feature, good feature. Well done, devs. Pat on the back. Okay, so with that out of the way, we're going to need a couple of families to work the corpse bits. Although there's a lot of, fresh field fertilization we've just taken care of. Now, is there anything we can do then to get up to level 3 before we move on? Because I'm pretty happy with the level of equipment we have now for our troops for an offensive action for the first time in this playthrough. What do we need? So, looks like we might need to buy in some additional meat. Now, we do have a little bit of money, so potentially we could do that. So let's go to trade. And what should we buy in? What's the cheapest? Well, small game is 12. Heal 15. I suppose it would go a long way. Some of these are very expensive. Why don't we get beef? Go on then. Let's import 300 beef. And let's up the number of workers we have here and the oversupply to get the tavern fully operational. And then let's keep an eye out for whomever might be ready for a level 4 baggage upgrade. Maybe we should also get this tavern activated as well. Its own overstock. Make sure we've got everyone with enough ale at the very least. And then it'll just be making sure we've got enough meats to go around. We do have a fair bit of meat. We've got mutton, we've got pork, we've got chicken, we've got chevron. It just doesn't feel like anywhere's got more than one type. That's the problem. And it's been some time since the shoal of fish really yielded us anything major. I'm going to up the fishing limit to 200, see if we can't rejuvenate the population a little bit. Because essentially we could not do any fishing for a year. Let the population completely regenerate. And then the following year, start fishing. And that would essentially give us that second type of meat, wouldn't it, I suppose? Meats or fish. Something to consider for sure. Probably going to be a little bit cheaper than buying in a whole bunch of beef. Just waiting for that first burgage to drop its sign so that we know it's ready for an upgrade, even though we don't want to see that little arrow. What? Was that some over here? Or was that just some exclamation marks popping up? It was just some exclamation marks popping up. We remain vigilant. In the meantime, let's just double check. Yep, just like 6 helmets off, having enough helmets to deploy our troops now. The beef has arrived. Just need to wait for it to get out to distribution, I suppose. Not seeing it pop up in any of these houses just yet. Obviously, we'll probably have level 3 upgrades we can do over there, but it's level 4 we want this time round. Oh, what's that? We're just level 3. What's why you had an arrow? Dead giveaway, dead giveaway. Anyone for anyone? You're all stubborn so far. Usually comes with a little glut, doesn't it? It all happens at once. Come on. I've spent a lot of money buying in this beef. Look, I've got no money left. In fact, we have to immediately go and change the trading policy. Completely bankrupted ourselves almost immediately by buying in beef. May have to abandon this level 4 upgrade attempt. Doesn't have to be meats or fishes, does it? I think I may have just made a boo-boo. It might be that it does need to be fish, not just 2 types of meats. Yes. Oh. No, it is 2 types of meats, because you're ready to upgrade. Okay, there's hope yet. We might get a few of these upgraded. Aha! Here we go. The level 4 burgaging begins. We'll get this settlement to the large town settlement level yet. And also, eventually, the ability to equip our men with some lovely chainmail. Make them even stronger and hardier on the battlefield, which I think is going to be all but necessary in the wars to come. As well as other retinues. We'll need to make sure that when we get our next settlement up and running, one of the first things we want to do pretty early on, really, is make sure we have a retinue. And make it a strong retinue at that. We've got a fair bankroll ourselves, so we should be able to get a strong retinue up and running pretty quickly. But we're out of money! Oh, what a disaster. The reason we can't upgrade is because we're out of money because we bought all the beef to do the upgrades. Oh, it's gone terribly wrong. I planned it so well. Except I obviously didn't, did I? Oh dear. Oh, typical. And all of these here are ready to upgrade to level 4. Everyone's popping up like, oh, let me go to level 4, Mr. Typical, but you can't because you've run out of money. Oh, money. Oh, take advantage while I can. Some more level 4ing. That'll be it. Oh no, we've got a bit more. Obviously a few sales went through on the market. Freed up a bit of capital. Oh, there we are, another one. Good, right. I mean, that alone should get us up to the large town settlement level. Although, of course, one of the main reasons we're doing it is to allow us to further equip our troop with even better defensive armor. Because the higher the burgage... Whoa! The higher the burgage level, the higher the level of armor they can wear. And we've got 23 available burgage spots for people to move into. It's quite the expansion, isn't it? It's a good thing we've put those extra fruit and veg farms in recently. I think they're probably going to be needed. We'll get some of these level 3 expansions as well. Because, again, they'll be able to better equip themselves than if they were level 2. But once again, that's basically us out of resources. I'm actually going to pause the fisherman's hut in the hopes that we can rejuvenate the population of fish. And that way we might be able to use that instead of buying in a whole bunch of beef next time as a way of boosting our meat supply. We could also just breed a whole more bunch of sheep and slaughter them all at the same time. But that doesn't seem quite as good. I suppose it's just we could do that almost actually at the same time as we do the fish, I suppose. Look at all this construction going on in the winter. Busy, 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 getting people up to level 4. And it's going to be quite a nice little street here. The manor at one end. Level 4 burgages all the way down. And we flip our way over here. Oh, yes, quite the aspect. What should we call that? King Street? It'd be cool if you could name streets in this game. I should be a dev. What great ideas, don't I? What do you mean you don't agree? Rude. Whoop. Grades over here. Right. Are we there? We are. We have one fully equipped military force. So, time to look to take on our adversaries. Right, Baron. This time I've had enough of your constant greed.
your ever-present threats and the requirement to pay you off. I'm coming for you, and I'm taking the region that should be rightfully mine. It borders our region. You can see it from our homes, you don't even live here. And yet you have the audacity to claim that it belongs to you. Well, no longer. We shall fight them. Fight them on the slopes. Fight them in the fields and in the streets. And gosh darn it, if I can find a field, I shall fight him there too. And look at that, medium town level reached, even as we prepare for military action. Pop a couple of upgrades throughout the region while we can, because we're going to be pretty busy soon. Okay, looks good. Food supply still up for 10 months. 36 spots for people to move in, but we should probably still... Oh, good grief, we're out of logs as well. Goodness, really are using up all the resources at our disposal, aren't we? Right. Let's march our troops. We have at our disposal 6 units of militia and 1 retinue. I think we should march our way to the top of the hill, because we don't know where the battlefield is going to take place. And then we shall rest up atop the mountain before we decide on any further claims, because we want to make sure we're nice and rested. We don't want to be going into conflict having just marched up a mountain, especially given I anticipate us having fewer numbers than our adversaries, so we're going to have to fight harder and smarter. I mean, I think the phrase is smarter, not harder, but I said both anyway, and that's just sort of what happened. So we're going to move on. Look at the glorious men marching to their positions. Up from the valley, from their homes, set on expansion, and the just rule of my manor lordship over this realm. Anyway, getting distracted again, aren't I? Up the hill, please. Battle will probably take place back where we've just come from, knowing this game. So we line our troops here. Right, let me inspect you. A modest force, for sure, especially compared to some that I have fielded in this game. But nothing to turn your nose up either. And when we've gone to the trouble, which I don't always do, of fully equipping everyone with gambesons, fully equipping everyone with steel helmets, so there's not really much more I could do other than getting ourselves some chainmail, which, until we have this rich resource of iron secured, I'm not sure we would have been able to do unless we waited much, much longer. Right, to the claim screen. This region is mine. Let's see how he reacts. Go on, Hindbolt, do your worst. Although, please don't. Actually, if you could just give me the region, that would be great. Look, I own it. I settled people here, therefore it is mine. Rightfully ours, because because we're here. I don't see you here. Finders keepers. Ah, man. And, yep. Oh, 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 yeah. So, the battlefield is down here, but they've appeared directly behind us. So, formations. We're going to deploy our retinue in the center. See what? No, if we go over there, they may just run away. We'll just set up here. Right. Retinue will be deployed in the center. Then we will deploy our spear on the flanks. And we will deploy our archers in the center. So the usual thing that we do, to be fair. Oh, look, I'm in a large town. Oh, wonderful. We're busy at the moment, though. Shield wall and defensive positions, please. Here they come. Right, I think it's going to be very important to focus fire. How many units do they have? 2 units of sword. We're going to have to take out the archers first. Them on the flank. Right, let's see if we can't take out these archers. They've got a strong unit of retinue as well. I mean, even this force is going to be tricky for us. We're definitely going to have to fight on the defensive. As much as I would like to be engaging them right now with our archers on their retinue,
We need to keep our archers focused on theirs so we don't suffer ranged attacks. I'm just going to condense the ranks here a little bit so they don't get through too quickly to our troops. We're definitely going to take losses. That is a retinue charging our shield wall. We're already a third of the way down. Oh, we're decimating their archers though. That's good. A few more volleys and I reckon we'll break them. They're all but done. I'm going to start reassigning troops to focus on the 2 units of sword that are about to engage our spear. Our retinue is taking a heavy beating. Then redeploy our spear to engage there. Okay, we're all but done. Right, I'm going to run our archers out this way. We're still able to fire in here. I'm going to run these guys out this way. We're going to set up here. We're going to fire into the back of their retinue with 2 units of archers. We're going to make sure to keep engaging. We have lost a fair few of our retinue. Oh, this unit of spear is absolutely taking a pounding. But we have at last broken their retinue, but we lost a third of our unit to do it. Their retinue was very strong. Right. There's no time to think about this. We need to get down to the actual battleground because there's a very good chance that the Baron has deployed more than one group of mercenaries. That may not be everyone that we are currently fighting. So I don't know if any more were spotted coming in. Even if it was just these here. But all the same, I want to get down there. And my days, I definitely took more losses there than I wanted to. So we lost 17 men from that unit of spear. We only lost 3 men from the retinue. Another unit spotted. Right. 2 units of archers coming in from this side here. Are they crossbows or archers? Looks like the heavy and light archers. Yeah, the Wayward Sons. So that's the next force we're going to have to contend with. Right. I do want everyone to run because I want us to be able to rest when we get there. And wait for them to come to us. I don't know. Well, we certainly don't have the helmets. Oh, we got 20 now and 67 gambesons. We've got plenty of crossbows. We don't have that many spears. I think we might need to go down here and visit the blacksmith shop. And we probably want more like 70 spears kept in reserve. We've been upping the number of shields we have here up to 71. Because we are just one region. And we can't sustain heavy losses. I mean, if every battle we have for every region is like that, I don't know that we'd actually be able to conquer the whole map. Because we're going to have to wait to get back up to full numbers. I mean, we've got a population of 644. We can't take losses like that every time. It's just not sustainable for us. That's the nice thing about being able to play with mercenaries, is you can sacrifice the mercenaries without too many worries for your own troops. Alright, they're there. So I think we'll basically set up on this slope here. We'll set our own troops to missile alert. And we'll spread them out across here. And we'll do the same with our retinue. Okay. And then we will spread our own troops out when it comes to our missile. And we'll put them just here behind the front line. And hopefully, once again, we'll be able to absolutely annihilate their missile before they can really do any damage to us. So, our troops moving in for the second action of this, our first campaign. And they performed admirably so far. They have not wavered. I do think that if we hadn't had the gambesons and the steel helmets, especially for the unit that took on the retinue, then they may have been wiped out. I mean, they lost a third of their number, and that's with the equipment we've given them. So I dread to think what it would have been like without. Okay. And we're ready to engage. We'll wait for them to come to us, obviously. We need to readjust our angles slightly. We're actually going to be firing down into our own region, which is a little bit strange. Yeah. Okay, well, there they are. So, as soon as they're in range, we want to be opening fire. In fact, I might push forwards. Oh, we don't want them running, though.
actually, we'll just set up in the tree line here. And wait for them to come into range. Which they should be already, actually, in all fairness. And then we can push our spear down the hill if we need to. But I'm hoping caught out on the low ground. Although, are they protected by the pond? Are they actually taking any damage in there? Are they dying? They are dying. Okay, for a minute I thought the game had found a bug and they weren't going to die. Right, I'm going to pull our retinue forward just in case they do decide to go for hand-to-hand combat. Don't know why they would do that. Are these the heavy mercenaries? Oh no, they're broken anyway. Right. Everyone focus fire. They've got their shields up, but apparently we're still managing to get through. And they're broken. And victory! Reisenbuckel is ours. It cost. It wasn't for free, that's for sure. But, nevertheless, victory has become ours. Let's send our troops home, expand them, and allow them to rearm and recoup. It's February coming into March, so it's the perfect time to settle into a new region as well. Send everyone home, and they've all been re-equipped to full strength, and we actually had enough armor and helmets to resupply them all as well. Lovely, and in all of that, we've reached the large town settlement level, so we've got a whole bunch of level 4 burgages here, which looks absolutely fantastic. Especially these ones right here, around kind of the circled edge of the manor. I do like that very much. We are down to 9 months on food, so it has taken its toll on our food supply chain, but these burgages over here are fairly new, and hopefully they'll be providing us with some additional food over time, although there are still 34 available living spaces, so we may need to look to import even more food. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. If it keeps dropping, we'll have to look for a solution. It might be just finishing filling out the space here with burgages for veggies. It might look like trying to settle another region and importing some food. We did speak about this highly fertile region up here, Wildwand, and potentially setting up a community up there so we can export foods back home via probably pack station. But enough of all that. Let's see about setting ourselves up in Reinsbuckel. Well, we've got plenty of cash at our disposal, so let's go on down here, pause the game, and pick ourselves out. Where are we going? Administration. Settlers camp. So, obviously we've got some wild animals here. We've got a strong source of shroomage up at the top there. But this is really where we want to be focused, because that iron is why we've settled this region. Having said that, there's no point settling right next to it not having any food. So I think probably here, in range of the shrooms, and also equidistant from the iron is going to be a good place, and I quite like this little settlement here. Viewers who've been watching a while will remember my previous playthrough on this map, and we had a sprawling capital in this region, and I really liked how it was set up over here. So I think we'll get this down right there. We're going to go for plentiful, because we've got plenty of money, so I don't see why we wouldn't do that, and make lives that little bit easier for ourselves. This is a region perhaps where following the contours of the land is even more important. Now, we're going to want it to have good connections with our settlement down here. So, I think what we're going to start with, actually, is basically we're going to zigzag up here with a gentle inclination and try and kind of follow the ley lines where we can to kind of come up with a little cliff path that works its way up the slope. A little bit like that there. Make it a bit curvier. And it kind of becomes a little less steep there, so I think we can almost then follow this around to up here. How's that look? Very, very squiggly down here. How's it look down here? Not too bad, actually. I mean, I hate it, but we're definitely getting rid of it. But the idea is good. So what I think we're actually going to do is we'll turn off road curvature completely. And we're just going to do this, basically. So I think that's going to look a little neater if it's a little more uniform. How's that?
Certainly looks better on the map. I think it makes more sense on the steep slope as well. And then from there, we will curve it slightly. And come up then towards the settlement. Yeah. Like that, but with the curve tool turned slightly further up, I think. Let's almost build a little starting bit there. I just want a gentle sweeping curve around here then. Yeah. Lovely, that's what I'm after. And then we'll bring some roads across like this. And like this, that will follow the ley lines. And we'll kind of build our settlement along those. It's going to be too steep to build anything here, for example, but down in this basin we can, and up here we can as well. So then we'll just mimic this back here. A little bit like that there. And then we'll get on with our usual buildings. So, of course, that's going to be a granary and a storehouse. We'll snap to roads, and we'll get these placed on a little offshoot of a road, basically coming out this way. And this will be the heart of the settlement up here. So we'll have the granary, and we'll have the storehouse right next to it as well. We've got a thing as well where I've settled another region. I can overlap buildings in these regions. It's really weird. But that's not fine, but that, yeah. So, got a bit of a clipping problem, haven't they, in this game sometimes. We'll get that in there. We, of course, want to get our second hitching post. So, we'll put this on another road, probably. We continue this one towards the mushrooms. Something that vaguely represents the rest of the road, so a slight curve, probably. Something like that there. Okay. And then put another road across like this. And then hopefully we'll be able to fit inside of there. A logging camp. We can indeed. So we'll just hook this road back in here. Make sure to get the positions vaguely right, at least, for the roads. So the logging camp will go here, which means we'll have the hitching post just here. And before we move this one, we'll order in that additional ox. Then move this one over here as well. Granary and storehouse are going here. There's our nearest water supply. Quite far down the hill, actually. And then some over here as well. I'll just put it here and hope that that's close enough for our starting settlement. If not, we'll need to get some stone pretty early on, but I think it should be fine. So with our granary and storehouse built, we've got a logging camp. We'll want a source of firewood, which we'll pop on this side if we can, depending on the slope. So just there. And then we'll want to get our lovely charcoal kiln, which we'll put next to our logging camp, because they're similar sized buildings. And then, finally, food source. So we'll get our forager's hut, and we'll put that directly opposite where we have the granary for the time being. We'll up the priority of the granary and the storehouse, so that we can get those constructed and get goods stored neatly away inside, should we have any adverse weather events, and off we go. Getting on with settling the second region, overlooking our first valley settlement. Expansion is the name of the game. At the moment, anyway. Good, right, that's completed. Let's quickly get a worker in there and a worker in there to store those goods away. And then we're going to want to put down a market stall. Basically, roast up is not going to work here either, is it? So we'll get this in this space here. Can we make it just a bit bigger? Perfect. And then we'll get a little one on this side as well. Wonderful. Once those goods are stocked away, let's get someone working at the forager's hut. And we've still got plenty of timber because we started with the strong start. So let's get some burgages. Really nice if we could snap these burgages. I'm just going to pop a save and see if we can't reload and fix this snapping problem. Joy of joys, that actually appears to have worked. Did not expect it to. Okay, let's look at getting some burgages. So not enough goods to do that, obviously, but what I'm hoping to do is basically fit a couple into this space here. So, what can we do in terms of use of the space? Can we fit all the way out to there? Basically good, but I think it's too steep, isn't it, basically? Too steep for that side. That's fine. We knew that was going to be the case, basically. So let's get our first couple of burgages in here. And we are going to want these to have some rear extension space. So maybe actually up here would be a better idea. So that we can get some initial goods in terms of... What am I talking about? I was losing the plot. Some initial vegetables. So, kind of then to try and follow the contour, why don't we take a road up here? A little bit like this. Just a happy little road. Down in the middle of nowhere. Just having fun. As Bob would say. And then we'll take a road like that. And then we'll take a road... yeah, maybe let's work with that to start with. Just thinking about how we fill this out. So that's still too steep. So what if we took a road back in here? And then fill this. That should be fine, right? Right, guys? Right, guys? Hello? Yes. No. Oh dear, this is very much turning into the first place where I did in this map. Right, so we can do that. And that looks pretty good, actually. We'll go with that. So first two burgages there. Can we get anything in this one? We go smaller here. No, what about coming from this side? Yep, that works. So this one will just be the other way around. Can we make this first bit a bit smaller to make it a more efficient use of space? Yes, we can. Can we get into the corner of this road? No, we can't. That's fair enough. But why don't we put a little curve on that in that case to see if we can make that look a little bit more natural. Oh, good. Yes, that's helped a lot. So we'll get that in there. And then possibly fill out a little bit like this here. Too steep again. Doesn't take much to be too steep in this game. But it always looks shallower than it actually is. And then you get onto it's a 2D level and you see it and you're like, oh yeah, that's why that was too steep. It makes a lot of sense. Okay, so then maybe we'll kind of curve out this way again. Taking a road across here. Road back up this way. There's lots of little switchbacks. And we've got a few timber left. Can we get one or two here? Without it being too steep? Guess we'll find out. Oh gosh, I haven't finished that road very well, have I? It's a bit better. I wonder it wasn't working. Though I doubt that was the issue, if I'm going to be honest. Right. Okay, yeah, that works. So why don't we take that one out a little bit further then? And make a little hourglass shape, maybe? Sometimes quite like the way that those look. Little barrel. Yes, very good. Okay, so some initial settlements there. Got a little source of food, etc. here. Okay, got additional ox ordered. Let's get someone working at the logging camp to bring in additional materials. And all the goods are inside. Let's unassign the granary and the storehouse workers. And instead we'll send them to work at the woodcutter's lodge. And the charcoal mill. Goodness, we barely got started and already the Baron has pushed back with a claim against us. Right, we better leave Royce and Buckle to it. Hopefully we don't get attacked by any raiders, because we are not ready for them. But we can't let Rangbaku be claimed back. Not claimed back, that's our home region. We certainly can't let that be claimed. Right. I know you've only just got back from our first offensive action, but it's time to rally. It's time to fight.
Where's the battle taking place? Over here. Okay, let's deploy all our men. Over here. Let's ignore his ramblings. And let's await the sign of enemy troops. Bodies need burial. We've got people working on corpse bits. Oh, I know what it is. There was a massive battle in this region, and now we've settled it. There's not a lot we can do about that, unfortunately. Alright. Pretty much got everyone assembled. Let's make sure no one is continuing with the whole running debacle. Not even you. Retinue wasn't bothered anyway. Oh, no, actually, they just couldn't run anymore. It's probably more likely. Okay, no sign of the enemy. What I'm going to do is try and set us up in a somewhat defensive formation. So, we'll have to have the retinue take one flank. And we'll have to have our spears take up the others. And form a hollow triangle. And then we'll deploy our archers within that as best we can. One unit in the center. So we're ready to act on an aggressor from any direction. Okay, so we're not ever completely outflanked. That's the idea. Actually, we probably don't want shield wall on. We want to be able to act fairly quickly. Oh, and there they are. So they're actually coming in from the top of the map. Oh, from the outside, okay. From over there. Right, well, it's going to be a little while until they arrive over with us. Is it the same bad actors we fought last time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enemy units. It looks like it. So 1 unit of archers, some brigands, a retinue, and 2 units of sword. So that's going to be quite hard. We saw what it did to our troops last time. Is there any way we can use the terrain to our advantage here? Potentially. We would be inside the combat circle if we were here. Right, I'm going to redeploy to the mountainous area here in the hopes that we can shoot down at them as they attack us and use the terrain to our advantage. So we'll move our troops on over there as they just come onto the region. And let's just make sure we're keeping an eye on how things are going up here. 1 family working on construction. Fine for food and fuel. In fact, let's actually unassign the woodcutter and the charcoal kiln worker and get them on construction. And yeah, we'll just do like that for now. Maybe get another family working on that. No, we'll let them get on with construction, actually. Right. Make sure we're not wasting any of our precious time here. So I'm going to array our troops, basically, in defense of the hill here. Let's check again. It is inside of the region. We can't afford to get this wrong. So I'm going to deploy both units of spear along here. I do want them both in shield walls, and I want them both acting defensively. So they're going to be here. I'm going to array all of our missile behind. I'm actually going to have them tuck in a bit, if we can. And then I'm going to keep the retinue in reserve here. Or do we have the retinue in the front? I didn't get more retinue men employed. That's annoying. No, we'll keep them on the flank. Okay, let's see how that looks. So I don't know if we're actually up here, whether we'll be able to shoot down, whereas I know we can defend properly on the slope here. Okay, oh. Ah, okay. That's not good. We're going to be fighting, definitely going to be outnumbered in this battle. This could go very badly wrong. This could quite easily be the end of the playthrough, because if they take Rangbaku from us down here, we're not realistically coming back into it, having just settled over here in Rheinspükel. It would take forever to get a military up from this location. If it looks really bad, we might have to sue for peace. I wonder if we can redeploy our archers.
Can we shoot from up here? That's the question, because if we can, we might be able to take out these archers before they can convene with the other forces. Hopefully no other units that we haven't spotted are coming. Oh my days, look at this. So many enemy units. Hopefully that's just the same units being spotted twice. Battle begins. Right, they're down below us. Can we shoot them from up here? Come on. Yes! We're actually taking fire. So spread out. We don't want to lose anyone. Good, right. Oh, right, they're taking heavy hits from us already. We're hitting this unit that's coming up here, so we might be able to take out these chaps before the main thrust of the enemy force comes upon us. Ooh, just check on range movement. When second. We've got the little cheap here. So everyone is in houses. We've got a source of food. Maybe let's get 2 people working there. Let's open up the granary so we can get stocks out of there into the granary nice and quickly. And do we have water access? They do have water access. That's good. Right, so that is in range. That's the important thing. What else do we need to be building? We need to get ourselves a saw pit, which we can pop down here. Okay. And we're also going to want to get a trading post. So we can start making some charcoal trades and then get ourselves some beets. So it's going to be in logistics, trading post. I've got enough resources, right. Back to the conflict. Hopefully we can make swift work of all these. Come on. Right, going to deploy an additional unit to take care of these archers. They are very much behind us. And leave 1 unit of crossbow taking these chaps on. Oh, are they broken? No, I don't know. What are they charging our men for? They're bowmen. I think they're running away. Right, I think we've actually taken care of them. Right. Redeploy. Ready to take the main force. Did we lose anyone? No, we didn't. That was a very effective action then. So with our 4 units of crossbow, we were able to deal with those 2 units of archers nice and swiftly. And now on to the main force, charging through our own lands. The audacity of the Baron to assault through our own town. Outrageous. You know, almost as outrageous as the draw distance. Marching through our own streets. People are understandably very scared and upset. Did they kill my oxen? What? They're killing villagers. Since when do they do that? I didn't know they did that. So they're fighting for this region. But why are they killing villagers? How many villagers have I lost? They've just walked through the entire town. Are there any other dead? This cart's abandoned. Everyone else get inside? There's sheep there for some reason. What are the sheep doing out? Have I not got enough pasture space? Might need to take care of that. Oh my goodness. How's our population? 669. Weird. Didn't know that was a thing. Not very impressed. Right. You 4. Slaughter. Thank you. I believe they've killed women and children on their way through. I'm presuming that's what they've done. Right. These should just basically dissolve as soon as some crossbows hit them. And bloop. Yes, feel my wrath. Plop. And now they're climbing the hill, and now they're mush potato. It does look like they're still trying to get through the lines, which isn't ideal. Right. Hold your fire. And await for the next unit. I'm going to slightly reform here. And I'm going to deploy our retinue here as well. And make sure you're in a holding action. Thank you very much. I'm going to deploy 2 units to take care of the archers and 2 units to take care of the enemy retinue, because they are definitely the greatest threat to us. I don't really want you pushing forward, though. Hopefully they should be in range momentarily. Okay. Yep, that looks good. Right. The more of this retinue we can take out, the better with our missile. There's not all left to do with our retinue, because they do outnumber us somewhat. We may have to deploy our spear to assist. We have the advantage of... Oh, you know, we're okay, actually. 2 units of crossbow firing down them, and also the terrain advantage. And they're broken already. Wonderful. That means we can deploy these other 2 units of crossbow to finish off the light mercenary archers. And that just leaves the 2 unit of sword. They killed anyone else? Can't believe they killed my ox and a couple of villagers. What did he do? It's Geoffrey. He was such a nice lad, Geoffrey. Always used to read the children bedtime stories. Did we dissolve another unit by any chance? Looks like it. Oh dear, they died horrible deaths, didn't they? It's very steep. How are we even holding on? Well, I'm very glad we managed to use this terrain to our advantage, that's for sure. Right, they're coming into range. So we'll open fire. And once again, we should see another unit basically be dissolved before they even really get to assault. These mercenaries shouldn't know what they were getting into. The Baron will throw anyone's lives away for his own benefit. They should have known. Ooh, basically raining arrows. Another volley should hit them before they engage our lines. And they're broken. Here are their fellows. Just as soon as they're in range, we'll open fire on them. Crossbowmen are tired, but they're still ready. And have we lost anyone from this action? Doesn't look like it. So this will be a successful defense of the realm. I was quite worried initially, but they've attacked piecemeal enough that we've been able to use our crossbows to great effect. And this is what I love about the crossbows as a way of waging war. Is that usually, if you're using regular troops, you're going to take losses. Even if you do outnumber the enemy, you're going to take losses from charging in and from fighting hand to hand. But with crossbowmen, you can just deal all the damage at range, and then you can just rest a bit, reload, and you haven't lost anyone, you don't really lose any of your combat strength. They're going to hit our lines. Trying to run around the lines, don't they? Run away. Okay. Boom. Success. I imagine there's going to be a fair bit of burial to do over here. But that's fine. 30 available spaces left to live. Still up to 10 months of food. So we'll get our men back inside of our own borders and send them home, however briefly, because at this point they're basically a full-time military. Not really a retinue and a militia, more like just the standing army, to be honest. Right, so what are we actually going to do over here in Rainsbuckle in terms of a perk? Because we're primarily going to be focusing on iron. We've got a strong resource of mushrooms. This is only going to be an outpost settlement, really, to produce the resources for the main region down in the valley. So mining would be good, but that's what we've done down in the main region, essentially. And we're probably going to send all our iron down there to be processed, especially as we've got the improved armorers. So we want to take advantage of that down at the bottom, really. In which case, you do have Smiths of Passu, so we could make lots of weapons and sell them. That'd be a good source of money, I suppose. And then we could potentially buy anything we need in and then export it down to the main region. Yeah. I think that might be a good idea. We're not going to have any livestock here either. Let's go for Smiths of Passu, and we'll use weapons creation and sale as a form of income while exporting the rest of the iron down to the main region. So we need to then crack on with the setup for Rainsbuckle before we get incoming invasion, because I have no doubt that before too long we're going to have some raiders appear. And actually that makes me wonder. Let's quickly go into the retinue. Let's recruit 3 fresh lads from those that we lost in the invasion of the new region. I'm going to deploy the retinue. and then I'm actually going to bring it up to Reinsbuchel as a guard force, which is something I do sometimes. And basically, if we get attacked and some raiders come from off map here, there's a good chance they burn down Reinsbuchel to the point at which we can never settle this region again before we got any of our forces here. So until they have their own retinue to defend themselves, we're going to give our retinue to it, because we can always raise our militia to defend the home region if need be. With that decision made, let's make sure we're making progress over here. So we need one more timber, and then we can get on and build our trading post. I'm actually going to reduce the number of people at the forager hut by 1, because we actually have a fair amount of food here, because we started with the strong resource starting settlement, which you don't normally get to do obviously when it's our first region. Retinue is on the way up the hill. They'll be a little while. They don't really like hills. They wear a lot of armor. We got 4 timber. We are indeed. So let's get ourselves that trading post. And logistics, of course. Oops, storehouse. Trading post, and I think I'm just gonna have to put this on our road network realistically. So we'll put it just here, and then let's just connect this road again, kind of following the contours of the land to an extent. We are going to have to go downhill here inevitably, but it's not too steep, is it? And connect down, yeah, it's fine, into the King's Road here. Good. And these two will basically finish in the cliff here. And this one will come around a bit before tucking back in. That's fine. We may end up connecting those at the end, but that's kind of just giving us some tiered road network is the idea. What do we need here to get on then? Probably the saw pit, and also we'll want to get exporting. Do we have space for people to move in? We do have 1 space. So another thing we'll want to do with the timber we're gathering is get some expansions put on these buildings here, so we can allow a few more people to be moving in. 9 months of food down here, 94 bodies that need burial. Good grief! Well, we did kill a lot of people, didn't we? Didn't let them get past us. Oh look, the shoal of fish is almost completely recovered. That's going to be good if we want to do any more level 4 upgrading, but there's plenty of level 3 upgrading that needs doing actually. That would suggest that the economy is fairly balanced. Although I'm not really sure we should be adding a greater strain on the food industry and network by upgrading a whole bunch of extra burgages. But I've done it now, so it is what it is really. We will hopefully be able to start bringing in some more food to this region from our other settlements before too long. We have got 684 people living here now, so it's quite significant, that's for sure. Right, let's not lose sight of what we're doing though, and that is getting iron export set up so we can increase the strength of our armor down in the region below. Splendid stuff then. So we've got 2 families who are just lolloping around. So we're going to get one of those potentially working at the charcoal kiln, I think. So we've got a little bit of firewood stocked up, so it'd be good to start turning that into some lovely charcoal, and that we could then export to make a bit of dollar, because we're not going to be able to survive on mushrooms alone, although we do have a good food stock, having started with all that extra food, obviously. It would be also nice to get someone working at the saw pit. We've built up a little bit of timber, but we're going to use that to get some expansions on, so we've got some additional space for people to start moving in. And it's a lovely little setting up here, isn't it? Atop the cliffs, looking down across the main settlement. I wonder if we could put the church up here somewhere. That might look quite pretty. Although we are going to need the manor somewhere. I have put the manor here in the past. Not always been the best location though, because you do get some people, they do spawn in over here actually. So if you're targeting an enemy that comes in from here, a manor here isn't a bad location, and it is a pretty epic place to put it, isn't it? Overlooking the edges of the cliffs. But down here might look quite good also. Decisions. I suppose we could make it into a walled town, couldn't we? But that would be quite a large manor. Don't know if I fancy going to all that trouble, to be honest. A couple of available living spaces then. And how are we doing for that? Charcoal 60. So the next time we have someone move in over here, I think we will send them to go and work at the trading post. Only 54% approval. Hopefully we'll be able to up that a little. And there we are, someone's moved in. We're going to send them to work at the trading post, and we're going to spend our early coin to do what we normally do and establish an export on charcoal. We'll set our desired surplus to 20, because that should be enough to keep us turning over. And what we need to do
because we do in fact have a bit of starting cash, don't we? So I've forgotten. We'll unassign someone from the logging camp, and we'll send them to work at the woodcutter, the saw pit rather. Let's say we want 20 planks, and let's just get a few planks together so we can build a vegetable garden or two. And we should be able to afford 1 or 2 gardens worth of vegetables, but I think what we might do actually first, thinking about it, with all this extra money to play with, goodness, so wealthy starting like this. Let's get in a few of these here, and buy ourselves a horse. I think that's going to be a good use of our starting coin as well. So we'll make sure we get some veggie plots on all those 3, and then maybe we'll put some orchards on these 3 here. Just so we've got a combination of the 2 and get some orchards planted down nice and early in the game. Splendid, so that should massively increase the speed at which we can trade with a horse. Get that turned into a stable. Just as well do the same for our other ones over here. And then for the time being we will unassign that family from the saw pit. And yeah, we've got enough to plant some beets in there. Ideally one of these wants to be carrots or cabbages, so we'll hold off on that for just a second. Let's get a family then working back at the woodcutter's lodge, so we've got plenty of firewood to supply those charcoal burners with. 2 available spots for people to be moving in, so why don't we get the expansions popped on these burgages up here to give us another 3. We'll just have to wait for a few timber to pop in. Someone else has moved in. I'm going to get that second person working at the logging camp so we can keep it up on the old lumber front. And just as soon as that populates into 2 timber, we'll get our expansion on down here. Already a little bit of money coming in there. Lovely to see. Always good to see. Come on, where's my timber? You're delivering it there for construction. It's very nice. There we go. Right. And then we'll just wait for a few more resources to come in. Wouldn't be a bad idea to get an extra person working at the forager's hut. Maybe for the time being, just while we wait for someone else to move in, we'll just reassign someone from the logging camp. We could afford some herbs, but I'm going to wait until we've got enough money to buy some carrots or something for over here. Right, let's check back in on the homeland. Bring Baku. So we're still at 9 months for food and fuel. Fuel is actually 40 months. Food is at 9 though, so it's food that we really need to keep an eye on. Still got plenty of forest over there as well. 37 available living spaces, so there's not much point in trying to expand this area just yet to squeeze in any more burgages to produce food, because they're all, you know, quite busy moving into all the various level 3 and 4 upgrades we've done. And we are still running out of fruits though. We haven't got I mean, the fruit farms here are pretty large, but I guess for the size of the population now, which is 700 people, they're just not quite large enough, are they? It is tempting just to make these upgrades as and when I see them. But it means adding more burgage spaces, oh dear. Right, well, the military is looking pretty good. Obviously, we want to get them some chainmail really next. Whoop. Now this is interesting. Which way are they going to go? They're going to come for this town or this one? We will move our retinue to a blocking position just in case. And let's rally the rest of our forces at the end of the village. And try and track where these blighters go. It looks like they're coming this way. Okay, oh, and already they're at the edge. Okay. Form up here, please. And you lot form up here. You two open fire. You two open fire on them. Good. Stand your ground. Are you running away? Where are they going? Does anyone go up towards the retinue? Doesn't look like it, but we'll be wary nonetheless. Crossbows doing their thing, firing from a distance. And once again, I don't know how much realistically they're going to close with us. That unit broken. Refocus our fire on the remaining unit, and was there one more here somewhere? Yes, one more unit coming in. They tend to get a little bit stuck, don't they, sometimes on the edge. Right, not got line of sight, so why don't we... a few of them have got shots, actually. This unit... there we go. They're broken. Alright. Reform an orderly line, please. And prepare for the final unit to make its assault. little something like that there. Good. Wonderful. And we've not lost a single chap. And I wouldn't expect to in these raids anymore. Didn't lose an ox, did we? They killed an ox. They killed 2 oxen. Oh no, you're okay. I can't believe they killed an ox. They're so savage, aren't they? Honestly. Unbelievable. Well, we've got the livestock trading post, hopefully keeping up with a decent number of oxen. Yeah, we just lost the one there. Maybe let's up that to 24. Right, come on. Where's this last band of brigands? There they are. Right. Let's watch this unit get absolutely eviscerated. 4 units of crossbow. They've got no armor. They're about to become pincushions. Yep, and there we go. Ho, 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 ho. Very few of them are going to escape. Right. Well done, men. Back to your jobs, please. Very efficient mustering, if I do say so. Got a couple of people working on corpse bit duty. Actually, we've got 34. Did we lose someone from the retinue? What? Why are you sad? It was a little while ago, maybe. We've got 34 unassigned families. So I suppose we should try and find them somewhere to be assigned to. Are there any granaries or storehouses that don't have a full allocation of the workforce? I think they've all got 3, haven't they? Which is as many as you really want them to have. I suppose we could add an additional storehouse over here, next to where I put this granary. Can we squeeze this in here somewhere? No? Right, we'll put it on this side then. Pop that there. And, oh no, we've had our first mine collapse. Is that because we're struggling for tools? Maybe just a smidge. In fact, we're probably making a ridiculous number of helmets, aren't we? 65, okay. Well, we probably want to have a good surplus in any case. Why don't we set the surplus to 90 helmets or something? Again, if we take more losses than that, then we're in bigger trouble than we can really get on top of. We can keep making gambesons though, and actually it's probably something we can start selling after we get over a certain surplus as well. There's no point just having the linen sat around. Still got plenty of wool. 1.8k clothes. Okay, maybe it is worth starting to sell a few clothes. Let's go to the trading post. And we'll go to commodities. Export everything over 1,000 clothes. Good. We are struggling a little bit for finance. All that wheat we're buying in, I suppose. Right. Back over in Reichenbuckel. We had an extra family move in. And I definitely said where they were going to work. And I've definitely forgotten where that is. We did assign the extra family to the forager hut, didn't we? So that at least is on the way, helping with food. So why don't we get an extra family working on construction, and rather on logging. And what are we looking to do here next to keep people happy? Well, it'd be good if they had access to a storehouse, actually. So that's probably the next thing we need to do. And construction-wise, how far are we off building the church? Just 20 timber. So actually that chap is sent to work at the log camp. You go back to work at the saw pit, please. Don't really want to go below 4 timber, because we do need that for stuffs and things. Still got 3 spots for people to be moving in. So, as always, progress at the start is a little bit slow, but it does tick along. We've had some money come in, so let's get some carrots in there. And we'll just wait till we can afford some cabbages for that plot there. Which hopefully won't be too long, because we have a reasonable amount of charcoal we can export. It's a shame we can't put the retinue to work while they're here. Yeah, go and cut down some trees or something. That'd be handy. I don't think they particularly want to help out, do they? They're fighting then. You know, they're not here to help with construction. Who do they think we are? That's what they're thinking, I imagine. That's what's running through their head. Could get an extra ox, but we want to wait to get the money for the cabbages over here, to be honest. Gosh, +1 monthly migration. So slow, isn't it? I'm just sat here like, oh, come on, when's someone going to move in? Anyway, while they do that, as they finish this storehouse they have, let's set up your limits. As someone does move in. And, la-da-da, good. Give you 3 workers and upgrade you to a large storehouse. And we can assign more than 3 families to work at a storehouse, etc., but it's not the best use of resources. We'll unpause the fisherman's hut, because there is a good source of fish there now. And probably some additional granaries and storehouses over here. Wouldn't go too far amiss. So what can we fit in this space? We turn off snapping.
Let's get the granary just there. Storehouse just there, connecting up to the road. And then we can probably squeeze in a little market stall in this space here. Would be simply wonderful. Oh yes, very good. Like that a lot. Any wells over here as well? Don't really want to put it there. Could put that there though. Sure. Never hurt to have too many wells. Usually I have quite the opposite problem. Another family's moved in. I'm going to go and send them to work at the storehouse so they can have access to fuel for the coming winter. 6 months of food. Run out of mushrooms, so we can reassign the foragers to go and do other tasks. Get some cabbages in there. And then I am going to use this opportunity to order in another ox. And with our free workers, I believe we had a bit of excess firewood turned to charcoal. So we'll get another worker at the charcoal kiln. And then we'll get the last chap at the logging camp. We should be able to build the church now. So, now I did talk about putting it up here potentially, but we could put the manor there. So let's put this maybe here, overlooking the edge of the hill. Yeah, a little something like that, I reckon. And then we'll curve this road down to here, maybe. Or maybe around like that. Then it can connect in around the edge up here of the cliff face. Yep, that makes sense. I suppose that could continue on down here, couldn't it? Because that may also then continue on down around the base of the cliff here. Try and keep that fairly straight all the way along. The last time I played in this region, we had a lovely... Oh, actually, we should probably sweep round here. Cut back on ourselves to get up to this road. Nearly right there. Wonderful. Yep, quite happy with that. Last time we had a lovely little strip of settlements along here, because there is a nice bit of flat land, flattish land, just along here. And I had that fully populated last time. Don't know if we'll do that this time, but it's definitely a possibility. Alright, church is built. We've got 2 workers available. Could we get on with the manor? We could potentially. It's a little ways away, but I think we are going to put it atop the cliffs here. And I think we'll have it just basically right by the edge here. And we'll commit to that. Then of course we need to connect it up to the road. So we'll take in the road a little like that there. And does our road here connect to anything? Or does it just stop here? It just stops there. So why don't we take that road and follow the hill around. I'll just turn a big old curve on. Not that much curve. Sort of like that there. Although, not so much of a curve down at the start. If I do a little bit like that. Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for. So we'll get that built into there. But then I think we'll also have a shortcut, which will cut off from the manor just here, which I imagine is just after where the walls will be. And that can cut back down as a more direct route to our settlement. Yeah. It's always hard to know how much of a curve to give these things. You don't want it blooming out like that. But actually it looks quite nice. It's a bit more haphazard. We'll go for that. The typical switchback in here. Oh, a typical switchback. I quite like that. It's both typical and typical of typical. It's a lot of typicals in one go, isn't it? So we'll let them get on with that construction. Now, they've got 6 months of food, which should be fine. And they've got 3 families to help with construction. We could do with a couple of extra burgages, really. Ooh, we can order in our first apples, or quinces. What's the difference between an apple and a quince? Am I even saying quince right? Let me know. I'd love to know what they are. I could just Google it, but why would I do that when I've got all of you lovely people to pop a comment down below and let me know? How are we doing for storage? We need to get the large storehouse up and running sooner rather than later. Material-wise, got a little bit of timber coming in. Got a few planks. Could probably do with a few more, but we need to up our lumber for that. Let's get a permanent livestock assignment over at the logging camp. And maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a second logging camp set up to bring in even more resources. So where are we going to locate that? just behind here. It's a bit close to the church, isn't it? Maybe just here for the time being. Connect that into the road. Let's just do a quick check-in on Rangbaku. 10 months of food. Okay, so things are at least stable down here. 31 dwelling plots left for people to be moving into. Was there anywhere else we could squeeze in a granary storehouse? We put the new ones in over here, didn't we? So let's set their limits up to make sure they're not housing any contraband. We'll do the same with the granary and the storehouse. Again, quick filter for that would be nice. We'll get 2 families working at each, and we'll upgrade both as well. And how are we doing in terms of market store supply? Yeah, could be a lot worse, couldn't it? 90 and 99%. Thing is, most of the demand is in here, where the population density is massively increasing, and it's also the area we don't really have any space to add any more granaries and storehouses. Although, I suppose we've got a little bit of space in here, haven't we? So if we put in another granary and storehouse in here, they're a little bit further away from their respective market stalls, but at least it is a little bit more supply. So put a little road in like that. That there. They can use this market stall and potentially this one over here as well if they want to walk through the back way. And then if we put a little road in like that there, we can probably get another storehouse in here. Still snapping. I think maybe have it this way. And then can we get a granary next to it? Doubt it. We can over here next to the farm at least. Okay. And we've got a pretty large market stall over there that they can be added to. Lovely. And finances look like they're really picking up, so that's good. That's probably the production of the clothes, or rather the clothes going up for sale. Got some more money, so we'll buy some pears, and then some apples, and then it'll be the first year after winter, I suppose the second year, we'll actually get some orchards up and running, which is quite early on for me. Don't normally do that nearly so early. How's the manor getting on? 73% of the way there. That's pretty good, actually. I'd like to blend this corner a little bit more. How could we go about that? Yeah, that's what it should be. But I quite like the rest of the road, so I don't really want to rebuild it. So it's going to have to stay with that little straight section in the middle. Should that switch back to be here? Yeah, that makes more sense, doesn't it? A little bit wider swept. So as we gather resources here, we should probably start to think about some additional accommodation. And we're going to need some smaller accommodation as well as the larger burgage plots. So why don't we turn snapping back on and get a few smaller burgages popped in here. Perhaps built out to the back of the logging camp. How's that going to look? Yeah, not too bad. We'll build those there. And it could potentially fit some in here as well. What if we came off of this road? Fill up this space. Could put some veggie plots in there, couldn't we? But I'm going to put one big veggie plot, I think, in that space. And then, would it be possible to get a burgage in here? Was that too steep? We did check that earlier, didn't we? So we'll leave that. But then, turning our eyes down towards the mines themselves, which of course are the reason we're here, let's go ahead and plan out the locations. So hopefully the steepness isn't going to be an issue here. I think it's just about okay. I don't know if the game automatically says, you know, if you're going to have a rich resource like this, or a resource, it has to be relatively level so you can actually build things on it. So we'll go for the usual 5 arrangement. Like that there. Good. And exactly the same as what we've done for the salt down at the bottom. Then we'll square off our roads all the way around the outside. And once we've done that, we'll connect it up to our existing road network, let them get on with construction, and start to think about how we want to staff it. So I'm thinking some local dense burgages are going to be the way, so people aren't always walking down the hill to go to work. And obviously we'll want its own storehouses and supply chains, possibly even pack station, because that's going to be what we're using, I think, to send goods down to the main settlement. Because they do tend to work, I think, a little bit better than just the trading between your own regions. Now, as for what we're going to trade for, what do we produce down here that we could sell up to Rainsbuckle? What can Renbeku do for Rainsbuckle? What do we have loads of? Could do clothes, actually. That's definitely an option. Or wool. Clothes and wool. Got plenty of both of those in excess. So we could send those up in return. And then we could get some iron ore down to them, ready for smelting. Or did we send them iron pre-processed? I think we sent iron pre-processed, because then we can have a little smeltery area here as well. I quite like the idea of that. So I'm going to carry this road on and connect it into there. Turn down the curve a little bit. Maybe even come from the edge to get it looking a little better. Yep, something like that there. And connect this one up as well. Okay. Don't know if we want to connect to this road, because it's quite steep if we have everyone falling down here. Although it's not terribly steep, but it's definitely gentler if they come this way. Okay, so we'll let them get on with constructing those. And we've got a couple of bankages being built up here already, and we'll definitely, as people start to move in, want to get a few more people working at the granary and the storehouse up here. But we should probably upgrade the granary, shouldn't we? Looks like we need to wait for a few planks to be produced for us to do that, though. And of course, we'll need the workers back in the forager's hut as the mushrooms start to grow again as we come into March. Lots of things to consider. How are we doing for money? Can we get our apples? We can. Lovely. So our 3 orchards planted up as we come into the 2nd year. The smaller bankages will probably get a combination of goats and chickens. And as we get a few more resources, we'll start to think about setting up the industrial area down here. Or the iron mines. I suppose we could call these the Iron Hills, couldn't we, over here? That would be a good name for it. So the harvest is coming in for vegetables, and that's obviously ticking up the food nicely. A big old chunk of money there as we export a bit more charcoal as well. Oh, and again, it's good. Another family's moved in as well. How is the market stall? There's no one working at the granary, apparently. Oh, did we forget to give them a market stall? Yes, we did. Right, so they'll get that built. Let's upgrade the granary to a larger one. You can be another source of vegetables, so we'll get that constructed. And over here, while we do have some planks, let's get in and a bit of money as well. We might as well get in a couple of chicken coops, actually, to start with. And then maybe we'll put some goats in down by where we're doing the iron refinery itself and mining. We can order another ox because we can afford to do so. So I think it probably makes sense to do so. We'll buy some vegetables as soon as that burger spot is constructed as well. And buy some herbs and get a family working back here as well. It's a priority that actually, because I want to get a family in there working. You are going to be chicken and you can be carrots. Splendid. And hopefully we have a little moment of peace before the Baron decides to get a bit feisty again. We get 2 workers there at the forager's hut, and hopefully we're most of the way here on construction. Nope, barely started. That's fine. How are resources looking? We've got a fair few logs, so why don't we start planning down here? So we're definitely going to want some local storehouses that take all of the iron and then also store everything that's needed for production. So I think there's no need to massively expand here. So let's try and keep everything kind of on a line here. Maybe the industry directly around and the housing on this side. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that idea. So let's take a road coming across here. Ooh, don't like how that corner interacts. Let's take that up there and then come across. And on this road, let's get down a couple of storehouses, if it's not too steep. It is. Only in places. Right, well, let's get one here and another one here. So 2 dedicated storehouses for all the goods we're going to have here. We're going to want bloomeries, obviously, to turn the iron ore into iron. We want these really on the same road that we've got our storehouses. So we'll get 1, 2, 3 of those down. And we'll connect this road up like so. We're also going to want a smithy to make ourselves enough tools to repair the mines as we go. Was that enough resources ticking in there? It was. So again, might as well put this on the same road. Can we get away with it with how steep it is? Doesn't look like it. So we'll have to pop that in maybe this space here. Lovely, that's fine. And you've got a little bit of flat land here, so let's target that for our main high street of workers. And then they're directly off a line here from where we have our industry. And then we'll connect this road. Maybe we go for a little curved road that comes back around and connects
with our King's Road here. Because we could move the trading post down here, actually. How's that? Yeah, that could work. And then we'll get our trading post moved, I think. For the time being, we'll leave it where it is, but I think we'll add another one down here because it's a little close to the King's Road. Although they can just take this road to connect to it. Now, obviously, the packs are going to have a little while to go to bring down the iron to here, but yeah, it's not an unreasonable distance. I think they'll be able to manage. Let's make sure from an early point that these are set up as they should be. So let's just disallow everything. And you're going to be allowed to have charcoal for fuel. You're going to be allowed to have tools for repair. And then you're all about iron. And then we'll apply that to this storehouse here as well. So tools, both forms of iron and charcoal. And neither of you are to have market stalls. Bloomeries are under construction. Got 4 unassigned families, 3 plots for people to be moving into. Oh, and you're ready for an upgrade. We might as well oblige, get you up to level 2. It's meats, fishes, and animal produce that the others are a little bit outside of, but they do have water access. So it's just as those eggs come onto the market, I suppose, and maybe a few chickens, and that's just helping us tick over up to level 2. Let's get another worker at this storehouse. Just want to make sure we keep well on top of the granary and storehouse supply chains. We'll get another one at the granary actually as well, to hopefully cater for everyone that's going to be up here. We'll pop an expansion on that property there. And we've got 19 timber still, another family then moving in as well. So I think we're doing fine for export and bringing in money. We've got 135 of the stuff. We've got everything planted up that we want planted up. Oh, look at that, we're a medium village already. Charcoal production's looking pretty good. Maybe an additional worker at the woodcutter's lodge wouldn't go amiss though. So we shall do that there. And just to make sure we are future-proofing, let's get down a forester's hut on the slopes here somewhere. With a plan of reforesting this area down here. Maybe we'll get 2. Because they're both going to have fairly small work areas, as we found. That is much more efficient. Thank you all for your lovely comments in that regard. Well, I do like the storehouses that are overlooking the iron mines themselves there. I suppose it would make better sense if they were downhill of the iron mines, but there we are. The iron shelf, directly above the settlement. Absolutely fantastic. So let's start thinking about burgaging to supply this area. They've got a well. They've got bloomeries, storehouses, and everything we're going to need for the iron production. We're also going to need pack stations. That's the other thing we're going to need. So let's go to trade and get ourselves pack stations. And I think we will run the pack stations from up here. And let's get down a number on this road. So I think we'll go for 3, which is probably more than enough. Because they're going to run the goods directly down this road into the settlement here. And they're going to be taking the goods from these storehouses, so I think that's a good location. We then want a granary and storehouse to supply the little row of properties we're going to be putting in here. So where exactly do I want to put these? I reckon if we bring a little road up here. Maybe put a little circle in here. We spin around a point here. Hopefully it's not going to be too large. Or too small. Make that into a little circle. And then connect that off to the road here. A little something like that. And then we'll get a couple of storehouses. And a couple of granaries. Like that. And in the center, we'll get our markets. Oh, I do like that. Perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. And then how are we doing for resources? Pretty good. So then I want to get some burgages then. Filling out this space here. We can get to do so without breaking the well position. So maybe a little bit shorter there because we do want to make good use of this space. So get 3 in there just about with expansions on the rear. Up that a little bit. Turn on snapping again to get into this bit. Yeah, so if we get actually up to that. Good, so 3 in there. And then we'll get a few in this space here. Kind of want to fill this out. We actually put a little typical switchback there. See if that'll allow us to get something placed a little nicer. Neither here nor there. Right, if we come a little bit further along. Okay, that could work. What I'm going to do then is take this one further along in terms of the tickage. And we'll come across a little bit like that there. Sure, those there. I want them to look pretty as well as be serviceable. So I don't mind if they're not perfect. Yep, that's good. And then we can have some on this side of the road as well. Building up our little miners' cottage community. And that's adding quite a few burgage spots, so we'll let those build up. And they're going to be supplied by these market stalls and storehouses. Let's set up the supply allowances for these. So they're going to be allowed charcoal, clothes, and tools. Do that for both of these. Tools, clothes, and charcoal. Granaries can have everything for now. I'm going to come up here to this storehouse, and I'm going to say that it's a granary. And they're not allowed to store iron or iron ore, because I want that all to be stored down here. So plenty of construction going on. It wouldn't hurt, I don't think, to have a couple of oxen down here. So we've got space for a stable there and a stable here. So we'll build those. Maybe a few down here as well, servicing the iron mines if and when it becomes necessary. Not that I think they're particularly needed. And how are we doing for moving in up here? I take it we've now filled the space, so we're probably looking to move in down here. Possibly is 1 or 2 people left to move into an expansion over here. Yeah. Looks like there is, so that's what's going on there. Upgrade those, and we'll get another ox as well, I think. Fabulous. I take it the manor was constructed some time ago. It was indeed. It's looking good. We should probably pay a quick check over here to check on food stocks. Looking absolutely fine. Down to 14 available burgages, actually. Still at 80%, 88% approval. And we got those additional granaries and storehouses down here, didn't we? So let's set them up with what they are and aren't allowed to have. Especially with the granaries. Like so. And how is the market stall looking? Pretty stretched, but not the end of the world. So we get 3 families there, an upgrade. 3 families here, an upgrade, because we've got plenty enough workers, 44 unassigned. And why don't we do the same with the storehouses? Just the regular old supply. Nothing special. Lovely. How's that made things look? Ooh, maybe starting to get on top of the granary situation at the least. And we'll do the same for this storehouse. Lovely. And then get you an upgrade as well. And hopefully that pretty much gets on top of things. Oh, enemy unit spotted. Where have they come in from? Okay, from Krumalate, so we are absolutely fine for forming a defense. They're coming in to attack our new region. Oh, we've got our second retinue, haven't we? We need to take care of that. Right, so let's rally our forces here. And if we've got the resources, let's pop on up here to Rheinsbukel, open the castle planner, and see about getting our garrison tower down. We need a few more stone. Is there a stone deposit here in this region? There isn't. So we need to go to our trading post. We've got a bit of money, so we should be able to buy some in. And we're going to buy in some stone. Where's that going to be? Not in crafting materials. What? Oh, building materials, that makes sense. So we're going to import just up to 30, because we are going to need that for doing things like building granaries as well. So we'll get those in. Let's continue to mobilize our forces to the edge here. Looks like we're going to arrive, oh dear, just in time. Although we are going to be fighting on in this little valley here. Right, so we'll deploy our troops in 2 lines here. Then we'll deploy our missile behind. You don't look like you're running. I suppose people are running to join you and you're already here. Well, the spear lines are taking their time to get here and line up. You better hurry up, because the enemy are very much getting on top of us here. Right, so let's select 2 units to open fire on him. 2 units to open fire on him, because those are the first ones rushing down in. And I may have to redeploy these troops to make sure these brigands never get as far as these archers over here. But to be honest, I don't think they'll actually get that far before they're dismantled. The spear line's nearly complete, so they should be able to take a charge from a rather disgruntled unit anyway. Oh dear, right, oh, they're broken anyway. Good. Right, so let's refocus fire from these two over here. You can fire on that unit, and you can fire on this unit. Let's reform this line here, making sure we're protecting our missile. And they're taking an absolute hellfire fury of arrows as they come down the hill. They might even break before they hit the lines. Not quite, but nearly, I imagine. Okay, one unit broken, one more to go. And a few more volleys of arrows should see them off and out of our region. Lovely. Perfect defense, everyone. It's a shame you can't get above 25 experience by the looks of things, because these will be pretty experienced troops by now, with all these raids coming in. Fab. Right. We only have 181... Oh, 8 grand. It's over here, we've got 181. I thought, oh gosh, we've lost all our money very quickly. What's going on? Already we're approaching that next winter. Has anyone moved in down here? Not just yet, but it's not terribly far off. Still got upgrades as well, actually, over here, as people get themselves some chicken and some eggs. Don't often go for chickens as the first thing, but it seems to have worked pretty well, actually. And we're a little short on planks, actually. Maybe another family working at the additional logging camp we set up wouldn't be a bad idea, with a dedicated livestock, maybe even 2. So we can bring in enough timber for our construction desires, as we get the little industrial town here starting to get put together. So I'm going to send this family here. You're going to go and work at this granary. And the next family to move in will go and work at the local storehouse, and that will be a start, at least, to this little area. And you're going to have some animal pens down here, because we put the chicken coops up at the top over here. Population-wise, we are up to 65 people already, actually, which isn't too bad at all. And just as soon as we see those rubble stone come in, we want to make sure that we're getting our garrison tower in place. I'm actually shy on... Oops. Actually shy on planks at the moment. Because we want to be able to... We've got plenty of money in the coffers up here, the treasury. And we want to be able to get together our second retinue. Because there's another unit of heavy infantry that is going to be very useful. And also can help defend Retinue while the mainstay of the army is down here. So, talking of manners, I don't think we need to have a tithe anymore, taking up our food, because we have got a ridiculous 30,000 influence, which should definitely be enough for conquering the rest of the map as and when we decide it's time. It'd be nice to get up to that +2 monthly migration up here, but it's not essential, because we're not going to massively grow Retinue once we've got not enough funds to import trading posts. So we've run out of money up here. We have. Once we've got the community set up here in the Iron Hills, transporting iron down to our main settlement, they'll have basically fulfilled what we wanted them to do. So we won't need to grow them any further. You can work at that there. I like this little market store. I think this is going to look great once we've got a few workers in these granaries and storehouses. 3 families working on construction, so it's not the fastest, but not the slowest. Food and fuel is absolutely fine. Although I am going to go and set up a slightly higher limit on the amount of charcoal we want to be keeping as our population grows. But we're certainly making a decent amount of charcoal. Let's order in another octo. Actually, no, a little bit shy on money because we're importing those stones, aren't we? Have we got planks? No, we're 0 on planks. Guess we're using that all down here in construction, aren't we? Yes. So it's going to be a little while before we put the rest of the extensions on and do the other bits and bobs. So it moves in Retinue. Now, this isn't going to be enough on its own, I don't think, to really fully equip the industry here. So we have got 22 timber, so perhaps we should think about further expansion. And basically, I was thinking about just expanding along the road here. And they're all serviced then by this market stall. So let's build it in sections, making sure we've got enough of a rear garden space. We might need a few more dwellings set up for gardens, though. I'll tell you what we could do. What we did in our no roads playthrough is a bit like this, isn't it? So we come across a little section like that, and then fill out the rear. I do want enough space to have an expansion on this one, really. Whoop. Baron's getting hungry again. Right, so we'll get a garden in there, and we'll do the same on the other side of the road as well. Filling out to the rear here, and that space. Perfect. And then alongside those, we can get our smaller burgages, is the general idea.
And then we're making pretty efficient use of the space. Let's get 3 in there if we can. Lovely. Just a little bit further out so it doesn't look quite so cramped on the front. And do the same on this side. Let's come in a tick on the front there. We can probably still get 2. Yeah. And do a corner one. This might lend itself actually to be another plot that we do a rear extension on. Become a little bit less across the front there. Okay, so you're going to be one family that works there, but that's fine. Maybe you can do the same. Good. And then a couple of smaller ones in here. On the wrong side of the road there, I think, aren't we, with that snap point? It's just where we join to the King's Road. It's a bit funny. Let's turn off snapping then, because I think that's going to interfere a little bit. And see if we can't get 2 baggages in here. And then come around here with a few more. Splendid. And we're going to fit anything else in here? Maybe a bit of an odd shape if we do. We'll leave that for the minute. I think that's plenty more expansion. Right. The Baron once again has pressed a claim on us. And once again, I think we ought to try and thwart him. Now, do we want to fight him or do we want to pay him off? We've got plenty of money. So I think on this occasion, we're going to try and pay him off. So we'll accept his challenge. Then we'll come out and we'll see if we can't pay him. So I will pay you 500 coins to leave us alone. Oh dear, it's gone. I can make it worthwhile. Honestly. I'm busy developing my next region. I don't want to... Last time I fought you, I lost a good number of men. It's peace declared. For the time being. Don't worry, we'll be coming for you again, Baron. Don't you worry. You hunger for conflict and blood. I'll give you bloodshed more than you can handle. Believe me. Oh dear, it's gone terribly dark. Good, so we've got a few properties interspersed around here that are going to produce us a few vegetables, as well as those who are going to work in the Iron Hills, as it were. And it might be worth getting another family working at the trading post at some point before too long. We've got a few planks now, so let's quickly swing on up here and get into the castle planner. Construct ourselves a garrison tower. Splendid. And then once we get that garrison tower completed, we will recruit a full retinue for this region and equip them with the finest armor that we can buy. It should be a lot cheaper as well than our other region because we haven't got double the cost up here. So I think we're just in a bit of a waiting stage here, aren't we? Waiting for a few families to move in. Market stall supply, etc. is absolutely fine. Food and fuel is absolutely fine. So it's just once we get this occupied, we can start working on this down here. Approval is 74%. What would be a good idea is buying in some mules occasionally, because we are going to need a few mules for these pack stations. Are the mules stored at the pack stations, or do we need to have some hitching posts for them? I'm not sure. I'm going to put down another hitching post here, which can turn into a stable, just in case, to make sure that we do have enough. And let's start getting some iron out of the ground, I think. I'll get you working there, because then at least we can get a bloomery up and running, and also a smithy, so we can start producing some tools to get ahead of the curve on that, so that we don't run out of materials. And you can work at a bloomery. And you are a granary worker. Did I reassign our storehouse worker? I did, didn't I? Whoopsies. Right, you can work at the storehouse. We do want a storehouse locally. And is there anyone else then? So we've got one granary, one storehouse, one mine, one bloomery at the moment. So we just want someone to work at the smithy. So we'll wait for one more person to move in. We'll try and keep eagle-eyed while people are moving in. Only 6 available living spots down here in Rangbeku. 801 in terms of population. It really is a massive population for the size of the region, isn't it? 10 lots of food, so we're still looking fairly okay on that. We've got plenty of regional wealth from selling on those clothes, I would imagine. Let's take a look at where all our money's coming from. So the majority is definitely from salt. Gosh, we spent a lot on buying in that beef, didn't we? We spent quite a lot on buying in wheat and a lot on buying in barley. We made a bit of money on selling shoes, but made quite a lot of money on selling clothes. We spent a lot on bringing in iron as well. So, yes. Things are looking okay. The mutton is providing a good source of food as well for us down here. Right, we'll leave them to it. They seem happy. Oh, actually, let's take a look at how the market stall is. Yeah, not too bad. It's almost self-sufficient down there, isn't it? I did think we'd run into problems with that much of a population size, but it doesn't look like we have. We don't really need to expand any more down there. There's no real reason to, except I suppose we might finish expanding out around here just to make full use of all the space we have. I'm starting to think with the smaller areas of planting with the foresters that we don't actually need as much forest as I thought we did. So we could expand this way a bit, but again, I don't really see the need to. Right, and there we are. An extra family moving in down there, and hopefully an extra family moving in up here. Let's get rid of that. And you are going to go and work at the smithy here. And I want you to keep a stock of 50 tools at any given time to help with repairs. How much iron have we managed to get out of the ground thus far? Just 2. Oh no, we're actually smelting it, so we've got 10 slabs already. Goodness, well, pretty soon if we can order in a mule, we can start shipping iron down way sooner than I thought we could. What I would like to do, though, is get this operational, so they've got somewhere to store the iron, etc. So is there anyone over here that hasn't been assigned? So we've got the smelter, granary worker. Money's ticked back up. I suppose we've brought in all those small stones now. Blacksmith, warehouse, miner. Still the waiting game. 73% approval. I don't know if we're ever really going to get much above that in this region. There's not really much reason to get people above a level 2 burgage plot either, to be honest. Oh, we put a hitching post down here, didn't we? Let's get that upgrade to a stable. Do the same for that one there as well. Looking pretty dandy. Just as soon as we get one more person move in, we'll send them to work at the local storehouse then. And extensions back here. Is that one moving in there? It is. Right. You can go and work at this storehouse. Splendid. Right. And then we might as well upgrade that storehouse to be a large one. And then we'll get some vegetable gardens popped in the back of these larger dwellings here. Perfect. And was there one more here? There is, but we're a little bit low on planks. And this is the kind of way of setting up burgages that I learned when we were doing the no roads playthrough, where we weren't allowed to place a single additional road other than using the King's Roads, is that you can kind of build a couple of small burgages along a road, and then to make maximum use of the road space, then put in a small frontage with a rear garden expanding around the back of those, and you get some reasonable sized vegetable gardens without taking up too much road space, whereas traditionally I would have done this, which takes up quite a lot of road space to use this here, but then you end up with big gaps between your burgages. Whereas doing this, you still end up with a dense population of dense arrangement of burgages along the main road, but you do then still have the rear extension space. So, and I'm pretty happy with how it's worked out. I'm definitely going to be doing that in the future in more playthroughs, that's for sure. So hopefully this storehouse is stocking all of the goods. We'll be able to see once that's upgraded what it is already holding. And I imagine we're starting to make a fair number of tools. Well, yeah, to 40. That's where all of our iron is going at the moment, but once we get up to that 50 tools, then iron will start to come in as a surplus. Oh, fantastic. I do love the weather effects in this game. The rain blowing across the mountaintops. People are hard at work, constructing, keeping their lives running. I love this little settlement we've got set up here on the main road. I think it's exactly what I wanted from a second supporting region. Okay, so you've not got anything in you at the moment. Nope, you're not allowed a market stall. It always re-establishes itself. It switches itself back on once you upgrade it to a large storehouse. Well, at least it is starting to store the tools. We still have the retinue up here. Did we complete the manor upgrade? We did. So let's go to our retinue and buy in a whole bunch of lads. Wonderful. And go through the laborious upgrade process because, that's right, you can't do it all in one go. It's very tempting to start changing their colours and weapons to make them even more uniform. So I think I've said previously, back in the day, before I started doing the old YouTube, I would spend my time in each region customizing the retinue to have a certain colour. or specialization when it comes to weaponry. And helmets, etc. And, you know, I'd have the green and black retinue, and I'd have the red and orange, and they'd be, you know, proud to hail their own region's home. But it turned out that crashes the game a lot. I was restarting probably 3 or 4 times per retinue I was doing, and in the end I gave up. So I don't do that anymore. Right, let's rally this retinue here as well then. There's no need for them to be sat around doing nothing all day. You can be up here. I thought these chaps were still bunched up together. Right, so you can come and hang out with your other retinue friends. And look at that. 2 units of heavy infantry, and that is going to be a huge help when we come to do our next campaign, because we are a little shy on infantry, aren't we? We've gone for a very heavy crossbow arrangement, which means when it comes to taking on enemy retinues, which we do come across fighting the Baron, and also just dealing with a high number of troops while our archers do their thing, we do take losses, and that's why we took quite heavy losses to our spear militia the last time out. So, very happy to have them, and I think we'll probably want to get more than just the 2 retinues if we're going to take on the Baron effectively in that final battle, because the final battle against the Baron, you tend to get a lot of enemy troops coming against you. And that's why we want to make sure as well that our own retinues, our own militias rather, are as well equipped as we possibly can make them. So we finally run out of space for people to be moving in down here in Rangbaku. And somehow, food seems to be fairly on a level footing. No more collapses down at the mines, so that's good, even with only 29 tools. A little low on roof tiles, but we're not going to need any more anyway. So are we going to expand out to the edge here? Well, we've got our granaries and storehouses here. Maybe we can get in a few more. And can we kind of plan around where exactly are these? So they're kind of in that space there. So if I put a road here and do a circle around, hopefully we're not going to damage any of these mushrooms by doing this. Did we get them all inside? Yes, looks like we did. Wonderful. So then we can connect this up to the road somewhere. Probably put a little switchback down here. Say little, it's quite large, but it's fine. Got a little one there. And then... do we connect that road up? Maybe not. We get a couple of burgages centered around this. And build them out this way. And that could look quite nice. Let's try and go for roughly a quarter of this circle then. A little something like this here. 3 plots there. That's good. Then let's connect this road up in here. A little bit like so. Build our next bunch of burgages down. In fact, let's get a road connecting down here. And put in the next ones. Filling out that same space. Good. That's worked nicely. 3 there. And I suppose we could do all these in one go, could we? There's no way to do that, no. So we'll get our last road. We're going to put one up here. It's not going to perfectly match that one at the bottom, is it? It's a shame we can't connect that there. We'll have to put that there. And then come back off down here. Okay, and then... people already moving in. That may be the other settlement, actually. Right. Fill this out. Ooh, this is being a bit more difficult. Can we follow this around a bit more and get it filled out? How far can we come round? Oh, to there. And that does leave a rather big one there, doesn't it? Might have to go part way here and do something like that, which, you know, isn't terrible actually. So yeah, we'll do that there. Then maybe have a road that swoops round at the bottom, and then fill out this space here as well. We get a road, a little something like this here, and fill that out as well. Perfect. Lovely. Now, you might have noticed I've very cleverly left no space to put any storehouses or granaries. But actually, we've got space up here, haven't we? So, I'm going to put down a little road here. And on said road, we shall have a granary. And then behind the granary, we shall have a storehouse. Maybe even 2 storehouses? Nope, just the one, that's fine. And we'll put a market stall in this spot here. to service all these lovely peoples. And we've got a local well, haven't we? We've got space for another granary storehouse here, actually, if we need to as well. And look at that. I love the way that circles around that copse of trees. It looks absolutely fantastic. Ooh, just randomly zoomed all the way out there. And that's definitely an upgrade that I think was worth doing. So with all these burgers then, let's get them set up. What do we want them to have? So how are we looking on vegetables versus... okay. Well, we've got plenty of vegetables actually. So why don't we get what we're short of, which is a few more orchards. And these could look really nice when they're all grown up as orchards. Little orchard, a circular orchard around a copse of mushrooms. It's like some kind of hippie living community. You know, I'm kind of imagining something, you know, an architect's come up with something in the 80s and called it, you know, a new way of living, which is actually just, you know, how we used to live 500 years ago or something. Well, how's that for a completely unfounded take? Right, we'll get those built, and then we will probably put some expansions on them as well, because why not? Let's quickly, though, while we're down here, make sure we've got the granary and the storehouse set up with what they're allowed to have. I'm getting quicker at just clicking through these. And we'll upgrade both to be large, because why not? And already, with people moving in, I think I'm going to wait for everyone to move in, actually, and then we'll assign, or everyone to be built. Then we'll assign all of the seeds, and then we'll think about upgrades. Right, where's this coming in from? At the top here. Okay, so in from Kleiner Null. So we could deploy our retinues just to help, but I don't think we need to. So let's deploy our standard forces down here to the last bit of green space that we can move a force to, or at least raise a force. And we'll probably be facing them across here. So we will make a defense on this side of the river, maybe? Oh, they're going up there. Right, in that case, they're going to come down this slope? Possibly? Right, let's take a slightly more... stance slightly further back in that case. We'll set you up there. And, oh, didn't rally all of our crossbow. Oops. Bit of a mistake. And we'll set them up to be there. Okay. Let's see where these chaps come in. One's coming below, the other's coming above. I am actually going to deploy our retinues this way. Don't really want them running, though. If you get here in time, that's great. If not, you may just grab the aggro of one of these units. So there's one, I think, coming down the hill here somewhere. Come on, men. We've been having 0 lost battles. I don't want to start losing men now. So a unit coming down there. Let's reform these troops in this direction. Okay, I'm going to actually try and obliterate... Where's this unit? He's still rallying. Oh, that's not a good place to be, actually. I don't want you getting caught out. Which at the moment you're going to be. I'm going to form you up here, actually. And hopefully the retinues can come in and be of assistance. Still, we'll open fire with all 3 of these units here. Make sure no one's running. And hopefully we can take out this unit of brigands before the others fall upon us. Wonderful. They're being absolutely pincushioned. Oh, broken already. Okay, and we have got one more unit perhaps making its way down here. And these units may have been aggroed by our retinues coming down. So we'll form our retinues up just here. They march all the way down the hill. Don't worry, lads, take your time. I know it's hard work. And this division of crossbows we forgot to rally initially is gathering their strength. We'll redeploy these chaps here in the middle, just in case these decide to go back over the top. Looks like they might be doing so. So we'll redeploy our spear in this direction as well. Okay, and we'll just keep an eye to make sure they don't switch back behind or something. Which they are as well. Right, we'll leave these as a blocking force in that case. Retinues are just gradually making their way down the hill. They're in no rush. And as a result of coming downhill and not being in a rush, they're rather fresh as well. So they should be able to take care of the brigands no problem at all. That one lad with the banner. Wait for me, guys. This is heavy. Come on, Larry. It'd be nice if you could have slightly larger units of retinue. I don't know why they're restricted to only having 24. Maybe they're just too strong. Okay, so may or may not have aggroed them. We'll keep moving them down in any case. Did they end up going back over the top? Yep, they did. But they keep just going back and forth, so I'm going to leave them there just in case. We don't want the rear of our crossbows exposed. Looks like this unit is committing down here, and we've had one unit commit towards our retinues. Although maybe they're just trying to go past and get to the village, which we don't want. So we're going to set one of our retinues on an intercept course, and we're just going to smash into them. Charge! Heavy infantry charging downhill. I would not want to be those brigands. Broken instantly. Wow. Very effective. Okay, we'll keep moving you down here then. Our archers are already opening fire on that unit. Good. Those are the ones that went behind, so we should be okay from behind us. But I don't think there's any real need to move our spear into position because I don't expect this unit to last very long. This unit has decided it wants to die by retinue. Be long till they're broken now. We'll clean up them and move on. Come on, a few more volleys. Broken, good. You might as well go home, to be honest. And you two. Smash. Oh, ho, 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 ho. There's like 18 flesh sacks charging a steel wall, isn't it? Uphill as well. Yep. And that's them dealt with. Cool. Everyone come home, and you can all be disbanded. Didn't even do anything in the end. Make sure our retinues aren't running, and they can start the long, laborious walk back up to the top of the hill here. And let's just run everyone else back inside so we can disband them. Come on. Good. Lovely jubbly. Right, well, we've got all of these in now as we wanted. So starting here, we'll go apple, pear, quince, apple, pear, quince, apple, pear, quince, apple, pear, quince, apple. I feel like some kind of new kind of rock, paper, scissors or something. And then we'll build expansions on all of these as well. Not that we really need them, but mainly because we can. I think it'll look nice. Why is there any reason to do anything else in this game? So we'll get all of those on the ones we can, just to make sure it's nice and tight around the circle. Okay, and then we'll come back to do upgrades at a later date. That's a nice little bit of spice added to this region over here, isn't it? The agricultural sector. Fab. Back on over in Reisenbuku then. Our retinue men are resting atop the hill. I don't know why they've got a slightly different layout. They're the same sized units. Oh, so once they've been in a wider formation, they don't go back to being quite as tight again. Weird. Okay. Maybe it's when they're in a different stance they get a slightly tighter region as well. Yeah. We've got 8 unassigned families over here now, actually. How's the Marcus on granaries? Still absolutely fine. I think I'm still going to assign 2 additional lads to them. Let's get some planting going on here, because we've got a bit of money. So we'll plant those up. And you need to have a lovely little extension on the rear as well. And with 7 unassigned families, we've got the tools. We're starting to produce the iron, but let's get a few more iron mines active, by which I mean 3. We'll open up another bloomery as well. And let's just make sure as well, I don't really want these farming families going and working in mines, etc. They can go and work at granaries and storehouses, and actually none of them have moved in yet anyway, so it is just these denser pots that are working there. Right then, so we've got some planks, so why don't we go ahead and get these animal pens ensconced that we talked about earlier, and then we can get some goats and maybe a few pigs as well imported, so we can start caring for those and upping our food diversity and all that good shenanigans. And we've just run out of planks a little bit there, that's fine. Splendid. Right, well, before too long, we've already got 46 iron. I think we'll want to make sure we get a mule ordered. In fact, we'll order one now, so we can keep on top of it, because obviously we can only order in 1 per month without getting the livestock trading post. And we'll get ready to start exporting some iron down here to Rangbaku. And as soon as we start doing that, we'll cancel the trade for iron down here,
and we will get them making some lovely chainmail. I don't think things could be going much better, could they? Simply lovely. Time for a spot of tea, everyone.
Right, everyone. Well, as is not uncommon with these longer playthroughs I do, I popped off to get a cup of tea, and the devs released an update. So this is now an updated version of the Manor Lords, and yes, I heard this. We've now got a top speed of ×8 instead of ×12. Now, apparently this has been done to basically allow them to simulate things a little better, because apparently 12 times is quite hard on the game. But it's going to significantly slow down how quickly we can progress through the game, so we're going to have to see how that affects these long plays. They may have just got a little bit longer, we'll have to wait and see. It does look pretty at ×8, doesn't it? But that is one major difference. There should be a lot of pathing improvements as well, to units, and also to the lovely retinues, etc. And the menus and everything have also been updated to have a more rustic aesthetic, so to match everything else. So time will tell. I mean, there's been quite a few combat changes to how troops interact with each other and how they, So, for example, these at the moment, I lined them up here earlier. If I just push them forward now, they'll actually take a slightly different, wider stance than they did before. By default, in open terrain. Yeah, into the lines of 3. Okay. So, I'm sure we'll notice a few changes as we go through. But I'm really not sure what to expect. Although, there were allegedly, we go over to our church here. Okay. We haven't got the next level of church just yet, but does that look a little bit different? Is that what the level 2 church looked like before? Are you the same? I don't know. Let me know. Is that different? I don't know if I'm tripping or whether it's actually different. There have been some minor cosmetic changes, etc. as well. Again, are you slightly different? I don't know if that's exactly what you looked like before. Very suspicious. Right, I'm sure we'll notice plenty of things like that. This always happens mid-playthrough, doesn't it? Remember the last time we had a major update, I was in the middle of a long playthrough. Yes, it was just the way it went. Right, well, I guess we'll play at maximum speed, which is ×8, and we'll just have to see how we get on with that. So, 71% approval over here. How are we getting on with the iron production? It's the last thing we were checking on, basically, wasn't it? So we've got 57 iron slabs. We've got our... Oh, look at this! When I hold tab, I can see how many people are assigned to a job. I had that before, didn't I? I don't know, is that a bit brighter than it was before? When there's no one working there? Oh, good grief, everyone, I don't know what's going on. I can't tell what's new and what's old. Right, let's put a nice small area for you to work on and get you a worker so we can start getting some trees planted. Over here, I think everyone's got everything they need, don't they? We just need to spend a bit of money on buying in some goats, etc. So we'll do those for these burgages along here. And then the same back across. And we'll get a few pigs as well. So we've got a bit of a combination of the two. And did we run out of planks? Probably. So we stopped doing extensions on those. So we'll come back to those at a later date. Plenty of spots for people to be moving in. It would be nice to get that approval up a little higher. Animal produce, meats and fishes is what they require for that. Well, more goats is going to be a good thing to do then. What we might be able to do is actually get the pack station up and running. Because if we get the pack station up and running and start trading away some of our iron, they're advanced here, so we're going to be trading with Rengbaku. We're going to be sending lovely processed iron slabs, and we're going to be receiving clothes. Ooh, 1 for 1. Okay, and, having clothes on the market up here will make people nice and happy and may even increase our approval, which in line may increase our migration status. Down here, let's stop trading our clothes because we're going to be using them for a little bit of between region trading now. So we'll go to trade. That crate's different, isn't it? Are these is the fuel a different icon now as well? Commodities is definitely a different icon. You are not gaslighting me into believing that's the same as it was before. You're not doing it. It's definitely different. Ugh. Is that the same? That looks the same to me. Is this the same? Yep, that all looks the same to me. Okay, right, so chainmail then is the name of the game for our lovely residencies down here to get up our troops up to the maximum kind of level that they can be before we go and take on the Baron. So down here at the armorer's shop, I imagine we've got plenty enough helms. We do 90. So I'm going to switch you over to mail production so that we can get our troops up to chainmail if we possibly can, which is going to be the highest level we can get them to, because plate armor is basically just to make getting armor for your retinue that little bit cheaper. It would be nice if we could use plate armor on our own retinues. I think that would be a pretty cool thing to be able to do. Unfortunately, that's not something that we're able to, without saying no water. Michael's done it again. He's put something down without access to water and completely forgotten about it. Is that because this is the closest we can get? Right, well, we'll get that upgraded to a stone well at the very least. And I guess we could put a well in here. And then come off the road. And travel to it. Okay, we'll do that. It does feel very different playing on ×8 speed compared to the ×12 that we're used to, I must say. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'm not sure I'm terribly positive about it. But I suppose most of you at home aren't playing at ×12, are you? Is that just me? Am I the only guy that plays at basically at fast forward speed ×12 all the time? What? Collapsing already? Don't we have tools? We have loads of tools. Why aren't you maintaining your mines? They're not even deep mines. Has that been a change as well? Ooh, pretty lights. Talking of changes, the production of ale has been halved from breweries. But with that, they've also removed the requirement for level 1 burgers no longer drink ale. So there's that. But we may need to get another level 3 or 4 burgage producing some ale, because we may no longer be producing enough from these two here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We're using all the barley at the moment, so that would suggest to me that we are making ale as fast as we possibly could be. Are you different? Don't know. Let me in the comments below. Are the church and manor different, or am I tripping? And now that's collapsed. What's going on? Collapse chance 1%, 0.7 per day. Plus 1%. Right, well, I guess let's up the maintenance, because I don't mind spending lots of tools maintaining things, so long as they don't fall down. All families moving in. Now, the next goal is definitely going to be taking on the Baron again to claim ourselves another region, because I'd very much like to get ourselves a 3rd unit of heavy infantry in the form of a retinue. But that's only going to happen if we can get on and fight. But I'd like to get as much chainmail as we possibly can before then. Come on, get these completed. Let's get someone working then. Let's check which one of these actually has a mule, because we did order at least one in. Why do none of you have a mule yet? Sign you again. Get another one in. So, and we'll set up the trade in this one as well. So we're going to be sending iron slabs, we're going to be receiving clothes. Now these work pretty well, I've used them a lot in the past. Let's get a family working here then. Yep, you live nice and locally, so that's not a problem at all. Let's get the maintenance on that increased and keep an eye of any of these collapse. Less than a 1% chance of collapsing. I just repaired that. Oh no. They've broken the mining pits. Am I no longer allowed to have as many of these in one place as I had previously? She would have thought the chance would be much higher. 0.7% from building proximity can't be very good. High. At least if it's going to collapse this often, can I not at least have, you know, automatic repair or something? Do we need to make them deep mines now so that they don't collapse? Very concerning. If our iron production has been broken by this update, I'm going to be quite upset. One of the whole points of what we were doing here. Right, well, we've ordered in that additional mule. I suspect that in updating the game, we lost that mule that we ordered previously. So we'll get another one ordered in. I mean, the collapse graphic was very pretty, don't get me wrong, but just wish you weren't collapsing all the time. Alright, well, we'll know as soon as we get clothes here, we'll know that the trades are happening. Oh, the trades are happening. We have clothes here. that was very quick, wasn't it? And down here, do we have mail armor being produced? We do, because it's starting to go on to troops. We are still buying in iron as well, but to be honest, we've got enough regional wealth that we can afford to do so. So a combination of having iron sent from our neighbour, as well as buying it in from other regions, is probably not a bad combination of ways to do things. Maybe let's get another family working here. We seem to be producing a decent amount of iron ore, don't we? 3, 4. I guess we're just turning it into slabs as soon as it comes out of the ground. Hopefully it hasn't changed drastically from what it was pre-update levels. How's the marketplace? Absolutely fine, because we invested in that earlier on. Ooh, that was new. Yeah, the saving game has definitely been updated as well. So many little things that are new. Mostly, they've been focusing on fixes in the latest patch. I'd be interested to see if we can get ourselves an even larger settlement than we have previously. So stay tuned for the next video. See if we can't push past what we've done before. I don't even remember what the largest settlement I've done is. It's quite large. Did we get to 2,000 population? Is that the ceiling that I hit in the end? I wonder if we can get past that now with the pathing improvements. We don't seem to be making a great deal of planks. Give a permanent livestock assignment to the saw pit in the hopes that that helps a little bit. And maybe we should get ourselves a hitching post next to you as well. Upgrades going on over there. Lovely. Well, I don't think we can really ask to be going much faster than that. And we are getting there. You know, a couple of chainmail is now being worn. As soon as we see chainmail popping up here as spare mail armor, we'll know that it's a limit in the number of burgages we've got upgraded as opposed to anything else. Speaking of upgraded burgages, we should have these ready now, and indeed the ones that have been moved into are. So we will go ahead and upgrade all of those around the, I suppose, the circle of the shroom. Shroom close or something. Splendid. Still doing a little bit of agricultural farming over here as well. Lovely. Well, is there much else, really, we need to be doing? I mean, supplies still look good here. 10 and 52. I mean, 52 is absolutely ludicrous. No collapses down here at the deep salt mines. How much salt are we bringing in? We've got lots of wool we could do with getting rid of. Might have to start selling yarn. We may need to get a few more weavers' workshops, actually. Can we squeeze those in anywhere? Where would we find space for one of those? Probably have to be over here, wouldn't it? Where we have squeezed a few other buildings in. Right, can we get you in here? So one weaver's workshop there. Another one just here. I'm going to turn off snapping to get it placed exactly where I want it. Which is there. And then we'll put another dedicated storehouse for the various resources they're going to need opposite them. And maybe even... whoop, another one here as well, so we get 3 of those. We've got plenty of spare workers, haven't we? So might as well. Right, where are these units? On the edge of Willed Wand. Okay, what likely route they're going to take? Either down here. They have come across here before. So, right, let's see what some of these differences are to the combat in the new update. Oh, the little rally icon is different now. Apparently you can rally on roads now. Not sure that's true. Maybe not for this number of troops. Alright, we can rally there. Yeah, we'll rally there because it doesn't really matter where we rally to initially. Because then we'll be able to put them anywhere. And then we'll bring our troops to the road here. All our troops, thank you very much. Ooh, double click on the takes to their location. Right, we'll send them all here. Is their default all... oh, look at that! You click on the road and they default to line up on the road. That's cool. I like that a lot. Right. Apparently the pathing for these brigands has also been improved, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. They may not spizz around as much as they have previously when we've seen them attack piecemeal. They'll probably all come at once now, if what I've read in the patch notes is anything to be guided by. So all 4 units coming down, they may come straight down here again with the improved pathfinding. So we're deploying all of our troops to the road. Come on, men. Run to your positions. Game does feel smoother, but that probably just comes with running the game at a slower speed. We have 867 population down here, so it's not an insignificantly sized village, and I suppose quite complex pathing as well. We're all down here quite close together. Just check if any more of these mines are collapsed. Not yet. It's only saying 1% chance. I suppose if they were there for 100 days, they would collapse then, but, you know, Not really how percentages work, is it? Not for this game, anyway. Yeah, anyway, we'll leave them to it. Where are the enemy? Which way have they come down? They're still making their way over here, but it does look like they're going to come down this here. So our troops should be assembling on the road. Look at that! Isn't that cool? Oh, I like that. Okay. Let's send you this way up the road. You're not going to run, though. Let's take a look what this looks like. There's one lad right out in the front. And the rest, I believe, should more or less try to stick to the size of the road to stay on it. They are going to move faster that way, I suppose. In real life, they would stick to the road. Okay, apart from those two lads, who haven't got the memo, they're all heading in the right direction. So, where are they? Still here? Yep, moving as one, though. So, we're going to take our 2 unit of spears. If I click the road here, they would automatically set up on the road. But if I click here in this open space, yeah, they automatically, in the direction they're facing, will split out into 2 units. Oh, look, they stack differently as well. They don't stack to the left, it stacks to the centre now, with the men behind. That's nice as well. Oh, look, the icons have changed. My goodness. There's so many ooh looks going on. Those look a bit squished, don't they? Why have they ovalized those? Not sure about that. Right. We'll get them set up there. And then we'll set up our archers behind. Lovely. I'm quite intrigued to watch them get into position here. How close are the enemy? It's probably something we should check. Come on, let me out of cinematic mode. Thank you. Whoop, there they are, coming down the hill. Okay, let's... They're all coming as one. Okay, right, we're going to go into a shield wall. And deploy in one line here. And we want them to be in a stand your ground stance to increase their defensive capabilities. The damage is going to be dealt by our crossbowmen. We want them to push forward, I suppose. Because, you know, the more damage they do, the better, I guess. Is that how that works? Right, so all of the... I think they're hiding. Right, they're all coming down here. I wonder if they will all attack as one. Our men are ready to take them on. The shield wall is looking impeccable. Lining them all up was a little bit easier, I must say, with being able to stack people directly behind. Okay, so we will select some targets. Oh, don't move. Banner lad's on his way. Stay there, please, and engage. Thank you. Just one unit possibly making its way around the flank. Crossbowmen are opening fire. Shield wall seems to be holding... Wow, did you see those troops in the corner there? Absolutely flying down from the cliff. That was brilliant. Right, what are our troops doing? Are they chasing enemies down? What's going on? They have broken formation. I didn't ask them to. Let's put them back into formation. See if our crossbowmen can take out this last unit of brigands. Okay, well, on the whole, they did attack more or less as one. Moving the troops into position was a little easier. I love the way that they travelled on the road, actually. It looks like after going into combat, they came out of shield wall, though, which is interesting. Okay. Right, well, let's send you all home, I guess. Oh, look at that. They stack differently as well. Are they stacking just one huge wedge? That's weird. Quite like it, though. So if I were to click them to come into here, would that work? Let's bring them all back into the manor and with just one click in here and see how they arrange themselves. Because in the past, they've not managed this very well. They usually get stuck on the edges of the gates on the way in and struggle to get inside, as we saw earlier in the playthrough. So it'll be very interesting to see if that is still the case. Right, so here they come. They do appear if you get too close, they just drop in from the air, from above. Oh, look at that! Wow. That is so much better than it used to be. They're all actually using the road, look. All of our troops. Properly pathfinding. That's pretty cool. And they're pretty much marching in a column of 3 as well. Very impressive. Okay, and...
So fresh it's
even with
practically
that in the
spilled
way,
milk.
they're all trooping directly into the manor. Wow. And they're just going to form up, and that's formation that it said it was going to. Into a hexagon! Oh my days, I've never seen anything like it. Apart from that one lad who's stuck in the middle. That's worked absolutely perfectly. My good giddy aunt, that is strange. I like what I see though. I do like what I see. Okay. Right, well. Some things learned there. We'll disband them all. Oh, they didn't just disappear. Look, there's oh, everyone getting on with your day, and then their equipment has disappeared. But they are just dispersing from that point as well. Good. All right, we'll put backups ×8 as they filter their way out of the manor. So maybe manors are going to be usable for defenses now. So many possibilities. How are we doing on equipping them all with mail? Still only 6 to 10 per unit, so we've got a ways to go there. Is it iron we're lacking over here, or is it? Can we do with a few more armourers? We've got plenty of iron actually. So how are we doing for clothes actually? So 2k. So as long as we're outproducing how much we're exporting up here. A few more of these mines have collapsed. When we get a few planks, I'm going to get a deep mining pit there, just to see if we can get on top of things. I'm also going to get... Is there any cottage industry that's using up all of our planks? I don't think we've got anything like that being produced over here, have we? Let's get ourselves another saw pit. To see if we can't speed up timber production. Oh, we don't need to. Demolish that. Planting going on down here? It is. Yeah, that's good. Iron still being produced. 108, so yes. We do have clothes as well. Let's order another mule. One of them has at least arrived, so that's positive. And down here, we're going to go and we're going to make another, let's say, 2 into armorers' workshops, so we can up the amount of mail we're producing. And we were just working, weren't we, on getting some more weavers' workshops activated. So we'll get those going to make use of all that wool we've got. And we'll set this up for production. Wool, etc. And then allow clothes. Gambesons as well. Okay. Turn off that. Get a worker in there and upgrade the storehouse. And once again, make sure they don't have a market stall. Yeah, market stalls, ground storehouse is looking okay actually in terms of capacity. Have we finished those armor shops? They've just been done. So let's make sure they're both making mail armor. Lovely. And maybe even we'll get a third setup as well. And let's see if we can't bring in a little bit more iron. Which of course means getting things really going and cooking up here. At the moment we have iron to shift, so that to me means we need to get another family working at the pack stations. We could send iron ore as well, I suppose. But I think we are processing it all, aren't we? Pretty much, yeah. We will just send iron slabs in receipt for clothing. Where are you, clothing? Hello? There you are. Good. And we'll keep ordering in mules when we can. Oh, I know what the problem is. We never changed our limits at the saw pit, did we? No. Let's change that to 300. That should get us a few more planks, that's for sure. And then let's get a few more of these set up. Let's get some more chicken coops, because they did pretty well for us when we started out over here, didn't they? In terms of providing us with some animal produce as well as fruits. Not fruits, animal produce and meats as well. So we'll get a whole bunch of these. Got carrots in that lab there. Chicken, chicken, chicken. We'll get 4 chickens as well over here. Oh, that's veg. Misclick. We'll have to come back and sort that later. Alright. those being constructed. I think we'll order a mule as opposed to another ox. It's going to speed up trade, and we should have a number of people walking up and down these slopes. And that one even has a mule. And they're working on bringing clothes and taking iron. Got 6 unassigned workers still, so with someone assigned to each of these over here, I suppose we need to up our iron ore production. We've got 17. Right, let's upgrade this to a deep mine. And I'm going to get a second family at this one, upgrade it as well. Same with that one there. And might stop working the center mine for the moment. And open up the bottom one instead. And again, upgrade that to a deep mine so we can just massively increase the amount of iron ore that we're producing. And hopefully, in line with that, increase the iron. Let's get the additional armorer, making sure he's making chainmail. We are up to 90 helmets, and so some of these units are up to sort of 17, 18 chainmail. The fact that the others aren't even makes me wonder if we aren't running into that problem of not all of our recruitees are high enough level to wear them. So what would we need to do to increase our even more baggage spots to level 4? Beverages over here to get these to level 3. We do have a tavern we could open up to do so. How are we doing for alcohol though? We've only got 5 ale, so we are struggling on the ale front. Have we got much malt? No, we're struggling with malt as well. Let's close this tavern for the time being, because we've got plenty of people around here that are already up to a high level. Level 3, it's the meats and the fishes, isn't it, that we have a problem with. Apparently as well as beverage, some of these might be level 4. Now, I wonder, have they fixed the problem with being able to see if a property is ready to upgrade to level 4? Are we going to get a little arrow to say that they're ready? Who knows. We'll also stop distribution at this tavern. Wonder how much that'll affect our approval. Not that it really matters, we've got plenty of people moved in over here. We may then, once we've saved up a little bit of ale, start getting production going over here at this large tavern, which should allow us to upgrade a few of the baggages over here. Ooh. A few of the baggages over here, just in case that they're too low a level to wear the chainmail we're producing. But at the moment, we've still got 0 mail armor in the stocks, which to me means it's still going out to equip the troops. And all of a sudden, it's not iron or iron that is the production limit. It is instead the amount of mail we can produce with our blacksmiths. Now, we're producing a ridiculous amount of yarn now. So, how much do we get for trading yarn? It's going to be a crafting material. And 2. Okay, it's the same as clothes, I think, so we might as well just export it as is. So anything over 200 yarn, we're going to export. Lovely. Over here, another collapse. That's not good. That was a deep mine as well. So, do they just collapse more often now? I've got to be honest, I really don't like the collapsing mechanic. Well, I don't mind that they collapse. I mind that they collapse and don't automatically rebuild, and it also takes so long to rebuild. I feel like you can have a disaster in one of these mines, but it shouldn't be catastrophic to the point it just is closed. That's it. People should go in and try and fix the problem, or it should just decrease output for a little while, something like that. Right, let's change this back over to a chicken, which is what it should be. We have got 76% approval over here, actually. And as more chickens, etc., and goats are produced from these areas, it might be that also helps with getting the meats, produce, and fishes up as well. There's not much else we can do, really. We do have a wild animal deposit down there, but it's not a large one, is it, really? Not going to get much from it, but I suppose more than nothing. So we could get a hunting camp positioned up here. So we'll build one and see if we can't make use of it in any case. Let's get an ox, because it's been a little while since we've purchased an animal. Lovely stuff. Oh, that's completed already. Got a family working there. Lovely jubbly, and we're just waiting for a few more of our troops to be equipped, and I think it's time to once again take the fight to the Baron. I'll rejoin you once we have a few more materials in the piggy bank. Toodlepip. Right, so we have an excess of mail armor, which means as many of our troops that can wear them are wearing them, and mostly equipped in this spear militia, 31 out of 36. 23 for this one, and then 9, 24, 11, and 32 for the remaining. So a combination in terms of armament. So let's rally our forces. We'll put ourselves together. Where should we rally? As usual, let's rally there. But then we're actually going to deploy our troops over yonder, up here. I'm also going to deploy our retinues to the same place, and there's no point in anyone running. And we'll make sure you're all on the balanced. Actually, no. We do want our crossbows on push forward. Don't know if it makes much difference, but I think it's good to do it. Oh, they're going a very steep way, aren't they? Oh! Well, just as we're about to declare war on the Baron declares war on us. Right. In that case, men. Turn around. Do we fight him? Tell you what, we'll carry on our way. And we will pay him off, as we have done in our defense so far. Give you 500 coins to leave us alone. Right, see if he buys that. Good, peace declared. And I'm going to keep moving in our forces to this region, along with our retinues. And then we're going to get ready to push a claim towards Wildwand itself, with its luscious green fertility everywhere I can see. Wouldn't that be lovely to take advantage of? Where on earth is... For a second there, they were underground. And these ones. Come on. Okay, so a little bit interesting how they're dealing with terrain in the latest update, I must say. So from one click, this is how they've lined themselves up. It's pretty cool. So what if I just take the spears and put them in front? Okay. And then spread them right out. Pretty cool. Right, well, we will put our units thusly. And we'll get our retinues on the flanks, I suppose. One unit there. And one unit there. And this is the totality of our military. Send them through there as well. Oh, they filter through the other ranks much better now as well. They'd got stuck on that before. Right, so let's see how everyone looks. The retinue, of course, resplendent in their armor, and hopefully, as you can see here, a combination of our troops and a combination of gambesons and mail. So even harder than they have been previously. That chap's definitely in mail, isn't he? And then the same for our crossbow lads, combination of gambesons and mail. But the gambesons and the mail are really not the point of these. It's the good old crossbow in hand. The band of the Red Hand is here to cause chaos. Fortunately, I'm not quite the same level of commander that the band of the Red Hand had in the books. All that out of the way, let's stop spewing spurious facts and claim this region with influence. It might be all we have, but I'm confident this is enough to take on the Baron. At least I hope it is, because these 8 units are all we've got. We have taken one once before, and we did find success, so I'm hoping we can do the same this time. And really now we're engaging on that long military campaign towards taking over the entire map and claiming ultimate victory in this long playthrough. Right, we're in the correct area for the battlegrounds. We're not going to accept his payment, although he has accepted ours in the past. So let's wait to see if any of his armies are spotted. Are there any over here? Or was that from previously? No, I think we're okay. We'll stay vigilant. It might be that he's hired mercenaries recently and can't rehire them. Right, I'm actually going to reposition slightly. We'll bring you chaps here and position our infantry in front. I should really have our stronger units actually in the center and our lighter units on the flanks, because it's all well and good keeping your strong units on the flanks, the idea that you're protecting your flanks, but of course if you let anyone through the center, then to the flank, sorry, then your center gets surrounded. That made no sense, didn't it? Anyway, we're going to keep our strongest in the center to protect the archers. And we'll just wait to see if the Baron does turn up with any nasties to try and fight us for the region. Plenty of days left for him to get here, so... Well, lads, looks like you're in for a bit of a wait. I'm sure you'll be fine. I suppose we better do a bit of administration in the meantime. Food, if anything, is going up over here, so we've not got any problems there. We're making absolutely stacks of cash as well. Let's execute a number of level 2 upgrades, because now we've had all of these properties that we built down here moved into. So we'll get those upgraded. Okay. We're storing up a reasonable amount of ale. Yep, up to 94 ale now, so that's lovely. And how are we doing up here? So we've only got 2 spaces left for people to be moving into. Naturally, a bunch of rubble, very frustratingly. And how are we doing on production? Got loads of iron ore, so let's get a couple of families working on smelting to keep up with the amount of iron we're producing. And another oxen, got a reasonable number of clothes, and money's looking okay. Fuel is a bit pressed, so it's probably about time we stopped selling our charcoal. So let's go over to the trade post, and we're no longer going to sell that. No trade, and it would be good to get someone who is level 2. You're level 2, aren't you? I'm actually going to get... am I going to get you set up? Anyone else down here level 2? No. Irritating. Nothing from you. Yeah, I saw this pop up and thought all of a sudden that the Baron had appeared, but no, not the case. That should be someone up here. What did we... Oh, wait, all the iron's down here, though. Right. What do you need to get up to level 2? Meats, fishes, beverages. Oh, you're level 2, sorry. What about... Okay, well, when we can get you up to level 2, we'll consider making some swords, etc., that we can sell on the market. Let's check back in with our military, so we've not been assaulted when we weren't looking. No, we look okay. Just waiting around in the field. It'd be cool if you could have your military make camp while they're just waiting around. Set up a few campfires and a few tents and give them an extra bit of restoration or something. That'd be lovely. It also sounds very complicated, and they're just trying to get the game a little bit more stable at the moment, aren't they? Is that a new UI? I feel like some of these buttons look a little bit different to how they did previously. I know oxen should work a little bit better now. I'm not noticing anyone getting stuck on anything, but again, you don't normally notice that with a population size of only 800, 900 or so. At this rate, I should go and claim another region at the same time. Goodness. Well, we've plenty of resources, so why don't we open up this here tavern and watch for upgrades. Oh, maybe let's not do that now. Enemy units spotted. They're coming in from over here, and my goodness, what do they have? So they've got 1, 2, 3 units of missile. Oh no! They've got 1, 2 units of sword, a retinue, and brigands. That is a fairly sizable force with which to contend. We're just going to have to take them head on. There's no other way for it. I'm going to deploy ourselves in a bit more of a pike nose formation, I think, in the hopes that we can slightly better protect our missile behind. Right, both of these deployed like so. And we're just going to have to focus fire. And unfortunately, we're probably going to take some hits from their units. I definitely want to get ourselves in a defensive, stand your ground manner. We'll shield wall up these 2 units in the hopes that we can weather the storm from their oncoming charges. A bit nervous about this. I know it's been coming a long time. There's not much more... Oh dear. There's not much more we could have done, I don't think, to prepare for this particular battle. These are as many troops as we can get in this no mercenary playthrough. There is a hard cap on the number of troops you can recruit, for your own retinues, for your own militias, and then you can only have as many retinues as you have regions, and I currently only have 2 regions, which means I have 2 units of retinue, which I suppose is the one advantage we have. They only have 1 retinue. Question is, do we focus in on their missile, or do we try and take out some of their infantry as they charge? It's got to be missile, isn't it? So they don't pepper us. We'll just have to hold with our infantry. I mean, we have a roughly the same number of infantry, don't we? That's the only thing we have got going for us. They're getting pretty close. Render distances are not great, are they? Right, so those units to attack there. These units to attack here. You know what, I am actually going to try and get the retinue as they charge in. There's a real glut of troops there, isn't it? See if we can do any damage to that retinue as it comes in. Because they're their strongest unit at the end of the day. Right. And then we're going to reprioritize our targets to try and take on those. Where'd that unit go there? They're there. Okay. Let's reinforce our retinues with our shield walls. Make sure we don't get anyone breaking through to our missile. And I think what we need to do, we are losing a few of our missile troops here. We're going to have to aim one at a time for the enemy missile infantry. What are you doing? Come back here. And see if we can wipe them out one at a time and spread out a little bit to minimize our losses from the hits we're taking. Infantry-wise, looks like we're doing okay. Their retinue is 10 men down, basically from the initial charge. Oh, there's a lot of missiles going in both directions here, isn't it? Good grief, one of our units has actually been reduced to only 13 in strength. Alright, let's try and pull these chaps back. Let's set a balanced stance for these. We're almost done with that unit. Let's quickly open fire on this one. There's only 4 men left. Oh my goodness, the losses. This is the first time we've fought another opponent which has a fairly large number of troops when it comes to missile. We're actually going to completely lose this unit. I'm going to have to run them away. Wow. We have taken enormous losses in trying to take this region. And we armed ourselves pretty well too. I'm rather concerned that we're going to get to a point here. How are we doing on the military side of things in here? Have we lost a retinue? No, we're doing okay. I think we're going to have to try and push our troops in a bit. Let's focus up the last strong unit of you. Okay. Let's push in here. We'll go to a balanced stance for our troops to allow us to do a little bit more damage. And make sure we do that for all of these. Okay, looks like we're almost broken them. We haven't taken any losses from these 3 units so far. It's just that 1 unit of crossbow that was on the outside edge that got absolutely pummeled. We've lost most of, or half our men from one of our retinues, and we've lost 6 men from the spear. And we've broken their infantry, and victory is ours, but at a fairly heavy cost, especially to one of our units of crossbow militia. My goodness. Right. Thank you, everyone. It's time to head home. And we'll send the racing buckle retinue back to their home as well. Good grief. Right, well, we knew it would be hard, and it was. Like we said, it's the first time we've really encountered a large number of enemy missile troops, and we paid a heavy price for it, that's for sure. I was worried we wouldn't have enough infantry. The infantry was actually fine. It was our missile that struggled. If we'd had any fewer missile in that fight, I think we would have lost, to be honest. Even maybe we could have dealt with 1 unit fewer, but tricky. Did I make a mistake in focusing fire on that retinue as they charged in? Don't think so, because we did do significant damage to that retinue before it hit our lines, which then meant that the potentially the spear didn't take as many losses. Hard to know. Are the retinue better at defense than our spear? Armor 14 versus 81. But they don't have... yes, shield 61 instead of 8. They are, yeah. Attack is significantly higher. Got a better charge as well. Right, well, nothing to be done about it now. There is going to be plenty of mourning going on here. Look at that. All these deaths from the level 4 burgages. Was that our strongest unit when it comes to their armament as well? They may have had more chainmail than anyone else, and it didn't make a huge difference. We're definitely going to be making lots of more mail armor, gambesons, and helmets. May even have to reopen production on crossbows if we're going to take losses like that each time we go on one of these campaigns. Scary stuff. One thing's for sure, we need to keep growing the size of our military. Look at that. 3 men left standing. My goodness. They have immediately been reinforced back to 36 on disbanding, so we have population depth, I suppose, at least. But we did lose, yeah, you know, good 30-40 from population. We were nearly at 400 troop population before that conflict, and now we're back down to 850. One family appears to have been wiped out, though, at least. We need to deselect you. All of you can be disbanded. And we need to go to this retinue. Replace the man that was harmed. There we go. And we'll need to do the same with this unit as well. And it was the Race and Buchel retinue that was devastated. Which, to be honest, is probably our preference. Because they're the ones that are cheaper to hire back in. As we have that penalty to hiring in due to the perk we selected in our home region. These troops upgraded. It feels like we've just turned into a bit of a total war game, as opposed to a game of Manor Lords. We're largely done with the settlement building, aren't we? We're really on with the campaigns now. Right, I don't want to go straight back to battle. I think we want to get a settlement up here to get at least one more retinue before we push on, which means we need to wait until March so we can get that settlement established. So in the meantime, let's get that large tavern over here active, so we can get the ale that we do have distributed over here and get a few more burgages upgraded. And perhaps that might mean we get a few more troops that can wear mail, which will be a help in the coming conflict. Oh no, raiders. Conflict is absolutely constant. I'm just going to come back over here and I'm going to set one of the armorers back to making helmets to make sure we keep a stock of those. And oh, they're right on top of us as well. Having only just been disbanded and sent home, we're going to have to raise the retinue and everyone else once more. And I think this time we'll see if we can defend within the grounds of the manor. Now, the last time we defended in this location, we didn't have all of the requirements built up here, but we also didn't have a functioning army that could actually walk into a retinue, into a manor. So we've got that going for us. We'll set our retinue across here, and they'll be told to stand their ground. We'll get one unit of our spear set up here in a shield wall. We'll get another unit here ready to respond, and we'll get our 4 units of crossbow set up in here, ready to open fire on the brigands as they come in. And here they are, they're working their way in, spawning down from the sky as they do at the moment. If I go back, will it happen again? Oh, maybe. It's funny when they do that. Speed time along a little bit. Okay, so hopefully they're pretty much in range. Look at that, when I turn that off, the scale actually changes. That's weird. Right, well, everyone appears to be in position. And we're opening fire with our crossbow right away. We are missing a unit of crossbow. Where are they? They haven't quite made their way in yet. Speed them up. Might be worth bringing them around here, actually. Moving them away from this gate. And they are going to make their way across. Oh, that unit's broken. Good. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Right. They've just walked in through the gate and the retinue's done nothing. Take them! Oh, well, they broke instantly, luckily. Still, not ideal. Alright, I'll actually have to face them outside next time. Noted to self. Right, is that everyone dealt with anyway? Okay, well that went fairly well, except for the fact we learned we're going to have to defend in the outside bucket here, as opposed to inside. Right, well, lesson learned. We'll send everyone home again. Speed time along to a leisurely ×8 pace, because that's all we can do. And we do have at least enough depth to re-equip everyone in terms of our military stockpiles, but I feel that might be something we have to start trying to increase in future. Nothing else has collapsed here for the moment. No spaces for anyone to move in. Oh, a couple of upgrades, good. Especially you, because we're thinking about making you into a weapons producer. And was there anyone else along here that can take a +1? You can. And you can. Good. We'll get you going. And you as well, to give a few more spots for people to be moving in without having to do too much more expansion, because you've pretty much got as large as we need you to. What we do have, though, is probably enough material to create ourselves a castle up here, a wooden castle. So, we'll have the front gate just here. And then we'll come out as we have with our other designs. And then we'll get an outer tower positioned here. Just drag this off and rotate this around the correct way. Then reattach that there. And we'll do the same with a tower here as well. Rotate it round. Connect this wall on. Okay. And then we'll basically follow this wall around here. All the way around the manor. Without intersecting anywhere that's going to upset the manor planner. Back in here. Okay. And does that conflict anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Maybe we should try and pull this out in a few points where we can get a bit closer to the edges. Make it look like we've made best use of the space. Make sure that's connected properly there. Yep, looks okay. Move that out this way a bit as well. Oh, something's intersecting when we did that. Bring that back in a bit. Okay. Commit. So we'll get that manor constructed. So we've got a defensible place should we need to rally this retinue and defend this region, because they do spawn in just over here, so hopefully we'll be able to defend the gate there and stand a decent chance against brigands and outlaws. Although at least it's going to be a little while till we have to face those again, given what we've just faced off. Right, are we ready for any upgrades in here with the tavern? We are, so let's get those proceeding along nicely. Same with that one there. Good. Betty's to borrow? What? Why do we have bodies and burial here? Do we have to bring the bodies home from that other region? I mean, that would make sense, I suppose. It doesn't look like it. No, is this all the bodies? Oh, sorry, we just completely forgot. We just had a massive brigand problem, didn't we? I was thinking about the conflict we just waged up against the Baron. Never mind. Right, are we out of ale already? Do we need to up? No, we've got 144. Just getting it over here, is it? That's the problem. Everyone's drinking it up straight away, or are there other things you're missing? No, it is beverages. So we should be able to see a few more upgrades popping up around here. Did I build another tavern over here that we can activate? Is it just that one there? It might just be that one there. This is one up here? Nope. It's fine. Again, I think I'm maybe just used to the speed at which things pop up ready for upgrades at ×12 speed, but obviously that option's been taken away from us. I guess the game just couldn't handle it. I wouldn't mind, like, if running at ×12 speed, you know, actually disabled the physical appearance of people, and it just went to computing. I think I'd be quite happy with that. A bit concerned that reducing it to ×8 is going to massively slow down these playthroughs. And maybe you guys won't mind that. Maybe you want to see longer playthroughs. If so, comment down below. Let me know. What's the ideal length for one of these long plays? Do you want them to be longer? that need to be shorter and more edited, I'd love to hear your feedback. And if it's longer, then please consider becoming a member so that I can maybe not do a full-time job at the same time, because there are only so many hours in the day, my friends. And I'm definitely struggling a bit. Oh my goodness. But I want to make content for you beautiful people who want to watch. So thank you all so much. Let's get those upgrades, and we're going to turn you into a blacksmith so we can make some weapons to sell. And talking of weapons to sell, what's going to sell the best if we go and visit the trading post? Spears sell for 3, sidearms for 8, firearms for 5. I guess we're going to make sidearms then, aren't we? I wonder why there's so much more than others. And you can see that we're starting to get a little bit of meat and animal produce in the form of eggs, actually. Popping into these burgages now because they are ready to upgrade. We need to increase supply chain capacity, don't we? Yeah, let's get another worker at the granary and at the storehouse, and we should probably upgrade those as well while we're here and we've got the resources. Good. And just as soon as this is complete, we'll make sure that he's making sidearms. I think that's the default thing for him to manufacture anyway, so that might not be too hard to achieve. And we'll keep popping these upgrades elsewhere as well. I know we're not massively planning on expanding this settlement here in Rainsbuckle, but I think, you know, while we're here, we might as well take advantage of the upgrades that we can do. We have still got 4 available living spaces. Population of 161, nothing to turn your nose up at, I suppose. How's the manor coming along? Oh, they built the front section of the walls. Yes, they have. They did lose a few people in the last war, didn't they? They're still recovering from that. You've been completed. We want you to make sidearms. That's, of course, it's actually the spear that is the default. We probably want you to make 200 or something, and we want at least 10 iron slabs for you to start production. We'll go over to trade, and we'll export sidearms, although we are going to need to export something else in the meantime to get the money for it. We do have clothes we could export. I think maybe we'll have to export some fuel again temporarily. So we'll set that to export again. And let's go over here. And we'll get down a couple of extra burgages here, actually, with the intent of increasing the amount of foresters we have, and of also having a few more people to work the charcoal kilns, if I can speak properly, charcoal kilns, and also to operate the woodcutters' lodges. So we'll just get a nice row in here, a little something like that. Looks good. And we'll get a new granary and storehouse in here to service them. We take another little road like that, kind of mimicking the first one. We get a granary and a storehouse and a market stall. Way larger than it needs to be. So's that, but there we are. We've done it now. And just as soon as they're done with the manor, I imagine they'll get on with that construction. We'll repair all the piles of rubble we have here. Good grief, that's definitely become a problem again. That was a problem previously where you could basically not mine anything without it collapsing. It appears that problem may have returned in this patch, which is a bit of a shame. But we'll just take it at face value and move on with our lives. It's January, so pretty soon we'll be able to move up here and settle in Wildwand. Obviously we don't want to do it in the hearts of winter, because we don't have any food sources. I'm imagining we'll settle over here somewhere between the mushrooms and the shoal of fish. And I'm basically imagining doing a couple of circular farms up here that we can use to produce some food. But the main reason for having a settlement here, like I said, is basically to get it to the minimal level of operation we need to have a retinue. And then I don't know if we're going to do that with the other regions. It really depends on how many losses we have in each battle as to whether or not we think it's worthwhile spending the time building a settlement to get another retinue before we go out into the next phase of combat. And with such a thriving settlement down here, you would have thought that the militia that we could rally would be enough to take on the Baron, but without just even a few extra units of mercenaries, we really are pushed to get these retinues constructed as our main form of bolstering our military. Before we settle into Wildwand, I'm going to go grab a hot drink, so I shall be back shortly, and it will be March. The last of the winter snows are clearing, which means it's time for us to get on and wield wand with putting down our new settlement. So, as discussed, let's go on over to administration, get the settlers camp, and we'll pop this down just over here, near where all of our lovely starting resources are, but not too near the edge of the map. We'll go for this little copse here. We'll go for a plentiful setup, and we'll go for the usual. So, as I said, I think we're marginally going to place, sort of work this on circles. I wonder if we can get a circle that encompasses the mushrooms and the fish as our basis. And then I wonder if we could surround that with a manor. Because if we are going to have any settlements on this map completely surrounded by a fortification, one this close to the edge of the map would certainly be a good one to start with. Right. Maybe we're not going to get the fisherman in there, but I suppose that could be outside the manor grounds, couldn't it? Let's leave enough space for that then, and instead we'll work on this here and try and get the mushrooms inside. Okay, that's pretty good. Where do the mushrooms land in that? They are just inside of the road, so that's perfect. Lovely. So that's a lovely circle that we can base our settlement on. I wonder if we can fit everything we need inside of here in terms of all of our burgages and properties and the manor and everything. Ooh, exciting! I love the idea of doing that. Sorry, got very excited there. Maybe we should set up another circle inside of this one, but I've moved the camera now, so that we can't do that. So instead, why don't we just do it haphazardly? Doesn't have to be perfect, does it? Doesn't have to be perfect. What if we did something like this? Just turn it into a face if we did that. It's basically a massive mustache, isn't it? I'm not sure about that at all. Oh dear. What about a little curve like that there? Sure. And then we'll connect this up across to the King's Road with a typical switchback there. Okay, so that's connected. And then right on the center of the road here, let's get ourselves a storehouse and a granary. Maybe here, nice and nice, near to where we have the mushrooms. So granary and storehouse. Getting that problem again, where it's a new region and it is definitely taking on the conflict zones of a previous region. So we'll just ignore that for the time being and do our best. And then we'll pop a little save and reload once we've actually got this settlement starting to grow. We'll get another hitching post, and we'll pop this out on near the entrance as well. I say entrance because it's probably going to have a little road extending here. I'm imagining putting the manor walls on the outside of this circle, basically. And then we will order in an ox from our starting tents. Where are you? Where's our little hitching post? Order an ox and relocate this hitching post over next to this one here. And then we'll need to get our usual logging camp. Does this need to be inside? Probably doesn't be. Doesn't be? Doesn't need to be. So we can put this on the outside somewhere. One of the entrances, and I think we'll just keep 2 entrances if we possibly can. So 2 gates. We'll have one here. We might need 3 gates for the fish actually. So a 3rd gate going out here. I'll have to wait and see. I mean, the fish is unlikely to become a major food source for us. It will in the beginning, but we'll be able to just walk straight across in the beginning, I suppose. So, not so much of an issue. We could always put the fishery on the outside of the wall, couldn't we? In any case, let's get the logging camp on the outside. So we'll put that just out here. And we'll put that a woodcutter's lodge and a saw pit with it as well. Like so. And a forester's hut pumped on the end there, so we can keep up with some forestry. We're going to want to get the gathering hut in here. Let's actually put a little road towards the mushrooms here, and then actually surround the mushrooms with their own road. How do I want to do this? Do I want to make this fairly angular? Not that angular. Just kind of loosely build it around like this, I guess. Or we just take a rectangle, I suppose. Something like that there. Hopefully not so close that we actually damage the mushrooms. Is that a mushroom there? No, it's a bit of sand. Sand, bit of snow. Right, we'll build that like so. Don't think we've affected that. Hope not. Then we'll rebuild this road here. The granary. And we will get the forager's hut just here. Good. Let's unpause and get everyone to work. We want to put the granary and the storehouse as a priority, obviously. As usual, I've forgotten to build ourselves a well. Surely we should check there's a water source inside. Oh, there is. That's fine. We'll get that right down there next to the granary. Then when it comes to burgages, I think maybe we should have them around the outside edge. But do we face them outwards or inwards? I don't know. Right, let's quicker pop save. Excellent work, brain. Let's pop a quick save so that we can actually start snapping to the roads of the new region. 1 second. Right, we've just loaded back in. Let's speed time along again. And hopefully we're snapping to things now. Yep, we are. Good. Let's just quickly get a worker in here so we can get the goods stored inside of the granary. And we'll do the same for the storehouse as well. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. So we'll get those goods stored away. And it is raining, so probably want to do that sooner rather than later, actually. Don't want none of those to get damaged. So we'll sign a few extra people to make sure those resources get inside. And then, yes, burgages. I was wondering if we go around the outside. Well, that could be quite good. Filling out to the buildings we've got in here already. And make them large enough that we could actually have a few veggie plots in. What we should do, actually, is what we've been practicing elsewhere, which is building a nice small plot. And we're done off snapping for this. And then building some larger ones behind it to take advantage of maximum advantage of the space. Right, how are we doing for getting supplies inside? Pretty good, especially with the granary. So I'm going to unassign the granary workers. And we're going to get them back in construction. And one of them pretty much straight away will get back into the forager's hut. Or into the forager's hut for the first time. Something else we probably want to get set up fairly quickly in terms of initial food supply is a fishery. Fisherman's hut. And for the time being, we will put this... where to put this? Don't really want an entrance to the manor over here, or to the grounds. We'll put it in here next to the granary, essentially, for the time being. And then we'll assess again in future. So we'll get that down there. And then, burgage-wise, I'm going to pause, because I do want to get this right. So we'll go one snap along the road, and then come back in. Just large enough, maybe... I don't really want to go 2 snaps, I'll have to do it manually. Okay, so we get one burgage in here. Snap the first point, then turn it off again. It's always slightly hidden behind the UI there, isn't it? Okay, go slightly further. Put the next one in there, and maybe we should go... How many across should we go? 3 or 4 is what I'm imagining doing. Kind of gently curving them around. Make sure we're fitting as many in as we can. So we go for 4. And then this one, we want to fill this space, basically. That's not enough goods, but that's essentially what we want to do. Even if actually we take it on a bit of a tighter line, like that, just to get that pointed back into the circle. Then we can have a road going up there. So even if we were to click to there, for example, then get a road headed up there. We could have veggies in this garden and some denser ones over here. Good. I think that's a plan. Let's get the logging camp constructed. That should be a nice high priority, actually, so we can get some people working at the logging camp. Unassign one of the workers at the storehouse. There's still goods to take in, but we'll have to leave that to the one family assigned. That's definitely a different icon than we had before to show there's an animal working at a location as well as workers. I think that's what's different about it. Right, so properties are being built as well, but we want the logging camp to, again, take the highest priority. Let's check on over here. We did quite a bit of expansion down here with upgrading with our lovely sources of alcohol. I imagine, no, still got some ale. So quite a few of these up to level 3 down here now, but we still seem to have enough resources for everyone. And over here in Reinsbuchel, I believe we completed the manor. Yes, we did. So we've got a little bit of a defensive fortification up here now. And I also added a few burgages across here with the hopes of better supplying people. So let's get a few of you working at the granary and storehouse here. And then I want one of you to come and work at that forester's hut there. That's everyone for the time being. And then ultimately we need to get more people working at this woodcutter's lodge because we're a little short on fuel. And it is the firewood itself that we are struggling on. Let's get these set up for a few chickens. It seems to be working well for us in this... Hit the veggies again. In this region so far. And was that lightning? Not sure I've really noticed that before. Any of these collapsed? Just the one. Okay. Oh, and a few upgrades to be actioned over here. Disappearing as we click on them though. Okay. Get those as well. Can. Check no one else moved in. Nope, that's fine. So we will go and tend back to our other regions. Lion over here. Rain again wasn't ideal actually. Hopefully we got all the goods stored away in time. Obviously people who are homeless aren't very happy. We're done getting the log camp built, so we get 2 families working there pretty much straight away. I imagine we're fine for food here. Yep, 8 months of food. That's absolutely fine. I'm going to unassign the forager and put them in the granary so they can start to take the goods from the forager's hut and store them in the granary. And then we're going to want to get a market stall down, so we get a little one in here. 3 stalls there. And making good use of the space we have. And then maybe a little one in here as well. Oh, actually, this space here. Not sure we'll be able to fit much else into there, so that makes it an excellent candidate for a few market stalls. And we've got a few timber coming in. We have, so let's get ourselves down that next burgage that we think is going to be basically built out to there. That's basically what we're after, isn't it? I think one family can manage that space as well. And then we'll get a road in here. Kind of want to make this as tight as we possibly can. If I turn down corner snapping. Yeah, that's okay actually. And then we'll be able to put some more burgages along the outside going forward from there. So we'll get that last one built, which will mean we've got everyone housed inside, and from there it's starting to be moving on with expansion, I suppose. Could we get ahead of the game with the manor? That is the main reason we are over here. We would need 20 planks, so that of course would mean producing some planks, which probably means upping the amount of timber we're producing as well. So maybe a few more burgages would be the smart move. So let's see about getting a few more dense ones in here as we up the settlement level. Come around a little further there. Probably made that a little bit too thin. It's difficult to judge exactly how large these need to be. Am I making them longer than they need to be? Maybe not terribly much longer than they need to be. Put that in there. Snap this round. Yep, that's good. Ooh, just a little bit bigger on the back there. Lovely, and then we'll go one more. And then we'll put in another vegetable burgage. Which will be this one here. And basically fill out a space, something like that there. Leaving enough space for some construction on this side as well. That looks perfect. Don't know if we'll bother with a road there. Roads do take space at the end of the day, don't they? But I suppose we could put a straight one right up like that. No, it's small enough. I think we're going to get rid of that. Most of the traffic should work its way around the outside with a couple of cut-throughs like we have there. In terms of the perk we want to pick for this region, I think almost certainly we need efficient farming at elevation, because we are definitely at elevation. And the cheaper animal imports is nice. Increased mining labour speed we're not going to make any use of. So we'll get that there. Okay. And our little circular settlement is starting to come together quite nicely. It's nice to get a family working at the fisherman's huts, but I suppose it's not essential. We should also Let's free up a worker from the logging camp and send them to work at the woodcutter's lodge so we can start to cut some firewood that we can then turn to charcoal. Talking of charcoal, we should probably get a charcoal burners down. And this, I think, will also put external. I think little industries like this can be external to the little circular settlement we've got going on. Because we don't want them, of course, blocking up space we could otherwise use for burgages, which is what we really want to keep safe inside of the walls. I'm talking here as if we're definitely going to build walls around the outside of this manor. Not sure we are, but I'd like to. So we'll aim for that. You know, that's what they always say, isn't it? Aim high, deliver low. The typical guarantee. No, that's terrible. Try not to do that, sorry. Oh, we've got a few more shrooms, actually. We should probably get the worker back at the forager's hut. We've got space for people to moving in, and approval is raising up slowly but surely. They'd like church access, it's like various things. We can't give them to them. But we will be able to eventually. How are we doing for timber? We've got 9. Let's temporarily then remove the worker from the logging camp and send them to work at the saw pit. And we want to get what we normally do. We'll start with our normal 25 planks, as we often say we need. And I suppose the main thing we need, as well as getting some vegetable plots up and running, which we will do as soon as we do have those planks, like so, is getting ourselves a trading post to start that initial charcoal export. We're just shy on logs at the moment, so we'll just switch that saw pit worker back over to there. Someone else has moved in, so I'm going to send them to work at the charcoal kiln. And leaving them to it, let's flit all the way back over here, because I know we've got a bit of a fuel situation, which is only getting worse. And hopefully we've got a few more people move in. We want you to be a chicken, obviously. Yep, we have. So I'm going to send you to work at this hunting camp here. That's what I wanted to do at all. Right, Woodcutter's Lodge. Let's get a 3rd family in there. Let's make sure we actually do stop selling the charcoal we are making. We stopped it once before, we're definitely going to stop it again. Because we should now be able to afford to buy that trade route for swords, which we can. We don't need to keep any of those around, we can sell all of those. So that should help. And then it might be worth us getting a secondary Woodcutter's Lodge. We can pop in just here. Get that active, and also getting a few more workers at the forester's huts here I think would be a good notion. But let's get that constructed, and then we can get a few families working there as well. We can upgrade you, and we'll put some more chickens on the others here as well. Simply lovely. Oh dear, bodies need burial. Get someone working at the church. Yep, I take it most of our iron mines have collapsed. I wonder if my 5 mine approach is no longer fit for Manor Lords. They've changed the way the game works. Well, it is in development still, isn't it? Can't blame them too much. So we'll get ourselves some beets in here and some carrots in here with some of our initial finances. Another family's moved in. How are we doing for charcoal? Let's get another work at the charcoal kiln momentarily. And hopefully we've got enough resources now that we can build the trading post. And we'll put this out on the road that leads to the King's Road. So we'll pop it into the forest there. And do we have what we need to build... Oops, pressing all the run buttons again. To build the church. We do. Now, I think we probably should have this internal to the settlement. I think it would be odd to leave a church outside of your protected area. So we'll get that and we'll build it just there. And can we afford to do the manor at the same time? We can't, so we'll need to get a few more planks put together for that, as well as logs. So we have another family move in, so maybe we can get the saw pit back up and running. But we do want to have at least 4 timber spare before we start making anything out of it. Okay, and we could do the family moving into there actually, so we can get those beets planted. Make sure we have enough food. But we're at 5 months of the stuff, so we should be okay. Once again, we're out of shrooms, so I am going to send the worker to go and work at the forager's hut now instead. And we've got that active. Let's also get the granary with the market stall. Once again, once we've got planks, it'd be good to get the storehouse upgraded because we are full down at the storehouse at the moment, or very nearly full at the very least. We should have some popping in momentarily. 16 is enough, isn't it? Yeah, we'll get that storehouse upgraded as a matter of urgency. And then once that family moves in, we will need a few more burgages as well. So where are we at? We've got 2 timber, not many. I think we just continue filling out this side here with what we've been doing. A couple of burgages, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll do 4 here as well. Yeah, 4 burgages and then a farm behind it, basically. Fertility-wise up here, doesn't really matter. We probably will do a couple of little circular farms, but we're not looking to produce masses of barley and export it down to our neighbouring regions. That's not really the purpose of this settlement. Still absolutely fine for supply down here. Military's all good. And then up here, usual rubble problems. And hopefully that's built. Let's get 3 families working there, but it looks like we are starting to get on top of that fuel situation at the very least anyway. Anyway, we'll build those. Market stalls looking very pushed. If we can get more workers over here, I think that would be good. But we may need a few more burgages to make things like that happen. And the foresters at least do seem to be doing some forestation too. Right, the crisis averted over there. Swing back on over here to our latest project in Wildwand. Another family has moved in. Where do we want them to go? How are we doing in the market stall area? Storehouse is a bit pressed. Otherwise, we're okay. Well, we're definitely going to need to gather in some stones, aren't we? So why don't we get the stone gatherer camp and pop it out here next to where we have the trading post being constructed. Maybe just leave that additional family on construction for the moment, because there's a lot of that needs doing. Let's set up a work area for this forester when they do eventually start. We'll go mainly for that gap there. There's plenty of trees that we can be cutting down in this region, so I don't think we're going to run out immediately. We've got all these over here as well. And then I suppose what we're really gunning for is getting enough materials together to build the manor. It's not going to happen before winter, I don't think, but it would still be nice to do. And it would be good to get some trade going as well. Trading post is under construction. I'm not going to put any of the extensions on these over here. Oh, I was tempted to do the upgrades though. Quite resource intensive, but I am going to get a couple down. Whoa! Enemy unit spotted. And they're over in Hockwick. Okay, it's good. I was just thinking that, goodness, this would have been a good idea to get a retinue up here to protect Wildwand, wouldn't it? In the meantime, let's quickly get the homeland retinue stationed up here until they have their own retinue as a means of defense. And let's double check where they come in. Over here. So they're actually possibly going to head over here. Let's get the local retinue rallied just outside of the manor here. And then we will rally our domestic forces on the edge of our home region here. Ready to take a defensive action should it become necessary at home. Lovely. The retinue pours out here along the road. And we'll set you up like so. And let's see what direction they're going in. So if they're going on a straight path, then they're heading in this direction here, which actually is similar to what they did before. I think we might need to go and head them off. So let's take our forces here, and we're actually going to assemble up here. So I think that's where the battle is most likely to take place. Okay. Well, as we mobilise our forces, we of course want to make sure that we're still taking care of our newest region, which is why we're sending our home-based retinue over here to protect, just like we did when we set up our other region, Rheinsbuchel. And we've got a trade post established, so we'll get a family working there, and as is my habit, we'll establish a trade route on charcoal and export everything over 30, or maybe 50. Well, quite a bit we can export actually, so that's going to help us there. Got 2 workers at the charcoal kennel. Let's unassign one of those. And we've got the wooden church constructed as well. Let's get another family working at the logging camp. I think that's a good idea. We're at 5 months of food. Someone's moved in here, so we're getting that planted up. We'll just leave that to tick over for the moment, I think. Catch up with our own forces. Have any of them decided to come up here and challenge the retinue? maybe our main forces have arrived here. Right, start heading up the hill. Oh, it looks like 2... Right, what are they all doing? 2 might be coming down this way. 2 are definitely going for the retinue. So I'm going to deploy 1 unit of spear with 2 units and 3 units of crossbow this way. And the other unit of spear and crossbow I will continue deploying up the hill here, lest in case they're needed here for the support. And I'm going to set you to push forward with full force, because you're well rested, you've got a good position here. So I think you need to try and break these bandits before they break you, basically. They've all diverted up here, so I am going to bring the rest of our troops this way. And that makes pushing forward and taking out these chaps even more important. I think we might go for balance, actually. They may have to be fighting here a little while. They're taking losses, we've yet to take any. Tempted to pull back inside of the gate, in the hopes that we can only fight a few of them at a time, but we'll want to get right on the gate if we're going to do that. A little bit like that there. Okay, we've successfully pulled back into the gate. Hopefully we can contain them there. We'll stand our ground. Looks like they are spilling through the entrance a little bit. Right, everyone get up here. Bring our spear here. Bit concerned that those other units have disappeared. They're not all here, are they? Oh, they are. All 4 of them are here. We've yet to lose a man on the retinue. Flag is flying high. I wonder if our powers actually did anything. They are meant to, aren't they? Well, they've all managed to get inside. Oh, but now it looks like a few of our crossbows are in range. And we've got weapons, arrows pouring down onto them. And we're bringing in our spear from the rear. We have lost a man of the retinue. Hopefully the missile that's coming in is going to make a difference. And we've got 2 more units of crossbow that look like they might be in range. Maybe not. We'll keep moving them round. And we're going to push in our spear from the rear. Spear from the rear, it's a good sound, isn't it? To support the retinue, who are getting rather turned around. And I think we're going to push in aggressively with our spear here. Lovely, we've broken one of them already. Let's push in on the next one, and we're going to push tactics, and we're going to push with what's left of our retinue as well. And it may be over and done with very quickly, because a few of our archers do still have the ability to fire in. We've not lost any of our lads yet, just 3 men of the retinue. We're going to bring in our other unit of spear, see if we can't speed things up. And we have the numbers on them now. So it should only be a matter of time. Probably units of crossbow firing in there as well. Another unit broken. And then just this last one here. We haven't lost any of our spear. Hurrah! And we lost only 4 units of the retinue in the end as well. Good. Right, well. I think that was pretty cool. I quite enjoyed that. Actually battling within the manor grounds itself. As our spearmen arrive victorious through the gates. And head on back home. And the retinue stand proud. Let's disband the retinue. And we're going to need to get a corpse pit, I believe. I don't think we've got one in this region just yet. And that's exactly why I had that manor placed there. Because I knew that that is somewhere that their enemy can spawn in. So we'll get that placed there. So I think it was worthwhile having the wall, wasn't it? I mean, we were able to at least slow down the approach of the brigands. They had to fight in a single file line through the gates. It did kind of buckle in a bit sooner than I would have liked. What maybe I should do is, in future designs, make this even more of a wedge shape, so it slants in more. Have my troops on the outside, but then they can't be spread out, they can't be turned around, they're just literally plugging a gap there. That might be the way to go. Right, so our men of the retinue will be buried, and we'll get the corpse bit constructed so we can bury the brigands who dared assault us. I think we probably... It's a possibility we would have lost that combat if it was just the one retinue against the 4 units of brigands, because I think the numbers would have spoken for themselves. We were starting to lose men. But fortunately, we were able to bring our main forces back in time from the main region, and we'll disband them as they arrive home. Splendid. Got a family working at the corpse bit. And as we head into October, we'll go and check in on how things are in Wildwand. And certainly a lot of things have been happening. So we've got 5 months of supplies. Are we making much of the shoal of fish? Maybe a little bit. The retinue has arrived in defense of the region. So that's good. Although not everyone has arrived. Looks like a few people were taking their time. Must have got stuck on something. It'd be nice to get another work at the granary before too long. But we are just a bit stretched on people in general up here. Are we bringing in much money? Not yet. But we do have one person working at the trading post, don't we? We just need to get them a horse probably at some point. So, how are we doing for resources? 9 timber. I think perhaps it would be a good idea for us to get a few more burgages built over here then. So, following the general course of what we've done previously, we'll get a couple of small burgages in here with just enough space to have extensions at the rear. We'll follow this around. And we'll just double check as well if we've got enough resources to get the manor constructed. That is the key reason that we have settled over here. Let us not lose sight of the aim. So we'll keep this coming round. Okay, so that's the usual 4. And then the 4th one here. We'll fill in the space. Good if we could fill up all of that in there. Not quite snapping as I'd hoped, actually. What if we built a burgage in this side? And snapped it like that. Yeah, that makes better use of the space, actually. So we'll put that one in this way. And then maybe we can get one in like this. And possibly we could use that for some orchards. Not something we've done yet, so we'll get those built. And then what did we need to get the manor constructed? Yep, we've got everything we need for that. So we'll pop that down there. And we will put the garrison tower next to it, but we can't afford that just yet. We'll close that, and the manor itself at least will begin construction. A few people have moved in, and we've got a few planks and a few logs. So why don't we go through and get a few animal pens set up, although I might want to go for chickens again. They were quite good for us last time, in which case maybe we'll focus on upgrades first. So we'll get a bunch of those, and that's it in terms of the planks we have available. There we are, the manor has been constructed. And we need to get just a few more resources so we can build up the tower next to it as well. So we'll just wait until we can get those. Don't know if we'll bother upgrading the church to a stone one here either. What to upgrade first, the manor or these burgages? I think probably the manor is more important so we can get that retinue up and running. As soon as the retinue's up and running, we can crack on and move into our next region, although it might be worth waiting for the next invasion of brigands before we do so. Because we don't want to be moving all of our retinues away from our homelands just before they move in to take advantage of the fact that we're gone. Now, I do understand in the update there was a slight change as well to the way that the brigands work. So I believe now, after they arrive, if they take up to a certain amount of loot is the idea, and then once they've got that loot, they run away. Or if they don't reach the amount of loot they want to take first, then the other requirement is if they burn down, I think it's 40 or 50% of the village, then they will leave as well. And they fix some of the pathing so they do actually leave. So I suppose in theory now, you wouldn't be able to have a village completely wiped out by a brigand attack, which is pretty cool. Not something I think that was the case previously. So we'll have to wait and see if that's the case. I mean, ideally, we don't find out, I suppose, if we do a good enough job of defending our homelands. We'll keep upgrading those. I wouldn't mind getting another logging camp, actually, so that we can cut down even more trees and get more lumber ready for our expansions. Maybe we can put one over here in this forest next to where the trading post is. And let's get down a pitching post or two next to that as well. We've got 6 months of food, and I do believe we've got absolutely stacks of charcoal, haven't we, and firewood, so that's going well. Plenty to sell. We've got that area set up. Let's get a family working at the forester's hut now as well. And as soon as this is up, we'll get that retinue hired. We'll keep going with these upgrades, and then pretty soon, I'd like to see about getting the wall built around the settlement. I mean, this is as large as it's going to be. I don't really want to build any burgages outside of this circle. Of course, there's no point in building the manor wall until we're done building the settlement side, because we can't edit it, can we, once the manor's built? Silly me, not really thinking. That's fine. I mean, we're not, a million miles away from being done in here, to be honest. Let's get an extra worker at the granary and at the storehouse. And we probably need some stone to get that upgraded, so that would mean getting someone working at this stone gathering camp. So maybe the next person to move in could be someone we send to work over there. Maybe in the meantime, then we'll steal one person from the logging camp, and they can go and work at the stone gatherer camp. And we'll still have access to the economy by the buildings that are outside as well. So we won't have access to everything that's inside, though. Which probably means getting a worker at the church if we want to do that as well. So we've got extra space there we could add. We've still got 2 burgages for people to move into. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to get that expansion popped on there. So we'll do that in those 2 burgages where we have the space to do so. And still looking okay for timber. It would be nice to have more. Do we have enough now to get this granary? Is it just planks we're short on? It is. So once we've got those planks, we'll get the granary upgraded. And it'd be good as well to get a few people in the foragers and fishermen's huts for the coming year. It's definitely going to be something we want to get done. And it could still do with another family working at the granary. We're probably going to need another granary and storehouse for this settlement if we put baggages on this side, so that's something we'll keep an eye on. Maybe we won't actually put the satellite farms out. We might just stick with what we've got in here. We might not need to do that for food if we get enough of these vegetable plots in here. So still some upgrading going on there. Wonderful. Well, the manor is complete. So let's go ahead and go to the retinue. And we're going to fill it with boys. Lovely jubbly. And then we'll upgrade everyone's armor to make sure you're all facing us, so we're not just looking at your backs. As lovely as your backs are, lovely and shapely and all that, and very muscular. Don't know why I'm talking about the retinue in such a fashion, but I am. So we're just going to quickly move on from that. Obviously the caffeine in my tea just got to my head a little bit there. We'll build these on through, and then I think it might be time with that additional retinue to think about challenging the Baron for that extra region. I know I did say about the brigands, but it's not been that long, is it, since we fought the brigands? I'm sure it'll be fine. We can't wait forever. Okay, let's assemble that retinue. Let's assemble this retinue. Let's assemble the mainstay of our force. And then let's get everyone. And I don't want them all to run, because that would be a terrible waste of energy when we have the ability to literally speed up time. And we're going to send everyone, retinues and all, to this region here, because it sits sandwiched in between the ones we already own, so I think that'd be a good one to take. And once we have that, we will have the majority stake on the map. How about them apples? I like the sound of that. Right, so those retinues will deploy themselves down towards that valley. And while they do that, we'll keep an eye on upgrades over here. We did go and check, I believe, didn't we, that we had enough firewood over here. I think that's sorted. Yeah, we're up to absolutely stacks of the stuff now. And we do seem to be doing some reforesting around here, so that is working as well. Once again, though, we should probably come in and rebuild all these collapsed mines. We do need to get that down to a deep mine as well. Although, I don't think there's any point having anyone working there. We're producing enough iron with the other ones. Troops are coming together there, nice and lovely. As for up here then, got 4 plots we to move into. Someone else has just moved in. We've got a little bit of money. I'm going to spend that initially on a horse, to be honest. And then maybe we'll be able to get a few stables. They were a little shy on planks at the moment by the looks of things. So maybe that additional worker can go and work at the new logging camp. At least they can just as soon as it's being constructed. Has everyone congregated? There's the last retinue just arriving now. Lovely, and we'll get someone working at that logging camp, and we'll give you a permanent livestock assignment to do so. To hopefully get a few more timber put away. And then we should get a few that will allow planks to be produced at a faster rate. think we've got a bit of an ox shortage at the moment. As soon as we're done with construction, though, that'll allow us to properly get back to producing the planks that we need. Okay. Everyone is assembled. Our new, now slightly larger force. So I think it's time we pressed another claim. Claim with influence. Rumalate will be ours. Ours for sure. Let's just make sure everyone's back on balanced. Okay, we're in the right region, right zone, and here they come. Okay, is there any way... Yes, there is, right. We can make sure we take an advantage here from the terrain. So, right on the edge of this terrain, while still in the battle zone, we're going to array our crossbows up here. And then we're going to array our retinues in the front. Make sure they're all set to the same. And then we're going to set our... go for balance then. We're going to set our spear as a second line. The idea being that we can then bring the spear in to reinforce the... One of these set up as a shield wall. They all set the same. Different sized formations here. To make sure that they're able to reinforce the retinues as and when they're required to. So we'll pull everyone back to those positions so that we can take advantage of the terrain, because fighting downhill is much easier, and it also means we can shoot them as they run in towards us, and we'll be able to stay shooting them for longer because we'll be able to shoot down over the heads of our chaps into their ranks. Right, let's get everyone up the hill, into their positions, and let's just make sure we're far enough up the hill that I'm happy. Yep, that certainly gives us an advantage in terms of terrain. And imagine, just as we do that, we're probably starting to see them come through here. I'm going to station them slightly off to the sides here to make sure that we're covering our crossbows. And I might actually bring these guys back up on the angle like that and like that. What are you messaging us about? Stuff of nonsense. Now, has the Baron come in from more than one direction, or is it just there? Yes, so there are archers coming in from over in Hockweg. So we just need to keep into account that these may not be the only forces we have to face, but they may not be here in time for the conflict anyway. One thing I would like is for the enemies to be seen a little bit sooner, because they're almost out of render distance by the time they're actually in shooting distance, if that makes sense. So, what is the range of our troops here? It's, again, hard to see in winter, isn't it? Okay, so just up to here. Yeah, very hard to see, right? Okay. So, we'll put our first volley into these chaps, because why not? And then we'll fire our second volley into the retinue. This is a pretty sight. We may have routed that unit already. Right, look at all those crossbows firing down into the enemy retinue. They lost a few men in that volley, didn't they? And as they assault, we're assailing them, aren't we? Good grief. What is that yellow text? Goodness, I don't know. It's gone now, though. So far, so good. Do they have any missile of their own? They do over here. I'm going to set those to engage there. And we've actually managed to rout their retinue. Right, so we'll engage 2 units that way. Hopefully, these also are their brigands for hire. We might even set a 3rd unit to take them on. We don't want to lose anyone. Okay, we've broken them before they've managed to close. Well, you know what I'm going to do. There's only the brigands here, and I think that's basically it. So I'm going to do something a bit rash. And we're going to charge with all 3 retinues down into this unit of light mercenaries. And we're going to see what chaos unfolds. Charge! Whoa! Absolutely brutal. Yeah, they're taking heavy losses from that. Right, we need to make sure that we aren't letting these chaps get into our archers. And make sure all of our archers are engaging the enemies. Although they've gone, I think, already. And look at that. No losses from here. Absolutely slammed into them and destroyed them. And brilliant. Did we take any losses at all? No, we didn't. A perfect battle. Wonderful. Well, that literally could not have gone any better. Very happy with how it went. We definitely had the advantage of the terrain, and we put it to good use, that's for sure. The retinues are very strong there, running down the hill. That was pretty cool. Right, another region belongs to us. Now, given how well that went, I'm not particularly fussed on getting another manor set up before we move on to take on the next region. Right, we'll get some cabbages planted in there and get you an upgrade. We'll have to wait on the fruits for you. We've still got 2 spots for people to move it into. How are we doing on materials? A little better in terms of the available number of logs. I think we should probably go down to the saw pit and increase the number of planks we want. Maybe up to something like 300. Another family's moved in. I'm going to send them to work at the logging camp over here as well. We could do with another family actually working at the charcoal kiln. Food is looking a little shy as well. We're definitely going to have to assign someone to go and work at the forager hut come the new year. In fact, maybe we should do that now. Oh, someone's just moved in. Perfect. You can go and work at the forager's hut. And we are going to buy you in some herbs as well. Now, before we have another brigand outbreak, I think we should march our troops into Oberweis and take that for ourselves as well while we have the advantage. So we'll deploy our troops here. Speed time along, and hopefully we don't get raided while we're away campaigning. Right, we'll leave them all to work their way over there. A few months of food. Oh dear, getting a bit tired. Oh, we do have all these veggies in the ground as well that we're going to be harvesting, so maybe it's not going to be too bad actually. And we can get some quinces in there, so I'm going to do so. And as we are getting money, we should probably start to look towards getting a few of these set up with things like animal pens and chickens. So maybe this little section of 4 here can be animal pens. Then we'll do chickens along here. And maybe chickens along here as well. But we can get those upgraded. The ones that we moved into. Oh, no, we can do that one as well. Lovely stuff. And our summer food sources are becoming available. We're most of the way there with moving our troops in. Oh, my teeth have gone terribly cold during all that combat. They're so micro-focused and engaged. Plenty of resources. Let's get some more expansion here shortly. Get a few more burgages in place. And it would be very good to take advantage of the local resources we have available to us as well. Okay, how are we doing for money? We've got a little bit. We'll wait for a bit more to come in before we start buying chickens and goats, etc. Oh, we do have a spare family, actually. Where are we going to send them to work? Why don't we get a second family working at the fisherman's hut? Sounds like a good idea. Alright, we've arrived over here. So we're going to claim Oberweis with influence. Then we'll wait to see where the enemy comes in from. It's going to be fought on much more level terrain this time. We do have a slight hill here we could use, perhaps. Okay. He's declared us enemies. No mercenaries as yet. Let's at least lay out our troops ready for an attack. So we'll put our retinues here in a balanced formation. And our spear here the same. And our missile behind. Lovely. Defending the slight rise we have here, which again gives us the ability to hopefully to shoot over our troops nice and easily with our crossbows. Oh no, brigands. Oh, brigands, but actually near where our military is. What are the chances of that? Now, can they come round this side? Last they can. Well, you know what? We're not actually in the battle area for Oberweis anyway. So we're going to move our troops down the hill. It's going to be rather annoying if we have to fight brigands at the same time as the Baron. The only thing I can imagine though, does the Baron have to fight the brigands as well? They're just a hostile force, aren't they? Right, so we have to abandon that hilltop. And unfortunately, march all the way down this hill to be able to take on these brigands, because they are going to have to cross over this way to get to our very exposed Wild Wand. This is what I get for not waiting and getting a bit rash, isn't it, with pushing on. It's like I must move on, but we might get raided. Hopefully we won't. Let's just go for it. And just going for it has possibly cost us here. Okay. Let's get a bit more construction going on over here then. As efficiently as we can. That is not very efficient. That is very efficient, so we'll go with that. And then... do we need that many more people living here? Or do we just go for maximum pottage? Oh, can you imagine a more inefficient setup? So what could we do? Could be in a series of plots like that. Do we realistically need loads more people up here? We just need some people to work the granaries and storehouses, of which we do need more actually. So why don't we get another granary and storehouse in here? We build a little road out like that. Put a granary in there. And put a storehouse just behind it here. Tucked in behind the manor. Connect that up with a road. And then we can get in a market stall in the intervening space. Hopefully. So 4 in there. 2 in there. That should be enough for those. And then we'll get in a couple... yeah, you don't want to be wasting space like that, do we? Fine, we'll come back and do it properly after we've taken care of this military action. So they're all over. They can't walk up that way, can they? Surely. It's so far from it. No, they are coming in here now. Still no sign of the Baron, but that's not to say he's not going to show up. So let's go and make sure we're defending at the point they're going to have to walk across. Which realistically is down here. With our missile behind, I do worry we're rather putting ourselves in a hole here. And we're going to be fighting uphill when it comes to the Baron deploying his troops. But we need to take care of these brigands. We can't let them go and ravage our lands. Okay, so they're coming down here. I mean, this shouldn't be a problem for us to take care of. We're going to set ourselves to fight aggressively. And we'll engage them with our crossbow just as soon as they come in range as well. There they are. Okay. So we will wipe the 2 first units off the face of the map with our crossbows. It's hilarious seeing those troops spawn in above. Okay, they're broken. And then we will push our retinues into these. And then we'll refocus all 4 on that. And they should be able to take care of them before they even reach our retinues. There's 4 units of crossbow against completely unarmoured units is not a very fair fight. Yep, killed a third of them with that first volley and broken with the second. Right, let's very quickly get back up this hill. Set them back to a balanced stance. And we will set our troops up here. Our infantry. And we'll put our crossbow behind. Then at the very least, we'll be fighting on level footing if they do come in from over in this corner of the region. And if not, hopefully we'll be able to fight them coming up the hill from any other direction. Okay. Brigands taken care of. Nothing drastic has happened. While we continue moving into place over there at a moderate speed, game speed, let's get in over here and build some more burgages. We are going to have to turn off snapping, unfortunately, to make sure we don't waste any space here. Or at least not waste any more than we really need to. A bit too close on the road there, I'm guessing. Yeah. So we'll go for the usual 4, and then we'll go for our slightly larger baggage than here. Filling up that space. Sure. And then we'll go for 4 small ones again. Don't want to make them any bigger than they have to be. Good. A bit wider actually at the bottom there than it needed to be potentially. It's a shame the snapping wasn't a little bit more granular. You know, there's only so many points along here when you snap. You know, it snaps all the way over there. It'd be nice if it was, you know, maybe twice the granularity. I'd quite like that. Add that to the devs list, please. It's not enough that they've just released a massively stabilized version of the game that took them ages to make and make right. I want more. Because I'm just an inconsiderate person like that, I suppose. Right, so that's 2 little rotations around there. And then why don't we get the road, continue it along here, and put in a few larger plots. Ooh, what's it done that for? It's weird. Why is it not snapping properly? Right, can I just turn that round? Really? What if I start like this? Oh, that works a bit better. So build one like that there. And then, what about building out from here to fill out the rest of the space? Perfect. And that is our circle full, so hopefully I've not forgotten any buildings that we want to have inside of here, because that's it now. So we'll let them get on with construction there. And let's go to our military. 70 days remaining, still no sign of Liberon. But I'm sure he will turn up very shortly to demand a conflict. Ooh. Sorry, got rather distracted by the rather lovely view of our settlement in the background there. Doesn't it look lovely? What a brilliant aspect. And you can just about see our other settlement up on the cliffs here as well. World 1 is looking fine for supplies. We will just double check the food situation though. Looks rather nice as an outpost settlement, doesn't it? The circle idea I think has certainly worked out nicely. We could definitely be getting more fish out of the lake. So, oh, never mind that. Oh gosh, right, so 2 lots of units. So 1 lot is over here. So we're going to have to fight them on the top here. And then they've also hired in a few lads down here as well. I wonder which way they're going to come round. So they are coming up the hill towards us here. Okay. And 2 units of archers from there. Right, let's deploy our troops basically as we did before, I think. So we'll put our... Do we fight here? Let's fight here. We'll put our retinues in the center. And then we'll put our spears out on the flanks. And as always, we'll have our crossbow in the center. So we'll move our troops to those locations. Do look mighty fine, don't they, when they're marching like that with their shields by their sides. Gives me Roman vibes. They were very nicely organised, the Romans. So we'll move through this bit of wooded land and set up here, ready to take the Baron's forces on. And what does he have? What are they doing? Where are they going? What? Weird. Right, so 1 unit of sword. You another unit of sword. We'll have to wait and see. 2 units of sword. A retinue. Brigands. Is that it? We'll have to wait and see. Okay. Oh, and a unit of light archers. Okay, once again I think we'll focus down 1 unit at a time. So let's open fire as they come into range. I think balanced is probably the best way forward for these troops. And let's shield wall up here. Okay. Hopefully we can do some significant damage to this unit before they get in range. Then we are going to have to start dealing with those archers. I'm going to switch to firing at the retinue. See if we can do as much damage to them as we possibly can. Okay. as they come in. And I'm going to switch all 4 of you to go and take on you. And then I'm going to push in this retinue here. I'm going to push them in there. I'm going to bring these chaps in at the side. And then we're just going to have to leave all our crossbowmen to take care of them. Right. And let's start closing in on the enemy. Let's commit all our forces now. Just 1 unit left here. Taking care of those archers. Reinforcements are still quite some ways away. It's just these units to do. They're broken. Is that victory? We get them all? It's victory. And did we lose anyone? Oh, as the Baron decides to make a claim on us. We didn't lose anyone. Perfect. Another perfect battle. Okay. Let's make sure we've got running turned off. And we will bring our forces back home. Rangbaku, yes, this is indeed our capital. Right. We're definitely going to fight it. And we're going to bring our troops home to do so. Has he kept those archers as a result of pushing that claim straight away? I have to keep an eye out on where his forces come from as we move ours back home. As the last of the Baron's mercenaries run with their tails between their legs. Yes, they have kept those units of archers. Okay. Probably want to make sure we get down there pretty quickly, actually, because we do not want him to have control of the battle zone. Actually, let's get set up on this cliff. Perfect. It's even closer to where we are now, and it gives us the high ground against the battle of those archers. So we'll run there, and then hopefully we'll have a chance to calm down a little bit and rest once we arrive. Construction's barely started over. It's just one lad working on construction. Poor guy's very overworked. We've got loads of timber. Why don't we unassign the workers from this logging camp and they can go and help with construction? Seems like a fine notion to myself. Okay. Our troops are arriving. The retinue stopped running some time ago, didn't they, realistically? And where are those enemy archers? There they are. Right. Spread our men out. And realistically, this is going to be a battle fought between the units of missile. Right, no one should be running. We should be resting. Maybe a moment till we see them, actually, because we are very much in the forested and wooded area here. I don't think the Baron has hired in anyone else. But we've, you don't know. I've not seen any. That's not to say there aren't any anywhere else. Baron just has 2 regions left. Here they are crossing the ford. One chap has decided that, you know what, the bridge is here, and I'm going to use it. You know what? Fair enough. Right, the battle begins, although I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think it's going to be much of a battle. Just going to pull these chaps out of range of missile attack. Don't know why they're appearing as different sizes when you line them up. It's because that one hadn't ever been set to a different formation. Bit weird that still. Right. I think we probably go 2 units each. Okay, they're not in range yet. I guess everyone will fire at them. Hopefully we don't take any losses here, but it's possible. We're opening fire. They're firing at us. Come on. Return fire, men. It's been an embarrassing way to lose men. I'm going to deploy these chaps, because we might actually be able to take advantage here. We're going to run them down while we open fire on these ones. Not lost anyone yet. I don't think we've actually started shooting at them either. Are we firing? Oh, you are loading. Okay. And have we managed to chase these chaps down? No, may not be a good move. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, we've nearly got them though. Charge! Right, 2 units of spear against 1 unit of light or heavy mercenary archers. Well, hopefully 2 units of spear can deal with them nice and quickly. We've broken that other unit. So any support we can render in this direction would be appreciated. But I don't think it's going to be necessary. They're fighting uphill. They're outnumbered 2 to 1. And they're archers versus spear. And they've got an effectiveness of 1%. And now they're now being hit by our crossbowmen as well. Yeah, I think they're going to be dealt with pretty quickly. That's safe to say. They've held on this long. Hopefully we don't lose anyone. That'd be a sad day. There we go. Good. Right. And victory. Lovely. Question is, do we just keep pushing on? We recently dealt with brigands, didn't we? So I think we continue pushing our advantage. And we move into... What is it? Kleinenol? Yep, move into Kleinenol. Over here. Before pressing our next claim. Right. Speed time along. We'll let them do a bit of a recovering, though, before we actually start that campaign, because they've been doing a lot of running around recently. Fortunately, through not taking any losses, we don't need to send the retinues all the way home to reform, or the militias either, to regain their strength. We've got 7 months of food here. We've got a little bit of money. We should probably order in an ox and upgrade these 2 stables in here. And as for these other areas we've set up, I think largely we'll go for vegetables. And with that money as well, we should come in here and order in a combination of goats and pigs. And then let's also get some chicken pens set up here as well, so we can start to get a bit of food variety going on. And still got a bit more money as well. Let's get another 4 chicken pens in here. Lovely. Maybe one of these could be an orchard, but I think most of them want to be vegetable. And we'll have to wait for some more resources to pop in before we continue moving across there. Otherwise, going pretty nicely. I imagine actually the granary and storehouse are screaming out for help. Well, the granary and storehouse not so much. Actually, the new granary is being constructed here, so we'll get someone working there pretty quickly. As more people move in as well, of course, we're getting more people available to help with construction. 77% approval is pretty good for a region we've just settled, actually. I wonder if that's because we've got the chickens. The chickens seem to quite quickly produce that additional... it's because we've got the meats and fishes in it. Yeah, we've got mushrooms and we've got the fish, that'd be why. Okay. Get another worker here, potentially. I know they're having to walk quite far, aren't they? Might end up just putting a little... the fishing gate, we can call it, can't we? Let's put that there. And let's relocate the fishing hut to the outside, I think. So put that just there. And we're going to demolish this one. To free up a few people to help with construction, and we'll make that construction a little bit more important. That's still only 3 gates to deal with, so quite defendable. And I think, you know, we're not likely to actually have to defend this place anyway. Bit short on planks. I imagine that again just comes down to a shortage in availability of livestock, so we're going to give you a permanent assignment. And let's check, has it been long enough to order another ox? Nope, 4 days till we can do that. We're taking care of the mushrooms nice and quickly because there aren't that many there. And we are literally right next to it with our hut as well. Right, we've got 3 families working on fishing. So that should bring in absolutely stacks of that stuff. And let's order in that additional ox. We're fine for fuel, and food is okay as well. Now we've got this granary constructed, let's get someone working there right away as well. Wonderful. And then when it comes to the military, we're well rested, so I think it's time to press another claim. So without further ado, scroll out here and press that claim. Wonderful. Gauntlet has indeed been thrown by our veteran force at this point. Very well experienced. Enemies declared. Yes, yes, yes. Not a problemo. We're in the zone. So let's set ourselves up in our, what is at this point, standard formation. Retinue in the center. Probably, I think 3 rows deep is actually pretty good. And then we have our spear at the side, flanks. Set to balanced, and our missile in the rear. Now, with this tactic I've been using, especially with having a number of retinues at our disposal, I do wonder if in future I should be using sidearm sword for instead of spear. So they're a little bit faster, and they've got a better charge bonus. Is pike the best at charge? You could even use pike for that. Use them as shock troops. And then you have your retinue to hold the line, your pike as shock troops. This might be a good idea. I might have to try them out in future. I did play with pike in my first couple of playthroughs of Manor Lords back in the day. But since then I've just found that I guess the spear is a little bit more versatile. A little bit more forgiving if you make a mistake as well. Right, enemy unit spotted. And oh, they're all over here. And they're behind us. Not behind us, that's in front of us. And they're over here. Okay, how many units in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we can cope with that. Right, the dead ahead of us, and it's the usual suspects of 2 sword, a missile, a retinue, and some thugs. So it should not be a problem for us at all. As they turn and start marching towards us. So we'll do the usual jobby, try and annihilate a unit or 2 with our crossbow before they engage, swarm the remaining infantry with our own aggressively, and hunt down the remaining archers with our crossbow. All pretty elementary at this point, isn't it? Right. Okay. Come on, men. Open fire. How many volleys can we get off? Maybe just 2. But it should be pretty devastating. Ooh, they lost 6 men in the first volley. We'll get 1 more in, and then we will target the retinue, because they are a stronger unit. And as a damaged unit charging our retinue, so those should be pretty good. And we're going to send our spear to reinforce. We'll get 1 more volley into the retinue. And then we're going to take on their archers instead. Right, let's start bringing our troops around. And push into the flank. We're going to push in here as well and support our existing retinue. And then we're going to push in with our sword from the rear here as well. Our sword. Our spear. Come on, we need to be engaging them with all our crossbows. What are you doing? Take them on. Come on. How are we doing in here? Taking some losses. They have got their retinue in there. So far, just the 2 men from the initial retinue that we've lost, and we are pushing in hard. They are well and truly surrounded. They've yet to take any losses from their... Oh, there we go. They finally are. You know what I think it is? I don't think... Oh no, we've lost a lad from here. I don't think unless I actually get close enough to render the enemy troops, I don't think we can hit them. So I'm going to have to make sure I'm doing that in future, because they should definitely have been lower by now already. What are we doing in here? We've lost one of our crossbow boys. We've not lost any spear. We have lost a couple of retinue. They're nearly spent. And I'm sure they'll be gone momentarily. 1 remaining lad gets it. There we go. How are we doing here? They're down to their last couple of units, a unit of sword and the brigands. Let's redouble our efforts. That's the sword retreating, and I don't think it'll take long for the thugs to follow suit. We have lost a couple of spear. It's a larger melee brawl than we end up with usually. I don't think we were able to take out as many of their troops with our crossbow this time as we have in the last couple of conflicts. I think that's what the main difference was there. Come on. They're brigands. What's taking so long? 12 brave brigands that lasted longer than the retinue and the sword. Impressive. Do you want to come and work for me? Uh-oh. Archers. Are they going to get here in time? I don't think so. Do I really have to involve the crossbow? Right, there we go. Right. Victory is ours. Did come at a cost this time. That leaves the Baron with just one region. I think what I am going to do is I'm going to send everyone home, apart from this retinue, because there's no point in sending you home, actually. We'll just... although home is relatively near where the next combat is going to be. Right, we'll send you here. And we'll send that retinue... Actually, we'll send this retinue home. I don't know how quickly we're going to be able to act. It might be worth waiting for the next raiders to arrive before we take on the final region. So we'll send all of our troops home, because a few units do need to be reinforced. We're going to need to be at full strength before we take on the Baron in the final region, because he'll have his strongest forces yet. That's usually definitely the bloodiest of the battles we'll fight. In the meantime, though, we can continue working on Willed Wand. And I would like to get this settlement up with its wall before we finish this playthrough as well. So 3 families working on construction, 10 available spots for people to move into, 8 months on food, fuel isn't a problem. Let's get a few more veggie plots in here. And this final plot, we're going to put in another orchard. We can probably spare 1 worker actually from the fisherman's hut. I don't think we actually need to have 3 working there. It'd be good to get a few more planks constructed, but I think we're using so many in adding the extensions. That's why we're burning through them quite quickly. Let's get another 4 of these popped in here. And then we'll get 4 more chickens as well. What are we actually going to export from here then? There is a strong source of iron, I believe, isn't there? So we could do that potentially, or we could just keep doing charcoal, to be honest. Is that going to be able to enable us to buy in enough in ways of iron to keep tools for repairs? What are we actually going to need to repair? I suppose the logging industries will need tools to survive. Yes, right, let's upgrade that granary and this storehouse. Surprisingly, supply chains aren't too pressed at the moment. We might be able to just export excess food, actually. We may produce more in here than we need in the long run. Not the case at the moment, though. Oh, we can make shields and sell those. That's a good idea, isn't it? So one of you lads, actually, when you're upgraded, one of these over here, for example. If we switch you over to a joiner's workshop and we can sell gears. What do we make more on? Gears or... Well, actually, we should probably just quickly... Oh, bother. Always end up doing that. No, we don't want you up here. What are we doing? Right. This is one thing I did say previously, didn't I? I'd love it if they added a second button so you can't accidentally disband a unit. Are you in the wrong region? Willed Wand. Hey, you are as well. Where are you from? Yeah, it was the wrong way around. Right, send you back up here. And we can disband these units here, and let's reform the spear. And they still have their experience somehow. I know, I clicked on the wrong unit. No, they do. Oh, weird. But at least that got retained, I suppose. You're fully equipped. It is actually just the Willed Wand retinue that will need to be reformed because they have lost a lad. Getting so terribly turned around. Right, we'll purchase some seeds before too long, but not immediately because we don't need them immediately. Okay. More of those. And yes, we were building you. That's what we were checking. Right. Remember now. I was going to see if we get more for exporting shields. So large shields will get 3 per shield. Or for wooden parts. And the crafting materials, wouldn't it, presumably? We get the same. Why don't we make wooden parts then? So we'll set up an export on those. And then we will start making them down here. And that can be our primary source of income. We may need to have more than one of these chaps doing that though. And we may need to get more than one chap working on forestation as well. Let's get another forester's hat. Pop down just over here as well. So we'll continue that road across like that. Good. And we'll pop any expansions on here in terms of living space that we can. So we know that's all done ahead of time. Got 35 regional wealth, so we're not going to be buying any additional plots just yet, but that's okay actually, because we've bought a lot of these chickens. Still got 10 spots for people to move into. Very near that 80% approval, which again is quite impressive, I think, given the size of the land we have here. Let's get that upgraded to a large well. Are we done with the stone? We are, so we can free up the lad we had working in the stone gathering camp. We don't want to relocate you, we just want to demolish you. Let's disband this unit and let's get a couple of replacement lads for those who we lost. Barry and Bill will replace them nicely. And then we will raise those troops here. And we're just waiting for that next attack of the brigands before we go on our final campaign, basically. That's the plan. I do love the way they properly use the roads now. It's been a long time coming, isn't it? I'm glad that they do that now. Let's change the sound of the bell. It's a different region. 6 workers. Let's get another worker. Got the 2 workers at the granary. And we get another one there. That's basically all the granaries set up, isn't it? Oh, we haven't upgraded this granary yet. Let's get that one upgraded. I am actually going to leave the storehouses to accept everything because there isn't that many things here to do. Let's make sure we've got the wooden gears set to the right export, because just as they produce it, they set its own limit for the amount you want surplus. So we want none in surplus. We don't use them to make anything ourselves. Indeed, they're not used to make anything in the game as of yet. Might as well upgrade these properties as and when they ask for it. Oh, and yes, we should probably... haven't quite got the money yet, actually. We'll continue upgrading. We'll buy you your pigs and your goats later on once we start to make a bit of money exporting our lovely wooden gears. Get another family working at the trading post, and probably actually the next investment we should make is in our second horse. But we're a few coins off of that at the moment. A little retinue. No chaps. Good job. Hey, you've planted a little flag in the ground here, have you? Is that meant to be there? Don't know, it's pretty cool though. Quite like it. How are the other retinues? They're all full strength, aren't they? That's good. They haven't planted their own flags. It's just these chaps. Oh, they're a useful way to quickly teleport around, actually. I know I can just press T, but, you know. I go through all the regions I don't actually have buildings in with that as well, which isn't ideal. Food is looking absolutely dandy over here, and we're actually up to 80% approval. I've not even got clothes or anything. How have we managed that? So with church, water, and everything else apart from garments and beverages, and level 2 burgers, you can actually get up to 80% approval. That's the first time I've managed to do that. It's really interesting. I mean, this is probably one of my more efficient settlements for this size of number of people. We've got nearly 100 population in here. You could dot a couple of these across the region, couldn't you? And they could all be self-sufficient amongst themselves. Let's get someone working here. Where are you working? Why don't we set you to work here, actually? And we'll set you to work here. We don't want to make their areas too large, because then they'll end up walking too far. Maybe we'll get 2 workers on that one there. And that extra bit of money's come in, so let's get our second horse ordered. 167 planks, 23 timber, so hopefully not that far off actually being able to set up where our manor is going to go. So I'm basically thinking wall all the way around the outside. Let's have a rough approximation of cost. So probably about 300 planks is what we're going to need. I think that's doable, isn't it? About halfway there already. What have we got the limit set up to on Sawpit? 300. Let's set it to 400 then, in that case. And of course, they are going to be being used by our wooden gear makers as well. So it's another thing that's going to be spent on. Once we've got all this set up, we will need to get someone working on buying in some iron ore as well. I'm going to change you over actually to Joiner's workshop, or actually, let's just double check. Do you get more for selling a warbow or for selling a shield? Shield is 3, warbow is 2. More for a shield, actually. Yeah, didn't think it would be that way around. Right, in that case, we'll get you as a joiner, and you're going to make shields, not you going to make shields. Let's get your English proper typical, goodness sake. And then let's get down a smithy. And this should probably be in the grounds, shouldn't it? We left space. Hey, we do have a bit of space in here, actually. Oh, perfect. Right. Put a smithy in there. And we'll get a bloomery in here as well. Where are we going to put this exactly? I guess we'll just slot it in here. And connect the road a little bit like this here. Okay. And then we'll be able to produce our own iron and tools within the settlement. Once it is that we're importing a little bit of iron anyway. Okay, and we'll need to get their limits set up as well, because obviously once they're inside we can't tamper with them. Got a little bit of money coming in. Right, so you're going to make up to, say, 30 tools, should be more than enough for this area. Let's make sure that second joinery is making the correct item. We want you to actually make large shields because they're worth a little bit more. And let's go and establish a trade route for those. Good. And hopefully those two together should bring in enough money that we can buy in the iron ore we need for our tools and not have to worry otherwise. Another burgish to get an upgrade there, so we'll wait for a bit more money to flow in as well, so we can start buying some goats and some vegetables, etc. to get planted, and also the orchard for over here. I think we'll stop at level 2, there's no need to get garments or beverages for this little outlier settlement. It really was just to support the manor and the retinue which sits at its centre. Right, how long has it been since we had one of these raids then? Just got to wait for that raid and then we can move on a Hockweg. What I'll do then is I'll just watch over this settlement, get the last couple of upgrades done, and we'll just wait for that attack by brigands, and as soon as that arrives, I'll let you know. Go and grab yourselves a cup of tea. Of course, it's going to be instantaneous for you. I'm going to grab myself a cup of tea. Right, see you in a moment. Ah, and finally the raiders appear. Where have they come in from? Okay, over at the edge of the map over here, so we've plenty of time to go and deal with them. Looks like it's going to be another manor battle, actually. So we'll get our troops in here. Let them form up quickly. There we go. We'll get our troops in here, and we'll get our missile popped in behind, within the walls. Okay, and you guys in here, and the local retinue. Where are you stationed at present? All the way over here. Goodness, right. Gonna get you stationed in here. Lovely. Right, let's move you all into position. Nice and quickly. Chop, chop. Look at the forest over here. Wow. Forestation really does work with the smaller little sizes, isn't it? I suppose we're not putting a lot down for construction these days, are we? Right, let's shield wall up in here. The same here. Here we are. There we go. And I would not want to be running into this particular nest of spears. So our crossbow are firing out as well. They broke basically as soon as they arrived, didn't they? That's pretty epic, isn't it? Oh, accidentally speeding time up there. Trying to go into cinematic mode. There, we can actually shoot through the walls. Well, that's a nice advantage to have. And here they come. Absolutely hocking it in the face, and never got anywhere close. Good, right. Well, unfortunately... Oh no, they were brigands. Good. As long as we didn't lose any of our own villagers. Wonderful, right. Well, I proposition. We make sure no one's running. And shield walls are off. And we send the forces as they are to go and attack the Baron's final region, which is over here. So we'll deploy the forces right up to more or less the crest, because we don't want to be fighting on a downward slope. So we'll deploy them there, ready for the final assault. And hopefully he doesn't bring any much larger forces than he has done to this date. Otherwise we could be licking our wounds and spending time building yet more villages to assemble yet more retinues. But I'm confident we won't need to do that. How confident, you ask? I'm at least 37% confident. Yes, I've fought the Baron in the last battles before. And I know it can be a little bit painful sometimes. Okay, how are we doing on exports here? So 34 wooden parts and 13 shields. Might need to get another woodcutter, plank boy, and maybe we'll put you over here to make sure we get those planks that we need to build all around that side. Everything in here is now upgraded to level 2 and everything is planted. The granaries and storehouses have been fully stacked out with people working in them. 4 in each of the granaries and 2 in each of the storehouses, which is making things relatively well balanced. So I think we're ready to encompass this in a wall just as soon as we have the materials to do so, which hopefully is not going to be in too long a time. There aren't going to be many people available for construction, so building the wall itself might take a little while. Although we can probably reassign our logging camp workers to do that job, because they won't be needed for much else. Ooh, might need to get another worker at the charcoal kiln, actually. Keep an eye on that one. Right, are we over there with our military? Very nearly. Just the last retinue working its way into position. They've obviously had the furthest to come. So we're deploying a force here of 9 units. So hopefully that is going to be enough. Here we are. We arrive. I'm assuming they're going to come in over the hill here, so we are going to be fighting slightly uphill, which isn't ideal. Deploy, as usual, our retinue in the center. And we'll put our shield on the sides. A little something like that there. And, oh dear. Yes, we'll put you in the center. Okay, right. Basically as ready as we're going to be, isn't it? I think it's time we press this claim. Right, momentous occasion. Claim with influence, yes. Partway will be ours, and with it, the entire region. I would like to be on top of this brow of the hill, but that would mean literally being on the edge of the map. I don't fancy that. I mean, the battle for the for Hogweg might not even be right on the edge here. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Well, here they are. Slightly off to our flank. So I'm going to quickly reform with our retinue basically forming exactly the same as we have done. So we'll put you there. We'll put you here. Put you here. And put you guys here. Okay. Is this the usual? No, this is the harder lot. Okay. This is quite a large force. Oh dear. Right, let's quickly annihilate this unit as soon as we possibly can. Taking out enemy units as quickly as we can is going to be very important here. Oh no, 3 units of missile. These are the chaps that rather did us a lot of damage last time. Hopefully we can take out as many as we possibly can quickly, which means we'll be able to help our troops. Let's make sure we're standing our ground with all of our infantry, because they need to basically survive long enough against the enemy infantry that we can do some damage. Oh my days, look how many of them are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think we've made a mistake. Oh dear. I should have got those additional retinue, shouldn't I? Well, we can only do what we can do. We've engaged now. The infantry will have to hold while we deal with these 2 units of archers. Then we'll have to deal with those 2 units of archers. And then we can hopefully deal with the rest of the infantry. Almost up with them. Come on, a few more volleys. There's another retinue over there. Oh my goodness. Not good. Right, they're dealt with. Let's switch our attention. There's 3 units of archers over there. Flipping heck. We're already being overwhelmed over here. Right, I'm actually going to have to ignore some of these archers. I have to form these guys up here to protect our archers. How are we doing in here? Retinue is being overwhelmed. There's another retinue that's going to come in from the side. Come on, you need to take out these troops. If we don't take them out, we are scuppered. Come on, 3 units of crossbow. You can do it. Take out that retinue. Yeesh. We're getting outflanked over there. We are very heavily outnumbered. At least we're taking a fair few of that retinue down. Right, we have to take care of these archers before they do us some serious damage. We need to press in and get rid of these brigands so we can free up that unit of spear to go and help some of our very, very outnumbered units over here. Come on. One of them is almost destroyed. Good. Take out that next one. You need to press on. You're very close to engaging with them there. There's still a unit of archers over there. That retinue is waning. We've not lost masses of troops yet, but it's going that way. Are they done? They're nearly done. Come on. Right, it's enough that doesn't matter now. Engage to them. Actually, engage them. You can engage them. Do you have shots? Can you literally fire at point blank range? Come on. Take out that unit and you can focus on the next. Alright, focus on them now. They need to push in. Need to get one volley into them. Can't really afford to do that. There's still one archer over there. We're just going to ignore him. That unit is almost destroyed. Right, let's focus our fire over here now instead. Come on, how are they not destroyed? These brigands seem to last forever. Right, take care of those last 3. We're losing infantry right here that we cannot sustain. Come on. Right, we need to pull these chaps back. Right, reform. Come on. Don't do this to me. Ah! Don't do that. Right. Come on, do as I'm telling you. Right. Let's get the remaining infantry lined up here before we lose this unit. And let's make sure you're all set to a defensive stance so you last as long as possible, because our only chance now is to survive with these remaining units of infantry. We've lost an entire unit of spear. We've lost half our retinues. We still have our crossbows fully intact though, so our only hope is to deal all the damage with them now. So we need to keep them alive. Let's put 2 units against them. 2 units. And they're broken. Has the crossbow done it? Come on, men. Look, one lad left. With his sword, with his shield and his spear. We've broken that unit. Right, where's that pesky remaining archer? They're around here somewhere. It's not them. They're in here. I saw them. Where are you hiding? Is that you there? No, you're running away. Are we even in the right area? Battle's taking place down there. Right. Let's move the men. Let's not run. We're tired enough as it is, and I don't know what other reinforcements the Baron's going to be able to bring. If it's anything like that again, then we're done. We lost. What did we lose? Probably half our infantry in that battle. The field is littered with our dead. This chap can't believe what's going on. Alright, let's move into the actual contested zone itself and see if we've done enough to secure victory. That was a bloody, bloody battle. But still, it might be a victory. It is a horrific victory. We lost a lot of men, but we still have men, and we still have the firepower to engage anyone that does come at us before we have to engage what's left of our actual infantry forces. One unit got absolutely decimated. I can't believe there's one lad left. One lad left standing. He didn't run away. He held on. He fought to the bitter end. And he saw his comrades avenged. Let's line up here. And let's take a rest. I'm a bit worried that the Baron is going to send a second wave on us, but there's nothing we can do about it. Just got to wait and see what happens. Alright, let's pop back over to Willed Wand. How we're doing for materials. Got 186 planks, so we're getting up there on planks towards what we need to make it happen with the wall, and we're looking good for supplies as well. So there's that at least in our favour. Speed time up a little bit. Would one more retinue have made a massive difference there? I suppose they would have done, wouldn't they? Another unit of retinues do damage, and maybe that would have saved most of that unit of spear. Look at this brave, brave lad. Barry, what a boy you are. You don't even have chainmail. You're just there in your gambus and your steel helmet and your iron will. Good chap. Is it ours? Did we win? Hello? Please? There's no other mercenaries on the map. How do I respond to your correspondence? Game is non-negotiable. 68 days. Are we gonna have to take? We're gonna have to fight another battle. Don't know if we win another battle. I do not know if we win another battle. It's almost worth the borders. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to run these... oh, pardon me, excuse me. I'm going to run these troops home. What retinue are you from? Willed Wand, you're so far away, I can't afford to do that. You are... Brinsbuckle? I'm going to do you as well. In case there is another battle, I'm quickly going to run these 2 units home. So that we can reform them. Especially this unit of spear militia. So we'll get them back into the region here. Disband you. I'm going to rally you back here. Let's get a full unit. And I'm going to do the same for you as well. Hire in a bunch of new lads. And they'll have to run all the way back from the manor. But at least then we stand a chance if we do have to enter combat again. That gives us basically another unit and a half that we wouldn't have had if we hadn't have done this. Unfortunately, I'd like to get Willed Wand reformed as well, but they're just too far away. Right, we'll get you positioned over here. And we'll get you back over here as well, as soon as we possibly can. Hopefully back in time for any action with some time to rest if we do have to fight again, and at this point I'm expecting we're going to have to. If there was any way to get them across the map in time, I would, but 8 men is better than no men. And it would take pretty much most of this 60 days to get there and back, I reckon. There's only one chap missing from this retinue, so I don't think it's really worth reforming them. Right, our spear has arrived. Good. Right, that gives me a little bit more hope in the event that we do have to fight again. Barry's been back and he's brought all his friends with him. Everyone who wants to avenge those who have already died in the Battle of the Hawkwig. Tense times indeed. Pretty much there with planks now. We're building up here. In fact, why don't we take a look at the manor, open the castle planner, and see about building the gates to start with. So 1 gate there. 1 gate over here. Oh, a bit weird. 1 gate there. And the 3rd gate over here. Okay. And then just follow roughly around the outside of the circle here where we've got our road with the wall. Good. And connect in there. And do the same with this one. And we can do a bit of editing later as well. Make sure it is curved. Just to make sure it looks right, but it needs to be perfect. think it's probably going to be better than most of the circle castles I've built, based on the fact that we've got a road up against it that we can sort of base it off. So get that one in there, and then that's it, isn't it? Right, how's that look? It's not too bad, I don't think. Any major edits necessary? Maybe just here with these form. Connect those and smooth it out a little bit like that. Pull that in a bit here. Yep. And that's way too big actually here, isn't it? Let's pull that right back in. Okay. There as well, it's a bit of a bulge. Ooh, taking that a bit too far. Just where it was hard to see with these trees, I've just gone slightly too far out on this section. Okay, that connects in there just fine. Just make sure it does. By taking it apart and put it back together again. Tuck that back in. That's way too far out on this side here. Even further, I reckon, actually. Whoop, save. Good mana build, that's scary. Okay. Right, and then we'll just reconnect in this here. Oh, bother. I knew we'd run into a problem like that, right? Sometimes... Come on, let me click the right road. Road? What road is it? Sometimes when you do a full circle like this, it can get a little bit funny with where you connect everything up. I'm gonna attach this here. If I can. How do I do that? Ah, there we go. Right. I just redraw that across. Come on. Play nicely. Don't think that technically joins, but you know what? I don't care. I think that looks good enough for what we're sort of aiming for. So we're going to commit to it. Wonderful. So that is under construction. And we'll free up a couple of people from the logging camps to help with construction. And we'll let that take place. Right, so while that's happening, let's go and rejoin our forces and await the fate of Hockweg with great bated breath. Well, in answer to our question, yes, there's more units coming. And it looks like the same force that we just fought. Now we have to fight it again. In a worse position when it comes to terrain. And we have less troops. So I think our only chance really is to set up over here. And keep our retinue in the center here. And our 2 units of spear with them. In a shield wall configuration. With also hold your ground on. And just hope that our archers are able to pull us through it. But I'm going to be honest. As much as I love these brave boys, I am not optimistic. Because we barely pulled through the last time. And that was with more troops than we have now. Goodness. Is that even bigger than we fought last time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 units of infantry. And 1, 2, 3, 4 units of archers. Oh dear. I don't think this is achievable. What have we gotten ourselves in for? Look at this massive force and our pitiful little laps down here. No mercenaries we can hire, not that we're allowed to anyway, because we're on a no-merc playthrough. I don't know that we're going to be able to do it, everyone. This might be the end. The answer to can we beat the Baron without hiring any mercenaries might be no. Might be sad, wouldn't it? At least we've got a number of beautiful settlements to make up for the crippling defeat we're about to suffer. Alright, let's get on with it. We'll give it our best shot. Oh my days, there's so many. Right, I'm gonna slightly reform here so we're at least pointed in the right direction for our doom. Being a bit pessimistic, aren't I? But let's be honest. Don't think we stand a lot of chance here. The only thing we could do is accept surrender. And, you know, don't really want to do that. I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory. Okay. Here they come. Once again, we'll just do our best with our bow and arrows, our crossbows, and we're just going to focus one unit at a time, I think. It's the only thing we can do. I think pretty quickly we're going to become overwhelmed here. I think we're going to have to ignore their missile as well, as ill-advised as that might seem. There's just too many of them. Look at that. Our pitiful defensive formation. We're definitely going to be engaging directly with troops as well here. The front lines are swarming. Already they're bulging. Get back in line. Good grief. Where's the discipline, men? Whoa. It's quite the charge. What are you doing? Don't break formation, man. So keen to die. Good grief. What are they doing? Moving up so far into position. Alright. Just try and shoot as many people as we can. They are swarming all over us, though. We're going to have archers up the bum. That's not going to do our unit there any good. Look how many men they're holding back as well. Oh. Can you both return fire that way at least? Come on, they can see you. Surely you can see them. Is there hope? Dare I hope? Right, we have to push in with these men here if we stand any chance whatsoever. I'm going to run these chaps round here. Are you actually firing into them? You are. Okay, I'm going to have to leave you doing that. See if we can fend them off long enough. There's 3 units in there. Good grief. Can't believe we're actually out-arrowed for once. Right, we need to get behind them. You charge over here, please. You all need to press in here. And actually, we do need to completely ignore the enemy archers. And we need to pour all of our firepower into the rear of... Oh, don't push in. Into the rear of the enemy troops here. And commit everything we have to taking them out. If we do that, we might stand a chance against the enemy military. Broken 1 unit, 2 remaining. Come on, you can do it. Yes! Good lads! Right. Gosh, I'm very happy about that. Let's deploy 2 units this way. We'll deploy 2 in this direction. And we'll try and take them out 1 unit at a time. But we'll deploy you in this direction. Could it be... How many losses did we take there? We lost an entire unit of spear. They're broken. Keep pushing on them. They're broken, right. Focus them. Oh my goodness, we might actually have done it. I think by focusing fire with our missile and essentially ignoring theirs, we may have done the impossible. And taken out their units by routing them essentially one at a time. Because if they kept all their troops in, you know, we didn't kill enough, I don't think, to actually win the battle. Superior tactics may yet win the day. All thanks to the crossbow. And we have lost one lad from crossbows, but it's definitely the case that the infantry take all the casualties, don't they? And allow the crossbows to do the work. As we pick these off now, they've not been, they've not worked together the same way our guys have, that's for sure, when it comes to the missile. I've got to be honest, I was absolutely certain that it was over and that we'd lost, but here we are, we've actually done it. With our inferior forces, with our retinues, without hiring a single mercenary, we've been victorious. Look at that guy floating above that house. He's literally on top of the world. Victory is ours. The Jagged Cliffs map. The valley is densely populated. We've got a couple of other regions. And finally, it's all ours. It took us over 6,000 days, 1,300 constructions, a population of just under 1,200 at the end. We won all of our challenges, didn't lose any. We killed over 2,000 enemy soldiers, lost over 200 ourselves, and lost 466 villagers to deaths. It seems odd, but there we go. We'll continue playing in Sandbox, and look at that, peace declared. The entire map belongs to us. I think it's only fair we send the remains of our troops home. Well, let's at least line them up on the battlefield so they can claim it as their own. How far have we got over here with the construction of the manor? 53% of the way through, so let's speed time along so we can get that completed, because that is the next thing we need to get done in order to put the crowning jewel on this particular playthrough. And here they are, all cheering, the men that made it happen. And they're very, very happy about it. Look at them. Happy lads. Good stuff. In fact, they don't even want to go home, do they? They're just going to stand there and celebrate. Sure, you do your things. Somehow, in the capital of Rangbaku, we've managed to get all the way through with a massive population surge and still have enough food for everyone. Probably no small thanks to these additional orchards and farms we put in, but they do look rather lovely. I love the duality we've got with the orchards here and the agricultural and the densely packed town over here, which is borderline city, and the forestry over here. We have the Iron Hills over here with the mines that, since the latest update in the game, keep absolutely collapsing, but that's fine. And again, a lovely little natural organic little settlement up here. And then over here, the last thing we built, a really lovely little circular settlement. And I really like how this one's come together. We're actually going to enclose this one in a wooden wall as well. So we did a couple of different things in this playthrough, and I'm really happy with how all of them came together. Right, let's get this manor constructed, and then we'll do a final walkthrough of what we've achieved in this particular playthrough. Just a moment. And we're very nearly there. 100%, and one manor completed. So we've got a lovely little palisade wall around the outside of Wild Wand, and I don't often do a walled settlement, but this is really pretty. And this is actually probably more like you would find, wouldn't it? Wouldn't you, rather? In a walled medieval settlement. A little palisade wall protecting what is essentially a rundhof, with dwellings around the outside and a manor at the centre. So that's what we had for Wild Wand. It gave us the retinue we needed. In the end, we had 3 retinues along with the rest of our troops to take on the Baron, and we won. The Baron was on an aggressive setting, although we did sue for peace a few times, and of course we had ourselves a load of brigands coming in on the frequent raiding. So down here in the main valley, we had our forestry area, then we had the manor, which came good in the late game actually, especially since the update in the last couple of last 3 hours or so of this playthrough, when the latest update of the game came through and troops started working properly within walled cities. So we actually got our troops in there. And the last couple of defences, we actually had one just now before the palisade wall at the top was completed, which I didn't show you. Carbon, rinse and repeat what we've done previously. Allows us to actually get in there and use that fortification effectively. We had plenty of level 4 baggages over here, and what is in our dense city segment or settlement area of the main capital. And then coming through here as we go across the fish pond and past the stone church, we had what was the agricultural district of our main region. Plenty of farms full of orchards, vegetables, and also some flax farms as well that allowed us to produce the gambesons we needed to equip our troops throughout battle. Talking of equipping our troops, we also moved through into our neighbouring region, Reisbuckel, and we used them to produce as much iron as we possibly could. And we had it transported by pack horse, or pack animal, mule, down the zigzag slopes here on roads and the high terrain from what's essentially Iron Hill. We had a couple of settlements up here. I mean, it was a really beautiful little winding road we had here, and we again start to use that technique we used previously on the roadless playthrough, where we had vegetable plots behind the initial row of smaller burgages. That had its starting region over here, where we had our church and a couple of the other buildings, and also our forestry sector for this. And all in all, that's left us with a rather gorgeous valley map, filled with life and filled with a victorious people, with a palisade wall protected settlement over on the north, iron hills down the south, and in the centre of the valley, the mainstay of our kingdom. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this playthrough. That's it from me.
And that's it for today, folks. After 10 hours in Manor Lords, our little settlement at the base of the valley has grown into a proper valley kingdom. We've built up our starting region, packed it full of burgage plots, raised manors, expanded into new lands, and somehow survived raiders, bandits, brigands, and the Baron's constant attempts to claim the map for himself. And we did it all without hiring a single mercenary. Every fight had to be handled by our own militia and retinues, which made every battle feel that little bit more important. The new Manor Lords update also arrived right in the middle of the campaign, giving us a chance to see some of the latest quality of life changes and new troop movements in action in the final battles as they unfolded. It definitely wasn't the smoothest road to victory, and for a while there, the final outcome was looking far from guaranteed, but in the end, the valley held, the Baron was pushed off, and our mercenary-free kingdom stood on its own 2 feet. So I really hope you enjoyed this relaxing Manor Lords long play, whether you watched the whole 10 hours, skipped through with the timestamps, or had it on in the background while you worked, studied, or drifted off to sleep, then thank you very much for spending the time here. If you've enjoyed this video, then please let me know by commenting down below with your feedback and suggestions. A like, hype and sub go a long way to helping the channel grow. A huge thank you to my channel members. Your direct support is invaluable and you're the reason I can keep the channel going. If you're still in the mood to chill, join me in another video and maybe become a member to gain early access. But enough of all that, I've been Typical T and this has been Manor Lords. Cheerio.